Primordial Desolation. I am the Dragon Ancestor. I choose for the dragon race to retreat from the very beginning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Of course, Xuangai does not have the strength to resist the saint, but the Xuanwu clan does. The Black Turtle is the only bloodline of the Xuanwu clan. His natal talent condenses the Xuanwu shadow, and his strength has reached the level of a saint. It may not be stronger than Yuanshi, but because the defense of the Xuanwu clan is extremely strong, even if Yuanshi doesn't rely on magic weapons, he can't even hope to break the defense of Xuanwu shadow. Roar! The terrifying roar resounded throughout the world, and the majestic pressure of the saint went straight towards Yuanshi to fight back, but was quickly resisted by Yuanshi. When Shen Long, who was far away in the dragon court, saw this scene, he couldn't help but Jin was surprised. It turns out that this is the secret of the Xuanwu clan. No wonder Shen Long always felt that the Xuangai was a little different. Now it seems that there is indeed a big secret hidden. But I also want to thank Yuanshi for stimulating the potential of the Xuangai. Actually comprehended the most powerful secret of the Xuanwu clan. Of course, Xuangai himself didn't know it either. He only knew that he could stimulate his natal talent, but he didn't know that his natal talent was to summon the saint-level Xuanwu phantom. Seeing that he actually with such strength, Xuangai thought about it, and the Xuanwu phantom rushed out in an instant, and went straight to Yuanshi to bite him. But after all, Yuanshi had been a saint for many years, and neither his cultivation consciousness nor his magic power was the Xuanwu phantom summoned by Xuangai. The shadow can be compared. Just shake the Pangwu flag slightly, the secret of destruction appears, countless spaces are shattered, a chaotic sword energy shoots straight towards the Xuanwu shadow, and with a pop sound, the Xuanwu shadow disappears. The Black Turtle also spurted out a mouthful of blood. It turned out to be a false move that seemed useless. Haha, it was really ridiculous. Yuanshi snorted coldly. At first, he was really shocked by Xuan Turtle's natal magical power, but he never expected that Xuanwu shadow was so weak and was instantly dropped by him. Of course, it can't be said that it was. The Xuanwu shadow is very weak, but the Black Turtle itself lacks mana. It cannot support the Xuanwu shadow to exert stronger strength. So after the Black Turtle's mana is exhausted, the Xuanwu shadow disappears. Speaking of which, it is similar to the 12. The ancestral witch's Dushan divine evil formation is somewhat similar, except that Zhuangui alone supports the mana consumption of the Xuanwu shadow. Now that the Xuanwu shadow is gone, Kong Zhuan and Zhuangui are once again in danger. The pressure of the saint has reappeared, and then fell on Kong Zhuan and Zhuangui. Zhuangui was already injured, and now he was even more injured, almost fainting. When he saw this scene, Kong Zhuan finally couldn't help it, and then said, "Original Saint, do you really want to take action against us?" The threat in Kong Zhuan's words is obvious. If Yuanshi targets them again, then he will invite Shen Long to make Yuanshi miserable. But Yuanshi is already angry. How could he stop just because of Kong Zhuan's words? The most important thing is that Chanjiao has lost so many disciples this time. If it cannot regain this face, Chanjiao will no longer have a place in the ancient world. Haha, kid, don't scare me with Zhu Long. You are disrespectful to the saint. I believe Zhu Long can't say anything. With that said, Yuanshi once again deepened the pressure of the saints, but no matter how strong the pressure of the saints was at Yuanshi, they just couldn't make Kong Zhuan and Xuangai kneel down. And at this moment, a stream of 5 elements chi fell from the sky and fell into Kong Zhuan. Xuangai's body enveloped the two of them and offset part of the saint's pressure. Saint Yuanshi, please don't get angry, just explain anything to me. Zilong's figure walked out of the crack in the void, and beside him stood the 4 dragon kings. Originally, Zilong was practicing in seclusion, but when he felt that Kong Zhuan and the others were in danger, he took the 4 dragon kings directly with him. When the dragon king came to the earthly immortal mansion, He didn't even have time to say hello to Shen Long. Compared to Shen Long, Zilong doted on Kong Zhuan and the others more. After all, it was Zilong who had been teaching the three of them in the past, and their relationship was also different. It needs to be deeper. Speaking of which, Zilong can be regarded as half the master of Kong Zhuan and the others. Seeing Zilong actually coming, all living beings in the ancient world were overjoyed. Zilong is the second in command of the Dragon Clan, and he is a genuine sub-sage level. Strong. In terms of seniority, Yuanqi and Zhulong are equal. Now that Zhulong is here, does it prove that Yuanqi can stop? Among them, the happiest person is none other than Zhen Yuanzi. His Earth Immortal Palace cannot withstand such a situation. After all the trouble, if he does it a few more times and directly destroys the earthly immortal mansion, wouldn't he suffer a big loss? But he can't say anything now. He can only stand aside and wait for the result to appear. Who is it? Yuanqi shouted loudly, but after seeing the person coming, he quickly put away the anger on his face. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Zilong. I haven't seen you for many years. How are you doing? Yuanqi said hello to Zhulong, and at the same time began to calculate Shen Long's location, but he was afraid that Shen Long would also come. But after learning that Shen Long was still in the Dragon Court, he no longer had so many worries. Haha, I have seen Yuanqi Sage. I haven't seen him for many years. Yuanqi Sage is still so courageous. I really admire him. Zilong said something strangely, which was very harsh in Yuanqi's ears. What does it mean to be so bold? From what Zilong meant, it seemed that there was something in his words, but Yuanqi still pretended not to know anything and replied calmly. Fellow Taoist Zilong said something serious. Why are you here this time? Naturally, I am here for my nephew. Zilong glanced at Kong Zhuan and the others, and his calm face changed somewhat. Yuanqi was really shameless, and he actually attacked a junior. What is this? Bullying a junior with a big one? But after all, Yuanqi is a saint. Zilong has now half-stepped into the threshold of the saint, so it is not appropriate to conflict with Yuanqi. Therefore, Zilong continued, at present, my three nephews have been seriously injured. I have taken them back under the orders of my brother. Fellow Taoist Yuanqi, do you have any objections? He's already here. How can it be justified if he doesn't take Kong Zhuan and the others back? But even so, will Yuanqi agree? Of course I have no objection, but fellow Taoist should let them make amends with my disciples first. Yuanqi lost 9 of his disciples this time, so no matter what, I still have to apologize. But Yuanqi is also stubborn, and his disciples are so stubborn. How can Zilong be better? Yuanqi wants face, but Zilong doesn't want face. Is it? The Dragon Clan doesn't want to lose face. He snorted softly and said in a Zilong one voice, fellow Taoist Yuanqi, you bullied the small ones with the big one, and targeted my 3 nephews. I haven't settled this matter with you yet, and you actually let my nephew apologize to them. Are you kidding me? So what about the saint? Zilong still doesn't give him face. He is not an ordinary cultivator without a backer or background, let alone Yuanqi. Even if I come, Zilong will have the same attitude. And after hearing what Zilong said at this time, the Jijiao disciples and others who originally planned to complain to Yuanqi took a step back, especially Duo Bao. He had gradually realized the seriousness of the matter. If only a few ordinary disciples were killed, just find a saint to resurrect him. But now that Zilong has appeared, it means that the Dragon Clan will intervene in this matter. Once a battle occurs between the saint and the Dragon Clan, it will be extremely detrimental to Jijiao. At the same time, Duo Bao cannot bear this responsibility. For this reason, even though his junior brother Zhao Gongmin was killed, Duo Bao did not dare to say a word. Instead, he quietly retreated with the Jijiao disciples, not wanting to have any grudges with the Dragon Clan. It's just that the grudges of the second generation of disciples are nothing. After all, they are juniors. It won't have much impact. But now, it is no longer a matter between the younger generation, but has become a grudge between their innate powers. Because they have not received a message from Tongshan, Duo Bao instinctively chose they have to retreat. At least, let's get out of this dispute first. As for the Jijiao disciples who were killed, for the time being, they can only be dumb and eat yellow lotus, and they can't say they are suffering. Of course, This is not the most fundamental reason. A very important reason is because the Chanji sect is not as good as everyone thinks. There is no such thing as brothers and sisters loving each other in the Chanji sect. The Chanji sect has always looked down on their Gigi sect. Duo Bao knows this better than anyone else. The reason why he took action before was because he was afraid that all sentient beings would see something. Now even if they withdraw from the dispute, no one will say that he is unkind and runs away when trouble comes. Bold Zilong, my master is a saint of heaven. How can I allow you to speak rudely? Why don't you quickly kowtow and admit your mistake? Before Yuan Shi could speak, Dao Xingtanzun stood up, but just because of his words, the situation on the court became very embarrassing. Even Yuan Shi did not expect Dao Xingtanzun to dare to scold Zilong. Zilong, what seniority is Long? What seniority is he? If Yuan Shi said this, there must be no problem, but when the junior Dao Xingtanzun said it, his taste naturally changed. The murderous intention on his face was clearly visible, and Zilong used an extremely cold voice asked, Junior, are you talking to me? Say, nonsense, you dare to be disrespectful to my teacher, why don't you knock on me? Poof, a trace of blood appeared on Dao Xingtanzun's body. In the blink of an eye, Dao Xingtanzun was split into two, and was directly chopped into two halves by Zilong. It was not that Zilong wanted to take action, but Dao Xingtanzun himself was seeking death. Soon, there were only two Jinxian left, Master Taiyi and Master Yuding. After feeling Zilong's gaze, they all pushed behind Yuan Shi, fearing that Zilong would kill them on the spot due to his anger. Okay, Yuan Shi said 3 good words in a row. This was the first time in hundreds of millions of years that Yuan Shi was so angry. His hatred was almost becoming reality. At this moment, Yuan Shi was overwhelmed by anger. Even though he knew that Dao Xingtanzun was disrespectful to Zilong, he still said, Zilong, even if Zilong comes in person today, I will kill you. Oh, yeah? Just when Yuan Shi sacrificed the Pangwu flag and planned to use the power of heaven to kill Zilong instantly, an ethereal voice came into Yuan Shi's ears. This voice was like the magic sound coming from the 9 nether hell, which made Yuan Shi not even enter his body. Trembling, terrifying, to the west, inside Mount Sumeru, looking for death. Yuan Shi is really looking for death. He actually dares to provoke Zilong. Now he isn't for a good show. Jiyan Zunti has been paying attention to the situation in the Dixian mansion. Now Yuan Shi has provoked Shen Long, which makes Jiyan Zunti very happy, especially Zunti. He doesn't know much about Shen Long's strength. He only knows that Shen Long's dragon is very strong, but I have never seen Shen Long attack with all his strength. Now Yuan Shi first targets Shen Long's disciples, and then wants to attack Shen Long's younger brother. Yuan Shi is really bold. Brother, what do you think the outcome of this battle will be? Zunti looked at Jiyan excitedly and asked. Shaking his head, Jiyan replied plainly, I don't know, but after this battle is over, Chanjiao will definitely decline. Shen Long has had many dealings with him and knows how hard he is to mess with. Now there are only 2 disciples left in Chanjiao. If they are all killed, it will be a good show. In addition, the West also being able to take the opportunity to take away the luck that belongs to Chanjiao makes Jiyan very happy. However, Shen Long may not necessarily take action against the junior. Jiyan just thinks about it. Big brother actually thinks so highly of Zilong? You must know that Yuan Shi's strength has increased greatly in recent years. Maybe. Just wait and see. No need to say more. Jiyan didn't even bother to refute Zunti's words. The results will appear in a moment, so they can just wait patiently. At the same time, in the underworld, in the Pinxin Palace, the 12 ancestral witches are also very concerned about the battle in the earthly Immortal Palace. Yuan Shi took the initiative to provoke the Dragon Clan, and now that he had provoked Shen Long, they wanted to see how Yuan Shi would end up. Yuan Shi was really a little arrogant this time. He actually tried to touch the people of the Dragon Clan. He was so arrogant. That is, do you really think that saints are invincible? If Zilong is angered, he might even kill his saint. When will we, the Witch Clan, be so domineering and able to face the saint directly? 6th brother, please don't lament. Have you forgotten our trump card? What the 2nd brother said is, at present, The plan we have been waiting for has been successful, and we only need to wait for the time to come, which is when our Wu clan will regain control of the ancient world. Ahem. Don't mention this again. Be careful that walls have ears. Dejong coughed lightly. The Wu clan's plan cannot be compromised, so naturally it cannot be leaked. Now they started to discuss, which made Dejong very unhappy. After all, we are in the underworld now, not the Pangwu temple. If it is really who overheard that their efforts for hundreds of millions of years will be in vain. But having said that, as long as they can succeed this time, they will be able to dominate the world in one fell swoop. Even the saints will have to bow their heads before them. Huh? Where have the fourth and fifth brothers gone? At this moment, Gmang was confused, but he never saw Gong Gong and Zhurong. He shook his head, and the other ancestral witches expressed their ignorance. There was a solemn look in his eyes, and Dejong said, "Second brother, third brother, the two of you go out to look for the fourth and fifth brothers. Remember not to let them expose the witch clan's plan and do anything stupid." Nodding, Zhu Mengxu quickly left the underworld and went to find Gong Gong Zhurong. At this time, the two of them had already appeared in the wilderness and were planning a big event. The human race betrayed the Wu race, and they, the human race, must pay a heavy price. Otherwise, if the human race is allowed to develop smoothly like this, it will be difficult for them to let go of their hatred. In the earthly immortal mansion, space is torn apart at this time, and Yuan-Shi will soon be completely wrapped around Yuan-Shi's shadow. At the same time, in Yuan-Shi's ears, Shen Long's voice came out again. Fellow Taoist is really getting more and more capable. He actually takes action against a junior, which really makes me impressed. The voice seemed close but not close, and seemed far but not far away. This echoed in Yuan-Shi's ears, which made Yuan-Shi's hand that was planning to attack Zilong freeze in place. He looked back in confusion, and soon, Yuan-Shi saw the figure he least expected to see. "Ancestor, fellow Taoist Zilong, you are here," Yuan-Shi shouted awkwardly, but Shen Long didn't look at him much at this time. With a wave of his hand, all the injuries on Kong Zhuan and the other three men were recovered. Even the seriously injured and comatose ape stood up again. "Thank you, master." Kong Zhuan and the others quickly saluted Shen Long to express their gratitude. Nodding, Shen Long looked at Yuan-Shi and then said, "Yes, here we come. If I don't come here, I'm afraid all the disciples will be killed by you." "It's all gone, don't you think so, Yuan-Shi saint?" Shen Long stared at Yuan-Shi with deep meaning, which reminded Yuan-Shi of the battle countless years ago and the scene where Shen Long killed two chaos demons with an axe. Suddenly, Yuan-Shi felt his mind tremble. This seemed to be Yuan-Shi's success. "I feel scared for the first time since I was a saint." "No, fellow Taoist Zilong, please listen to my explanation. Things are not as you see." "Fellow Taoist Yuan-Shi, why are you still talking about this? You and I are both saint-level experts. We can know the ins and outs of things in a single thought. You don't need to explain. Now the cause and effect between you and me has been formed, and it is useless to say more." Shen Long shook his head slightly, not wanting to hear Yuan-Shi's explanation at all. Before he came, Yuan-Shi dragged him for 2,580,000 yuan. After he came, Yuan-Shi started to get scared. Now Yuan-Shi wants to explain clearly and admit his mistakes, but Shen Long doesn't need it anymore. He gave Yuan-Shi a chance before, but Yuan-Shi didn't take it, so we can't blame him for not giving Yuan-Shi face. "What? Is this the end of cause and effect?" "Fellow Taoist Zilong, please don't say any angry words. The cause and effect in the world of saints is not just a matter of words." Now Shen Long just said the next sentence to end the cause and effect. How can Yuan-Shi accept this? Please subscribe. The second update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 127, Yuan-Shi's pupils shrank. He never expected that things would become so big. It would be fine if Shen Long just said angry words, but now it seems that it is not angry words. This emperor has always kept his word, but have he ever said anything angrily? Shen Long sneered, which made Yuan Shi couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. It's over now, Buzz. Just when Yuan Shi was about to say something more, the void shook, and then several figures fell from the sky. It was I, Tongshan, and Nuwa. Fellow Taoist Zhulong, please don't get angry. It's all trivial matters. How can you become a saint because of such trivial matters? It's really not worth it. I, Tongshan, all stepped forward to persuade Shen Long, hoping that Shen Long could open his eyes and expose this matter. But Shen Long did not change his words at all. Instead, he said indifferently, fellow Taoist Lazy and Taoist Tongshan also want to intervene in this matter. The cause and effect has already been established, and it is useless to say more. Either let the disciples of fellow Taoists fight with the emperor's disciples, whether it is superiority or life and death, or Yuan Shi's disciples can take action and compete with the emperor. Otherwise, what you do today will never be finished. Are Shen Long's disciples so easy to bully? Since Yuan Shi has targeted Kong Zhuan and the others, he has to bear the consequences and the price. Doesn't Yuan Shi want face? Well, give it to Shen Long. But, how can this face be achieved? If Yuan Shi can't take it, it depends on Yuan Shi's ability. If Yuan Shi doesn't have the ability to take it, you can't blame Shen Long for not giving him a chance. Is Zhu Long inviting a fight with the Yuan Shi saint? It seems that the Yuan Shi saint has indeed angered Zhu Long. Haha, Yuan Shi can bully the juniors. But why doesn't he dare to challenge when he comes to Zhu Long? Yes, he usually looks very powerful when he shows off his power, but in fact he is a bully and fears the strong. If I were Yuan Shi, I would have to fight even if I had to sacrifice everything. Otherwise wouldn't I lose my face in front of all sentient beings? Don't be ridiculous. It's not like you haven't heard how strong Zhu Long is. Does Yuan Shi dare? Also, Yuan Shi only bullied the abilities of his juniors. Facing a strong person like Zhu Long, he would probably give in immediately. As Shen Long's words fell, all the sentient beings present started talking one after another. The voice reached Yuan Shi's ears, which made Yuan Shi's face turn red and blue. And he didn't look good at all. On the contrary, Shen Long had a plain face, as if waiting for Yuan Shi to take the challenge. Whether it was Kong Zhuan and the others, or Shen Long himself, he was full of confidence. Looking at Yuan Shi's side, the winning rate was less than 1 in 10. It's not like they hadn't fought just now. They explained the addition of the two teachings together. They were beaten by Kong Zhuan and the others. If they fight again now, they will only humiliate themselves and cause their disciples to be killed. But if Yuan Shi takes action himself, he is not completely sure that he can defeat Shen Long. Yuan Shi couldn't help but start to hesitate. Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, don't bully others too much. I looked at Shen Long and couldn't help but whisper, no matter how bad the relationship between Sanqing and Sanqing is, they are still brothers after all. In addition, Shen Long's disciples Kong Zhuan and 3 others have killed many disciples of the Chan sect. What else do you want? Now they all came over and said all kinds of nice things, but Shen Long didn't care at all, which made me feel a little embarrassed. How? My Taoist friend also wants to challenge? Shen Long glanced at me. His tone was full of indifference. Okay. Pine Dao will challenge his fellow Taoist together with his second brother to see if his fellow Taoist is really powerful and unrivaled. If he loses, Pine Dao and his 2 brothers will make amends to their fellow Taoist, and the cause and effect will be over. What do fellow Taoists think? Brother, no, Yuan Shi Tongshan shouted in unison, but at this time I have made up my mind. The cause and effect have been established. What else can I do now? There is no other way but to fight. The most important thing is that if you don't fight this time, then people would ridicule Sanqing for being timid and afraid of getting into trouble. It would be difficult for Sanqing to preach in the East again in the future. And Yuan Shi quickly understood what I meant and nodded. Yuan Shi finally agreed. With him and I joining forces, I believe that I should be able to suppress Shen Long. Secondly, I have a great cultivation level, and I also have the innate treasure Taikai diagram. No matter how strong Shen Long is, so what? It's not that he can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Big brother and second brother, Be careful what you say. Tongshan was very anxious at this time and didn't know what to do. What they did in the Dixian mansion was something they did wrong. Just apologize and admit their mistake. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Why must they refuse to admit it? In addition, what if his disciples are killed? They are saints of heaven and can resurrect them with a single thought. Moreover, his GGL also suffered heavy losses. There is nothing to say that his skills are inferior to others. How did it gradually evolve into a battle of saints? If it were the Western leader who wanted to lead Xundi, it goes without saying that Tongshan would definitely choose to take action first. But in the case of Shen Long, Tongshan would not be able to besiege him with lazy Yuanchai. After all, his Jinao Island is still Shen Long. He sent someone to find him, and he couldn't forget this kindness. Because of this, although he was equally aggrieved, he couldn't vent it to Shen Long. Who can you blame if your own disciple is incompetent? It's just that you didn't teach him well. Lai Tongshan can be regarded as a reasonable person, but he did not blindly follow lazy and Yuanchai. This made Shen Long couldn't help but look at Tongshan again. Okay, I will wait for you in chaos first, and I won't wait if it's too late. After saying that, Shen Long waved his hand and sent Zilong, Kong Zhuan and others back to the Dragon Court. He cut through the space and entered the boundless chaos, waiting for the arrival of lazy and Yuanchai. Why? With a deep sigh, I had no choice but to shake my head and said, this battle is unavoidable, let's fight it. After the words fell, I also entered the chaos to find Shen Long. Similarly, Yuanchi followed closely, his eyes full of fighting intent. As for Tongshan and Nuwa who were left behind, they looked at each other, not knowing how to stop them. This swore no one listens to our words, so we might as well go to chaos to watch the battle. Thinking of this, Nuwa said, fellow Taoist Tongshan, let's go to chaos first. It's not in vain. Being able to watch a battle between saints will be of great help to Nuwa. Therefore, Nuwa entered the chaos without waiting for Tongshan's answer. Tongshan hesitated, then gave some instructions to his disciples, asking them to return to Jinao Island first. As for him, he went to watch the battle between Shen Long and lazy Yuanchai. Looking at the direction in which the saints were leaving, the creatures present began to discuss one after another. Many people are optimistic about Shen Long, and many are optimistic about lazy Yuanchai. As for how this battle will turn out, it still depends on the final result. 33 days away, the entrance to chaos. Standing here and looking at the sky, you can see that the place where the Crepe Myrtle star and the Big Dipper star are opposite each other in the sky is the entrance to the heaven, Nanshan Gate. Entering the Nanshan Gate and entering the Heavenly Palace is also the entrance to the heaven. The heaven is supported by 9 layers of floating cloud shields, with fairy islands lined with floating clouds rising straight up. However, no one went to see how the heaven was doing at this time. Just in a flash, Shen Long and others appeared in the depths of chaos. After a while, a crack in space appeared, and Tei, Zunti, and even Wu Shen all came early at this time. A battle between saints was rare in 10,000 years, especially the battle with Shen Long, which made them even more curious. If you don't watch the battle, wouldn't such a great opportunity be wasted? Fellow Taoist Wu Shen, what do you think of this battle? Zunti was the first to ask Wu Shen, trying to find out some information from Wu Shen. After all, Wu Shen was the former Chaos Demon God, and he also knew Shen Long's strength better. He is the most accurate judge. After a sigh, Wu Shen said, I was a heavenly saint at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. If I were in the ancient times, my winning rate would be 50-50, but now, it is only 37-30. What? How come fellow Taoist Wu Shen doesn't think highly of lazy and Yuanchai? Zunti was stunned. He thought that Wu Wu was enough, but now it is Sanqi. Isn't it that I am a little too weak at Yuanchi? Of course, although it has something to do with leaving the prehistoric world and not being able to rely on the power of heaven, but after all, it is too the great sage joins forces and has 2 innate treasures. No matter how strong Shen Long is, he can't defeat the 2 of them so easily, right? The most important thing is that I am the leader of Xuanmen and has never shown his true strength for many years. Even Zunti was afraid of me. Therefore, Zunti had a slight doubt about Wu Shen's words for a while. With a slight snort, Wu Shen sneered, Do you really think the saint is strong? If he was really that powerful, why would Hong Jun use his body to match Tao? It is because he knows that the saint is not strong and has great disadvantages, so Hong Jun chooses to use his body to match the Tao. It's just that other people don't understand, and they are all blinded by a leaf. But, coming, just when Zunti wanted to say something else, Yuan Shai and I appeared in the eyes of the saints. Opposite them was Shen Long with a dull look on his face. Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, is there still a chance to retreat? Yuan Shai also he said that he really didn't want to be an enemy of Shen Long. Shaking his head, Shen Long said nothing, but his meaning was already obvious. If this is the case, then you were offended. After saying that, the Saint Yuan Shai's momentum exploded. In an instant, 5-colored light illuminated the sky, and thousands of rays illuminated the mountains and rivers. A jade ruai that showed supremeness appeared in Yuan Shai's hand. Ruai's head was in the shape of a Qingyun, with 3 infinite orbs. They are inlaid in cyan, green, and red respectively. The upper part corresponds to the 3 lights of sun, moon, and stars, and the lower part corresponds to the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. It gives people a terrifying feeling of being blessed by heaven and living with the Tao. Feeling, this treasure is the 3 jewels and jade ruai, the most precious treasure of merit and virtue. After Yuan Shai became a saint, it has been completely refined, and its power is different from the past. He waved lightly in the direction of Shen Long, and suddenly, the 3 jewels and jade ruai shined brightly. Facing Shen Long, Yuan Shi did not dare to take it lightly. After all, Shen Long's strength was there. He had killed 2 chaos demon gods instantly, and he also had chaos treasures such as the sky-opening acts. It can be said that Yuan Shi only had 1 chance. If this blow cannot directly defeat Shen Long or injure him, then after Shen Long sacrifices his sky-opening axe, Yuan Shi will definitely lose. Bang! 3 treasures jade hit Shen Long as he wished. Faced with Yuan Shi's full blow, Shen Long didn't even dodge or move. Although this move was a bit overwhelming, with his physical body, Shen Long could definitely do it. Take this blow, how can it be? Yuan Shai struck with all his strength, and Shen Long was unscathed, without even the slightest change in his expression. How could the saints who were watching the battle believe this? Especially Yuan Shai? He knew how much strength and mana he had used, but the scene in front of him was really shocking. His jaw dropped in shock. Could it be that the Ruai aura of Sanba Oyu disappeared and lost its power? Yuan Shai fell into self-doubt at this time, but Shen Long did not continue to give him time to doubt. Snapped. He slapped Yuan Shai hard on the face. This was the first time Yuan Shai had been slapped since his birth. The burning feeling made Yuan Shai feel as if he was naked on the ice and snow, shivering, but unable to hide. It was embarrassing. It can be said that Yuan Shai has been humiliated. When has such a thing happened to a saint being tied up with pomps? But now, Yuan Shai has become the first saint to be tied up with pomps. This is too much. Zunti couldn't help but murmured. He didn't recover from Shen Long's slap. Yuan Shi was the most arrogant. Now that Shen Long slapped him, Yuan Shi still had to fight with Shen Long. Zhu Long, you have gone too far. I, who had not yet made a move, finally chose to take action. With a Tai Chi diagram on his head and a Tai whisk in his hand, I slapped Shen Long hard. With a pop sound, the void opened, and the chaotic earth, water, fire and wind passed by Shen Long. But Shen Long's physical body was too powerful. Even if my attack was not weak, it could not hurt Shen Long. Is it clear? If I show my true strength, I will definitely lose this time. I am so powerful that my cultivation has reached the 6th level of the saint. Even I, who is in the 6th level of the saint, have no influence on Shen Long. The threat, however, also shocked Shen Long. I never expected that I would hide so deeply, and that my cultivation would reach the 6th level of the saint. If he continues to improve at this rate, I'm afraid it won't be long before he reaches the 9th level of saint cultivation, and by then, he will be able to threaten Shen Long. Of course, this is just a calculation, but it can also prove that I have extraordinary talent and strong enough strength. The cultivation level is okay, but the attack is a bit weak, Shen Long commented, and then his whole body transformed into a huge fist. His 5 fingers were clenched, and his thumb was pressed on the eye of the fist. The root joint was strong. In one punch, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and his vitality collapsed. In Shen Long's move, the fist attack contained two extreme powers, kingly and domineering. Even if I had Tai Kai diagram to defend me, I was still knocked hundreds of millions of feet away. It was only after smashing countless pieces of chaos rough stone that I barely stopped. Next, with Shen Long's cultivation, he can naturally kill lazy Yuan Shai directly, but after killing them, heaven will resurrect them, and even lead to Hong Jun. For the time being, Shen Long does not want to confront Hong Jun, so I held back a little, but I still wanted to insult. Yuan Shai actually dared to provoke Shen Long. How could he not play tricks on them? Zhu Long, I will fight you until death. Yuan Shi shouted angrily and finally recovered from being beaten. The Yuqing divine fire erupted from his body, and Yuan Shi threw it towards Shen Long. The Yuqing divine fire was so hot that as soon as it appeared, even the chaotic space around Shen Long was blurred. It began to twist. This is one of the natal magical powers of Yuan Shai. Along with Yuqing divine thunder, they are the strongest magical powers that Yuan Shai has mastered. Even though Yuqing divine fire has a low reputation, its power is definitely not weaker than the top 10 innate divine fires. Even if it is the true sun fire, it cannot be said to be able to suppress the Yuqing divine fire. But let alone, Shen Long really understands the true sun fire. The 9 little golden crow corpses collected last time, Shen Long merged their origins. Not only recreated a golden crow and also learned how to control his original divine fire, the sun true fire. When he saw the Yuqing divine fire coming straight towards him, Shen Long just flicked his finger, and the sun true fire became the same as the Yuqing divine fire. The two flames were entangled together. The two flames devoured each other and fought with each other. For a while, no one could do anything to the other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shen Long used the law of space and directly jumped in space. He instantly appeared in front of Yuan Shai and aimed at Yuan Shai. On the face, Shen Long slapped her hard again. Snapped. Now it's finally symmetrical, which makes Shen Long feel very comfortable. At least Yuan Shai looks better now. There are 5 fingerprints printed on one side. If you don't look carefully, you might think it's a tattoo. It's just the appearance. It's a bit special, almost unique to Scorpion Bubba. Zhu Long, you are going too far. Finally, Yuan Shai couldn't help it any longer and shouted loudly. He kept holding magic spells in his hand. In a moment, a giant banner with thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors, exuding domineering and unparalleled majesty, appeared at Yuan Shai. In hand exclamation mark dot 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 dot. Please subscribe. The third update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 128. This treasure is none other than Pang'u Banner, one of the 3 great innate treasures. It has the power to tear apart the chaos of Hongmeng, the power to shatter the heavens and space, the ability to control all laws and mysteries, and the ability to open up the world. Compared with the Tai Kai diagram and the chaos clock, although Pang'u Banner's defense is slightly insufficient, Pang'u Banner's offensive and creation power is undoubtedly the first in heaven. This is recognized by all living beings in the prehistoric times. In addition, there are 4 great mysteries in Pang'u Banner. It can be said that once the power is fully unleashed, even the combined efforts of all the saints cannot say that they can definitely defeat Yuan Shai. Seeing Yuan Shi sacrifice the Pang'u flag in a rage, all the saints present shrank their pupils. It seemed that Yuan Shi was completely murderous. Similarly, I also threw out the Tai Kai diagram and turned it into a jade bridge to anchor the space, preventing Shen Long from making another space jump. Feeling the frozen space around him, Shen Long smiled coldly. Did he really think he didn't have a spiritual treasure? The sky-opening axe appeared in Shen Long's hand, and the terrifying power of the Great Law continued to gather. Even Lazy and Yuan Shai were extremely solemn at this moment. and they did not dare to be careless at all. The power of the sky-opening axe is so powerful that even if I and Yuan-Shi have innate treasures in their hands, they dare not say that they can compete with it. But now the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. In desperation, Lazy and Yuan-Shi looked at each other and attacked Shen Long again. Certainly, while I was frantically outputting mana to freeze the space, I also threw the 9 Dragon's golden staff to sneak attack Shen Long. As for Yuan-Shi, he used long-range attacks, constantly emitting chaotic sword energy, which made Shen Long feel extremely troublesome. One after another contained the power of destruction. The power of the chaotic sword energy of the secret is indeed terrifying. If Yuan-Shi had not understood the secret of the Law and Pangu banner, Shen Long might not have been able to dodge it, but now, standing still and letting Yuan-Shi attack madly is simply a fool's behavior. Therefore, Shen Long is not polite. The Caitian axe swung a powerful blow in the direction of Yuan-Shi. Terrifying pressure fell from the sky, and the Caitian axe carried infinite power and went straight to Yuan-Shi. Boom! The sky blade directly destroyed all the hundreds of chaos sword chi, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yuan-Shi. Break it for me! Yuan-Shi shouted loudly and tried to use the 3 treasures Jade Ruai to block the air-opening blade, but there was only a click, and a crack appeared in the 3 treasures Jade Ruai, the most precious treasure of merit and virtue. Then it was like a spider web, densely packed and unbroken, although there was no it was directly broken into pieces. But this treasure of merit and virtue can be said to have been completely destroyed, unless Yuan-Shi can find the power of immeasurable merit and repair it. Otherwise, the next time Yuan-Shi sacrifices this spiritual treasure, it will be the spiritual treasure the day of complete shattering. Zhulong, how dare you destroy my spiritual treasure? Yuan-Shi yelled again angrily, but it was of no use at all. His chaos sword chi was basically unable to cause any harm to Shen Long. Even because Shen Long sacrificed the sky-opening axe, he casually opened the weather. The blade can easily cut through chaos, as if it is going to destroy chaos, and the world will reopen. No matter how Yuan-Shi blocks it, it will have no effect. He can only watch the weather blade destroy one of his top spiritual treasures one after another. If it breaks into pieces, if you don't sacrifice the spiritual treasure, you have to use your body to resist. And Yuan-Shi clearly knows that the weather blade is so terrifying, so naturally he will not be stupid enough to fight with his body, so he can only dodge while thinking of ways to counterattack Shen Long. Same thing. Compared to Yuan-Shi, I'm having an even tougher time. Tai Kai too has withstood the sky-opening blades of the sky-opening axe one after another. If it goes on for a long time, even the innate treasure will be broken. In desperation, I can only choose to use Jia Long. The golden staff fought hand-to-hand with Shen Long, but even if the 9 dragons' golden staff contained the power of Hong Jun, I did not get any benefits from Shen Long. On the contrary, he was already at a disadvantage in physical confrontation. As long as there was an opportunity, he was very likely he would be killed by Shen Long on the spot. Poof! Shen Long's sky-opening axe struck me hard on the chest, and the golden blood spurted out from my body like spring water, sprinkling into the chaos. In the blink of an eye, the storm of chaos passed by, and then I was drowned by the turbulent flow of chaos. Disappear completely. How can it be? Looking at the sky-opening axe on his chest in shock, my eyes were full of disbelief. The saint is immortal and the saint's defense is invincible. How can there be a magic weapon that can break the saint's defense? Even the innate treasure in their hands can't. It can only hurt the saint. I dare not say that it can penetrate the saint's body. But now, the sky-opening axe in Shen Long's hand has done it. How can this not shock me? The fear of death spreads in my heart. At this moment, I have begun to be afraid. He feels that his life is constantly being lost. If Shen Long does not pull out the sky-opening axe, he will die in the chaos sooner or later. Fellow Taoist, are you convinced? Shen Long looked at me with a dull look, and finally uttered a few words. I shouldn't die, just teach them a lesson this time. Of course, as long as I know what's interesting, Shen Long will choose to spare his life. If he has to seek death, then Shen Long doesn't mind killing a saint. Although no saint has ever died in the prehistoric world, even so, it doesn't prove that a saint will not die. At least, Shen Long has the strength and ability to kill a saint. Of course, he can also kill the saint. Hey, fellow Taoists, Zhu Long is so powerful that I have to admit defeat. But this time I am the one who was wrong. I apologize to fellow Taoists here, and I will visit you someday. Now I don't care whether there are any steps or whether Sanqing will be embarrassed. I am almost dead. How can I still be stubborn? Therefore, I directly choose to give in and apologize to Shen Long. Similarly, Shen Long, instead of continuing to embarrass me, I pulled out the sky-opening axe from my body so that my life would no longer pass. Have you given up? It's impossible. Why don't I even have the backbone of a saint? Not that saints are not immortal and invincible in defense? Why can Shen Long's spiritual treasure break through the saint's defense? Tai Deu, can you take a closer look? That is the supreme treasure of chaos, the sky-opening axe. This. Tai hesitated when he heard the words, and then he realized how powerful the sky-opening axe was. If their demon clan could have such a powerful treasure, wouldn't they be able to easily dominate the ancient world? Of course, the idea is good, but it can only be a dream. Let's not talk about Tai's inability to get the sky-opening axe. Even if he gives Tai the sky-opening axe, he can't use it, you know. Although Shen Long seems to have swung the sky-opening axe several times, he actually fired only a few sky-opening blades. With every attack, the sky-opening axe will drain Shen Long's boundless mana. According to Tai's realm, a sky-opening blade will wither and die before it can emit any mana. Therefore, although Ling Bao is good, it must be matched with enough strength. Now that I am apologizing and admitting defeat, Yuan Shi is the only one present. To deal with Yuan Shi, Shen Long even put away the sky-opening axe, and then a scarlet spear appeared in Shen Long's hand. It has to be said that Shen Long is still a magic weapon like a spear. If he wields it casually a few times, he will poke a few black holes in the chaos. Snort. When he saw that the Ling Bao Shen Long was holding was his own god-killing spear, Wu Shen couldn't help but snorted, as if to express his dissatisfaction. But the winner was the king and the loser. He had lost to Hong Jun, and the Ling Bao was taken away. It was appropriate to leave. Even if Shen Long took out this spiritual treasure knowing that Wu Shen was here, he was naturally not afraid of Wu Shen thinking too much. Anyway, the treasure was already his, so Wu Shen still dared to come and snatch it away. Boom. Ignoring Wu Shen's dissatisfaction, Shen Long pierced Yuan Shi's arm with one shot. In an instant, the killing energy spread into Yuan Shi's body, but Yuan Shi still held on and refused to apologize and admit his mistake no matter what. Yuan Shi was so stubborn. This made Shen Long a little unexpected. But this is the fun, and Shen Long is more willing to play with Yuan Shi. One shot after another was pierced on Yuan Shi's body, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of shots were fired, and Yuan Shi's whole body was also pierced. It has become a sieve, except for the heart and head. There is no good place in the whole body. Yuan Shi, you still won't admit defeat? Shen Long shouted low. The god-killing gun in his hand was almost full of the blood of the saint from Yuan Shi. This made Shen Long gradually have murderous intentions. If you can block the final blow, I will admit defeat and apologize. Yuan Shi felt Shen Long's murderous intention, and then hurriedly replied. Nodding, Shen Long took a few steps back, as if giving Yuan Shi a chance to use his special move. He stared at Shen Long, and Yuan Shi didn't. He was polite, but he instantly drained all his magic power, and then he said in his mouth, Heaven and earth are in mourning. This is the most powerful move of the secret of annihilation. Use this technique, break the heaven and the earth, destroy the past and the present, and destroy countless worlds. At the moment when the word annihilation fell, Shen Long felt that the chaotic space around him was directly broken, forming a world. Moreover, because of the power of Painu Banner, this world could not recover for a long time, and gradually began to form a vacuum state. The terrifying secret of destruction began to tear apart Shen Long's body. After feeling this power, Shen Long threw the god-killing gun. Plop. Yuan Shi's heart was taken out of Yuan Shi's body by the god-killing spear, and then exploded with a bang. And Yuan Shi could only feel the constant loss of life. If he didn't return to the prehistoric world, he would die completely. After all, The Saint of Heaven was in the prehistoric world. There is an immortal existence in it. Even if he is seriously injured, he can recover as long as he returns to the prehistoric world. But if Shen Long doesn't let Yuan Shi leave, there is nothing he can do. Right now, the only thing in front of Yuan Shi is there are two ways. First, I would rather die than give in. Die here, and then be resurrected by the power of heaven, but my cultivation will be in vain. Second, bow my head and admit my mistake, apologize to Shen Long. This matter will come to an end, and it will be completely settled. Saint Karma. Although the second choice is very embarrassing and will make Yuan Shi lose face, after all, it does not mean losing his life. Yuan Shi still knows which is more important. I admit defeat. Fellow Taoist Zhu Long is powerful, but my skills are inferior to others. This time I apologize to fellow Taoist and hope that fellow Taoist will forgive me. Soon, after Yuan Shi persisted for a long time, he still said something that made him extremely ashamed. I have to say that this time, he really lost face. After Yuan Shi admitted defeat, Shen Long put away the god-killing spear with satisfaction. There is a heart fragment on the tip of the spear. This is the heart fragment of a saint. It may be useless to Shen Long, but to ordinary monks, it is simply the best spiritual treasure. Accepting it, Shen Long replied, since my fellow Taoist has admitted his mistake and settled the grudge this time, if there is any revenge next time, don't blame this emperor's ruthless men. Yes, I and Yuan Shi responded at the same time, and their expressions looked as ugly as possible. Is this how the battle ends? Zhu Long wasn't even injured? Zunti questioned, not believing what was happening in front of him at all. The two saints joined forces, and there were two innate treasures to assist them, but they still lost to Shen Long. How strong is Shen Long's real strength? Is it difficult? No, he has reached the level of Hongjun Daozu. Zunti couldn't guess. Similarly, the other saints also had their own thoughts, except for Wu Shen, who seemed to see something. Most of the remaining saints were doubtful and fearful. After all, Shen Long being able to challenge two saints by one person without getting hurt, this has proven how strong Shen Long is. For this reason, the saints have labeled Shen Long as something they cannot mess with. If they encounter him in the future, when it comes to conflict with Shen Long, it's better not to provoke him, otherwise, they will be the shameful saints today. Congratulations to fellow Taoist. Congratulations to fellow Taoist. There is no doubt about winning this battle. Fellow Taoist Zhu Long is truly worthy of being the strongest man in the world. We all admire him. Hurrying to Shen Long's side, he led Zunti to congratulate Shen Long in unison. Especially Zunti, he flattered Shen Long in all kinds of ways, which made other saints feel very uncomfortable. Zunti is also a saint after all, and he behaves like this. Don't you feel ashamed for promoting Shen Long? Of course, for Zunti, as long as Shen Long can have a good impression of him, everything is worth it. After all, the second auction conference of the Great Desolate World is coming soon. Zunti, they still expect to get something good from the conference. As the master of the auction conference, Shen Long is still the strongest person in the world. What happened to Zunti? At least, in Zunti's own opinion, there is nothing wrong with him. Okay, fellow Taoists, it's getting late, we should go back. Click. Before Shen Long finished speaking, he heard a loud noise that spread throughout the chaos, and the loud noise came from the ancient world. After hearing this sound, the saints were stunned for a moment, and then they all shouted, "No, something big happened." 3 hours ago, the prehistoric world. Dear Gong Gong, last time you competed with me, you lost half a move to me. Is it because of this incident that you held a grudge and later attacked my people and killed them one after another? Zhurong, don't slander anyone. This matter has nothing to do with me. Don't put the shit basin on me. Damn you, shameless Gong Gong, you are an ancestral witch, and you are not worthy of being my fourth brother. By doing this, you have completely disgraced God the Father. Haha, Zhurong, you came here to fight out of pure heart today, right? Do you really think I am afraid of you? Okay, I happen to have itchy hands today, so I want you to kowtow and admit your mistake. The sudden appearance of Gong Gong and Zhurong in the ancient world made the human race instantly vigilant. After all, The human race has now become the master of the ancient world and controls countless resources. Even the former ancestral land of the Wu clan has been occupied by the human race, except for Pang Wu Saint. Apart from the fact that the temple cannot be opened, the human race has basically occupied everything before the Wu clan. Now that the two ancestral wizards Gong Gong and Zerong suddenly appeared, the human race is somewhat afraid. What if they come back to compete for territory and resources? What should we do? Give up the ancestral land of the Wu clan at the foot of Buzu Mountain? This is definitely impossible. The human race is reproducing extremely fast now, and there are no one knows how many human race members live in the ancestral land of the Wu clan. If this land is given to the Wu clan, what about the members of the human race? Starve to death? We can't blame the human race for being cruel. The Wu race has declined. The winners and losers must be recognized by the Wu race. In addition, the human race is no longer the weak race it was before. The human race already has many powerful people at the quasi-saint level, especially the three ancestors of the human race, the Suiran clan, the Zhenyi clan and the Yaocha clan. After the return of the human race, their human race is also capable of fighting. What's more, the 12 ancestral witches have been drained of 9 sources by Wu Shen. In terms of strength, they cannot be compared with the human race. The human race has not completely exterminated the witch race, which is already considered a big deal. It's a bit unreasonable to dare to come back after being merciful. However, when hearing the content of the quarrel between Gong Gong and Zhurong, the people relaxed their vigilance again. The two of them did not come for the ancestral land of the Wu clan, but it was because of a quarrel. After all, the Wu clan has always had a bad temper, especially Gong Gong and Zerong, and the quarrels never stopped. Ever since humans and witches first began to intermarry, the human clan had heard about the differences between Gong Gong and Zhurong. The dispute between the two of them has now completely broken out, and they understand it, so they all come out to watch the show. What's more, they have begun to look forward to the two of them fighting. The ancestral witch fights the ancestral witch. This is a feat that has never happened before. They are also looking forward to it. However, will things really be as expected by the human race? As Gong Gong Zerong continued to quarrel, the two began to gradually approach the ancestral land of the Wu clan. It stands to reason that the quasi-sage strongman of the human race it needs to be stopped. But because Gong Gong and Zerong were arguing too fiercely, the strong people of the human race were not willing to touch this bad luck. Anyway, the two of them were already preparing to take action. Even if they didn't stop them, it would probably be nothing. Something happened, and at this moment, an accident happened. Gong Gong, you are really shameless. I will definitely take your life today. Haha, what a big joke. When did you, Zhurong, have such ability? Come here, come here, come here. Am I still afraid of you? As he spoke, Gong Gong Zerong sped up. But their direction was not the ancestral land of the Wu clan, but another direction that made even the human race a little confused. When they saw Gong Gong Zerong's movements, someone soon came. The clan leader reacted and yelled, "No, stop them quickly." Ha 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 ha, it's too late. Please subscribe. The fourth update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. You humans have betrayed your trust and betrayed the Wu clan, and you will have to bear the price today. Fourth brother, don't talk nonsense with them. Let's do it. Okay, here comes the water, come fire. Although Gong Gong Zerong's realm has been reduced, the power of his body and the power of law have not been affected at all. Now if the strong people of the human race want to stop their progress, it will be difficult to make it big for a while. After all, the water of the world and the fire of the world are there. The two of them were under control. Now, with the combined efforts of the two of them, the strong men of the human race were hit hard one after another and had to retreat to escape. Seeing this, Gong Gong and Zerong glanced at each other, and then a burst of light shone on their bodies. The two of them were unexpected, an unexpected fusion. One side is water, the other side is fire. Water and fire complement each other. At the same time, the strength of the two has also been upgraded to the quasi-late saint level. The two approached Buzu Mountain, found the right opportunity, and then slammed into Buzu. Jushan Yao boom. The violent sound shocked the world. All the creatures in the prehistoric world felt something at this moment, and then turned their eyes to Buzu Mountain, but they didn't know what happened. Underworld. In Pinxin Hall. Originally, Pinxin was practicing in seclusion, but who knew the heart? There was a sudden throbbing in my heart, followed by a sense of uneasiness. How is this going? Pinxin was puzzled. She had become a saint. Logically speaking, this should not happen. Then, Pinxin set her sights on the ancient land. Apart from the Wu clan, there was no one who could make Pinxin feel throbbing race. Therefore, something major happened related to the Wu clan. After thinking of this, Pinxin's eyes narrowed, and soon, the scene at the foot of Buzu Mountain also appeared in Pinxin's eyes. Seeing that Gong Zerong wanted to take revenge on the human race, he actually intended to break Mount Buzu, which made Pinxin extremely annoyed. But what made him more anxious was him. Mount Buzu was transformed into the backbone of Pangu and was the pillar of heaven and earth. Once Mount Buzu fell, the Wu clan would be in great trouble. Helpless, Pinxin could only quickly send a message to the Jin and others, while the others went to stop Gong Zerong. The eldest brother, the second brother, the fourth brother and the fifth brother want to hit Buzu Mountain to take revenge on the human race. You go and stop it. Pinxin's voice soon reached the ears of Dijiang Jumang. After hearing the words, both of their faces changed drastically. Then they cut through the space and went straight to Buzu Mountain to attack. At this moment, Pinxin continued to shout angrily. He said, "Fourth brother and fifth brother, please hurry up and help me, or you will cause a huge disaster for the Wu clan." Pinxin is a saint. Logically speaking, her voice can easily travel through countless spaces and fall into the ears of Gong Zerong. But for some reason, after the voice came out, Gong Zerong not only had no intention of stopping, but the speed is getting faster and faster. Seeing this scene, Pinxin's pupils shrank. How is this possible? Could it be? Pinxin was shocked. Apart from other saints blocking him, there was no other possibility in this scene. But haven't the saints left the prehistoric world now? Who are they? Just when Pinxin was deep in thought, the thing she least expected to see happened. Boom. With the joint efforts of Gong and Zhurong, finally, a loud noise echoed through the sky, and Mount Buzu collapsed. In a moment, a huge hole appeared in the sky, and the water of the Tan River poured in. Down, the flow continued. It was this loud noise that attracted Shen Long and others who were fighting outside the chaos. After they felt the collapse of Buzu Mountain, they hurried back to the primitive world in order to prevent the disaster from happening. However, the speed of the saints was still too slow. How terrifying is the water of the Tan River? You can know it by comparing it with the simplest example. Shaowujing's quicksand river is the 800 quicksand realm, with a weak water depth of 3000, where goose feathers cannot float, and reed flowers sink to the bottom. It can be said, as long as all creatures enter it, the path of life and death will disappear. The water of the Tan River not only has all the characteristics of the Liaoshu River, but is also extremely heavy. Just this huge force falling from the sky is enough to kill countless creatures. Not to mention that it can also be strong due to its devouring power. All sentient beings in the primitive world will basically die as soon as they come into contact with them. The worst among them are the human races in the ancestral land of the Wu clan, because they are closest to the place where the disaster occurs. Hundreds of millions of people are killed in an instant. He was swallowed up by the water of the Milky Way and died here. Fortunately, the third ancestor of the human race reacted the fastest and used innate spiritual treasures to transfer countless humans. Otherwise, the population of the human race would have been reduced by 1/2 this time. Of course, in addition to the ancient land, heaven has not escaped the baptism of the water of the Tan. When the water of the Tan falls from the sky, the first thing to be submerged is the heaven. But it has to be said that Hashin reacts quickly enough. The moment the water of the Tan falls, he used the Hashin mirror to freeze the 4 directions of the heaven. Immediately afterwards, Yachi threw out the plain cloud boundary flag and relied on the power of the innate five elements flag to barely resist the water of the Tan. But this is not a long-term solution. Sooner or later, they will when the mana is exhausted. We must find a way to completely eliminate the water of the Tan River. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and Hashan proposed to drain the water of the Tan River to the ancient land. Although it was somewhat unethical to do so, there is no way. If you don't want the excess water of the Tan River to be drained out, sooner or later the Heavenly Court will be flooded. After finally re-establishing the Heavenly Court, Hashan naturally cannot allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, I can only feel sorry for the hundreds of millions of creatures in the prehistoric times. Soon, Hashan's proposal was accepted by Yachi. While resisting the water of the Tan, the two of them drained the water of the Tan into the primitive world. It was also because of their actions that the prehistoric land was completely covered by the water of the Tan, and the creatures of the primitive world once again returned. There were heavy casualties. Seeing the collapse of Mount Buzu, it can be said that Ping Xin's face was so ugly at this time. There must be a saint plotting against the Wu clan behind this matter, otherwise how could Gong Gong Zerong not hear her shouting? Secondly, can Buzu Mountain be knocked down by just relying on the power of Gong Gong Zerong? I don't believe it, but this matter is also very difficult. It would be fine if there was only one saint plotting against the Wu clan, but what would they do if there were multiple saints? Even though Ping Xin is a saint, he is still powerless and doesn't know what to do for a moment. Ping Xin is very worried on this side, but Gong Gong Zerong on the other side is extremely happy. Ha ha ha, human race, this is the price for your betrayal. Gong Gong Zerong laughed heartily, looking at the corpses of countless dead and injured human beings with great joy. But soon, their smiles stopped abruptly, because in front of them, several saints appeared. They broke Mount Buzu and caused thousands of people to die, the tragic death of living beings. How can this matter be solved so easily? In any case, this time Gong Gong Zerong has committed the crime, so they will also be punished. It is not the saints who want to punish them, but the saints who want to punish them. All sentient beings in the wild have an explanation. It is also for this reason that the saints came directly to Gong Gong Zerong and exuded the saints' pressure, making the two unable to move, let alone escape. Gong Gong Zerong, the two of you knocked down Buzu Mountain privately and caused boundless karma. It is really a heinous crime. Why don't you hurry up and punish it? Zunti shouted loudly, his eyes full of killing intent. If the saints hadn't spoken yet, he would have killed Gong Gong and Zerong directly. The saint is merciful. This matter is the fault of my witch clan, and my witch clan will bear any punishment. Just when Zunti finished his words, Dezhong led Gmang and the other 10 ancestral witches to rush to Buzu Mountain. They also knew that Gong Gong Zerong had caused a big disaster, so they could only protect them as much as possible. Two people, Gong Gong Zerong, on the other hand, did not think that the two of them had done anything wrong at all. He only heard Gong Gong snort and said, "Then the human race betrayed their trust and betrayed our Wu clan. What's wrong with us taking revenge? Why punish us?" Of course, what Gong Gong said is indeed true, but there is one thing. After breaking Mount Buzu, the water of the Milky Way poured into the wilderness. Not only the human race suffered, but also hundreds of millions of living beings. There is nothing wrong with taking revenge on the human race, but it can be jointly and severally. It's too much to ask other races in the prehistoric times to take revenge. Haha, what a strong argument. You have made a big mistake and still dare not admit it. You are looking for death. Zunti was furious. He raised his hand and swiped the 7 treasures tree towards Gong Gong. In an instant, Gong Gong's soul was gone and he fell to the ground, dying. This time Zunti held back and did not kill Gong Gong directly. After all, he was honest, it hasn't come yet, and if Heping were to hold him accountable, he wouldn't be able to answer. So I just gave Gong Gong a lesson to let him know the power of a saint. Okay, the most important thing right now is to stop the water of the Milky Way from flowing back into the wilderness. Fellow Taoists, please take action. Before Zunti could speak, I suggested, and then all the saints nodded and took action. Shen Long was the fastest. He glanced at the gap in the sky and took the lead in throwing a small green cauldron and flying towards the gap. Go. In a moment, the small cauldron enlarged instantly, blocking the gap in the Tan River, so that the water of the Tan River no longer poured into the wilderness. Seeing this scene, the saints couldn't help being slightly stunned, and then secretly said in surprise, "The Qilin cauldron." It is natural that all the saints have not heard of the Qilin cauldron's fame. After all, the cunning has the function of returning the acquired to the innate. Owning the cunning is equivalent to possessing countless innate spiritual treasures. No wonder Shen Long has countless spiritual treasures in his hands. It turns out to be because the cunning is in Shen Long's hands. Now many doubts were solved, and all the saints were envious of Shen Long's opportunity. They had also searched hard for the cunning, but to no avail. Now that they were lucky enough to see the cunning, they really didn't know whether they should be happy or sad. At the same time, after the Qilin cauldron flew out, a golden scroll flew from the sky and came to the sky above Yuanbuzu mountain. It shook slightly and radiated countless golden lights. There is also a big bell that follows closely. The golden bell keeps ringing, emitting endless power of time and space, anchoring a space to prevent the water of the Tan from raging again. Similarly, after Shen Long and Tai Yi took action, the other saints were not idle either. Yuan Chai threw the Pangwu flag to smash the chaotic earth, water, fire and wind, and took out a treasure gourd to absorb the water of the Tan River. Of course, the water of the Tan River is endless, and even if a saint takes action, it is impossible to absorb it completely. Then Tongshan sacrificed the Kingping sword, Nuwa sacrificed the red hydrangea, Jiyunzhunti sacrificed the 12th grade golden lotus of merit and the 12th grade golden lotus of reincarnation, and finally Wushan sacrificed the 9 demon tower. With the cooperation of all the saints, it didn't take long for all of the water of the Tan River to be blocked, and it could no longer wreak havoc on the wilderness. Of course, taking this opportunity, the Dragon Clan was not idle either. In terms of water control, the Dragon Clan dares to claim first place, and no one dares to claim second place. Led by Zilong and commanded by the 4 Dragon Kings, hundreds of billions of powerful dragons have left the immeasurable four seas to help absorb the water of the Milky Way. In such a situation where there are many people and powerful forces, the water of the Tan River was brought back to the infinite seas by the Dragon Clan before it ravaged the entire prehistoric land. This caused the water level of the boundless seas to rise rapidly. If it were not controlled by the Dragon Clan, I am afraid that it would be over in an instant. It can submerge the wilderness in a short time. Shen Long was very satisfied with the Dragon Clan's quick response. It seems that if the Dragon Clan is handed over to Zilong in the future, he can rest assured. When everything gradually calmed down, a gleam flashed in Shen Long's eyes, and then he said, "Fellow Taoists, now that the water of the Tan River has been recovered, we still need to find a way to block the gap in the sky. Is there any way for you to stop it? What can I do?" The first reason why Shen Long didn't refine stones to mend the sky by himself was because Nuwa was a destined person, and it was difficult for him to snatch this merit. The second is that it involves the cause and effect of journey to the west. The cause and effect is too big for Shen Long to bear. The third thing is that Shen Long doesn't look down on the power of such merit. All he has to do is help his disciple Zhuang Gui avoid this disaster. Otherwise, Shen Long wouldn't bother to mention this issue and just let the saints do it. He could leave directly. Yes, what fellow Taoist Zhulong said makes sense. We still need to find a way to fill the gap in the sky quickly. Otherwise, once the water of the Tan River flows back into the wilderness again, I am afraid that we will also be punished by the teacher and will not be able to communicate with him. Explain. But having said that, how can we fill the gap in heaven? Otherwise, sacrifice an innate spiritual treasure to make it permanent. How about being fixed in heaven? Tai Taoist friend joked. Unless it is an innate treasure, how can it be permanently fixed? Is it possible that Taoist friend is willing to contribute the spiritual treasure? That poor Taoist has no excuse. Zunti, you, Tai yelled angrily, just about to get angry, but he also knew that the current situation was not the time to get angry. Then he calmed down his anger and said in a hum, Taoist friend's golden lotus is a treasure. Why not fix it in the sky? I believe that all living beings in the wild will be grateful to you. Besides, The West has always been compassionate and takes saving the world's people as its own responsibility. I believe that Taoist fellow Taoist will not refuse, right? Taiyi's words were not unkind, and he blocked Zunti directly in a few words. Western teachings are indeed compassionate. If Zunti disagrees, it would be a violation of the teachings and a violation of the great oath made at the beginning. Once it is really violated, there will be a good show. At least, the first one in heaven will not spare Yin Zunti. The expression on his face was gloomy and uncertain. Zunti kept thinking in his mind, pondering how to respond to Taiyi. Haha, what happened to fellow Taoist Zunti? Could it be that he is reluctant to part with such a treasure? Since Taoist friend Zunti once made a great oath, then this matter should be left to Taoist friend. Yes, we support it. Sorry fellow Taoist, everything the saints said to me was obviously aimed at Zunti, which made Zunti very uncomfortable, but he couldn't refute, so he could only let the saints scold and ridicule them, while he cursed them in all kinds of ways in his heart. At this moment, Nuwa suddenly stood up, took a step forward, and said, "Fellow Taoists, I once obtained countless spiritual treasures from the Fenbao rock. One of them is called the five-colored stone. If the stone is refined and refined, it will be able to fill the gap in the sky. Fellow Taoist Zunti will not have to throw away a spiritual treasure. Is this true, fellow Taoist Nuwa?" Zunti looked overjoyed and asked quickly. Nodding, Nuwa said she was serious. "That's really great. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, hurry up and patch up the sky. Pine Dao will help fellow Taoists. If you need anything, just ask." Being able to avoid losing a top-quality innate spiritual treasure is better than anything else. So at this moment Zunti is particularly concerned about Nuwa. But sadly, Nuwa looks down on Zunti, or in other words, looks down on Zunti's help. The West is extremely barren, and there are no spiritual treasures that can help Nuwa. For this reason, Nuwa can only turn her head and look at Shen Long. Right now, there is the cunning, a top-level refining spiritual treasure, and there is no need for her to look far away. She wrinkled slightly, frowning. Nuwa sighed. "Hey, fellow Taoist is joking. Fellow Taoist doesn't have a tripod to refine weapons, so how can he help me? Now I also want to mend the sky, but it's extremely difficult to refine the colorful stones, so..." While speaking, Nuwa looked at Shen Long. The meaning in her eyes was self-evident. Similarly, all the saints also understood what Nuwa meant, and then they all looked at Shen Long, not knowing how to speak. After all, Shen Long is not a saint of heaven, so he has no reason to help, but now he must ask for help from Shen Long, which makes the saints very difficult. Seeing that all of the saints were looking at him, Shen Long smiled lightly, raised his hand and waved, and the top-quality innate spiritual treasure creation cauldron appeared in Shen Long's hand. Throwing it to Nuwa, Shen Long said, "This cauldron is more effective. Fellow Taoist, you might as well give it a try." "This is another treasure?" The saints were shocked by Shen Long's aura. How could Shen Long have so many spiritual treasures? First the cunning, and then the fortune cauldron. No matter which one it is the top-level tripod for refining spiritual treasures. From Leng Shen after recovering from the illness, Nuwa took over the cauldron of creation. She felt it for a moment, and then her face lit up with joy. With the help of this cauldron, it would be much easier for her to refine the colorful stones. Nuwa herself was proficient in the art of creation. The Tao is quite consistent with the cauldron of creation, so it is easy to use. As for why the saints knew that this was a matter of great merit but did not fight for it, it was because the matter of mending the sky was careless, and they did not dare to bear this cause and effect, the power. Secondly, among the saints, only Nuwa is proficient in the way of creation. The rest, whether it is Sanqing, Ge and Zunti or Taiyi, are respectively proficient in the way of water and fire, the way of heaven and earth, the way of green lotus, and the way of annihilation, the way of bliss, and the final way of the emperor. Therefore, Nuwa did her best to do this. Similarly, because Nuwa had a good relationship with Shen Long, she could easily ask to borrow the fortune cauldron. If it were anyone else, Shen Long would be afraid it's not a bird, so naturally this matter falls on Nuwa. Please subscribe. The first update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 130. After taking the cauldron of creation, Nuwa immediately put the colorful stones into the cauldron of creation and began to refine and burn them, turning them into a liquid state. As for the reason, this is because this can better fill the gap in the sky and restore the gap to its original state. Seeing that Nuwa had already taken action, I suddenly groaned and said, "Fellow Taoists, if the mountain falls without Zhu, the pillars supporting the sky will no longer exist. We need to find other things to support the sky. I wonder if you friends can any recommendations? Without Zhao Shan to support the sky, there may still be situations where the sky needs to be patched in the future. In order to avoid future troubles, it is best to find something that can replace Buzu Mountain." Hearing this, all the saints began to think, but Yuan Shi had a flash of light in his eyes at this moment, and he didn't know what he thought of. Before Yuan Shi could speak, Zunti took the lead and said, "This matter is quite simple. As far as Pine Dao knows, there is a North Sea black turtle among the boundless seas of fellow Taoists Zhu Long. This black turtle has been around since the beginning of the world. It exists. How about I kill it and use its limbs as pillars to support the sky?" After hearing what Zunti said, the atmosphere instantly became solemn. All the saints looked at Zunti as if they were looking at a fool, their eyes full of gloating. Who doesn't know that the North Sea black turtle has turned into a human form and was accepted as a disciple by Shen Long? What does this mean now? Want to kill Shen Long's disciples? Before, I was almost killed by Shen Long because of this incident. Now Zunti took the initiative to hit the gun. This made all the saints couldn't help but admire Zunti's boldness. Of course, it's more of a mockery. Fellow Taoist Zunti, don't you know that Xuangai has become my disciple? Shen Long's faint voice reached Zunti's ears. In an instant, Zunti's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. He really didn't know about this. Otherwise, how could he say such a brainless thing? The words came, but now that the words have been spoken, it is impossible to take them back. Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, poor Taoist, Pine Dao really doesn't mean this. It's just. Zunti hesitated to speak, not knowing how to explain at all. Soon, Shen Long also waved his hand and said, "No problem, but fellow Taoist Zunti's suggestion is a good one. The black turtle's body is indeed very suitable to be used as a pillar to support the sky." Hearing what Shen Long said, all the saints present showed a hint of surprise. How could Shen Long suddenly change his temper and be willing to sacrifice his disciples? What happened? Or maybe they heard it wrong just now, and those words were not true at all. Shen Long said that. Knowing that the saints could not believe what he said, Shen Long looked at Zunti meaningfully and suggested, "Since this matter was raised by fellow Taoist, then let the fellow Taoist kill the black turtle himself." "Don't you dare!" Fellow Taoist Zhu Long was joking, but a poor Taoist can't do such an errand. Zunti's head was like a rattle for a moment, shaking crazily and not daring to stop. Once he really agreed to Shen Long, who can guarantee that Shen Long will not cause trouble for him in the future? If it were other saints, Zunti so I agreed, but as Shen Long said, let's forget it. Zunti would rather not have this power of merit, otherwise, my Taoist friend will do it for me. Zunti didn't agree, and Shen Long could only turn his head to look at me. I, who had been silent at the side, were suddenly asked by Shen Long, and I couldn't react. After thinking about it, I said in a deep voice, "Xuangai, after all, I have become a disciple of fellow Taoist disciples and are protected by fellow Taoists. Naturally, I no longer need to deal with the catastrophe. We will find another way. I am smart and know how to use other things to replace the 4 legs of the black turtle. However, this disaster is the disaster destined by the black turtle, and it is not good to escape it so easily." Thinking of this, Shen Long suddenly had an idea, and then with a flick of his finger, a ray of golden light flew straight to Longding. The black turtle, who was originally watching the sky repairing process, also sensed it. After understanding what Shen Long meant, the black turtle looked up to the sky and swore, "The way of heaven, above, I am a disciple of the ancestral dragon, the black turtle of the North Sea. Now I feel that Buzu Mountain has collapsed and countless lives have been killed and injured. I cannot bear it. I am willing to turn my limbs into pillars to hold up the sky. I will ask for nothing in return, have no regrets, and look to the heaven for guidance. As the black turtle's voice fell, Kong Zhuan and the black tortoise were shocked. Why did the black turtle suddenly choose to sacrifice himself? What happened? Under their shocked eyes, a white light shot out from the black turtle's body, then 4 heavenly pillars appeared in the directions of the southeast, northwest and 4 poles of the ancient land. The pillars gradually grew in size, and soon supported the heaven and earth, making the heaven and earth stable. But in the blink of an eye, the 4 pillars disappeared from the ancient world. Even the saints were a little puzzled when they saw this scene. Why did Danzu appear and disappear? Why did Zhuan Turtle take the initiative to sacrifice himself? Isn't Shen Long Zhuan Gui's teacher? He is the most powerful person in the world. Could it be that even such a little difficulty can't be solved? But soon, the saints understood Shen Long's intention. The void shook, purple energy came from the east, and the immeasurable energy of merit fell from the sky. Soon, it condensed into auspicious clouds of success, and went straight to Long Ting. Flew away. When he flew to the sky above the black turtle's body, he got into the black turtle's body. Originally, the black turtle was about to die, but now, because of the immeasurable merit energy, the black turtle condensed the golden body of merit and even cultivated it. Why? He has also broken through to the sub-sage level. Now the black turtle has an immortal body. As long as the pillar supporting the sky is not destroyed, even a saint cannot kill the black turtle and can only choose to suppress it. Seeing this scene, the saints finally understood why Shen Long had been indifferent. He had already arrived at this scene. Let Zhuan Turtle take the initiative to sacrifice his limbs. It seemed like a sacrifice, but in fact it was a real sacrifice. If you give up, you will get something. Zhuan Gui, this move is beneficial to the prehistoric world. Naturally, heaven will not treat Zhuan Gui badly. Every step is calculated and every step is accurate. Shen Long is indeed terrifying. For a time, such an idea arose in the hearts of all the saints, especially Lazy and Yuan Chai. His fear deepened again. But what happened when the Danzu disappeared? After pondering for a long time, all the saints could not think of the reason. Finally, Tongshan asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhulong, the Danzu disappeared. There is no need to worry. This is the work of heaven. The heavenly pillar is still there, but it has been hidden by heaven to prevent this situation from happening again. However, there is one thing. If the heavenly pillar collapses again in the future, then there will be no limbs that can continue to support the sky." Shen Long replied, "Xuangai can sacrifice once, but it is absolutely impossible to sacrifice a second time. In addition, the ancient world is the foundation of the saints, and they must naturally protect it. If this situation happens again, then we can only no matter the saints themselves. Shen Long will not pay for the faults of the saints. Of course, this time it is mainly because he can get countless merits, so overall it is still profitable. So that's it. Thank you Zhulong for clarifying my doubts." Tongshan nodded and quickly understood what Shen Long meant. Time passed slowly. With the Danzu supporting the sky, the ancient world returned to peace, and Nuwa's refining was about to end. After all, Nuwa and the Fortune Cauldron are extremely compatible. It was easy to use, so the refining speed was naturally much faster. There were 366 colorful stones in total, and Nuwa selected 355 of them for refining. After the refining was completed, Nuwa looked at Shen Long said softly, "Fellow Taoist Zhulong, please help me again." "Good." Shen Long responded, and then used his great magical powers to reveal his true form. After moving the Qiankun cauldron, Shen Long used water magical powers such as dragon water absorption to suck all the water of the Dan River into his mouth. Seeing this, Nuwa no longer hesitated. Instead, she carried the refined multicolored stone liquid and flew straight into the sky. Originally, lifting the multicolored stone to man the genius was the most difficult part, but with the help of Shen Long, all the water of the Milky Way was sucked away. There was no pressure and he flew up directly. He pushed forward hard and heard a bang sound. Soon the water of the Milky Way stopped falling and the hole in the sky completely disappeared. It only took a few hours to mend the sky. The move was successfully completed, and in this refining of the colorful stones, Nuwa also got a lot of treasures. Among them, the 5 innate spirit beads were one of Nuwa's gains. The 5 innate spirit beads are the innate water spirit bead and the innate fire bead, spirit beads, innate thunder beads, innate wind beads, and innate earth beads. Nuwa condensed the 5 huge natural forces of water, fire, thunder, wind, and earth, and then the power of these 5 spirits was used by Nuwa to mend the sky. The remaining colorful stones in the lower part are absorbed and become the 5 spirit beads. Although the power is not necessarily very strong, there will be another opportunity in the future. Among the fairy swords, there are 5 spirit beads that are sought after by all living beings, and the 5 spirit beads were inadvertently refined by Nuwa. I am afraid that even Nuwa herself does not know that her unintentional act can actually lead to a series of events such as the fairy sword successfully repairing the sky. Nuwa also flew down from the air and glanced at the last colorful stone in her hand. Nuwa was slightly startled, but she didn't expect that there was one piece left. It was of no use now, so she might as well throw it away. Thinking of this, Nuwa, as soon as she raised her hand and threw it, the colorful stone fell into the ancient land and disappeared. It was nothing at first, but the moment Nuwa raised her hand, 3 people's eyes stayed on the direction of the colorful stone for a moment. These 3 people were not the others were Zunti and Shen Long. The reason why Zunti paid attention to the colorful stones was because they discovered the abnormalities of the colorful stones, or in other words, the colorful stones were related to Western religion, according to their calculations. Next, because of this colorful stone, the Western Church will prosper in the future, which makes them very happy. Of course, Zunti just looked at each other and quickly hid his inner joy. This matter must not be let the saints know, otherwise they will definitely destroy it. Unfortunately, as a time traveler, Shen Long understands the background of this colorful stone very well. Compared with connecting with Zunti, Shen Long can even directly call out the transformation of this colorful stone in the future. The name of the man of form, Monkey King. Monkey King. Shen Long quickly withdrew his gaze, but no one knew it. The moment Shen Long withdrew his gaze, Shen Long flicked his fingers, and a golden light attached to the 5-colored stone. Although whether the West is prosperous or not has nothing to do with Shen Long, but snatching the East's luck is not an option. Whoever makes the Dragon clan more and more powerful will naturally have to swallow up all the luck. The West wants to come over and take a bite, no matter what the 3 purities are. It has to just ask Shen Long if he agrees. And because Shen Long's movements were very small, almost insignificant, no one noticed anything weird. Even when he was receiving Zunti, he still looked like he was smiling, as if little did they know that the great prosperity of the West they were looking forward to had been tampered with by Shen Long. Of course, by the time they find out, it will all be over. At least, it's too late to regret. You can only think of another way. Buzz. Just when the saints thought it was over and could leave, heaven sent merit, but it was heaven who sensed this move and rewarded the saints. The immeasurable energy of merit continued to gather in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a huge mass, the auspicious clouds of merits and virtues. The auspicious clouds of merits and virtues soon came to the heads of all the saints. 1 share. The largest share was deservedly given to Nuwa. After all, it was Nuwa who made stones to mend the sky, and she had the greatest credit. Secondly, the 2nd share of merits was given to Shen Long, because Shen Long contributed the most in the act of mending the sky, so he also received a lot of merits, followed by Sanqing, Nuwa, and Zunti. They all received a small share of heavenly merits. Don't look at it more, but it's better than nothing. Finally, another group of merit energy penetrated into the ancient land, but it flew towards the last colorful stone. In any case, the last colorful stone has also undergone thousands of refinements. Even if it was useless, but merits were still obtained. Now that everything is over, the saints are relatively satisfied with the result. However, when they saw Buzu Mountain collapsed into 2 sections in front of them, the saints couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, there is a trace of doubt lingering in the hearts of the saints. This time, even Shen Long and Wu Shen are no exception. They also have the same idea as the saints, and even have more doubts than the saints. Logically speaking, Buzu Mountain it has existed for several Yuanhua years and has experienced countless disasters. How could it collapse so easily? Even a saint would have to spend a lot of effort to break Buzu Mountain, and this is impossible. Something that can be done 100%. But now, just relying on Gong Zerong and 2 people to do it, and directly knock down Buzu Mountain, this is a bit incredible. Secondly, even if Gong Zerong can really do it, why are they doing this just to take revenge on the human race? It's unlikely. They would be stupid enough to take the initiative to hit Buzu Mountain to take revenge on the human race. Is this revenge on the human race or on the Wu race? After all, Buzu Mountain is the backbone of Painu. They doing this is tantamount to destroying your own home and destroying your father's bones. Therefore, the saints thought for a long time and soon thought of a possibility. That is, someone is plotting against the Wu clan. As for who that person is, everyone present is confused. It's possible, especially Sanqing and Nuwa. They have a grudge against the Wu clan, and it's natural for them to plot against the Wu clan. But looking at them, it doesn't look like they did it. So this is worth thinking about. Just now while everyone was sighing in their hearts, Shen Long took a step forward, pulled out his hands, and actually pulled out the broken Buzu Mountain from the ground and put it into the system space. Facing Shen Long's sudden move, all the saints were stunned for a moment, and then they reacted, sighing in their hearts for Shen Long's wisdom. Buzu Mountain is the backbone of Painu, and its hardness has exceeded that of ordinary high-grade innate spiritual treasures. If you can take it back and refine it carefully, you can produce several top-grade innate spiritual treasures in minutes. The most important thing is that Shen Long also has the Qian Kun cauldron in his hand, which can return to the innate nature. No matter how it is refined, these materials will not be in vain. But now Buzu Shan has been taken away by Shen Long in the 2 quarters, which gives the saints a headache. Shen Long is too dark. Why not leave some behind so that they can drink some soup along with him? Unfortunately, it's too late. Shen Long will naturally not pay attention to them, and they were too embarrassed to ask Shen Long for it, not to mention whether Shen Long would give it to them. Even if he did, they would be embarrassed. Therefore, forget it and just be more clever when encountering this kind of thing in the future. Fellow Taoists, now that the matter has been settled, it's time for us to judge the 2 of them. Zundi snorted coldly, with a hint of murderous intention in his eyes again. He was talking about no one else, but Gong and Zerong. They were the 2 culprits who caused Buzu Mountain to collapse and the Tan River to overflow. What if it weren't for Gong Zerong, the human race would not have suffered heavy casualties, which would eventually lead to a decrease in luck, and even the saints would be affected. Fortunately, the karma between heaven and earth was not counted on the saints. Otherwise, the saints would probably be there is no place to cry. After hearing what Zundi said, the expressions on the faces of the saints were different. Some were gloating, some were dismissive, some were filled with righteous indignation, and some were murderous. It can be said that this time Gong Zerong there is absolutely no way to escape. Who made them arouse public anger? Now even if they come to persuade them calmly, it is useless. Gong Zerong, what crime do you 2 deserve? Tell it for yourselves. What crime should be committed? What a joke. Why are we guilty? Ha ha. The 2 of you planned to cause Buzu Mountain to collapse, the Tan River to flood, and countless lives to be killed and injured. How dare you say you are not guilty? My Majesty sees that you have committed a heinous crime and it is useless to say more. You might as well die to apologize. Tae sneered. He didn't have a good impression of the Wu clan at first. Although they cooperated last time, they are no longer allies. So it is natural for Tae to do such a thing as turning against each other. At least, no one can. What a shame. The most important thing is that Gong Zerong did something wrong. You can't blame anyone else for this. Yes, Gong Zerong, you 2 should die to apologize. Later, I will go to the Wu clan to ask for an explanation. But you must die today. Zundi was extremely annoyed because he did not gain much meritorious deeds, and because the Buzu Mountains were broken, resulting in numerous casualties among the human race, and the great loss of luck for the Western sect. He now plans to find someone to vent his anger on, and the two Wu clansmen, Gong Gong Zerong, the ancestral witch, naturally became the target of Zundi's anger. Who knew the cause of this incident was Gong Gong Zerong, so they deserved to be unlucky. Please subscribe. The second update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 131. Come on, do you want Pine Dao to help you? Zundi urged, signaling Gong Gong Zerong to commit suicide immediately. If they don't take action again, then Zundi will kill them both personally. Unfortunately, Zundi thinks too much. When have the people of the Wu clan ever been afraid? Especially Gong Gong Zerong. They would rather die in battle than commit suicide. Otherwise, wouldn't they lose Painu's face? And just when Gong Gong Zerong was about to retort, a slightly mocking voice came out. Hee. When did Zundi Saint become so powerful that he could decide between life and death at will? It's unbelievable. After the words fell, Dezhong led the 10 great ancestral witches to stop Zundi. If he wanted to kill Gong Gong Zerong, Dezhong would naturally not agree, even if the two of them had caused a huge disaster. After all, they were also the ancestors of the witch clan. Wu, brotherhood lies here, so Dezhong really can't sit idly by. Therefore, even if he confronts the saint, Dezhong will not hesitate. Ha 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 ha, so brave, so brave. Dezhong, who gave you the courage to talk to a poor man like this? Let me tell you, not only Gong Gong Zerong is going to die today, but also the other 10 ancestral witches among you are going to die too. The resentment of all sentient beings in the wild is difficult to quell. Zundi made it clear that he wanted to avenge his private revenge. Moreover, when he said these words, Zundi also spread his voice throughout the entire prehistoric world. This made all living beings in the prehistoric era know what the reason was for Buzu Mountain. It can be said that in an instant, the Wu clan was brought to the forefront by Zundi. Even if the Saints did not take action against the Wu clan, the future of the Wu clan would not be easy in the prehistoric times. Among the major forces, except for the top forces, the other racial forces suffered heavy casualties. Naturally, they want to find the target of the crime and then point it at the culprit so that they can take revenge and relieve their anger. Really, Saint Zundi actually has such great ability? Well, you go ahead and do it. I want to see if I will die today. Different from his forbearance before, it can be said that Dezhong at this moment has just reached the extreme. No matter what Zundi said, Dezhong always confronted him head-on. Seeing this scene, all the saints couldn't help but feel very confused. What happened to Dezhong? Did he take the wrong medicine? If he was willing to lead the 12 ancestral witches to bow their heads and admit their mistakes, he might still have a chance to survive. But now, if he deliberately angered Zundi, wouldn't he be doomed? It means a lot. He glanced at Dezhong and the others. After feeling Dezhong's momentum, Shen Long couldn't help but nodded slightly. It seemed that there was going to be a good show soon. Dezhong's current appearance was definitely not pretentious, which showed that their Wu clan there must be some hidden means. It's just that I have been holding back before and didn't explode. But now, because Zundi is pressing harder and harder, it seems that Dezhong doesn't intend to hold back any longer. Well, Dezhong, you are getting more and more courageous. Today, Pine Dao will completely destroy your Wu clan, said. Zundi raised his hand to sacrifice the 7 treasures wonderful tree, and brushed it towards the Dejiang River. But at this moment, an infinite light flashed, then blocked Zundi's attack, and repelled Zundi. Looking not far away, Zundi yelled angrily, "Fair, do you really want to risk the disapproval of the world and become an enemy of Pine Dao to protect the 12 ancestral witches?" As Zundi's words fell, Pinkson's figure appeared. In terms of fighting alone, Zundi is definitely not Pinkson's opponent. After all, Pinkson has the cultivation level of a saint on the 5th level. On the other hand, Zundi is only on the 4th level of the saint. Zongshan's cultivation level is different between the two, so naturally Zundi will be forced to retreat by Pinkson, which is normal. Fellow Taoist, you must be merciful and merciful. If you insist on fighting to death today, I am afraid that the one who will be injured in the end will be fellow Taoist himself. Ping Xin is not threatening Zundi now, but she knows what the Wu clan's trump card is. Once the Wu clan shows its trump card, it will not be so easy to end it easily. Faced with Ping Xin's threat, Zundi smiling coldly, he didn't believe that the 12 ancestral witches had any other tricks. In addition to the 12 capital gods formation, what other trump cards could the 12 ancestral witches use to scare him? He didn't care about accuracy at all. With such an attitude, Ping Xin turned his attention to Shen Long and others. Fellow Taoists, although Gong Zerong made a huge mistake this time, they are still my brothers no matter what. Therefore, I hope you can forgive them for my sake. I will be very grateful. Ping Xin's idea is very simple. If there are only 1 or 2 saints who are unwilling to give up, she can completely deal with it, as long as she does not commit public anger and make all the saints dissatisfied with the Wu clan. Things will be much simpler. Therefore, Ping Xin will appeal to the saints, hoping to listen to their opinions. Haha, Taoist friend Ping Xin has a great reputation. Just because he begs for mercy, we are going to agree? What a joke. Yes, Gong Zerong must pay for the mistakes he committed, and it is useless for anyone to plead for mercy. If fellow Taoist Ping Xin is interested, he will take the initiative to get out of the way. Otherwise, today, even if he has no choice but to suppress it, fellow Taoist will also be suppressed. Hey, Taoist Ping Xin, please get out of the way. After dealing with Gong Zerong, please Taoist friend, please hand over the remaining Wu clan as well. Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, what do you think of this matter? This emperor is not a saint of heaven, so naturally there is no need to participate in this matter. Fellow Taoists can just make the decision. Shen Long took a step back and said that this matter had nothing to do with him and that he would not get involved. Similarly, Wu Tian had the same attitude as Shen Long and said that he would not express his opinion. Now, only Taiyi and Nuwa are left. Needless to say, Taiyi definitely supported the idea of exterminating the Wu clan. Nuwa, after looking at Ping Xin, felt a little unbearable. She did not overly force Ping Xin, but went with Shen Long. Wu Shen people stood together. After all, among the saints, only she and Ping Xin were female. If she didn't help Ping Xin, how could we get along with each other in the future? Seeing that things were no longer improving, Ping Xin glared angrily. He mentioned it and said, fellow Taoist, you are cruel, but fellow Taoist must not forget that the control of the 6 realms of reincarnation is now in the hands of this palace, and the birth of creatures in the western land is also arranged by me. If fellow Taoist monks are so heartless, then you can't blame me for being rude. In the future, there will be no need for any Holy Spirit to appear in the West. After saying that, Ping Xin seemed to have fallen silent and stopped speaking. It is said that women are far more vicious than men, and Ping Xin's move is really cruel. You must know that the 6 paths of reincarnation are in charge of the reincarnation destination of all living beings. If Ping Xin deliberately controls the 6 paths of reincarnation and prevents living beings from being reincarnated in the West, then the Western religion that led Zundi will not be far away from decline. After all, there is no fresh blood injected, and it has been sitting on nothing. Even if the Western religion flourishes, it can't last. When they heard Ping Xin's words, Ge and Zundi's expressions changed drastically. Even the saints couldn't help but start to hesitate at this moment. The 6 paths of reincarnation is extremely important, and the 6 paths of reincarnation will be used in the future if the saints are not protected. Now that Ping Xin has clearly begun to threaten Ge and Zundi, will he also threaten them in the future? If this is true, then whether to target the Wu clan or not is up for debate. Wait, fellow Taoist Ping Xin, Pine Dao just thought about it and feels that what fellow Taoist said is reasonable. He really needs to be merciful and forgiving. Pine Dao agrees to spare Gong Zerong. I hope fellow Taoist Ping Xin will not be angry. Compared with killing Gong and wishing for Rongji, the future of the West is definitely more important. Moreover, Ping Xin's look was definitely not a joke, so Ji Yin directly chose to agree to Ping Xin's request. Otherwise, if I really offend Ping Xin to death, and there will be no more living beings in the West, wouldn't that be the end? Is what fellow Taoist said true? This is natural. Absolutely true. Ji Yin nodded, with a serious look on his face. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Ping Xin finally felt relieved at this moment. As long as no one keeps holding on to this point, it would be much easier. But Ping Xin forgot well. The saints present are not only the two Westerners, Ji and Zundi. There are also Sanqing and the demon clan Taiyi. Now Taiyi has found a way to resurrect Emperor Jun, so as long as there is an opportunity, the demon clan can make a comeback. But if the demon clan can make a comeback, can the witch clan also do it? Therefore, before that, Taiyi must find a way to kill the witch clan completely. Now that Jin Yanzunti is threatened by Ping Xin, he does not dare to continue to persecute the 12 ancestral witches. But Taiyi doesn't have so many worries, so the identity of the bad guy should naturally fall onto not only Taiyi. Yuan Shi's hatred for the 12 ancestral witches also reached the extreme. The 12 ancestral witches originally wanted to have Yuan Shen sneaked into Sanqing and took away half of the original power of Sanqing. Yuan Shi has never forgotten this blood feud. It is also for this reason that Sanqing will definitely not agree to let Gong Zerong be so easily spared. No matter how Ping Xin threatens, or use some means, it can be said that Gong Zerong will definitely die. The murderous intention in his eyes will definitely appear. Yuan Shi gave Taiyi a look. Taiyi understood the meaning and quietly moved behind Ping Xin. When Ping Xin was happy, he directly moved chaos. The clock was thrown clang, the chaos bell rang, the world shook, and Ping Xin was seriously injured under Taiyi's full blow. In other words, Ping Xin's cultivation level far exceeded Taiyi, otherwise, he might have been beaten to death on the spot. He turned around and looked angrily Xiang Taiyi. Ping Xin shouted angrily, Taiyi, you are looking for death. Be honest, there is no point in saying anything today. The 12 ancestral witches must die. Yuan Shi immediately echoed, and the Yuking sword was also sacrificed by Yuan Shi, and then he stabbed Ping Xin with the sword. The two saints joined forces, but Ping Xin was still seriously injured and couldn't resist at all. After just a few moves, Ping Xin's body was covered with golden blood. When he saw this scene, even Shen Long was a little moved. Ping Xin definitely couldn't die, but he could take action later. If he could see the Wu clan's trump card, then even better. This is what attracts Shen Long the most, and what makes him most curious. Seeing Ping Xin's various dodges and embarrassment, Di Zhang and the other 12 ancestral witches couldn't help but shed a drop of blood and tears. At this point, there's nothing more to say. Let's show our cards. The 12 ancestral witches return. As Di Zhang shouted loudly, the other 11 ancestral witches came behind Di Zhang one after another, and then all knelt down. Di Zhang took out a big flag, waved it in the air a few times, then also knelt down, and he shouted loudly, Pang Zhangzong Emperor Zhang, please ask Father God to appear in this world. Boom! The sky and the earth flashed with thunder. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, lightning and thunder roared, endless majestic and evil air swept over, the terrifying turbid air began to gather into a tornado. The originally closed Pang Wu temple suddenly opened at this moment. How can it be? Pang Wu is resurrected? It can't be true. Countless Yuan Hui have died in Panggudu. How can he be resurrected? The 12 ancestral witches must be bluffing and deliberately deceiving saints like us. Is it possible that Pang Wu can really be resurrected? At this moment, all the saints couldn't believe it when they heard Di Jiang's roar. Pang Wu had been dead for who knows how many years. This is something that all living beings in the ancient world knew. In addition, Pang Wu transformed all things in the world with his body. This it is also an indisputable fact. Therefore, the saints only thought that Di Zhang was bluffing, but there was a trace of nervousness in their hearts, just staring at the Pang Wu temple. Soon, in the eyes of the saints, a burly man appeared, a strong man. His body reflects a metallic luster under the light, rising and falling slowly with his breathing, revealing a murderous aura that makes people afraid to come close. The aura of his whole body has surpassed that of an ordinary saint. Even if Shen Long is watching when he saw this strong man, his pupils could not help but shrink, and he slowly uttered two words, Pang Wu. Yes, it's Pang Wu. Pang Wu has indeed been resurrected, and his cultivation is also in the late Hunyuan period, just shy of reaching the peak state. Not only Shen Long was so shocked, but even Wu Shen who was standing by him was trembling with hair all over his body. Standing upright, It was as if they were seeing an enemy of life and death. The person who appeared in front of them was indeed Pang Yu. However, what Wu Shen didn't understand slightly was why Pang Yu's eyes seemed to be missing a trace of charm. How could this be? What's going on? I respectfully welcome Father God, and hope that Father God will drive away the powerful enemy. I am the only one waiting for my life. Dezhong and the 12 ancestral witches shouted again. The appearance of Pang Yu completely turned the tide of the war. As for why Pang Yu was resurrected, this matter must start from billions of years ago. It is good for Pang Yu to incarnate all things in the world, but only two organs have been preserved. One is Pang Yu's heart, and the other is Pang Yu's brain. Pang Yu's heart has been protected in the Pang Yu temple. As for Pang Yu's brain, it is in the center of the earth at the bottom of Mount Buzu. That's why it's not one of the reasons why Zhaoshan Mountain became the ancestral witch of the Wu clan. After finding Pang Yu's brain, the 12 ancestral witches studied how to resurrect Pang Yu. But unfortunately, they did not find a chance for many years until their bloodline passed on. More and more came, and finally, with the blood of the 12 ancestral witches united, they found a way to resurrect Pang Yu. That was to use their essence and blood to condense the evil spirits of heaven and earth to form a large formation, and use this to make sacrifices. Finally, they can resurrect Pang Yu. Because of this, the Wu clan began to fight for territory and start various wars, fighting in the sky and on the ground. The Wu clan seems to have never stopped. But do the Wu clan really want to start a war? Are the Wu clan so brainless? After all, it is Pang Yu. Zhengzong has obtained all of Pang Yu's inheritance, and even the three pure ones are doing so well. So how could the 12 ancestral witches be worse? Don't the 12 ancestral witches know that the war will attract immeasurable karma? Of course they know, but they relying on the power of merit as Pang Yu's legacy. They can provoke wars without restraint. Finally, they succeeded thousands of years ago. Pang Yu was resurrected, fell into seclusion, and began to practice again to improve his strength. If they hadn't been forced to do so today, they would have. It's impossible to summon Pang Yu. And when he saw Pang Yu appear, Taidu was instantly frightened. There was no way. After all, it was Pang Yu. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't beat his ancestor. Wrong, not Pang Yu. Just when all the saints were about to kneel down and salute, Shen Long, who had been pondering for a long time, suddenly said something. This made the saints very confused and didn't understand what Shen Long meant. Pang Yu stood in front of them, and the aura is right. Why do you say it's not Pang Yu? Soon, Shen Long also answered this puzzle for them. Haha, it's just the reincarnation of Pang Yu. There's no need to make such a fuss. Yes, it's the reincarnation of Pang Yu. Pang Yu has died a long time ago. As a son of Tao, Pang Yu's cultivation level is unknown. At least as long as Pang Yu appears in the wilderness, even Heavenly Tao has to come over to pay homage immediately. But not only does Heavenly Tao not have any, there was no movement, not even Hong Jun appeared, so how could it be Pang Yu? After careful and repeated observation many times, Shen Long discovered that the Pang Yu in front of him was indeed not the Pang Yu from the Chaos period. You could call him Pang Yu, but he is not the real Pang Yu. It's a bit convoluted to say it, but at best he can only be regarded as the reincarnation of Pang Yu. This is also the fundamental reason why Wu Shen felt that Pang Yu's eyes lacked a touch of charm when he saw Pang Yu before. Good eyesight. Hearing Shen Long's explanation, Pang Yu dodged across the space and appeared in front of Shen Long. He was transformed from Pang Yu's brain and possessed all of Pang Yu's memories, but his identity was no longer the same as before. Speaking of truth, he has the same status as the Sanqing and the 12 ancestral witches, but he has inherited all the memories of Pang Yu, and has a higher origin and strength. The Sanqing and the 12 ancestral witches were Luo Hu when they transformed, but he transformed there as the early stage of unyielding. After cultivating for nearly 10,000 years, after absorbing the endless turbid energy of heaven and earth, his cultivation has been promoted to the late stage of unyielding. It can be said that among the saints, no one except Shen Long is his opponent, including Wu Shen. Haha, it turned out to be an impostor. I was shocked and thought that Pang Yu was really resurrected. Wu Shen sneered, so what if the Pang Yu in front of him has the late unyielding cultivation level? If he is not the real Pang Yu, he cannot be afraid of him. As for giving face, The reason why Wushan is called Wushan is because of lawlessness. Therefore, giving face this kind of situation does not exist, especially if it is a fake, let alone let him give face. Please subscribe. The third update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 132, Presumptuous, be bold. Don't disrespect God the Father. Wushan, you are so bold. As Wushan's words fell, the 12 ancestral witches became furious and shouted angrily. In their hearts, Pangu right now is Father God Pangu. So they do not allow anyone to be disrespectful to Pangu. They are die-hardly loyal to Pangu. Wu Tian didn't know what to say to the 12 ancestral witches, so he just snorted and didn't explain anymore. Anyway, he had revealed Pangu's identity. What would the 12 ancestral witches do after that? It's up to him. If the 12 ancestral witches insist on recognizing Pangu as his father, then Wushan has nothing to say. Zhu beats Huang Ge and wants to beat him, but he doesn't want him to be his son, so it doesn't matter at all. I pay my respects to the great god Pangu. What happened before is a misunderstanding. I have absolutely no other intentions. Saluted respectfully to Pangu, Taiyi quickly explained, whether the Pangu in front of him now is the real Pangu or the fake Pangu, no matter what his status is, his cultivation level must be far higher than him. Therefore, Taiyi did not hesitate, but directly chose to give in. After hearing Taiyi's apology, Pangu nodded slightly and did not take action directly. Let's not talk about whether Pangu can kill Taiyi. Once he takes action, Hong Jun will definitely be attracted, and now Pangu his strength is not enough to fight against Hong Jun, so Pangu will not be stupid enough to do it knowingly that he cannot do it. The main purpose of his appearance this time is to protect the 12 ancestral witches. Now that all the saints have retreated, the purpose has been achieved. There is nothing more to say. With a wave of his hand, Pangu attracted all the 12 ancestral witches to him, then looked at the saints, turned around and led them into the Pangu temple. As for the ancestral land of the witch clan, it is now considered to be occupied by witches. The tribe has been completely recovered, and I believe that the human race will not dare to cause trouble to the Wu tribe in a short period of time. Whether the Wu tribe will directly use Pangu's majesty to re-emerge depends on Pangu's intention, and no one knows yet. Looking at it, as Pangu and the 12 ancestral witches left, Shen Long glanced at Wushan beside him, and then said, "Fellow Taoist, why don't you go to the Dragon Clan to sit down? How about we discuss it later?" The meaning of Shen Long's words is very obvious. That is, he has something to discuss with Wushan, and Wushan understood it, nodded, and did not refuse Shen Long. Very good. I happen to have something to discuss with a fellow Taoist. Wushan and Shen Long's ideas collided, and they soon coincided and disappeared. Pangu's sudden appearance would definitely instantly break the original peace of the ancient world. Even Shen Long had to make preparations in advance, just in case of emergency. In this way, Shen Long and Wu Tian left Buzu Mountain and flew straight to Longding. Only the two of them were Huniu and Liuo Jingxian, and they knew more about the secrets of the ancient world, so Shen Long would call Wu. It's normal for Tian to leave together, and Shen Long had a feeling that Wu Tian should have had some plans in his heart for a long time. It could be seen from the look in Wu Tian's eyes when he saw Pangu just now. That kind of disdain never seemed to make Pangu. This made Shen Long quite curious. What was Wushan planning? As for Sanqing, Jian Zundi, and Taiyi Nuwa, after seeing Shen Long and Wushan leave, they all left one after another, except there was Pinxin, who hesitated for a long time before heading to the Pangu temple. Although she had been reincarnated and was no longer a member of the Wu clan, she still retained the memory of her previous life. In addition, Pangu had already been born. If she didn't say hello, it's not good. Kunlun Mountain, inside Yuxu Palace. Originally, Yuanshai was going to return to chaos, but after all, 9 of his disciples died, so there must be a solution to this matter. Fortunately, Guang Changsai and others had left their fate cards in Kunlun Mountain a long time ago, so Yuanshai's desire to resurrect them was just a thought. Buzz, the void shook, and the soul fire continued to burn in front of Yuanshai. Under Yuanshai's great power, Guang Changsai and the other 9 people reappeared in front of Yuan Shai in the blink of an eye. Although they had no cultivation, Yuan Shai each rewarded them with the 9-turn golden elixir refined by lazy allowed them to save hundreds of millions of years of practice and reach the realm of Dao Wo Jingxian. Logically speaking, it should be a good thing to be resurrected and have cultivation, but Guang Changsai he kept kneeling in the center of the hall with a dejected face. His whole body was full of deathly aura, and the expression on his face made people feel as if he had no hope of life. Seeing this, Yuan Shi couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The former Guang Changsai was so domineering. Nation the pride of Guang Changsai, no matter where he is, gives people a feeling of being high and unattainable. But now, Guang Changsai seems to have completely changed, like a bankrupt rich man, and his face has completely lost the confidence of the past. Arrogant. This made Yuan Shi even a little curious. Is it because Yuan Shi's thoughts flashed, and he quickly thought of a possibility. After groaning, Yuan Shi reprimanded, Guang Changsai, look at how you look now, with a dead look on your face and no fighting spirit. Is this what senior brother Chanjiao should look like? Are you depressed just because of this defeat? Don't you think you've lost enough face as a teacher? By asking 3 questions in succession, Yuan Shi was not only questioning Guang Changsai, but also reminding Guang Changsai of his identity. You know, among the 12 golden immortals, Yuan Shi's favorite disciple is Guang Changsai. I thought that Guang Changsai could carry forward the teachings and spread the teachings to the entire human race. But now, Guang Changsai has already begun to become decadent before he can start preaching. Is this because he wants to die before he starts teaching? But no matter what, Yuan Shi and Guang Changsai have had a master-disciple relationship for countless years. This relationship cannot deceive anyone. Even if Yuan Shi is a saint, he cannot deceive himself. Therefore, while he was disappointed, he also felt a little sorry for Guang Changsai. Now that Guang Changsai's mind of cultivating Taoism had been lost, Yuan Shi naturally had to find a way to enlighten him and not let Guang Changsai continue to fall like this. After hearing Yuan Shi's scolding, Guang Changsai finally recovered from his stupor. He raised his head and looked at Yuan Shi, who suddenly appeared. Guang Changsai said with a guilty look on his face, Teacher, it's all the disciples who are useless. It's the disciples who have embarrassed the teacher. It's the disciples who have made the teacher look bad. I swept the floor and bothered the teacher to take action. It's all my fault for the disciples' failure. Please punish me severely. As he said this, Guang Changsai burst into tears. He felt so guilty now. After all, it was because of Guang Changsai that Yuan Shi faced off against Shen Long. In the end, he was severely insulted by Shen Long and his face was disgraced. You must know that among all the saints, Yuan Shi needs face the most. But now, with all his face being torn away by Shen Long, Yuan Shi must be feeling very uncomfortable. It is precisely because of knowing this that Guang Changsai feels so guilty. This kind of guilt continues to spread in Guang Changsai's heart, and Guang Changsai has faint signs of becoming a demon. Looking at Guang Changsai's current state, Yuan Shi couldn't help but sigh and said, Guang Changsai, do you really know that you are wrong? Yes, teacher, I know my mistake. Okay, then tell me, where did you go wrong this time? The disciple should not be arrogant, and should not get into disputes with Kong Zhuan and others, and finally fight with them. The disciple has already remembered his mistake this time, and will definitely not make it again next time. Guang Changsai's eyes flashed with determination, as if he really realized his mistake. But unfortunately, Yuan Shi was not satisfied with Guang Changsai's answer. In Yuan Shi's view, Guang Changsai was not wrong in these areas. As a disciple of a saint, what's wrong with being domineering and arrogant? There's nothing wrong at all. Didn't Sanqing also have this kind of situation after he was accepted as a disciple by Hongjun? Therefore, Guang Changsai really didn't do anything wrong in this regard. He just made a common mistake that everyone makes. As time goes by, Guang Changsai will gradually realize the problem and gradually correct it. As for the real mistake of Guang Changsai, it is that his Taoist heart is unstable and his mind is impetuous. That's the fundamental reason. Shaking his head, Yuan Shi hummed, It seems that you still haven't realized your real mistake. I tell you that the real mistake you made is not complacency and arrogance, but too much strength. Weak. In the prehistoric world, the strong are respected. Even if you have a saint as a teacher, you have to rely on your own cultivation. Otherwise, being a teacher can protect you for a while, but cannot protect you for the rest of your life. Do you understand? To forge iron, you need to be strong yourself. It is up to the individual to lead the master to practice. Therefore, Yuan Shai will hate iron for not becoming steel, and will be a little angry. If Guang Changcai can really easily defeat Kong Zhuan and others, even if it is a tie, Yuan Shai can be tough. But it's because Guang Changcai and the others are too weak, and they are busy flirting and fighting with their brothers all day long. That's why Yuan Shai is in such a mess today. Fortunately, Gong Gong and Zerong worked together to knock down Buzu Mountain, attracting the attention of all living beings in the ancient world. Otherwise, Yuan Shai would no longer have a place in the ancient world. Just the ridicule of others, Yuan Shai would have to listen to it for countless years. According to how could Yuan Shi's character endure such humiliation? Listening carefully to every word Yuan Shi said, Guang Changcai nodded and replied, "Disciple understands. It's good that you can understand." Also, although Kong Zhuangsu and Stortus and Bracolobus Monkey are talented and intelligent, and have excellent qualifications, how much worse are you than them? Not much different at all. Although their strength is low, they have no fear when faced with the pressure of the saints emanating from their teachers, and they refuse to even take half a step back. This is the firmness of their minds, and it is also the most valuable thing for you to learn from. The difference between you and them is in your character. Yuan Shai is extremely demanding in recruiting disciples. How can someone who is not talented and intelligent become a disciple of Yuan Shai? Especially Guang Changcai, who is the top genius among hundreds of millions of people. Even if his qualifications are slightly weaker than those of Kong and Zhuan, he still has it's not much different. But why is there such a big difference in strength? It's not because Guang Changcai doesn't practice well. Of course, Yuan Shai himself is also responsible for this. If he hadn't pampered his disciples too much, Guang Changcai wouldn't have become what he is now. In this way, that's why Yuan Shai specifically pointed out Guang Changcai and answered so many mysteries for Guang Changcai. Practice hard, hone your character, improve your strength, and stabilize your cultivation. Looping these 16 words over and over again, Guang Changcai vaguely understood the meaning of Yuan Shai. But after understanding, the inner demon that had been lingering in Guang Changcai's heart gradually emerged. A wisp of black energy surrounded Guang Changcai's heart. Between the eyebrows, Yuan Shi, as a saint, could naturally see it at a glance. Seeing this, Yuan Shi sighed in his heart, but did not remind Guang Changcai. It was not that Yuan Shi had any purpose, but that the appearance of the inner demon was not a bad thing for Guang Changcai. The inner demon is like an experience for Guang Changcai. If you step over it, you will be like a fish leaping through a dragon gate, soaring into the 9 heavens. If you can't, Guang Changcai will be completely possessed by the demon, and there will be no possibility of improvement from now on. After all, he is the most powerful person in the Yuan dynasty. My beloved disciple, if you can't get over these difficulties, it would be a huge disappointment to Yuan Shai. By then, the position of the chief disciple of Changjia will also change hands, and Guang Changcai will be completely abandoned by Yuan Shai. It's not that Yuan Shai is cruel, but if Guang Changcai really can't hold up the wall, Yuan Shai is just wasting time and doing useless work. As time goes by, Guang Changcai is still repeating those 16 words, and his body is gradually and completely shrouded in darkness. In the anger, it seemed that he was completely unable to extricate himself. Soon, half of Guang Changcai's body was also eroded by the inner demon. As long as Guang Changcai was completely eroded, Guang Changcai would be hopeless. Staring at Guang Changcai's current appearance, Yuan Shai, his heart began to fluctuate. He definitely didn't want Guang Changcai to be invaded by the inner demons, so that millions of years of Taoism would be wiped out. No matter what, Yuan Shai would still take action at the last moment. After all, he was also a master and disciple. How could Yuan Shai really watching Guang Changcai ruin the future? Of course, Yuanshai's action is not without cost. Once Yuanshai takes action, the master-disciple relationship between them will naturally and completely die. In this case, Yuanshai will no longer have any other worries. The black energy gathered and persisted, infecting Wang Changsai's whole body. Only Wang Changsai's heart remained unassimilated. Looking at Wang Changsai, who was about to be completely possessed, Yuanji shook his head. He still failed. Maybe the master-disciple relationship between him and Wang Changsai was really going to end here. However, before Yuanji could take action, suddenly, an unparalleled pure aura burst out from Wang Changsai's body, and then 3 white lotus flowers appeared above Wang Changsai's head. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yuanji was stunned, and then said in surprise, 3 flowers gathering at the top? Infinite forces, Longting Hall. What? Could it be that fellow Taoist Wu Shen has really thought about it? Naturally, I have been planning this for a long time, and I had a plan as early as the Tao Demon War, but the saint is immortal and is still in the primitive world. How can you really be sure, fellow Taoist? Of course, the saint is not immortal, but this plan requires a lot of support from fellow Taoists. After hearing what Wu Shen said, Shen Long couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He had to say that Wu Shen was really brave. After thinking about it for a moment, Wu Shen said again, fellow Taoists must also have felt it. There are too many saints in the world. Now that Pang's reincarnation has appeared, if we are not prepared, Hong Jun may plot against us again. Wu Shen has already experienced Hong Jun's calculation ability, so he is still quite afraid of Hong Jun. But this time Wu Shen told Shen Long that it was related to a major event that changed the fate of all people in the ancient world. If it becomes, advance to the prehistoric stage, and complete the way of heaven. If it fails, even Wu Shen will not be able to escape, and there is a possibility of death. As for the reason why he told Shen Long, it is because Wu Shen felt that Shen Long and he were the same guys. Secondly, he will definitely need Shen Long's help in the future, but he can't continue to hide it from Shen Long. After groaning, Shen Long said, okay, since the Taoist friend has such a big plan this time, then I will help him. I met you once. But what did fellow Taoist Pang Yu plan to do? Pang Yu was not included in Wu Shen's plan. Now that Pang Yu suddenly appears, it is likely to be the biggest stumbling block in Wu Shen's plan. After hearing Shen Long's inquiry, Wu Shen snorted coldly, it's just Pang Yu's reincarnation. It's no big deal. Yes, if within these 10,000 years, he will just keep cultivating in the Wu clan and settle down. If he insists on fighting for hegemony, he will kill Pang Yu first and then plan his affairs. Kill Pang Yu? Shen Long was stunned. Wu Tanzan was indeed the former god of killing. He was indeed a bit bloodthirsty. No matter what part of Wu Tian's plan, people would inevitably die, so Shen Long couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Pang Yu's the appearance of the prehistoric world has indeed broken the balance of the prehistoric world. In addition, there are more and more saints in the prehistoric world. Just wait for Shen Long to hold the second auction conference of the prehistoric world to verify the limit of the number of saints. And when the test is completed, one fighting in the field will be inevitable. It is not Shen Long who wants to do this, but the way of heaven, and Shen Long has nothing to do. Now there are 9 saints in the prehistoric world, and each saint occupies a layer of prehistoric luck. It sounds very average, but it is really not much distributed to each saint. Therefore, it will definitely lead to an imbalance in the distribution of luck. Once another saint appears, the ancient luck in the hands of each saint will be missing. Then it will be like a scale, tilting everywhere. And the saints will definitely fight because of this matter. At the moment, it seems that all that is missing is an opportunity. But Wu Shen's plan is to take the initiative to present the opportunity in front of all the saints. At that time, he can carry out the final plan. Kill the saints. Please subscribe. The 4th update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 133. Yes, it is the Tushu. There are inevitably too many saints in the prehistoric world right now, and a few people will definitely die. But who the saint will be when he dies is unknown. It just depends on fate. Even if it falls on Sanqing, they can only admit that they are unlucky. Okay, Fellow Taoists Zhulong, it's almost time. It's time for me to leave and go back to prepare in advance. After calculating the time, Wu Shen chose to say goodbye to Shen Long. What he said today was a bit too heavy, and he had to let Shen Long digest it. In addition, the second auction conference of the Great Desolate World is about to start, which is crucial. Important things. Therefore, Wu Shen will definitely not stay and disturb Shen Long. He stood up and sent Wu Shen away. Shen Long shook his head, and then began to arrange the members of the Dragon Clan to start the auction conference. And here in Kunlun Mountain, Guang Chengsai also has a great idea turning point. I saw that as the 3 lotus flowers bloomed, the black energy surrounding Guang Chengsai began to gradually disappear. It is said that I have to thank these 3 lotus flowers. Of course, these 3 lotus flowers are not ordinary realm manifestations. These 3 lotus flowers are not ordinary realm manifestations. The flowers are smallpox, earth flower, and human flower, which respectively represent the refining of qi, the refining of qi into spirit, and the refining of spirit into void. They are the manifestation of Guang Chengsai's realm. At the same time, there are 5 groups of colors gathered on Guang Chengsai's chest, different qi. These 5 groups of qi respectively represent Guang Chengsai's heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys. They are the manifestation of the 5 qi towards the yuan state. One is the heart. The heart is the spirit, the day after tomorrow is the consciousness, the innate is the ritual, and the empty is the sorrow. Then the spirit is calm, and the fire energy of the Red Emperor in the south is facing the yuan. The second is, the liver stores the soul, the day after tomorrow is the wandering soul, the innate is benevolence, and if it is empty of joy, the soul is calm, and the wood energy of the eastern greenwood is facing the yuan. The third is, the spleen stores the soul. Intention, acquired is delusion, innate is faith. If it is empty of desire, then the intention will be determined. The earthy qi of the yellow emperor in the center will be towards the Yuan dynasty. Fourth, the lungs store the soul, acquired is ghost, innate is righteousness. If empty of anger, then the soul will be determined. The gold qi of the white emperor in the west is toward the Yuan. The 5 elements, the kidneys store essence. The acquired essence is the turbid essence, the innate is wisdom, and if it is empty of joy, it is precise and stable. The water qi of the Mo Emperor in the north is toward the Yuan. 3 flowers gather at the top, and the 5 qi are toward the Yuan. Yuan had now all appeared. Under Yuan Shi's gaze, Guang Chengsai's inner demons were eliminated in the blink of an eye, and even his cultivation level was stabilized at the peak of Daoyuo. The improvement of his mental state allowed Guang Chengsai to stand up again. Now Guang Chengsai's not only is his strength far greater than before, but his potential has become infinite. Sure enough, what Yuan Shi expected was true. As a proud man of heaven, how could Guang Chengsai be weaker than Kong Zhuan and others? His previous encouragement was also effective. At least it looks good now. Thank you to the teacher for your guidance. The disciple has understood his inner thoughts clearly. He will definitely seek revenge for today's shame from Kong Zhuan and others and save face for the teacher. Practice for thousands of years is not as good as enlightenment in one day. Now that Guang Chengsai's strength has greatly increased and his cultivation has become more stable, Guang Chengsai's future has become limitless. Therefore, it is normal for Guang Chengsai to say such big words now. I believe that as long as it will only be a matter of time before you practice hard in the future and surpass Kong Zhuan and others. Of course, there are some things that you should just listen to at the beginning. If you want to defeat Kong Zhuan and the others, let alone their strength and their natal magical powers, it is about spiritual treasures. Even Yuan Shi had to admit that he had to get rid of Guang Chengsai, so Yuan Shi just smiled and pretended to be very pleased. Okay. It's best if you can suddenly wake up. Now I have a big thing for you to handle as a teacher. Do you have confidence? Suddenly, Yuan Shi didn't know what he thought of, and said to Guang Chengsai. He nodded. Guang Chengsai would definitely not refuse. Ask the teacher for instructions. Guang Chengsai responded. The last time Daozu summoned the master and other saints to go to Zixiao Palace, he bluntly said that the human race is the protagonist of heaven and earth and has extraordinary luck. Now that the human race has prospered, the matter of preaching is also imminent. This matter is of great importance, related to the destiny of the entire interpretation and teaching. I leave this matter to you. Do you have the confidence to complete it? It turns out that this matter, the teacher can rest assured that the disciple will live up to his mission. Okay, then go and gather the other junior brothers. If you have time, go directly down the mountain to preach. Yuan Shi was very satisfied with Guang Changsai's attitude, and then ordered, okay, by the way, teacher, there is one more thing. As soon as Guang Changsai stood up, he turned around and walked back. He looked at Yuan Shi with a hesitant expression and said, after hearing what Guang Changsai said, Yuan Shi couldn't help but be curious. Tell me, what else is there? This matter is quite simple. My disciple wants to know whether I need to inform teacher Randeng this time when I go down to preach. Anyway, Randeng is a veteran powerful man from the beginning of time, and he is also the deputy leader of Chanjiao. Isn't it inappropriate if he doesn't tell Randeng about this kind of thing? In addition, when Yuan Shi doesn't teach Guang Changsai and other humanistic methods, it is Randeng who Deng teaches on his behalf. Even if Guang Changsai is arrogant, he still has to respectfully address him as teacher in front of Randeng. Now he needs to go down the mountain to preach, so Yuan Shi has to decide whether to inform him or not. He groaned slightly. Yuan Shi also began to think about it. In fact, Yuan Shi always felt a little awkward about Randeng. In any case, Randeng was once the same generation as Yuan Shi, but now he actually became his disciple. He began to save face and chose to let Randeng joining Chanjiao, but now there is no face to lose, so Randeng was naturally put aside by Yuan Shi. Compared with Guang Changsai and other 12 golden immortals, Randeng still couldn't get Yuan Shi's attention. Even though Randeng was conscientious and devoted to Yuan Shi respectfully, no one can change the prejudice in his heart. Shaking his head, Yuan Shi replied, forget it, don't inform him. After all, Randeng is your teacher, and his status is different. How can he do something as trivial as preaching? Let me personally take action. Moreover, my teacher wants you to go out to preach for the sake of experience. With Randeng around, I think you won't suffer any setbacks, which is not good. Remember, once you start preaching in the human race, don't cause trouble. Among the human race the forces on all sides are complex, and there are many strong men from the dragon clan. If you offend them, even your master will not be able to protect you. Do you understand? Yuan Shi looked solemn. Of course. There is a reason why Yuan Shi is like this. You must know that the human race is the foundation for the establishment of the saints, and the interests can involve all the saints. If Guang Changsai is still as arrogant as before, he will definitely be the worst among the human race, the most likely to cause trouble. Therefore, just in case, Yuan Shi warned Guang Changsai first, so that he would not do anything stupid again. In addition, Yuan Shi would not let Randeng leave. There is also a selfish intention of my own. That is, the chores of Kunlun Mountain need to be managed by someone. Now Guang Changsai and the 12 golden immortals are ready to leave. If Randeng leaves again, won't there be no one to take care of the chores in Kunlun Mountain? Of course, this heavy burden will fall on Randeng. Regardless of whether Randeng is willing or not, Yuan Shi has already decided. After hearing Yuan Shi's words, Guang Changsai nodded, then took the other golden immortals back to prepare, then left Kunlun Mountain and headed for the human race preach. As for the miserable Randeng, he continues to stay in Kunlun Mountain to deal with chores. Randeng naturally knows about the departure of Guang Changsai and others, but Randeng does not show any dissatisfaction. Of course, it was just a pretense on the surface to show off to Yuan Shi. Randeng's heart had already exploded, and he even cursed Yuan Shi, and his hatred almost turned into reality. Why can Guang Changsai and others be treated so well? The deputy leader of the church will suffer prejudice. Guang Changsai and others are the first to go to any good thing, but he wants to stay until the end. This makes Randeng extremely dissatisfied with Yuan Shi, and in the end it even turns into hatred. Originally, Randeng wanted to. Now he has abandoned his dignity and joined the sect of Yuan Shi. If he still respects Yuan Shi so much, he should be able to be entrusted with important tasks. But now, Except for having a nominal deputy leader of Changjiao, Randan has not gained any real power or benefits. Even the position of deputy leader is just to manage the chores on Kunlun Mountain, let alone compared with the 12 golden immortals such as Guangchangsai, it is as high as heaven and earth. When thinking of this, Randan only felt that his heart was hurt by Yuan Shi. It's very clear, if something good happens, go to the 12 golden immortals. If something bad happens, go to him. Even if you are biased, you can't be so blatant, right? Of course, these lights have tolerated it. After all, they are under the care of others, so it's normal. But this time the mission is a major event related to the fate of Changjiao, and he is not there yet. Yuan Shi really thinks of him as the person who explains Changjiao. For a time, a seed of resentment began to be buried in Randang's heart, and slowly sprouted. Randang also began to regret the choice he had made. If he had known Yuan Shi was like this, he would not have chosen Yuan Shi even if he became a disciple of Tongtian sect. But now it is too late. Even if he regrets, Randang can only continue to wait. He is waiting for an opportunity that allows him to completely break away from Changjiao and get rid of Changjiao. For now, Randang has completely given up on Changjiao. As time goes by, Randan feels a sense in his heart that he is far away from himself. The day is not far away when we break away from Changjiao and completely stay away from Yuan Shi. Don't blame Randan for being ungrateful. It's really because Yuan Shi was so bad at what he did. He forcefully forced Randan up the mountain and couldn't come down. 100,000 years have passed, and the second auction of the Great Desolate World is about to begin. You can all come and participate. As a voice came out, Shen Long's Hunyuan pressure once again swept across the entire prehistoric world. The majestic momentum made all living beings in the prehistoric world hear it, and they were already ready. As Shen Long's words fell, they all agreed. They flew to the immeasurable four seas, including the saints. Their actions were not weak at all. First Sanqing, Nuwa, and then Ji and Zundi, Wushan, and Pinxin. It can be said that as long as they are the prehistoric saints have all set their sights on the auction meeting early on, so naturally they will not miss such an extremely important event. Buzz. The saints' pressure spread to the immeasurable world, and then the saints arrived first. Under the leadership of Zilong, the saints entered the auction venue, and this time, the auction venue was moved to another place by Shen Long. It was different from the previous one. Abbot Yingzu's second island, this time is actually the Taoist temple once abandoned by Hongjun, Yujing Mountain. Don't think that since Yujing Mountain was abandoned by Hongjun, it is no longer a paradise. On the contrary, it is precisely because Hongjun once stayed there. The beauty of Yujing Mountain is even more extraordinary and extremely beautiful. It can be said that Kyanglu Jade Pavilion is the upper boundary of Yujing. The valley is full of sounds of the earth. The environment is silent and the fragrance of heaven is scattered. The green pines cover the high pavilion with rain, and the green bamboos are faintly beside it. The rays are misty and beautiful, the color is fluttering, the red railings and green sills, the painted buildings and carved eaves, the seats are filled with incense while talking about scriptures. The moon is quietly closed at the window. Birds are singing in the elixir tree, and cranes are drinking by the stone spring. Strange flowers and grass are not thanked at all times, and the golden palace gate shines with red light. The tower loomed in the auspicious clouds, the jade chime and the golden bell sounded long. The bead curtain was half rolled, and the smoke in the furnace told the Huangting to enter. The saints, and the 10,000 immortals led the people to the east. Even the saints entered the Yujing Mountain. Bujin secretly admired Shen Long for being brave enough to actually change Hongjun's former dojo into an auction venue. It was indeed amazing. Pang Uzengzog, Hongjun's first disciple, the arrival of the three king dynasties. A loud shout was heard, and Prime Minister Gui brought Sanqing into the venue as he did last time. This time, a separate room was reserved for the saints, so compared to last time, the format was much more formal. As Sanqing entered the special room, all the saints also arrived one after another, and were then led by special personnel. The saint of the demon clan, Dongwang Tei arrives. The saint of the demon tribe, Nuwa Empress has arrived. The two sages of the west were mentioned by the guide. The lord of the demon clan, Wu Shen Taoist has arrived. Pang Uzongzong, the 12 ancestral witches arrived. Lord of the Sea of Blood, Ancestor 6 has arrived. Was Wang Temple, Zanyuanzi arrives. Qingqiu lineage, Qingqiu ancestor arrives. West Kunlun Mountains, the Queen Mother of the West arrives. In the blink of an eye, in less than a few hours, countless great powers from the prehistoric world were almost here. Even those who haven't arrived yet are already wandering around Eugene Mountain, and I believe they will find the entrance to the venue soon. And those people, Shen Long, didn't plan to wait any longer. He had no intention of holding the auction this time. Since the main characters are all here, it doesn't matter if some of the miscellaneous fish don't come. Thinking of this, Shen Long glanced at Zai. Zai understood it and immediately stepped onto the high platform and began to preside over the second auction conference of Hong Wang. After all, he had the experience from the last time, and Zai he was no stranger to it, so he was quite comfortable hosting it. With just a few words, he instantly exploded the audience and attracted all the attention of all sentient beings. Dear Taoist friends, long time no see. I am Zai, the host of the auction conference. The auction conference is about to begin. I believe you have participated in the first auction conference and know how many treasures there are. But this time, I want to tell you, the treasures in the second auction are 10 times more precious than those in the first. What? It's not a joke, right? As Zai's voice fell, all the sentient beings in the ancient world were in an uproar, and they all couldn't believe it. You must know that there were treasures such as Hong Mengziki last time. No matter how precious the spiritual treasure is, it cannot be 10 times more than the last time. Of course, whether it is true or not. Zai has successfully attracted the attention of all living beings in the ancient world. Even the saints are intrigued by this moment and are waiting for the auction to begin. Seeing the eyes of all the living beings in the ancient world, Zai was very satisfied, and then he tapped his jade fingers, which were as white as green onions, a few times, and continued, without further ado, let us officially start the second auction conference of the Great Desolate World. And please invite the first auction treasure to take the stage. As Zai finished speaking, the auction items personally escorted by Zhulong appeared in the eyes of all sentient beings. The originally blocking curtain was lifted, and then, a powerful pressure of spiritual treasures spread throughout the auction venue. His eyes were straight, staring at the auction treasure in front of them. All living beings in the ancient world were shocked. Even the saints stood up one after another at this moment, refusing to shift their eyes from the treasure in the slightest. The name of this treasure is Bai Di Chisel, which is a spiritual treasure of chaos. It is the treasure that accompanied Pang Wu in the past. The Earth Chisel beheaded 3,000 chaos demon gods, and the Earth Creation Chisel also absorbed all the soul essence and blood of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, thus completely evolving into chaos spiritual treasures. No matter in terms of power, laws, or even mysteries, they far surpassed the innate treasures. The starting price is 999 trillion innate spiritual stones. Boom. As the chaos spiritual treasure Pai Chisel was auctioned, the entire venue fell silent and became completely silent for a short time. How could it be a chaos spiritual treasure? Is Zhulong crazy? Are these spiritual treasures willing to be put up for auction? You guys know nothing. This is a chaos spiritual treasure. How many people can use it? Maybe Zhulong just wants to die, so he puts it up for auction? Haha, this kind of spiritual treasure is of no use. If you have any, I'll take care of all the trouble. Noisy, if you don't auction it, leave here. Don't talk nonsense and affect our mood. A veteran powerful man suppressed the excitement in his heart and yelled at the people around him. He had no strength at all and still dared to compete. It was really annoying. It was like a few flies in his ears, flying back and forth. This made him feel very unhappy. If this was not an auction venue and the territory of the Dragon Clan, I am afraid those people just now would have been dead. Even the chaos spiritual treasures can be obtained. It seems that our guess is correct. I groaned and said to Yuan Shai Tongshan on the side. They had speculated before that since Shen Long had the chaos treasure, he would also have the chaos spiritual treasure. but they had never seen Shen Long sacrifice it, and neither did Sanqing. Very sure. But now, it has been confirmed that Sanqing's guess was not wrong. Of course, what Sanqing didn't expect was that Shen Long would actually put such treasures up for auction. But since Shen Long dared to sell, they didn't. What are you afraid of buying? It's just the innate spiritual stones. They don't know how much they have accumulated in the past 100,000 years. Even if it's not enough, they will definitely be able to get enough innate spiritual stones by hollowing out the Kunlun mountains. Brother, do you think the chaos spiritual treasure is fake? Yuan Shai wondered, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. He really couldn't believe that Shen Long would do such a stupid thing. He didn't keep such a treasure well, but actually put it up for auction. I really don't know what he thought. So Yuan Shai would doubt Ling. The authenticity of the treasure is considered normal. Shaking his head, Tongshan replied, "Second brother is joking. We are the saints of heaven. Naturally, we can perceive the authenticity with a single thought. Besides, Taoist Zhu Long is not the kind of person who would deceive me. Man, it's definitely not fake." This. Yuan Shai was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say, so he nodded. Indeed, Shen Long still needs this face. If there are fakes, Shen Long's reputation will be completely ruined. The three of them looked at each other, and in the end, Yuan Shai made the quotation, and the fierce competition began. After all, it is a chaos spiritual treasure, so naturally they will not miss it. 11 trillion innate spiritual stones, Yuan Shi shouted, and it was because of Yuan Shi's first quotation that the whole audience exploded in an instant. The rest of the saints, even Nuwa Pinkson, also shouted at this moment. 12 trillion innate spiritual stones, 13 trillion innate spiritual stones, 14 trillion innate spiritual stones. 19 trillion innate spiritual stones. In the blink of an eye, the price of the earth-opening chisel was raised to more than 1 quadrillion innate spiritual stones, and gradually approached 2 quadrillion innate spiritual stones. And Shen Long was also very satisfied with the enthusiasm of the auction venue. What he wanted was only with this effect can the subsequent plans be completely successful! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. The first update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 134, 25 trillion innate spiritual stones. Just when the battle between the saints was raging, Taiyi shouted. It can be said that Taiyi is determined to win the chaos spiritual treasure this time. As for why Taiyi has such great confidence, it is naturally because Taiyi once raided the heavens and obtained countless innate treasures. Spirit Stone. Before, Taiyi felt that his approach was a bit extreme. After all, Heavenly Court and the others would get it back sooner or later. But now, Taiyi couldn't help but feel that he had made a very normal choice before. If he hadn't raided Heavenly Court, Taiyi would never have been able to do this. With so many innate spiritual stones, now I no longer have the qualifications to compete with the saints. Taiyi, Pine Dao, there is a golden elixir of Hunyu and 9 transformations here, which is the elixir of the flesh and bones of the living dead. As long as you are willing to withdraw from the bidding for the earth-opening chisel, Pine Dao will give this elixir to you. What do you think? Soon, I sent a message to Taiyi and made my intention clear. I know about the death of Emperor Jun. Taiyi has not found a perfect way to resurrect Emperor Jun. Now I take the initiative to give Taiyi this elixir. I believe Taiyi will definitely be moved. Of course, the price is not big. It is just not fighting for the land. If Taiyi is really deeply in love with brother Daijun, how can he refuse? And indeed, as I expected, Taiyi hesitated now. I'm famous for my alchemy skills. Of course I can't lie to him. If I can really get this elixir, the resurrection of Emperor Jun will no longer bother him. However, if he takes this elixir, he will take the initiative to withdraw from Lingbao. This made Taiyi very reluctant to bid. After all, it was a chaos spiritual treasure, a treasure that far exceeded the level of innate treasures. but Emperor Juntai had to be resurrected. After thinking about it, Tai gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, spiritual treasure. Bao Ben Huang will not argue anymore, and I hope fellow Taoist friends will not break their promises. This is natural. There is only one elixir in the world, and it would take a poor Taoist hundreds of millions of years to successfully refine it. Now it is given to fellow Taoists. With that said, I flicked my finger, and Tai quickly received my gift. 26 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. Yuan Shai shouted again. This time, there was no Tai's voice. However, Tai is not the only saint. 28 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. Directly adding 200 billion and 8 spiritual stones. The meaning of the invitation is obvious. Although he cannot compete for the 3 pure ones, he must try his best to discuss them. The chaos spiritual treasure 3 pure ones cannot be given to others. So, no matter how much the price increase is, Sanqing will bid a higher price to buy it. In the end, under the constant malicious bidding from Yin, Sanqing spent 350 billion and 8 spiritual stones to buy the Chaos Lingbao Earth Chiseled. Although Sanqing had the last laugh, the price was heavy. Just for the 35 trillion and 8 spiritual stones, half of the Kunlun Mountains would be dug out, which made Sanqing's heart bleed. He glared resentfully and continued. Yin. At this moment, Sanqing's hatred for Ji Yin was engraved in his bones. Such a great revenge must be avenged. When they master the Chaos Spirit Treasure, they will go to the west to find trouble for Ji Yin. By then, they must let him pay the due price. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Sanqing for successfully bidding for the Chaos Spiritual Treasure and the Earth-bearing Chiseled. The Spirit Treasures will be delivered to you after the conference. You can also pick up the Earth-banding Chisel in advance for the 3 Taoists. Please feel free to do so. As the bell rang, the auction of the first item ended. Sanqing did not rush to take away the chisel, but continued to watch the second item of the auction. Different from previous auctions, the second item it was actually divided into 3 parts, which made all sentient beings very curious as to what was inside. And after the curtain was lifted, the auction items inside were completely exposed to the eyes of all sentient beings. What, Hongmen Ziki again? Some people exclaimed. They had seen the Hongmen Purple Chi that was being auctioned, and they naturally knew what Hongmen Purple Chi looked like. Now that they saw it again, they were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths for a long time. The most shocking thing is that Hongmen Purple Chi there is not just 1 Chi, but 3 Hongmen Purple Chi, the 3 foundations of sanctification. What happened to the Dragon Clan? How could there be such rare treasures? Even the Taoist ancestors in the past only had a total of them in their hands, 7 rays of Hongmen Purple Chi. But now, Shen Long has taken out 4. Which makes all the sentient beings in the prehistoric era more and more curious about Shen Long's background, including the saints. The surprised expressions at this moment are no less than those of the sentient beings in the prehistoric era, and even, with they are exactly the same, the expression on their faces became solemn, and Tongshan said, "Eldest brother, second brother, what should we do now? Should we also bid together?" Although Hongmen Purple Chi is no longer useful to Sanqing, it is of great use to their disciples. Moreover, this time there are 3 Hongmen Purple Chi in a row. It would be a big loss if we don't take one. After all, this kind of opportunity, if you miss it, you will have to wait for the next 100,000. The most important thing is that they cannot guarantee whether there will be Hongmen Purple Chi next time. Who knows how many Hongmen Purple Chi Shen Long has in his hand? Once it's gone, I'm afraid they will regret it too. After a slight hesitation, I replied directly, yeah, no matter what, I have to get a Hongmen Purple Chi. Although they don't have many innate spiritual stones in their hands, they still have the backing of Kunlun Mountain. However, if they continue to dig, they may suffer the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. Once the entire Kunlun Mountain is leveled, the name of the first fairy mountain blessed land in the prehistoric times the account is probably about to change hands. It may not have much impact on Lizzie and Tongshan. After all, they have moved away, but Yuan Chai is still living in Kunlun Mountain, so even after I finish answering, I have to listen to Yuan Chai opinion. If Yuan Chai does not agree to continue to obtain innate spiritual stones from Kunlun Mountain, then I can't say much. However, What surprised me a little is that Yuan Shai agreed with me without even thinking about it. With Chengshan compared with it, Kunlun Mountain is nothing. Naturally, Yuan Shai wouldn't care. At the auction venue, Zai He once again began to introduce. I believe these three purple chi are familiar to all Taoist friends. They are the Hongmen purple chi, that is the foundation of sanctification. Each of these three purple chi's bidding price is 500 billion and 8 spiritual stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 10 billion in 8 spiritual stone. Please invite me. After receiving Zai's recognition, what are all the sentient beings waiting for? They started shouting immediately. 800 billion and 8 spiritual stones, 900 billion and 8 spiritual stones, 1 quadrillion and 8 spiritual stones, 13 trillion and 8 spiritual stones, 14 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. As the price increase became more and more terrifying, in the end, Taiyi stopped the competition of the first Hongmen purple chi. 2 quadrillion and 8 spiritual stones. The Hongmen purple chi this time is more than 10 times more expensive than before. Fortunately, Taiyi plundered the heaven and became extremely rich, otherwise he would really be reluctant to part with it. Now the resurrection of Emperor Jun is a certainty, and this Hongmen purple chi, it is Taiyi's resurrection gift to Dijun. As long as Dijun continues to rely on this Hongmen purple chi to become a saint, then their demon tribe will have 3 saints. At that time, if they unite with Nuwa, it will only take a matter of minutes to destroy the heaven. Think of it. Taiyi is very happy about this, so the added price is much more terrifying than others. Hearing that it was Taiyi's offer, all sentient beings flinched. They also heard about Taiyi's search for heaven, and they knew that Taiyi had countless innate spiritual stones in his hands. So they didn't choose to compete with Taiyi. Anyway, there were still 2 Hongmen purple chi, and they couldn't catch them. In this way, Taiyi took the first shot of Hongmen purple chi without any suspense. What followed was the second auction of Hongmen purple chi, and this time the bidding was also very fierce. But even so, it was still acquired by the 12 ancestral witches at a high price, and the Hongmen purple chi on the field was the last one left. Seeing the last burst of Hongmen purple chi, Sanqing, who had been holding back for a long time, finally took action. They obtained Hongmen purple chi at the same price as the 12 ancestral witches, 180 billion and 8 spiritual stones. Although this made Sanqing's savings directly bottom out, no matter what, the harvest was still huge. After the 3 streaks of Hongmen purple chi were auctioned out, 3 more boxes were brought up. Seeing 3 more boxes made all sentient beings confused again. Could it be that it is still Hongmen Ziki? If that's the case, then they are blessed. Of course, they thought too much this time. It was not Hongmen purple chi, but a rare treasure from heaven. Dear fellow Taoists, these 3 spiritual treasures are rare treasures of heaven, and they are also evil treasures and rare treasures. Their level is not weaker than the innate treasures, and their power is even higher. Let me explain them one by one for you now. As he spoke, Zai opened the curtain, revealing the appearance of these 3 rare treasures of heaven. Among these 3 spiritual treasures, the first one is called the heaven-suppressing coffin. It is the most evil treasure in heaven. It comes from the same lineage as the 6 soul flags and the death holy pill. It is transformed by the soul and blood of the chaos demon god and can be sealed. The supreme treasure of the saint of heaven. Once inside the heaven-suppressing coffin, the saintly powers of the Tandao saint are useless. After only 7 or 79 days, the Tandao saint will be sealed forever. The second piece is called the meteor holy pill, which is also a treasure of heavenly evil. It comes from the same lineage as the sky-suppressing coffin and the 6 soul flags. It is the essence, energy, and spirit of the 3,000 chaos demon gods after their death. There are 3 of them, and they can cause harm. The great soul of the saint of heaven can make him fall from the holy position with just one thought. The third item is called the 6 soul flag, which is also a treasure of heavenly evil. It comes from the same lineage as the heaven-suppressing coffin and the death holy pill. It is the result of the endless resentment after the death of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. The 6 tails under the flag can hurt the saints of heaven. The Tao holy body is infinitely powerful and is the first of the 3 spiritual treasures. Alright fellow Taoists, The introduction of the spiritual treasures has been completed. The bidding price for each of these 3 heavenly treasures is 150 billion innate spiritual stones. The bidding starts now. Good guy. Each of the 3 spiritual treasures can kill a saint. Where did Zhu Long get these treasures? Why do you care so much? They say that saints are immortal. It seems that ancestral dragon is more powerful and can actually find a way to kill saints. Not to mention, once these treasures are obtained, even the saints will probably be very jealous. No wonder Zhu Long can become the strongest man in the world and dare to dominate in front of the saints. It is because he has so many treasures. Okay. The ancestor of Zenshin Pavilion really likes it, so you're welcome. 180 trillion innate spiritual stones. Ancestor King Qilin couldn't help it. This is a treasure that can permanently seal a saint. How could he not be tempted? Once he obtains it, even a saint will be a little afraid of him. This makes Patriarch King Qilin want to directly destroy the Tanzan Pavilion. Grab it. However, King Qilin Patriarch just thought about it. After all, it is the territory of the Dragon Clan, and he does not have the courage. Therefore, he can only rely on formal channels and bid to get it. 2 quadrillion innate spiritual stones. Ancestor Ming didn't hold back, and finally chose to make a bid. He and Ancestor King Qilin both had a soft spot for the Tianzan Pavilion, so for a while the two of them refused to give in to the other and started to compete fiercely. Ancestor King Qilin, you have so many innate spiritual stones. Don't try to deceive the Dragon Clan and end up getting burned. Humphrey, Ancestor Styx, you should worry about yourself. I heard that your tribe was almost wiped out by a mosquito. I wonder if this is the case. Haha, when did King Qilin Patriarch care so much about the Blood Sea? Why not go to the Blood Sea as a guest when you have time? I will treat you well. Okay, I just don't know if you, Patriarch Styx, dare to let me pass. 25 trillion innate spiritual stones. Soon, King Qilin Patriarch gritted his teeth and revealed a figure that was vaguely unbearable for him. He has now hollowed out the entire King Qilin clan and started bidding with Styx. Once he loses, not only will he get Lin Bao will also completely offend Styx, so Patriarch King Qilin can be considered risk-taking. 26 trillion innate spiritual stones. Compared to Ancestor King Qilin, Ming is not much better at this time. More than 20 million innate spiritual stones are enough for Ming to practice for millions of years. Unfortunately, in order to compete for the heaven-suppressing pavilion, Ming the river can only cut the flesh painfully. 27 trillion innate spiritual stones. Ancestor King Qilin offered the last low price. If Ming he raises the price, he will stop competing and give up the heaven-suppressing pavilion to Ming he. Although it is a pity, King Qilin Ancestor only has so many innate spiritual stones. He definitely didn't dare to quote randomly. Otherwise, if he angered the Dragon Clan, wouldn't he be unable to eat and walk away? Fortunately, what made King Qilin Patriarch happy was that Ming he did not continue to quote, but looked at it viciously. Looking at Patriarch King Qilin, he immediately said in a buzzing voice, Ancestor King Qilin, you are so cruel. If we meet again in the wild in the future, I must find an explanation from my fellow Taoist. Welcome fellow Taoist. Ancestor King Qilin has successfully bid for the Tanzan Pavilion. Will he still be afraid of Styx in the future? After all, the Tanzan Pavilion is a spiritual treasure that even a saint can seal. If Styx comes to seek death on his own initiative, King Qilin Ancestor won't mind either. Accept the life of Ming he. Facing the arrogance of Patriarch King Qilin, Ming he no longer pays attention to Patriarch King Qilin, but continues to compete for another rare treasure of heaven, the falling holy pill. Although the 12 ancestral witches, Zhen Yuanzi, Cunning and the Queen Mother of the West both bid with Styx, but after the price exceeded 20 million, they all started bidding. In the end, Styx successfully obtained the meteor holy pill at a price of 220 billion, which made Styx he was also very happy, and at the same time, he secretly began to calculate the use of the meteor holy pill. Soon, it was time to reach the last 6 soul flags. Compared with the first 2 heavenly treasures, this treasure must be more powerful and more effective, so there are more powerful bidders. 2 quadrillion innate spiritual stones. Taiyu started to quote, and he was not willing to miss out on such a treasure. 21 trillion innate spiritual stones. Nuwa, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up, which made all the saints stunned. It seems that Nuwa is not as indifferent as they imagined. Who doesn't know that this is a highly offensive spiritual treasure? Nuwa, they also have to fight for it. Does this mean that Nuwa may have disputes with them in the future, so she needs to be prepared in advance? 22 trillion and 8 spiritual stones, 23 trillion and 8 spiritual stones, 24 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. The competition became more and more fierce, and the saints refused to give in to anyone, and it was a deadlock for a while. I don't know what was decided. Nuwa suddenly sent a message to Ping Xin, and after Ping Xin heard it, he nodded. I don't know what I promised Nuwa. After receiving Ping Xin's response, Nuwa's face became happy, and then she loudly said, 28 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. How is it possible? How could Nuwa have so many innate spiritual stones? Sanqing was stunned for a moment, unable to believe the scene in front of him. Nuwa must be crazy. Even if Nuwa obtained a lot of innate spiritual stones on the Fenbao rock, it would definitely not exceed 1 trillion. Now Nuwa, the direct quotation of 280 billion innate spiritual stones made all the saints stunned. At the same time, all the saints were stunned. Zai shouted 3 times in succession. In the end, the 6th soul flag was obtained by Nuwa, which made the saints stunned. Nuwa was very happy. As for the saints who came back to their senses, they secretly regretted that they should not have been stunned during the auction. However, the regret only lasted for a moment. Even if the saints really made a bid, most of them were powerless, just greedy for a moment. After the 3 rare treasures of heaven were taken down, another treasure was brought up. When he saw this treasure, Yuan Shi, who was still calm at first, became furious, and the anger in his heart even reached the point where it rushes to the top of the head and can erupt at any time. Lazy and Tongshan didn't understand why Yuan Shi was so angry at first, but after seeing the curtain being taken away, they both understood what was going on. This treasure being auctioned is nothing else. It was Yuan Shi's saint's heart. Previously, Yuan Shi was severely injured by Shen Long's god-killing spear. His heart was taken out, and he almost died. Fortunately, after returning to the prehistoric world, Yuan Shi gathered the power of heaven and gradually recovered from his injuries. But the saint's heart is, after all, the saint's organ can still survive even after leaving Yuan Shi. Therefore, Shen Long preserved its power, sealed it, and took it to the auction. When the saint's heart was exposed to the prehistoric life, everyone was curious. What is the origin of this heart and why is it so powerful? Even though it has been sealed, the power it exudes still makes them feel palpitations and panic. This object is the heart of a saint, provided by the saint of Yuan Shi. Once you can absorb its power, you can instantly break through to sub-saint cultivation. The bidding price is 1 quadrillion and 8 spiritual stones. The bidding begins. Zai briefly introduced Yuan Shi's heart. After hearing this, all living beings in the ancient world were in an uproar. They never expected that this heart actually belonged to Yuan Shi. Why did Yuan Shi do this? Self-mutilation? This is really a unique habit. At least, all sentient beings in the wild can't do it, but they still admire Yuan Shi's approach. In order to support the Dragon Clan's auction conference, they even donated their own hearts. This spirit is worth learning. Of course, the methods they can express, that is, start bidding. 12 trillion and 8 spiritual stones, 13 trillion and 8 spiritual stones, 14 trillion and 8 spiritual stones, 15 trillion and 8 spiritual stones. As the bidding price gets higher and higher, Yuan Shi's face becomes more and more ugly. Putting aside the humiliation of having the heart treated as an auction item, even these innate spiritual stones should be from the Yuan Shi. But it seems that Shen Long will never take out these innate spiritual stones. This is also the thing that annoys Yuan Shi the most. Forget it. Second brother, let's put up with this for now. After all, Zhu Long is stronger than us. No matter what, we must learn to be patient. When we become stronger, we can seek revenge from Zhu Long. Seeing that Yuan Shi's hatred was about to turn into reality, I had to give some advice. After hearing what I said, Yuan Shi finally swallowed his breath, then closed his 5 senses and refused to listen to the final result of the bidding for his heart. Soon, It didn't take long for the bidding of Yuan-Shi Heart to end. It's ridiculous to say that Yuan-Shi Heart actually bid for 180 billion innate spiritual stones, and Cunning got them. I really don't know where he got so many innate spiritual stones. After Yuan-Shi's heart was removed and another auction item came up, Yuan-Shi regained his 5 senses. Not long after Yuan-Shi regained his 5 senses, he heard a question from Tongshan. How could it be that Please subscribe. The second update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 135, Is that the body of the Chaos Demon God? Yuan-Shi immediately expressed doubts, with some disbelief in his eyes. You must know that the Chaos Demon God is hard to come by, especially a complete physical body, and he doesn't know what treasures can be extracted. Now Shen Long will use such a chaos body. Isn't it a bit wasteful to auction the body of the demon god? The most important thing is that each Chaos Demon God possesses a kind of power of the ultimate law. Once its origin can be refined, it will also be a great help to the saint. This is also a great help to the saints. This is also the fundamental reason why Yuan-Shi Tongshan was surprised. After all, the physical body of the Chaos Demon God is hard to come by, and he gave up the power of the law to others in vain. Shen Long was somewhat too arrogant. While the three kings were discussing with each other, on the high platform Zai also spoke. Fellow Taoists, this is the complete body of the Chaos Demon God. It contains the infinite power of reincarnation. Anyone who succeeds in the auction can understand the power of reincarnation and become the next demon god of reincarnation. The bidding price is 115 trillion innate spiritual stones. The bidding begins. What? Can he become the next demon god of reincarnation? After hearing what Zai he said, all the sentient beings in the prehistoric era were very shocked. Naturally, they knew the reputation of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods. They never expected that they could see such a priceless treasure in the auction meeting. In an instant, all the sentient beings in the prehistoric era became excited and started to cry. Start bidding, hoping to bid for the body of the demon god of reincarnation. 17 trillion innate spiritual stones, 180 trillion innate spiritual stones, 19 trillion innate spiritual stones. 26 trillion innate spiritual stones. The popularity of the demon god of reincarnation is simply beyond Shen Long's imagination. The most important thing is that someone actually bids 260 billion innate spiritual stones. This is also an unexpected surprise, and all living beings in the prehistoric era are now gradually knowing that he and others, due to their weakness, they simply started to join forces and cooperate with each other. Once the two major forces merged, the innate spiritual stones in their hands could surpass those of the saints. It is precisely because of this that the competition for the body of the Samsara demon god is so fierce. 29 trillion innate spiritual stones. Soon, Taiyi shouted. He liked the body of the demon god of Samsara very much, so he also bid a few times. But seeing the prices being bid by all the sentient beings getting higher and higher, Taiyi couldn't help but shed a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Come down. Water can carry a boat or overturn it. Facing such a large group of people, Taiyi, who was originally unconcerned, began to become serious. Maybe the background of a long-established powerful man is nothing, but 10, 100, 1,000 name. Once they are added together, even if Taiyi raids the entire heaven, he still cannot compare with them. 32 trillion innate spiritual stones. In the blink of an eye, the price of the body of the demon god of Samsara has exceeded 30 billion innate spiritual stones. Seeing this scene, Shen Long couldn't help but be very happy. If he had known this, he would have prepared a few more bodies of the demon god of chaos. What a pity. This time the preparations were still not enough. Time passed slowly, and the bidding ended soon. Even if there were more Taiyi innate spiritual stones, they still could not compare with all the sentient beings in the prehistoric times. In the end, The body of the samsara demon god was actually killed by an unknown force. The photos were taken, which made the saints a little surprised. However, it is not a good thing. A large group of them worked together to take photos of the body of the demon god of samsara. Once they are not allowed to share it, a battle will definitely break out. The lives were in ruins, which made the saints couldn't help but have an idea, that is, should they help them and snatch away the body of the demon god of reincarnation to avoid a fight? Of course, they were just thinking about it. Once such a thing was spread, the saint's face has been lost. At least for the time being, the saints will not do such a thing. Then, it is time for the main event related to the future direction of the prehistoric era, the position of the 3 sovereigns and the 5 emperors. Shen Long once said that he would do it before he gave up his position to bid, which is what he did now. Seeing that Shen Long was true to his word, Sanqing was very happy. After a lot of effort, Sanqing took a picture of a human emperor, the position of the master. As for the position of the 5 emperors, most of them fell into the hands of Ji Yinzunti. Only one of the positions was taken away by Pinxin, but Ji Yinzunti did not pay too much attention to this. Anyway, they have already obtained. Now that I think about it, it's enough to have achieved the 4 positions of the 5 emperors. Fellow Taoists, now we have reached the 19th auction item. This is the last treasure of this auction conference. I hope everyone will actively compete and don't let the treasure become dusty. With Shen Long's voice transmission, the entire auction venue was silent again. What kind of treasure was it that Shen Long didn't even hesitate to come forward for, which made them very curious? However, this curiosity did not last long, until the spirit bead was brought up by Zilong, and the majestic aura instantly suppressed the entire venue. Everyone who was a saint or below felt their hearts sink, and they could not even move. What kind of treasure is this? All the saints stood up and stared at the bead solemnly, trying to see something. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too weak. Even after looking at it for a long time, they couldn't see any clues. At this moment, Shen Long appeared on the high platform of the venue and explained, "This object is the pearl of the Tao. It contains a purple energy of the Tao. Anyone who absorbs it can become a saint of the Tao. The bidding price is 9,999 trillions of innate spiritual stones. I wonder if any fellow Taoists are interested? If so, the bidding begins." What? Dao Ziqi? How can this be? After hearing what Shen Long said, all the saints shook their heads and questioned, with a look of disbelief in their eyes. It's not that they don't want to believe Shen Long, but what Shen Long said is too nonsense. Even Lian Hong, the purple chi of the Tao, there is no June. Where did Shen Long get it? In addition, the 9,999 trillion innate spiritual stones may not be enough even if all the saints' savings are added together. Shen Long's appetite is a bit too big this time. Got it, Buzz. Just when the saints were full of doubts and no bids were made, a disembodied voice slowly came from far and near. "I want this thing." This is Hongjun Daozu. Hongjun's voice can still be heard by the saints. Now that Taoist Hongjun has appeared to bid, the doubts in the saints' eyes gradually disappear, replaced by a touch of regret. Why didn't they believe Shen Long's words just now? If they opened their mouths to bid, will they be able to obtain such a treasure? But now, Daozu Hongjun appears. How can they fight for it? Or how dare they fight for it? I thought that fellow Taoist Hongjun would not take action, but now it seems that fellow Taoist still has not restrained himself. Wu Shen glanced at the sky meaningfully, and soon Hongjun's figure was also revealed. Let's meet the Taoist ancestor. All living beings in the prehistoric era knelt down and saluted, expressing their respect to Hongjun. Hongjun nodded and responded, "You guys can be equal, thank you Daozu." The sentient beings in the prehistoric era then stood up. But at this moment they were quite excited. After all, it was Dao ancestor Hongjun who came in person, which meant that heavenly Dao came in person. This gave them the urge to see their idols, and they couldn't control themselves at all. Only the faces of the saints are getting uglier one by one, but they do not want the purple chi of the great Tao to be obtained by Hongjun. Although Hongjun is their teacher, they are not happy being suppressed all the time. As long as they have the ability to escape Hongjun's control, they will all choose to give it a try. But now, a great opportunity has slipped away from them. How can the saints not regret their stupidity? But then again, where did Shen Long get such a thing? Many spiritual treasures, and even the purple energy of the Tao, gave rise to the idea of exploring Shen Long's secrets in the hearts of the saints. Of course, what they didn't know was that Shen Long had too many treasures. They can't imagine. The purple chi of the great Tao seems to be very precious, but compared with the fruit status of the great Tao, it is much different. Therefore, Shen Long really doesn't care about such a purple chi of the great Tao. But Shen Long doesn't care, so naturally some people care. For example, Hong Jun. What makes Shen Long a little curious is that Hong Jun didn't take the path of proving the Tao through strength. Why does he need the purple energy of the Tao? Or is he planning to leave a way out for himself? What if the plan of heaven fails? Hong Jun can rely on the purple chi of the Tao to escape from the Tao of heaven and become a saint of the Tao. If you say it this way, it is much more reasonable. This is also the reason why Wu Xin just said that Hong Jun couldn't bear it, but Hong Jun didn't pay attention to Wu Xin. That's it. 9,999 trillion and 8 spiritual stones for the first time. 9,999 trillion and 8 spiritual stones for the second time. 9,999 trillion and 8 spiritual stones for the third time. After 3 biddings, Hong Jun became the owner of Tao Purple Chi without any suspense. Unlike others, Hong Jun did not default, but directly took out 9,999 trillion and 8 spiritual stones and gave them to Shen Dragon. Facing Hong Jun's arrogance, Shen Long just smiled slightly and exchanged treasures with him. Feeling the aura of the purple energy of the avenue, Hong Jun groaned. Fellow Taoist is indeed very capable. I never expected this. The treasures can also be obtained by Taoist friends, but wouldn't it be a big loss for Taoist friends? What's the use of the innate spirit stone? In Hong Jun's opinion, it's almost like garbage. Even if it has a little use, it's not too big. That's why Hong Jun doesn't understand, but Shen Long definitely can't explain it to him. The evolution of his clone requires innate spiritual stones, so Shen Long just smiled calmly and said, "You come and I go. What's the point of losing?" Fellow Taoist has a portrait. Well, since Taoist friends are willing, I won't say anything anymore. After saying that, Hong Jun's figure disappeared into the void again, and soon disappeared. When Hong Jun left, the auction conference had come to an end. Of course, the end this time was only the end of the auction conference for top spiritual treasures. The general auction of innate spiritual treasures and other items must be carried out normally. After all, what Shen Long wants to do is to search for the innate spiritual stones in the hands of all sentient beings throughout the prehistoric times. Naturally, he will not miss such a large number of living beings. Ding! It has been detected that the host intends to improve the cultivation level of the clone Cabao Taoist. Do you want to consume 90 billion innate spiritual stones to improve? Yes. Ding! It has been detected that the host intends to improve the cultivation level of Taoist clone Wuxin. Do you want to consume 90 billion innate spiritual stones to improve? Yes. Ding! It has been detected that the host intends to improve the cultivation level of the Taoist clone of the 4 symbols. Do you want to consume 90 billion innate spiritual stones to improve? Yes. Buzz! The terrifying aura is constantly being instilled into the Hongmen world. Fortunately, the realm of the 3 clones has not improved in the prehistoric world, otherwise Hong Jun would be attracted in an instant. And Shen Long can also feel the power coming from the 3 clones. Feedback: these 3 forces alone have improved Shen Long's cultivation a lot. He is probably only a thin line away from breaking through the Hunyuan realm. Of course, this line is very likely to be another crack in the sky. Even if Shen Long is dragon, if you want to break through, you have to be confused. On the other hand, with the end of the auction, the saints of the prehistoric world have chosen to leave the prehistoric world. However, this time the saints can clearly detect something wrong. It is not the prehistoric world, but the prehistoric world. Heavenly Tao. It seems that Heavenly Tao's oppression on them is getting lighter and lighter. This makes the saints very happy, but at the same time they are a little confused. Is it possible that as time goes by, the power of Heavenly Tao becomes weaker? Of course. What is the reason? They still need to take good care of it. Investigate. Time passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Thousands of years have passed. In these 10,000 years, it can be said that many major events have happened. The first thing to bear the brunt is that Emperor Jun is resurrected and leads the demon army to attack the heaven. Although the demon clan has declined, there are still many strong people hiding in the wilderness. After the Jun was resurrected, he quickly summoned Kun, Yingzhou, Jimeng, Bufang, Qiankai, Kaiming, Luo Hu, and Shang Yang. He and other 8 great demon commanders, as well as the Phoenix Bird and Beast clan such as Kai Feng, Jinu, Kai Ke, King Luan, Fire Phoenix, and White Tiger, severely damaged Hashin's heavenly power. If Di Jun hadn't been busy comprehending the Hongmen purple chi, Hashin might not even be able to save his life. Heavenly Court, Lingxiao Palace. Presumptuous, Emperor Jun Tei is really too much. This emperor is the Lord of Heaven conferred by Daozu. How dare he, Emperor Jun, be so rude? Hashin shouted angrily, and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood when he was angry, but he was injured by Emperor Jun. After the resurrection, Emperor Jun was extremely strong. If it weren't for the fact that he still had a few top-level spiritual treasures in his hands, Hashin Tian has long been defeated. But even if he can survive for a while, he can't survive for a lifetime. The next time Emperor Jun comes again, it will be the day when heaven changes hands, which makes Hashin extremely worried. But there is nothing he can do. Right now there really is no talent available in heaven. He and Yachi are the only 2 who are considered to be the top combat power. As for the others, they can't withstand the full blow of the demon army. They can't even hold on for a few hours. How can Hashin not let this go? What a headache. They can't beat them with top-level combat power, and they can't do it in terms of numbers. If this continues, they will really be doomed. Hashin, if that doesn't work, why don't we go find the teacher for help? Soon, Yachi thought of a way. After all, it was Hong Jun who made them the Lord of Heaven. I believe he would not sit idly by. Secondly, Hong Jun once said that the demon clan has declined, and the human race should control the prehistoric times. Now Emperor Jun leads the demon clan. What does it mean that the tribe's army has returned? And after hearing what Yachi said, Hashin also fell into deep thought. He really didn't want to ask Hong Jun for help unless he had to. But now, who can help them? A handful? Is it the saints or Shen Long Wushan? Impossible. To put it bluntly, no matter what, we have to rely on ourselves. And now that they can't rely on them, they can only rely on the only backer behind them, Hong Jun. He groaned. Hao Tian suddenly said, Yachi, if we go to Dao Ancestor for help, what will happen if Dao Ancestor doesn't help? Not helping? How is this possible? If we are killed, Dao Ancestor will definitely be disgraced. Don't worry, Dao Ancestor will definitely take action. And even if Dao Ancestor doesn't help, at worst we will no longer be the Lords of Heaven. We will go back to Zixiao Palace and continue to serve Dao Ancestor. At least it can also guarantee that your life will not be in danger. What do you think? Yachi thought very simply. Even if Hong Jun doesn't help, it doesn't matter, as long as they run back to Zixiao Palace. Can Hong Jun drive them away? At least they have been serving Hong Jun since they transformed, and they already understand Hong Jun. In terms of temperament and temperament, the 2 of them dare to say that they are first, and no one dares to say that they are second. Nodding, Yachi's words have inspired Hashin. Yes, in the worst case, he can go back and continue to be a Taoist boy. It's okay. Thinking of this, Hashin asked Yachi to take a good look at Danting, then cut through the space, got into the chaos, and flew straight to Zixiao Palace. This time, Hashin will sue Emperor Juntai one by one, letting them know that he and others are also not someone to be trifled with. What Hashin didn't know was that just because of his trip to Zixiao Palace, the entire prehistoric situation had changed, and even the saints could not control it. Come to Zixiao Palace quickly, I have something important to announce. I don't know how long it took, but finally, there was movement in Zixiao Palace. Hong Jun summoned all the saints of the great desolate world to announce a big event. After hearing the words, all the saints also went to Zixiao Palace, wondering in their hearts what Hong Jun was going to do. Jun had something important to say. At the gate of Zixiao Palace, Sanqing was the first to arrive. When he saw me, Tongshan said softly, "Brother, do you know why the teacher called us here?" Humphrey, needless to say, it must be because of the incident in heaven. Emperor Juntai is really seeking death. He led the demon clan to attack heaven just after he was resurrected. Now Hashin is going to heaven to file a complaint. How could the teacher not summon me to wait? Yuan Shi interrupted with a cold snort, not knowing how dissatisfied the Juntai was. After hearing Yuan Shi's reminder, Tongtian also suddenly realized, indeed, he had heard about Hashin's complaint, but he didn't expect Hong Jun to actually really summon them, and it seems to be very serious. I think Di Juntai will have a hard time this time. Similarly, when Di Juntai rushed to Zixiao Palace, he had already thought of his words and planned to make a good quibble, escape punishment. What surprised Emperor Juntai and all the saints was that what Hong Jun said had nothing to do with punishing them. In fact, it had nothing to do with the demon clan. The most important thing to do was to avoid punishment. Belonging to the three pure saints, you can even receive Zunti. Please subscribe. The third update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you. Keep it up. Thank you very much. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. After waiting for a moment, the door of Zixiao Palace soon opened automatically. Seeing this scene, all the saints also stepped into it. At this time, Hong Jun was already waiting for them inside, but the expression on his face was not very good, which made all the saints feel a little worried. The disciple pays homage to the teacher, Tao Ancestor, and may the teacher, Tao Ancestor, have a long and holy life and may he never be destroyed. The saints first bowed to Hong Jun, and then stood aside. No one spoke first. After all, they also saw that Hong Jun's face was not good, and they didn't want to cause trouble. They nodded slightly, and Hong Jun asked them one by one. After sitting down, he immediately said bluntly, "You should know that Hashin came to Zixiao Palace to complain." Hong Jun glanced meaningfully at all the saints, especially when he saw Emperor Juntai. His eyes paused for a moment. Emperor Jun was not a saint anyway, but he actually came to Zixiao Palace this time. It seems that Tai was brave. It's getting bigger and bigger, but after all, Emperor Jun has been resurrected, and Hong Jun can't directly use his power to suppress others. Therefore, Hong Jun thought of another way to enhance the strength of Heavenly Court. "Teacher, we don't know about junior brother Hashin's complaint, and junior brother Hashin has never asked me for help, so..." Yuan Shi stepped forward and threw the pot away, saying that he didn't know anything. Also, what does the dispute between the Heavenly Court and the Monster Clan have to do with their Sand King? Hashin himself has never asked them for help, and Yuan Shi did not deceive Hong Jun on this point. "Well, if you don't know, just don't know, but Hashin once cried to me that there is no one available in heaven right now. You saints still have to think of a way. After all, heaven is the central place of the ancient world. It is extremely important and cannot be neglected." Hong Jun spoke slowly, and his meaning was very obvious, which was to ask the saints to help Hashin. After hearing what Hong Jun said, the saints' faces were very ugly, and they secretly cursed Hashin for being too immodest. Such a trivial matter would alarm Hong Jun, and it would be better to complain in front of Hong Jun. It would directly implicate their saints. That is, Hashin is not here. Otherwise, the saints might be able to kill Hashin if they reveal their murderous intent. More than a dozen back and forth. Of course, the reason why Hong Jun chose to come forward was because Hashin was crying quite miserably. Not only did he say that no one in heaven was available, he also said how the saints looked down on him. In the end, Hashin they even expressed their unwillingness to no longer be the Lord of Heaven and wanted to serve Hong Jun forever. Hong Jun felt helpless about this, so he could only summon the saints to come. Now looking at the saints, it seems that Hashin did not lie. The saints did go too far. After all, Hashin was also his Taoist boy, but they didn't help at all. So this time, Hong Jun said that he must not let the saints shed some blood. Facing Hong Jun's proposal, all the saints hesitated. Sanqing himself hates heavenly court, and naturally does not want his disciples to serve in heavenly court. Moreover, there will be conflicts with the demon clan in the future. They will definitely not send their disciples to be cannon fodder. However, Nuwa had no disciples, so even if she wanted to help, she was unable to do anything. On the contrary, he accepted Yanzundi and hoped that Western disciples could enter the heavenly court. However, after several wars, there were not many elites left in the West. They were just ordinary Western disciples. Even if they joined the heavenly court, it would just be a waste of positions. If he just fulfilled his duties, he might be punished by Hong Jun in the end, which made Ji and Zundi not speak. As for Emperor Jun Taiji, they must be very willing to help. They only heard Taiji say, "If Dragon Ancestor does not dislike it, the heavenly court will be handed over to my two brothers." As for the lack of manpower in the heavenly court, although the demon clan has no longer been the same as it has been for hundreds of millions of years, although he is as prosperous as before, he can still do his best to meet the needs of heaven. I wonder if Zhu needs it. Dijun Taiyi's meaning is very simple, that is to ignore Hashin. When all the elites of the demon clan return to heaven, Hashin will be just a puppet. That's it. Even if Emperor Jun Taiyi no longer has the title of Lord of Heaven, it doesn't matter. When Dijun also becomes a saint of heaven, he can destroy the remaining forces of Hashin in one fell swoop and replace them. Wouldn't this be the best of both worlds? However, it is obvious that Hong Jun turned a blind eye to Taiyi's words. He is not stupid. How could he hand over heaven to Emperor Jun Taiyi? After all, their previous identities were there. If Dijun Taiyi destroyed Hashin again, would he directly kill Dijun Taiyi to vent his anger? Even if he could take action by then, I'm afraid God wouldn't allow it. Heaven cannot be left without an owner for a day, so if Hashin is killed, then Emperor Juntai will have no choice but to continue to be the heavenly emperor. But Hong Jun would not choose to do this unless he had to. You are all saints from ancient times, with countless disciples, and you are in charge of major events in ancient times. Are you unable to handle such small things well? Hong Jun's face darkened and he yelled at the saints. Hearing Hong Jun's words, the saints couldn't help but secretly retort in their hearts. Emperor Jun Taiyi stopped the matter. What can you do if you don't agree? Hashin is the one who mud can't hold up the wall, so it's better to give the position of Emperor of Heaven to Emperor Jun Taiyi. Anyway, with the saints around, the monsters don't dare to massacre the human race wantonly, which can save the efforts of the saints. The disciple is stupid. I hope the teacher will forgive me. Sanqing, Nuwa, and Yanzunti all lowered their heads and said. As for Emperor Junti, he smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems that this meeting has nothing to do with them. Hong Jun made it clear that he ignored them, which made them there was nothing they could do. However, they wanted to see what Hong Jun was capable of, allowing the saints to take the initiative to help Hashin. Then, it was time for the saints to put on a show. One by one, you pushed me and scolded each other. Anyway, there were vague signs of a quarrel at the end. Even Hong Jun couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene, but he understood what the saints meant. Since the saints are not willing to take the initiative, then they can't. It's his fault for forcing the saints to do so. He only heard Hong Jun's suggestion. It seems that none of you are willing to take the initiative at the moment. I have a good way to complete the immortal position in heaven and cope with the next calamity. But I need your help. What do you think? Speaking of this, a wisp of heavenly pressure was emitted by Hong Jun, which made all the saints feel a little bit in their hearts, secretly saying that the real thing is coming. After hearing what Hong Jun said, even the originally listless Emperor Taiyu became energetic and returned. I thought that this time I came in vain. It was just a formality, but I didn't expect that something big was actually announced. Soon, Sanqing and others took the lead and said respectfully, "We are all following the teacher's orders." Great kindness. Nodding, Hong Jun flicked his finger, and a golden light flashed. Then a scroll appeared in the air. It was blank, but it exuded endless pressure. Even the saints couldn't help but feel very attached to the spiritual treasure. Curious, can just an ordinary scroll exude such strong pressure from heaven? It seems to be very simple. Indeed, just as the saints expected, Hong Jun said slowly, Since the dawn of time, at the beginning, there were 3 strange books in Tanyan, namely the 3 books of heaven, earth and people. The whereabouts of the heavenly book are unknown. The earthly book is in the hands of Zhen Yuanzi, and the human book is in the hands of Zhu Long. This scroll is the legendary heavenly book. What, is the book of heaven always in the hands of the teacher? Sanqing was stunned at first, and soon began to study the book of heaven in detail. The book of earth, also known as the earth's fetal membrane, has unparalleled defenses. As long as you stand on the ancient earth with this spiritual treasure, you can communicate with the earth's veins, even if it is an innate treasure. Even the quasi-sage, Shen Long, can completely erase it from the wilderness with just one thought. Therefore, the book of earth and the book of man can determine life and death with just one thought. It can be seen how extraordinary the 3 books of heaven, earth and man are. Now that the heavenly book, the first of the 3 books, has appeared, how can the saints not be curious? At the same time, the saints also have the idea of taking it as their own. Thinking of it at this point, I asked, is it true that the method mentioned by the teacher is in the heavenly book? If it had nothing to do with the heavenly book, Hong Jun would not sacrifice this spiritual treasure. In addition, Hong Jun also said that he would be responsible for the next calamity, which completely filled the curiosity of the saints. Good, Hong Jun responded, and then said, the book of heaven is also known as the list of gods. It can be used to confer gods in the heaven. The next calamity in the prehistoric times will be the disaster of God. You only need to write the names of your disciples on the list of gods. As long as you meet the conditions on the list, even if it's done. I dare to ask the teacher, once you write the names of your disciples, what will be the effect? Tongshan didn't understand much, so he asked another question. After pondering, Hong Jun said bluntly, once a person is named on the list, he will be controlled by the master of the list of gods forever. At that time, I will give this treasure to Hashan, so even if the difficulties in heaven have been resolved, you no longer need to worry about this matter. What? Hong Jun said it lightly, but it made the saints very uncomfortable. Once they are on the list, they will be controlled by the leader of the list of gods forever. Isn't this nonsense? If one day they conflict with the leader of the list of gods, they must be killed first. His own disciples, not only the saints, but also Emperor Juntai. Their faces are not very good looking. Once the disciples of the saints enter the heaven, the strength of the heaven will definitely increase more than 10 times, according to the current strength of the demon clan. Even if you can attack the heavenly court, but you will end up with 1,000 wounds to the enemy and 800 losses to yourself. Secondly, all the disciples of the saints have saints as their backers. Even if they are asked to kill, they will have to hesitate for a long time. Therefore, Emperor Junti I was very angry at this moment. Why would Hong Jun interfere in so many prehistoric affairs and make it even more difficult for them to regain the heaven? Before all of the saints were shocked, Hong Jun said again, in the past, the 12 golden immortals once taught they have committed many evil crimes in the ancient times, and now they have triggered the calamity of heaven and earth. They cannot escape the great calamity of the gods. They have to deal with it. There are also disciples of Jijiao and disciples of the West. Anyone who has committed the crime of killing will not escape disaster. Hong Jun's meaning is very obvious. Even if you don't fill in the list of gods, something will happen to your disciples. Instead of dying in the end, it is better to enter the list of gods early and preserve your cultivation. Otherwise, you will have to enter the list after death. If you start practicing from scratch, the time it will take will be countless times longer than now. The expression on his face is as if he has eaten shit. At this time, Yuan Shi is very worried. There are only 12 true disciples under his sect, and among them there are the 9 were the ones he had just resurrected. If they were killed again, it would have a great impact on their cultivation. Similarly, the Western sect of Chanjiao would not have a hard time. Although they had many more disciples than Chanjiao, once the casualties were too heavy, it would be very difficult for them to do so. It may affect their luck in teaching, and then it will be difficult to recover. I dare to ask the teacher, once the catastrophe of the conferred gods comes, will our disciples be sure to die? Tongshan was most concerned about the future of Chanjiao, so he hurriedly asked. Shaking his head, Hong Jun replied, when calamity comes, Everyone depends on their ability. Anyone with deep blessings can escape it. To put it simply, as long as you have the ability and the magic power is strong enough, you don't have to be afraid even of immeasurable calamities. And after hearing Han Jun's explanation, all the saints also breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that this is the case. Then they don't have to worry about their disciples. Something happened to the disciple. After all, they have more confidence in each of their disciples. Even if a calamity comes, I believe they can survive it successfully. One more thing. The list of gods is a treasure of cause and effect that restrains the gods and eliminates the great catastrophes of heaven and earth. Whenever the calamity is opened, 365 righteous gods, 2,000 deputy gods, 56,000 generals, and 80,000 generals can be canonized. 3,000 heavenly soldiers are used to eliminate karma in the world. You will discuss this matter yourself. After the discussion, the list of gods will be filled up, and then Hashin will be in charge, and finally the gods will be conferred. After saying that, Han Jun disappeared as if he didn't want to listen to the quarrel between the saints. The saints were left with confused faces and some resistance in their hearts. It's not that the saints were unwilling to accept the disaster, but that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors hadn't ended yet. Another big disaster has come. What happened to the ancient world recently? The speed of development is getting faster and faster. If the saints' psychological endurance is not strong enough, I am afraid that they will all be driven crazy by Han Jun. But there is no way. Who can make Han Jun go crazy? Jun is the Taoist ancestor, so they can only endure it silently. He waved his hand and cast the spell, and I took down a list of gods, spread it out in front of the saints, and said slowly, since the teacher has given instructions, we can't complete it. Fellow Taoists, could you please fill in your disciples' list? After hearing what I said, all the saints were very contemptuous. What do you mean? You clearly asked us all to fill it out, but you didn't? Do you really think that other people are fools? Would you be willing to fill in this god list, and then let your disciples be controlled forever? Hashin, to be fair, even if some disciples have a normal relationship with the saints will not murder them like this. Otherwise, once the matter is known to the disciples, what face will their teacher have? The most important thing is, who is the prehistoric one? I don't know that Hashin is just Han Jun's Taoist boy. His status is too low, and he is better now. He even ran to Han Jun and cried, who would want to talk to Hashin? For a moment, all the saints, look at me, let me see you. No one took a step forward. A stick of incense passed by, and the saints didn't even fill in a single quota. After a long time, Nuwa came forward and took the initiative to write down 2 names. Fellow Taoists, I have no disciples under my sect, so I can only provide 2 places. I hope you will forgive me. After Nuwa finished speaking, she stepped aside and stopped looking at the list of gods. It is true that Nuwa told the truth. She has no disciples, so it is good to be able to write 2 people on the list. Even among the saints, this matter we can't force Nuwa. After all, it's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. We can't let Nuwa go to the scene to recruit a few disciples and fill it out, right? Soon, the atmosphere fell into silence again. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sigh. It's definitely not the case if this continues. The solution is that once Han Jun comes back later and they haven't even filled in the number of 10, how are they going to explain it to Han Jun? Therefore, I can only explain, fellow Taoists, it's not that I don't want to fill in the number, it's that I don't want to fill it in. There is only one Xuandu under the sect. If Xuandu is filled in, the Taoist lineage will be completely cut off, so Xuandu cannot be on the list. I believe all fellow Taoists have no objections. Right? At this point, the aura in me gradually exploded. As long as there is one person who dares to say that he disagrees, I will blow his head off. There is really no fault in my reasons. What he said is also the truth. If they asked me, who had only 1 disciple, to fill in the list of Xuandu, it would be strange if I didn't fight with them. So no one argued with me, let alone refuted. There are only 7 saints in total at the moment. Tei is missing, and Nuwa have also given perfect reasons one after another, and they have to be eliminated. This leaves only Yuan Shaitangshan and Ji Yinzunti. They looked at each other, Ji Yinzunti winked at each other, And then Zunti said, "Fellow Taoists, we are people from the West, and the facts of the East have nothing to do with us. So Taoist Yuanshai, Tongshan Taoist, please do so." Not to mention anything else, no matter how shameless Zunti is, he is still the first person in history. Whenever something good happens, Zunti will not distinguish between things, but now they say that they are from the West. This change of attitude is really faster than flipping through a book. This makes Yuanshai Tongshan very disdainful, but they cannot force Yin to fill in the list of people. After all, heaven is a Taoist tradition. Once Western religions are allowed to intervene, luck may be lost to the West. By then, it's not as simple as a great decrease in the luck of the three pure ones, but a part of the entire Eastern luck will be lost to the West. Therefore, despite the disdain, Yuanshai Tongshan didn't even say what to say in the reception, but only made a few mocking words, which made their faces look ugly. That's all. Now only Yuanshai Tongshan is left, but both of them are silent, and they seem to be unwilling to fill in the names of the disciples on the list. I know that they are not feeling well, but I still have to remind them. Second brother, third brother, you have many disciples, so you should fill up all the immortal seats on the list of gods. Otherwise, if the teacher comes back and sees that there are still vacancies on the list of gods, he will definitely be unhappy. This matter will trouble the second and third brothers. I don't want to urge Yuanshai to reach the sky, but it's been so long. Who knows when Hongjun will come back? If Hongjun suddenly appears and sees that they haven't finished the list of gods, they will inevitably be reprimanded and pressured by heaven. Even their saints would be horrified if they felt it. So I would remind you again. Nodding, Yuanshai didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly said to Tongshan and said kindly, "Third brother, isn't your Jijiao known as 10,000 immortals coming to the DPRK? But there are 365 main god positions and 2,000 deputy god positions. Even if all the disciples of Jijiao are filled in, the foundation of Jijiao will not be shaken. Otherwise, the three brothers will have filled it in, which will save the brothers." His disciples were robbed. The main positions on the list of gods are the positions of the 365 main gods and the 2,000 deputy gods. The remaining heavenly soldiers and generals can be easily dealt with. You can find them if you just put them together and have some strength. Therefore, only Yuanshai would propose to Tongshan like this. Unfortunately, after hearing what Yuanshai said, Tongshan became furious and yelled directly at Yuanshai, "Yuanshai, you are going too far. I think you are the second brother, and you are plotting against me like this. Your disciple is a disciple, but my disciple is not a disciple. If you want me to fill it out, you can fill it out, half per person, and you guys can figure out the rest on your own." It's no wonder that Tongshan is so angry. Yuanshai's words are indeed a little out of his mind. Even if he has to test Tongshan's tone first, he can know Tongshan's inner thoughts. Now he directly asks Tongshan to fill up the list of gods directly, which makes Tongshan how not to be angry. I am afraid that even Tongshan originally wanted to fill in more positions, but now this idea has been abandoned. This is the consequence of Yuanshai's wrong words. At this time, all the saints could not help but secretly curse Yuanshai for being brainless. However, Tongshan is not much better than Yuanshai. Even if one person is half, how many people does Chanjiao have in total? Let alone half. Just filling in 1/10 will allow Chanjiao to destroy the Taoism. As soon as Tongshan said this, Yuanshai's face suddenly turned red and blue, and he looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. "Tongshan, you are so brave. You dare to be disrespectful to my brother. I will teach you a lesson today," Yuanshai said angrily. "Haha, come on, am I still afraid of you?" Tongshan sneered, waved his hand and offered the Kingping sword, and was about to fight Yuanshai for 300 rounds. Please subscribe. The fourth update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 137, Tongshan. Most of the people in your sect are covered with scales and claws, born from eggs, and they only know how to cultivate and make endless merits. Even being on the list of gods is considered a good thing. Why are you so ignorant? Yes, besides, you have countless disciples, So what if you fill them all in? Is it possible that I can cut off your ability to teach? Ji Yinzhundi sang and started to scold Tongtian. Hearing what they said, Tongtian felt even more angry. Before, he thought about filling in half of the quota, but now, Tongtian suddenly didn't want to fill in any of the places. At worst, he would just let the calamity come. Anyway, his disciples are all of extraordinary strength, so they are not afraid of disaster. Boom! A strong coercion suddenly swept through the entire Zixiao Palace, and the huge momentum even made Zixiao Palace tremble. Tongshan sneered and said, "You think you can make me surrender by forcing me together? Don't even think. This list of gods, I won't sign it yet." After saying that, Tongshan closed his eyes to rest his mind and stayed away from the list of gods and the saints. Now that Tongshan was angry and allowed Tongshan, the main force, to run away, the situation became even simpler. There are so many immortal positions, but only 2 have been filled. Once Hong Jun returns and sees this scene, I am afraid he will be angry. In desperation, I spoke again. "Third brother, don't be arrogant. Since we are saints and occupy the sainthood, we must comply with God's will. The positions of gods must be filled up, so just sign it." It's not that I don't want to agree with what Tongshan said before, but the list of gods requires 365 righteous gods and 2,000 deputy gods. If it's half, it would require 182 righteous gods and 1,000 deputy gods. The sect is known as 10,000 immortals coming to the court, and these more than 1,000 disciples will definitely be able to get it without any effort. But looking back at Chanjiao, there are 12 true disciples, 2 named disciples, and 1 deputy leader, Randeng. As for the other disciples, they are not disciples of Chanjiao. Even if Lao Tzu agrees, how can Chanjiao get anything? More than 1,000 disciples coming? In addition, third brother, there are many people in your sect who do not practice virtue. As brothers, it is better to write those with bad virtues into the list of gods. It is not a good thing. What I said is indeed the truth, and it is relatively euphemistic, but is it useful? It is useless. Hong Jun once said that it was the 12 golden immortals who killed too many sins, which caused the calamity, which means that everything is useless. It was caused by Chanjiao, but why did he have to pay for it in the end? The most important thing is that even I didn't help him, which made Tongshan feel very chilled. The brotherhood between Lazy and Yuan Shai was also forgotten for a while. It's so pitiful. As long as there is an opportunity, the 3 of them may completely sever their relationship and never interact with each other from now on. Haha, okay, even eldest brother doesn't care about me, so why should I comply with God's will? You don't need to comply? Is it all because of the saint status? Well, don't do it. Tongshan's words were indeed said out of anger, but as soon as Tongshan said these words, the void was turbulent for an instant, and all the saints opened their eyes wide and looked in disbelief. What did Tongshan just say? Sainthood? Why not? Is he crazy? Once he breaks away from the saint status, it will be extremely difficult to rely on the power of heaven, and without the saint status, he is not considered a saint of heaven. He is kind of like a zombie, abandoned in the 3 realms and 6 realms. Lonely and helpless, extremely miserable. Third brother, shut up and take back what you just said. Fellow Taoist Tongshan, don't be impulsive. There are some things you shouldn't say. Nonsense. Yes, fellow Taoist Tongshan, we will discuss the issue of becoming a god at the worst. Why are you so angry? My 2 brothers admire Tongshan Dao's kindness and courage. For a time, all the saints in Zixiao Palace began to persuade Tongshan. They didn't want the matter to be so tense. After all, they had to rely on Tongshan for help in the end. But looking at Tongshan, it seemed that he had already decided to go, which made all the saints I don't know how to persuade Tongshan buzz. An infinite coercion from heaven swept over again, but Hong Jun also heard what Tongshan said and hurried back. Tongshan is one of the 3 pure ones, the leader of Jijiao. Once Tongshan leaves the holy position, this pair of Hong Jun, it was also extremely disadvantageous. But Hong Jun couldn't continue to bring the topic to this matter, so Hong Jun could only say, "Why don't you fill up the quota on the list of gods?" But you are not willing. Replying to the teacher, we really don't know how to fill in the list of disciples, so why not let the teacher make the decision? I bowed and saluted, and replied. Nodding, Hong Jun said, "Well, in 500 years, the God-calling tribulation will begin in the human race. Since the time of the 3 sovereigns and the 5 emperors, all of your disciples will die. People can no longer be resurrected, and the soul will be sucked into the list of gods to replenish the immortal position. Do you have any objections?" We all rely on the teacher to make the decision. I dare to ask the teacher, who can't escape this time. Yuan Shai suddenly thought of something, and then asked again. Hong Jun just said that it was the calamity triggered by the 12 golden immortals, but he did not say that anyone would fall into the calamity, or that people with a lower level of cultivation would fall into the calamity. This Yuan Shi was very worried. After all, he only had so many disciples. If all of them were to suffer disaster and die, it would be a joke. This calamity is caused by the Chan sect. Naturally, all the immortals of the Chan sect will suffer the calamity. As for other great religions, they will not be able to escape the calamity. Those whose cultivation level is below the quasi-sage will not be able to escape the calamity. Before Hong Jun finished speaking, he didn't know what he suddenly sensed, so he changed his words and said, "All the holy spirits in the ancient world, regardless of their cultivation level, are all in the great catastrophe of becoming a god." What, teacher? What does this mean? Regardless of the level of cultivation? 3 questions in succession appeared in the hearts of all the saints. Why did Hong Jun suddenly change his mind? If the cultivation levels of the quasi-sage and below are all in the catastrophe, the saints can understand and accept it. But regardless of the level of cultivation, doesn't it prove that a saint is also a saint? In the midst of a catastrophe? So is this God-conferring catastrophe a measured catastrophe or an immeasurable catastrophe? Saints have immeasurable bodies. Only immeasurable catastrophes can allow saints to enter and be in danger of falling. Therefore, saints will do this. Such shock and doubt are normal. With a guess in his heart, he asked, "I dare to ask the teacher, is the saint also in the tribulation of the gods?" Yes. All living beings in the ancient world, from saints to ordinary mortals, are in disaster, and saints can't even think of escaping. Hong Jun nodded. He did not deceive Ji Yin and the others. Anyway, they would have to be informed about this kind of thing sooner or later, so it wouldn't be a bad idea for them to be prepared early. Of course, Hong Jun didn't want things to turn out like this. Who would let them know? Hong Jun gave this group of people a chance. Why didn't they seize it? Now that the conferring God tribulation has definitely begun, it is impossible for Hong Jun to stop it even if he wants to stop it. In fact, Hong Jun has a sense that once this tribulation enters the climax, even he couldn't think of staying out of it. Teacher, please make it clear that we are the saints of heaven and cannot be destroyed without limitless calamities. This is what the teacher once said. Why would all the saints be involved this time for just one calamity? Ji Yin's face was painful, and Zundi's expression on the side was even uglier than that of Ji Yin. Originally, they thought they were from the west and things in the east would not affect them, but now it seems that they have thought too much. Shaking his head, Hong Jun sighed. It's the way of heaven. Even I can't escape the disaster. Okay, let's not mention this matter again. It's time to discuss the candidates for the list of gods. There must be someone in charge of the conferred gods list. When the person who should be robbed appears, the complete canonization of gods will be carried out. But for the time being, who will the conferred gods list be given to? All the saints must want the conferred gods list to be given to them, so that they can be in the midst of calamity, occupying a trace of initiative. Therefore, before Hong Jun could say who to give it to, the saints began to argue. Teacher, as the first disciple of Xuanmen, I am in charge of the list of gods and canonize gods on behalf of heaven. Teacher, the blessings I have taught my disciples are profound. Why not give me the list of gods, and I can also complete the tasks assigned by the teacher? Haha, teacher, my teaching is called 10,000 Immortals. Why not give the list of gods to the disciples, so that the disciples can better fulfill the teacher's tasks? Please have mercy on me, teacher. Although our West is barren, it is full of talented people. My 2 brothers will also complete the task of becoming a god to perfection. If there is no candidate for a Dragon Ancestor, it is better to leave it to my demon clan. If there are not enough people to become gods in the end, my demon clan can also help. Seeing that all of the saints were praying to Hong Jun, Emperor Juntai also joined in the fun, although they knew that Hong Jun would definitely not give them the list of gods. What if Hong Jun changed his temper? After all, apart from GGL, the disciples of all the saints are pitifully few, and there is simply not enough to fill up the list of gods. On the other hand, the demon clan has as many people as they want, but it is a pity that Hong Jun does not give them this opportunity. That's all. Let's leave this matter to me for the time being. After all, I am the leader of the human sect, and the great catastrophe has happened among the human race. I should also be in charge of the list of gods for the time being, until the person who has the appearance of a flying bear is reincarnated. Just alternate. As he spoke, Hong Jun took out a wooden whip and gave it to me. This thing is called the Divine Whip, which is specially designed to beat the 8 righteous gods. It is 3 feet, 6 inches long and has 21 sections. Each section has 4 talismans, a total of 84 talismans. It is combined with the list of gods. The Book of Heaven will be given to you too. Hong Jun looked at me and said. After hearing this, I quickly saluted and happily accepted the God-beating whip and the God-conferring list. Of course, I don't have to be happy too early. Although the God-beating whip has a domineering name, the God-beating whip can only hit the God-conferring list. A person with a name on the list of gods, as the saying goes, if you don't have a name on the list of gods, you are not afraid of a Kunlun whip. This whip is a bit limited, and its power is not as terrifying as imagined. Therefore, except for the people who are famous on the list of gods, even if it is an ordinary spiritual treasure, but it's quite tasteless. I dare to ask the teacher how to use this treasure when measuring calamity, and please explain it in detail. Although I got the God whip and the list of gods, I'm still a little confused. He doesn't know exactly how to use it. In order to avoid making mistakes, I can only ask one more question. After hearing my inquiry, Hong Jun said calmly, once the calamity completely occurs, the person who deserves the calamity will also be reincarnated. This person has the appearance of a flying bear and is easy to identify. At that time, you will hand over the God-beating whip and the God-conferring list to him, and ask him to build the conferring God platform. Just hang the list of gods on it. Once the immortal position is filled, the calamity of the gods will automatically end. After Hong Jun finished speaking, I nodded in understanding, but Yuan Chai on the side suddenly thought of something, and his face looked very happy. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had accepted a Feng disciple, and I feel that I have a relationship with him as a master and disciple. At the moment, it seems that this person is very likely to be the person who is destined to be a god. If this is the case, sooner or later, the God-beating whip and the god list will fall into the realm of Changjiao. In his hand? Thinking of this, Yuan Chai glanced at Tongshan not far away, secretly resenting in his heart. Ji Zhao must pay the price. If Tongshan agreed obediently and would not talk back to him, he could spare Tongshan once. But now it seems that Tongshan, if he commits suicide, he can't blame his brother for being cruel. Okay, let's leave now. Hong Jun waved his hand, and the saints left the Zixiao Palace, and then the door of Zixiao Palace was closed tightly. When the saints disappeared, Hong Jun couldn't help but sigh. Are you going to measure the calamity and prove the Taoism, fellow Taoist Zhu Long? Yes, after settling for so long, it's time to reach enlightenment. I won't stop you from attaining enlightenment, but I hope you can help me get out of this predicament. Shen Long has existed since the beginning of the world, and his status is not weaker than that of Hong Jun. Now it is actually natural for Shen Long to have such great achievements. Hong Jun has never said anything. However, there are some things they still have. They have to help each other. Now Hong Jun has reached a critical moment. Whether he can turn against the guest or remain a puppet of heaven, even Hong Jun is not sure. Therefore, now Hong Jun only hopes that Shen Long can show up to break the deadlock. In this case, he can also find a glimmer of hope in the chaos. Inside the Longding Hall, teacher, do you mean to say that I will also be involved in the great catastrophe of the journey to the west in the future? The ape looked at Shen Long in confusion and asked. Nodding, Shen Long said it was good. Even the 6-eared macaque can get into trouble. Why can't the ape? The most important thing is that Shen Long has already planned it. All it takes is for the Tongjai ape to learn some simple Taoism. Of course, It also includes Buddhist Taoism. This is extremely simple for Shen Long, so it is very easy to teach Tongjai apes. He let Tongjai the courses chosen by Yuan who include the 360 side sects of Daisy sect, including those of Shuzi sect such as inviting immortals and Fuluan, seeking good luck and avoiding evil, Lai Uzi sect's 3 teachings and 9 sects of reading sutras, chanting Buddha's name, pilgrimage to the truth, and Jingsai sect, the Zen meditation, precepts and fasting, the Dongtsaman's method of gathering yin and nourishing yang, climbing the bow and stepping on the crossbow, etc., are very complicated. When preaching, Shen Long Zen talked about Taoism for a while, Zen for a while, and the 3 schools of thought cooperated as follows. However, from these we can see that Shen Long's ability is very strong. He is not limited to any one sect, but is inclusive of all schools of thought. Later, in just 3 days, Shen Long taught the 7 Tai-2 skills of the Brachiosaurus ape, general changes, somersaults, clouds, etc. Anyway, these are not difficult for the monkeys. In addition to their talents and intelligence, Shen Long only needs a little bit, and the monkeys can understand it instantly. Of course, it is not certain whether these skills or magical powers will be available in the future. It is useful, but it is better to be well prepared. Unknown to Ge and Zundi, Shen Long has already calculated every step of the journey to the west that they dream of. Therefore, when the calamity of the journey to the west comes, even if it is as a saint, Ge and Zunti is about to cry. Buzz. Just when Shen Long was teaching the Taoist method of the Tongbai monkey, the void shook, and suddenly, a crack in the space tore open, and a familiar figure came into Shen Long's eyes. Looking up, Shen Long couldn't help but wonder. Nuwa said, "Friend, why are you here?" "I have met fellow Taoist Zhu Long. I am here this time to ask for help from fellow Taoist about my brother," Nuwa explained. Hearing this, Shen Long immediately understood what was going on. Nuwa had told him before that she wanted Fuzai to be the emperor, but Shen Long had too many things to do, so he forgot about it. Now Nuwa came to his door. Shen Long couldn't shirk it. Then Shen Long asked the apes to go back and practice the 7 Tai-2 transformations, and he started to discuss it with Nuwa. "Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, I will stop beating around the bush. Last time, fellow Taoist promised me to give my brother the title of human emperor, but my brother is a member of the demon clan after all, and he still needs to cross the Na bridge and drink Meng Meng. Po Tang will do, so I have to ask my Taoist friends to agree, otherwise it will be difficult for my brother to be reincarnated as a human being." Shen Long is the master of the underworld. Even Nuwa, as a saint, does not dare to break into the underworld. She can only ask Shen Long for help. Of course, this kind of thing is easy for Shen Long, so Shen Long simply nodded and said no question, waving his hand to arrest Fuxi Yuan Shen. Shen Long crossed countless spaces and handed Fuzai Yuan Shen to Emperor Fengdu. He was the clone of Kong Zhuan, and he was left to handle this matter. Shen Long felt more at ease. Now he just needs to wait. Fuxi is reincarnated, and the matter of infaufing human emperors can begin. However, unlike the original infaufment of human emperors, this time because there are also conferred gods and calamities included in it, so I am afraid that some killings will be inevitable, especially people. Although the position of the emperor's master has been decided internally, there is now another layer of change, which is to supplement the immortal position on the list of gods. Therefore, as long as the right opportunity is found, the disciples of the major saints will definitely attack each other. This is also the reason, so Nuwa came to find Shen Long in person. Another purpose of hers was to hope that Shen Long could protect Fuzai. After all, among the disciples of various sects, only Shen Long's disciples were the strongest and had the highest cultivation level. Once the disciples fought hard, and with Shen Long disciples protecting Fuxi's safety, Nuwa could feel more at ease. As for why Nuwa didn't take action herself, it was a pity that Hong Jun had banned the saint from appearing in the prehistoric times again, so even Nuwa didn't dare to go against what Hong Jun said. After hearing what Nuwa said, Shen Long nodded, and couldn't help sighing in his heart that the great catastrophe was coming. Among all the disciples of all sects, only the Tongshan sect has the most disciples, So Shen Long estimated that the saints would definitely together, at the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. They arranged for their disciples to kill the disciples of Ji Zhao. In this way, when the conferred God tribulation begins, there will not be many immortal positions left. Even if their disciples are asked to replenish them, it will not be a big deal. Of course, this is just Shen Long's guess, and I can't say it is very accurate, but just when Nuwa prayed for Shen Long's help, 4 great saints, Lazy Yuanshai and Jian Zundi, gathered together and taking, "What are you plotting?" Please subscribe. The first update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 138. Too clear. Within the great red sky. My fellow Taoist, you are in charge of the matter of becoming a god. Now that Tongshan is so unruly, you should teach him a lesson. The 2 poor Taoists are happy to help. Jian Zundi was invited by Yuan Shi to convince me to kill Tongshan's Ji Zhao disciples together. If the Ji Zhao disciples are not on the list, then he will have to fill the list with his Chan Zhao disciples, adhering to the principle that dead Taoist friends will not die in poverty. With Tao's thoughts, Yuan Shi would definitely not sit still and wait for death. But Tongshan is very powerful, and he still has the 4 swords of Zuxian in his hands that are indestructible by the 4 saints. Even Yuan Shi can't say that he can suppress Tongshan if he fights alone. For this reason, Yuan Shi can only find someone to help. Jian and Zunti had intended to intervene in this matter. After Yuan Shi promised to owe a Western cause and effect, Jian Zunti readily agreed. And, together with Yuan Shi, they came to Dechishan to seek Lazy's help. Seeing Yuan Shi as well as the resolute attitude of accepting Yan Zunti, I couldn't help but sigh. He only has Xuandu under his disciples, so he will definitely not be on the list. There are not enough disciples of Chanjiao. Even if they all die, they will not be enough to be on the list. Therefore, I am afraid that this matter really has to fall on Tongshan's head. Big brother, most of the disciples of Tongshan sect are people who do not cultivate virtues. Even if we do this, it is just to help his disciples have a better destination. Otherwise, if the 3rd brother keeps expanding the G sect like this, I am afraid that my Sanqing luck will be it has to keep losing too. Yuan Shi grabbed my hand and his tone was full of prayers. Ji Zhao said that 10,000 immortals came to the court. There are so many people, so there must be a mixture of good and bad. Tongshan never paid attention to these, which caused the loss of a lot of Sanqing's luck over the years. Maybe it is nothing to Sanqing in the short term, but if it goes on for a long time, something big will happen sooner or later. In addition, Tongshan has been recruiting disciples, and now the luck of Jijiao can completely crush the human religion and Chanjiao. As the head of the 3 pure ones and the leader of the human religion, his face may not look good either. Hey, 2nd brother, there is no need to say anything. This matter is clear to me. Tell me, what do you think? I sighed. He really didn't want to join forces with outsiders to deal with Tongshan, but now it seems that Tongshan has indeed aroused public anger, and Tongshan's Jijiao is the most suitable choice to deal with the disaster, so I can only agree to it. The strange thing is it's strange that there are so many disciples in the Tongshan sect, so I can't blame anyone else. Time flies. Thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye. After continuous development, the human race has increased to hundreds of millions. It can be said that the ancient land is now covered with the footprints of the human race. However, there is also a big disadvantage in the rapid development of the human race. After the population is too large, it becomes more and more difficult for the human race's holy land to manage the human race. Often when an order is passed on, it takes who knows how long it will take for it to be known to all the people. Reluctantly, the Suiran clan had no choice but to order the human race to be divided into numerous tribes and select tribe leaders, which would make management easier. Among the many tribes, there is a tribe named Fengun tribe. The patriarch of the clan was named Feng Yan, and he had a daughter. Because she was born in Zhu of Huaxu Mountain, she was called the Huaxu clan. The Huaxu family is smart, but extremely playful. They know that there is a forbidden place in the human race called Lies Land, but they break into it without permission. The birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant in Lies, and the scenery was beautiful. It can be said that the Huaxu family had a great time, but not long after returning, Huaxu had a dream. In the dream, countless golden lotuses fell from the sky. Bursts of fairy music wrapped around a colorful figure, and then turned into a ray of light and penetrated into Huaxu's belly. She is also pregnant because of this. Although Huizu was suddenly pregnant, her mother Feng Gun did not blame Huizu. After carefully asking what happened to Huizu, Feng Gun suddenly realized, and then said, "There is no need to worry about this matter. It is clear that there is something wrong now. Having someone blessed by heaven in your womb is not only not a bad thing, but will also be of great benefit to our family. You can rest assured and know what the future will bring." After receiving the explanation from her mother Feng Gun, the Huaxu family felt at ease. "In my heart, I love the fetus in my belly very much, but strange things happen every year, especially this year. Other people's pregnancies are all 10-month gestations. Once they give birth, even if there are exceptions, the difference is not too many days. But on the other hand, Huaxu's pregnancy lasted for 10 years. Even if Huaxu's pregnancy lasted for 10 years, Zhu believed her mother's words, but she also began to question whether she was pregnant with a monster. And just when Huaxu was pregnant, Tongshan on Jinao Island in the distance also opened his eyes from enlightenment. Now that Yuanchai is unkind, don't blame him for being unjust. Logically speaking, the position of the first human emperor's teacher belongs to Yuanchai. But this time, Tongshan will ask his disciples to cut off the beard and teach Yuanchai a profound lesson. Thinking of this, Tongshan called his disciple Zhao Gongming. Although Zhao Gongming was killed by Kong Zhuan and others last time, he has been resurrected by Tongshan, and his cultivation has been promoted to the peak of Daoyuo. Now Tongshan will let Zhao Gongming replace Chen Jiao to recruit disciples and become Fuxi's teacher. Meet the master. Zhao Gongming hurriedly walked into Baiyu Palace and saluted Tongshan. Nodding, Tongshan said, "Gongming, the Huaxu clan of the human race is about to give birth to the human emperor of the human race. You go and accept him as a disciple, teach him carefully, and make him a disciple. Its merits are perfect." In addition, this time, assisting and teaching the human emperor to achieve the throne of emperor is no small matter. I am sending you here to ask you to deal with it carefully. If the mortal emperor does not understand something, you must answer it with all your heart. Do you understand? Among the 8 direct disciples, Zhao Gongming is quite popular with Tongshan, so if there is any good thing, generally speaking, Tongshan will think about Zhao Gongming. Hearing that Tongshan entrusted such an important matter to him, Zhao Gongming was very happy, and then he quickly said with a serious face, "Master, don't worry, my disciple will definitely complete the task. Don't dare to neglect at all. Okay, you go." "Yes," Zhao Gongming responded, then left Baiyu Palace and went straight to the human race. But just as Zhao Gongming left, Duo Bao entered Baiyu Palace and met Tongshan. Compared with Zhao Gongming, Duo Bao understood there are more secrets. He also knows that the position of the master of the human emperor should be owned by Guang Chengzi, but now Gongming has gone to accept the human emperor as his disciple. This makes Duo Bao very puzzled and does not understand what Tongshan is thinking. "Duo Bao, are you here to ask about being the master of the emperor?" When Tongshan saw Duo Bao, he knew Duo Bao's intention. Nodding, Duo Bao responded, "It's the master. Shouldn't the position of Fuxi's master belong to Guang Chengzi? Why did the master want to send junior brother Gongming, going to take on a disciple?" Faced with Duo Bao's doubts, Tongshan did not hide the matter of Zixiao Palace, but told Duo Bao how the saints forced Jijiao. Duo Bao was furious when he heard this, and his expression was exactly the same as Tongshan's before. No wonder he is Tongshan's favorite disciple. After all, like a teacher, like a disciple, it's too much to bully others. It's simply too much to bully others. "Master, we, Jijiao, should occupy all the positions of the masters of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. With such merit, I'm afraid even the saints who want to take action against us will be a little more wary. Duo Bao is more ruthless than Tongshan. Tongshan originally only planned to take away Yuan Shi's position, but Duo Bao actually wanted to take away my position as well. This is a bit too much. But Tongshan thought about it and realized that it was not a bad idea. They were brothers at the time when the three of them chose the position of the Master of the Human Emperor. I directly chose the position of the last Master of Xuanyuan, because it has the most merit and luck. I, as the leader of the three Pure Ones, should get the greatest benefits. And Yuan Shi, he chose the position of Master of Fuxi. After all, Fuxi was the first emperor of the people, and he also had a lot of merit and luck. When he arrived at Tongshan, only the position of Master of the Earth Emperor Shen Long was left. Not only did he have the least merit, but he also had the least luck. Even the influence on the human race is the smallest. Before, Tongshan didn't care about me at Yuan Shi, but now that I think about it, why would Tongshan give in to his two brothers? Duo Bao is right, they bully others too much. Then what? They were not even allowed to stay. In this way, Tongshan gave Duo Bao some instructions, and soon, tens of thousands of disciples of the Jijiao began to take action. As for what they were going to do, no one knew yet. Let's talk about the human tribe. On the banks of the Weishui River, the Huaxu family has now been driven by the tribe to live in a small wooden house. It wasn't that the tribe was too heartless, but that the Huaxu clan was pregnant with a monster, which frightened the humans in the tribe. In desperation, his mother Feng Gun had no choice but to kill off her relatives and let the Huaxu family fend for themselves in a small wooden house by the Weishui River. It was okay at the beginning, and Huizu could still find some wild fruits to satisfy her hunger, but as her belly got bigger and bigger, it became extremely difficult for Huizu to move. Just when the Huaxu family was about to finish their meal, a unicorn descended from the sky and brought food to the Huaxu family, helping the Huaxu family solve the food crisis. Of course, this unicorn is none other than a disciple of Ji Zhao. After all, the child Huizu was carrying was the future emperor of the people, and he was also a disciple of Zhao Gongming. They couldn't just sit idly by. Anyway, as long as there is an opportunity, Ji Zhao's disciples will help the Huaxu family. This allows the Huaxu family to quickly get enough nutrients, and the child in her belly will be born soon. The spring and autumn period do not keep track of time. After countless spring and autumn periods, the day when Fuxi will be born soon comes. On the banks of the Weishui River, the red clouds in the sky shone on the Huaxu clan, and there were two more colorful phoenixes circling in the sky. Their screams were clear and resounded throughout the human tribe. After hearing the sound, the people of the Fengan tribe closest to here were stunned. The humans who came out of curiosity were all amazed. The phoenix is a divine bird. Now that it suddenly appears, there must be some great sage coming to the world. This made them regret very much. Did they make an extremely wrong decision? At this moment, a strange fragrance hit, and then the sound of children crying was heard. The sound was clear and loud, shocking the three realms. Hearing this cry, Zhao Gongming, who had been guarding the Weishui River for many days, suddenly opened his eyes and hurried to the Huaxu family's wooden house. He said, "I am Zhao Gongming, a disciple of Saint Tongshan. I hope my wife will come forward." One sight, a disciple of a saint? Huizu was still a little weak, but after hearing Zhao Gongming's words, she quickly got up and carried Fuxi out of the wooden house. When she saw Zhao Gongming's handsome appearance and majestic momentum, Huizu hurriedly saluted and said, "Meet the Immortal." "Madam, please get up quickly. This time, I am here on the orders of my master, Saint Tongshan, to accept a disciple. Madam's son will become a dragon and a phoenix among men in the future, and the emperor of the human race. For this reason, I plan to accept him as a disciple. I wonder what Madam thinks?" Zhao Gongming did not hide anything, and directly stated his identity and purpose of coming. Hearing this, Huizu was very shocked. He never expected that his child would achieve such great success in the future. Secondly, Huizu was shocked by Zhao Gongming's identity. But they are disciples of saints, especially Saint Tongshan, who has a greater reputation. How could the Huizu family not know about it? So he nodded in agreement quickly, but he hesitated. After thinking for a while, the Huizu family said, This matter Huizuzu is naturally willing to agree, but my son is still young, so, madam, don't worry, I won't take him away for the time being. When he reaches adulthood, you can come back and look for me. What can such a young child do? Zhao Gongming doesn't know how to be a babysitter. Naturally, he won't take Fuxi away now. For now, Fuxi still needs to stay with the Huizu family. Hearing Zhao Gongming say this, the Huaxu family was relieved, and then agreed, and asked Zhao Gongming to give Fuxi a name. Zhao Gongming, who had known Fuxi's identity for a long time, said the word Fuxi without even thinking, and then Zhao Gongming gave special instructions. The people of the Fenggun tribe asked them to take good care of the Huizu family and their son, and then left. Now the Huizu family has agreed to accept disciples, and Zhao Gongming and Fuzai also have a master-disciple relationship, so even if Zhao Gongming leaves, it's nothing. The matter has been decided, and it is impossible to change it. As soon as Zhao Gongming left, Guang Changsai rushed to the Fenggun tribe with joy. The matter of recruiting disciples had been informed to Guang Changsai countless years ago in the Yuan dynasty, so there is no problem for Guang Changsai to come now. But one thing is that he is too late. Fuxi has already been accepted as a disciple by Zhao Gongming. Even if he accepts Fuxi as a disciple again, he will not get any merit or luck. Buzz, the void shook, the wind and clouds changed, and the golden lotuses rushed to bloom. Guang Changsai appeared in front of the Huaxu family with a fairy-like expression. After looking at the Huaxu family, after confirming his identity, Guang Changsai said, I have met madam. I am a disciple of the Saint Yuanshai, Guang Changsai. Now I have come here to recruit a disciple under the order of my master. I hope madam will agree. Huixushi, take on a disciple? What kind of apprentice do you want? Hasn't Fuxi been accepted as a disciple by Tongshan disciples? Huizu was confused, but she didn't know how to explain it to Guang Changsai, so Huizu could only say helplessly, I'm sorry, Immortal, we don't need it for the time being. Guang Changsai, what do you mean no longer needed? Recruiting a disciple is a matter of destiny. Why is it no longer necessary? Staring at Huizu with a puzzled expression, Guang Changsai said seriously, Madam, please don't make any jokes. Accepting a disciple is a decree of heaven and cannot be refused. How can you say that you don't need it anymore? Could it be that Madam wants to defy heaven? When he said this, Guang Changsai exuded a hint of coercion, which made Huizu, Immortal, suddenly turn pale. Looking at Guang Changsai innocently, Huaxu quickly explained, Master Immortal, please don't be angry. My son has already become a disciple of Immortal Zhao Gongming, a disciple of Saint Tongshan, so why bother to become a disciple again? What, did you become a disciple of Zhao Gongming? Guang Changsai, who was still confident at first, suddenly changed his face at this moment. After some calculations, he couldn't help but cursed, how dare you, Zhao Gongming, take away this opportunity from me. I will fight with you until death. Glancing at the Huaxu family angrily, Guang Changsai flew away directly on the clouds, but went back to Kunlun Mountain to complain. Although Yuanshai said that his body was not in the prehistoric world, he still left a clone behind. This matter is of vital importance and must be just tell Yuanshi. In addition, the Jijiao disciples were simply bullying others. How could Guang Changsai be able to swallow this? If he wasn't afraid of provoking a fight between the two religions, Guang Changsai would have gone directly to Jijiao to question Zhao Gongming. Of course, Tongshan's attempt to draw out the firepower this time really worked. At least for the time being, he defeated Yuanshai and gained a slight upper hand. Tongshan was happy on his side, but Yuanshai on the other side was furious. If Tongshan dared to scheme against him like this matter was inevitable. We need to teach Jijiao a lesson. Thinking of this, Yuanshi specifically ordered Guang Changsai to bring Zhen and Huang Long back to the human race. As soon as he saw Zhao Gongming, without saying a word, he would kill him first and send him to the list of gods. And the reason why he had to bring him, the reason for choosing Huang Long is because Huang Long is a warm-hearted person. As long as he is called, he will definitely be willing to do this. Among the 12 golden immortals, Huang Long ranks third. He practices in Mugu Cave in Urxian Mountain. In addition to a pair of swords, there is a crane in the whole family, and there are no apprentices or city mansions. Although it looks a bit pitiful, he also showed his brains when he was a god. When the Zhou army was poisoned, he designed a plan to help Zhangxia defend the city for several days. Although the force is average, but he is willing to help others, has a very outgoing personality, and attaches great importance to the dignity of the Chan cult. He basically arrives in advance for every battle to give guidance to Zhangxia to greet the immortals of the Chan cult. He came to help twice when the Zhou army was collectively poisoned, and after arriving twice, the first question he asked was Yang Jian, "Has your master come?" It can be seen that he knew that Zhenren Yuding knew the three emperors in charge of medicine, but speaking of the record, it may be a bit miserable. When he was conferred as a god, he was hanged by Zhao Gongming, being chased by Luo Hu, being plotted by Ma Sui and putting a tight curse on him, the same experience as Sun Wukong, and being caught and beheaded by Sanqing using the Hunyu and Golden. It is really not an ordinary tragedy. Such a character can actually survive to become a god. In the Great War, it is a strange thing in the conferred gods that he did not become the target of other people's killings. If I have to explain it, I can only say that this person is so lucky that he is already equal to Zhangxia. Now Huang Long and Guang Chengcai are going together. The human race ambushed Zhao Gongming. With the strength of the two of them, if nothing else, it was possible to kill Zhao Gongming in an instant. After all, Huang Long Zhenren was also a member of the dragon race. His physical body was extremely powerful. In addition to Guang Chengcai's various magic weapons, the two of them only needed to cooperate. Well, Zhao Gongming doesn't even have the possibility of counterattack! Please subscribe. The second update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 139. Besides, after Fuxi was born, he became quite extraordinary. He can walk in 3 days and speak in 5 days. He has been extremely smart since he was a child and has a photographic memory of everything. Although everyone in the Fengun tribe was very surprised by this, they all tacitly understood what was going on. After all, he is a disciple of a saint. If there is not even such a strange thing, then there is a problem. When Fuxi was 12 years old, Fengun saw that Fuxi had grown up and was respected by all the people, so he took the initiative to give up his position as the leader of the tribe to Fuxi. Fuxi did not refuse. In this way, under the witness of everyone in the Fengun tribe, Fuxi became the leader of the tribe and began to lead the development of the tribe. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 years, the Fengun tribe developed rapidly and soon became one of the largest tribes. Fuxi's name spread throughout the human race. Even the third ancestor of the human race had heard of Fuxi's name, and was curious about Fuxi for a while. Seeing that time was almost up, before Fuxi could continue to develop the tribe, Huaxi called Fuxi to his side and made him his disciple. Informed Fuxi about teaching Zhao Gongming. After Fuxi heard about it, he also knew that he still had a powerful master who had not officially become a disciple. He simply stopped staying and went directly to the Weishui River to find Zhao Gongming. Over the years, Zhao Gongming had been practicing in Taoshan behind the Weishui River. As Fuxi arrived, Zhao Gongming quickly sent someone to pick him up. Everything went smoothly after that. Fuxi officially became a disciple of Zhao Gongming, and the two became masters and apprentices. After Zhao Gongming taught Fuxi spells for several years, Fuxi also returned to the human tribe. As Fuxi left, a murderous intention flashed across Zhao Gongming's originally kind face. "I have been hiding for so long, two fellow Taoists, please show up." Zhao Gongming snorted not far away, and then a ray of light flashed. Guang Chengcai and Huang Long appeared in front of Zhao Gongming. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. The moment Guang Chengcai saw Zhao Gongming, he cursed loudly, "You are such a shameless disciple. How dare you snatch the position of the emperor's teacher from a poor Taoist? What crime do you deserve?" Hearing Guang Chengcai scolding, Dao Gongming smiled coldly and said sarcastically, "Fellow Taoist, you are joking. You said that your position as the master of the human emperor belongs to you, then why didn't fellow Taoist become the teacher of the human emperor? Therefore, it can only prove that fellow Taoist is not destined for this position. I should help fellow Taoist to prevent him from misdirecting his disciples. What is my fault? Ha 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 ha. What a strong mind, Zhao Gongming. Today I will kill you here and make you regret your life in this world." As he said that, Guang Changsai raised his hand and waved, and the soul-destroying bell, a spiritual treasure that specifically attacks enemies with 3 souls and 7 souls, appeared in Guang Changsai's hands. Once this treasure is shaken, it can make people lose their souls, tremble and become unstable, making them unable to resist. This Guang Changsai has already had murderous intentions, so he doesn't intend to talk nonsense to Zhao Gongming, and just takes action directly with his killing move. Clang, the soul-destroying bell rang, and the mountain shook and the earth trembled. Although it was not as pale as the chaos spell, it still affected many tribes of the human race, and they were all frightened, not knowing what was going on. Fortunately, Guang Changsai had sense. He knew that he could not hurt the human race, so no human race was injured. But Zhao Gongming was miserable. Guang Changsai's attack was too sudden. Even if Zhao Gongming was prepared, he was still dizzy and had no ability to resist. Zhao Gongming, kneel down and beg for mercy immediately. Maybe I can spare your life. Guang Changsai was very satisfied with the current effect, so he did not kill Zhao Gongming directly, but planned to insult him. But at this moment, a poem came out, making Guang Changsai and Huang Long stunned. A man who laughs at a horse is a fool, and there is truth in the belly of the fool. There is a road to Zengxuan that no one takes, but I pay a few thousand flat beaches. After the words fell, Guang Changsai felt a tightness on his head, but Ma Sui, one of the 7 immortals who accompanied Ji Zhao, came over. He sacrificed his life magic weapon, the golden hoop, and hooped Guang Changsai's head. Ma Sui was Ji Zhao, the only one with a name among the 7 immortals who attended the teachings. When he was a god, he only fought against the worst one among the 12 golden immortals, Huang Long Zenran. However, Huang Long Zenran was trapped in just 1 round, which shows the power of Ma Sui's magic power. Deep. According to rumors, Ma Sui's golden hoop seems to be related to the 3 golden hoops of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jin, and Jin. However, no one knows whether it is true or not. As early as a few days ago, Ji Zhao's disciples had already started to take action. The main purpose is to ambush other disciples of the great sect. At present, Guang Changsai and Huang Long Master come without fighting, which makes them very happy. Tongshan said that there is no need to hold back, so Ma Sui does not care whether he has a sneak attack on his fellow disciples. The golden hoop was put on Guang Changsai's head and became tighter and tighter, which made Guang Changsai wailing in pain. Seeing this, Master Huang Long shouted angrily, "Ma Sui, you are so brave. Take action against senior brother Guang Changsai. Why don't you take back the spiritual treasure quickly?" "I bother. Why didn't you take your fellow students into account when you attacked senior brother Gongming just now? It's so shameless to use your status to suppress Find Down now." Ma Sui scolded, and kept reciting incantations, without giving Guang Changsai any chance to breathe. Knowing that he could not speak to Ma Sui, Master Huang Long had no choice but to sacrifice the spiritual treasure and smash it in the direction of Ma Sui. In terms of magic power alone, Ma Sui is not much weaker than Master Huang Long, but Ma Sui is still controlling Lin Bao and is unable to deal with Master Huang Long. After dodging, he was finally kicked by Master Huang Long, causing Ma Sui to he suffered a slight injury. At this moment, Zhao Gongming also recovered and knew that he had just been sneak attacked by Guang Changsai. In anger, Zhao Gongming directly sacrificed 12 falling water beads and smashed them to the side. Huang Longzhen, who was chasing Ma Sui, because the 36 Ding Hai Pearls were given to Zai by Shen Long, Zhao Gongming no longer had the original Ding Hai Pearls. However, there were so many Tongshan Lingbao, so he rewarded Zhao with other Ling Hai Pearls. Gongming, the power of the falling water pearl is not much different from that of the Ding Hai Pearl. The most important thing is that this treasure contains infinite gravity, and each bead contains a layer of yuan shui. Now it hits the head of Master Huang Long, and Master Huang Long's body suddenly trembles. He froze and passed out. Taking this opportunity, Guang Changsai cut through the space and secretly escaped from here, which was considered a successful escape. But Zhenren Huang Long was pitiful, and was left where he was, at the mercy of Zhao Gongming and Ma Sui. Also, it wasn't that Guang Changsai wanted to abandon Zhenren Huang Long, but in his opinion, even if he stayed, he would still be in trouble. That's why he ran away and planned to go back to find some reinforcements. Looking at Guang Changsai's embarrassed escape, then he smiled disdainfully and asked, "Brother Gongming, what should I do about Master Huang Long? Now that the calamity has begun, there are still so many places missing on the list of gods, so let's kill him. It can be regarded as giving Chan a lesson." Zhao Gongming replied coldly, without a trace of emotion in his tone. It's not that Zhao Gongming is too cruel, but Guang Changsai clearly had the intention to kill him just now. Secondly, Tongshan said that no one can measure the calamity of the gods. After escaping, Master Huang Long is now dead, and he can only be regarded as having accepted the great catastrophe of becoming a god. Poof! A sword light flashed, and Huang Long's head was chopped off. Then an invisible force pulled Huang Long's soul and flew straight to the list of gods in my hand. One of the 12 golden immortals, the Yuan Shi Saint. It is really pitiful that his disciples died like this in Taishan. When Huang Long was killed, Guang Changsai also fled back to Kunlun Mountain and complained to Yuan Shi. In Yuxu Palace, "Please ask Master to make the decision for your disciples." Guang Changsai cried loudly, feeling extremely wronged in his heart. First he was robbed of his meritorious position, and then he was injured. It can be said that Guang Changsai is definitely in extreme decline now. Hearing Guang Changsai's cry, I was originally Yuan Shi, who was practicing, also opened his eyes and said, "What happened again?" Reporting back to Master, "The disciples of the Ji sect ambushed me and junior brother Huang Long. We were careless and were injured by them. Junior brother Huang Long was also captured by them. If the disciples hadn't run fast enough, I'm afraid he would have definitely died." "What, and this thing?" Yuan Shi was stunned when he heard this. After a little calculation, his whole body became furious, and his aura exploded, almost annihilating Guang Changsai. Okay, Tongshan, you are so good. If you dare to kill one of my disciples, I will never end it with you. After Yuan Shi concluded the calculation, he knew about the death of Master Huang Long. All of a sudden, all the disciples of the Chan sect were summoned by Yuan Shi, and they didn't know what important events were being arranged. And with the death of the second generation of disciple, all the major forces and saints in the prehistoric era also started talking, but they knew that the war was about to begin. Infinite Four Seas, Dragon Court Hall. The Great Road is invisible, giving birth to the heaven and the earth. The Great Road is ruthless, moving the sun and the moon. The Great Road is nameless, nourishing all things. I don't know its name, so I call it Tao. Purity is the source of turbidity, and movement is the foundation of tranquility. If people can always be peaceful, everything in heaven and earth will return. Madam, her mind likes to be clear, but her heart is disturbed. Her heart likes to be quiet, but she wants to be held captive. Being so quiet, one gradually enters the true way. Once one enters the true way, it is called attaining the path. Although it is called attaining the path, it is actually nothing. To transform living beings, it is called attaining the path. Those who can understand it can teach the holy path. At this time, Shen Long was giving a sermon to Kongzhuangsun Turtle and Band-Armed Monkey. Although their cultivation levels are all at the quasi-sage level, if they don't become saints, they will eventually become ants, and they still have to practice hard. At the same time, Shen Long taught them all the mysteries of the 8-9 mysterious technique and the 9-turn mysterious technique. There are some aspects of ancestral dragon's 9 transformations that are not suitable for Kongzhuan and the others, but the 8-9 mysterious technique and the 9-turn mysterious technique are more suitable for them. And it was indeed as Shen Long expected. After practicing, the physical bodies of the three of them improved greatly, especially the monkey. It seemed that these two techniques were tailor-made for him. Seeing their cultivation improving faster and faster made Shen Long extremely satisfied, but before Shen Long finished his sermon, Shen Long sensed the changes in the list of gods. The tribulation of the gods has begun, and this calamity will last for a long, long time. Unless all the positions on the list are filled, the calamity will not end. After learning about this, Shen Long couldn't help but turn his attention to Kong Zhuan and the others. Although they have become quasi-saints, even saints cannot escape the calamity of becoming a god, so they have to protect themselves well. But there is another point: if you don't go down the mountain to enter the tribulation, it will lead to tribulations and be unable to break through the bottleneck. This also makes Shen Long a little hesitant about whether to send them into the human race. Hey, that's all. You still need to practice in a calamity. Only by practicing in this way can you improve the fastest. After thinking about it for a while, Shen Long still did not choose to evade, but planned to let Kong Zhuan and the others suffer. After all, they are the disciples he has trained for so many years. It should not be a serious problem even if they are thrown into disaster. In addition, the three of them have the status of canonized gods. Even if they die, their souls will not be included in the canonized gods list again, and Shen Long can easily resurrect them. After combining the above two reasons, Shen Long stopped preaching and then announced to Kong. The three of them said, "Are you three already aware of the matter of conferring gods to measure tribulation?" Reporting back to Master, "We already know, and we have also heard about Ji Zhao Gongming killing Chan Zhao Zhenren Huang Long. What orders does Master have?" Kong Zhuan asked back. Nodding, Shen Long explained, "This conferred god tribulation will last for a long time. If the immortal positions on the conferred god list cannot be filled, it will not end. Therefore, I plan to let the three of you leave Long Court. I have put myself in danger. What do you think?" Shen Long definitely doesn't want Kong Zhuan and the others to be in danger, but there is nothing we can do about it. Even the saints can't escape. So what do Kong Zhuan and the others have? Instead of sitting back and waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative and still have a chance to grasp the situation. The initiative. Kong Zhuan and the other three agreed with Shen Long's words. Shen Long would definitely not harm them anyway, so they could do whatever Shen Long said. But before that, they had to go to heaven to serve. It will do. There is no problem in entering the tribulation. But the appointment has been agreed upon a long time ago. They only need to report it to the heaven and leave a clone. Seeing that Kong Zhuan and the other three have no other ideas, Shen Long nodded, then made a backhand change, and a treasure appeared in Shen Long's hand. This treasure was wrapped in a sinister aura. It was made by Shen Long using the backbone of the Chaos Demon God, and it also gathered hundreds of millions of dragons. The soul, called the demonic dragon halberd, is no weaker than the best innate spirit treasure, and is even stronger than it. Currently, Kong Zhuan does not have a melee spirit treasure in his hand, so Shen Long plans to give this treasure to Kong Zhuan. Kong Zhuan, this treasure is the demonic dragon halberd, which was refined by my master. Now I give it to you for your close combat use. After saying that, Shen Long raised his hand and drove the spiritual treasure into Kong Zhuan's body and helped it to be refined. The same goes for the black turtle and the black tortoise. The black turtle is not lacking in defense, but the only thing lacking is attack. On the other hand, Shen Long gave the meritorious spiritual treasure diamond bracelet to Zhuan Turtle. Once this treasure is sacrificed, it can collect all treasures and weapons in the heavens. It cannot be harmed by earth, water, fire and wind, which is very suitable for Zhuan Turtle. As for the final solution Breakia, Shen Long also used the backbone of the Chaos Demon God to create a stick, named it Bohai Optimus Prime, and gave it to the Breakia. But why he chose this name, Shen Long had other plans. The reward after the three of them collected their spiritual treasures, Shen Long dismissed them, and then asked them to leave Longting and report to Heavenly Court first. After dealing with his disciples, Shen Long should also deal with his own affairs. He has been in Hongmeng World for a long time. I didn't go in, and I don't know how it is developing now. Thinking of this, Shen Long thought, and in an instant, the whole person disappeared, and instead, there was an additional figure in the Hongmeng World. Ding! Congratulations to the host tribe for breaking through 99.96 billion and receiving the reward, the complete version of the Jade Disc of Good Fortune. Ding! Congratulations to the host clan for breaking through 99.97 billion and receiving the reward, the power of the law of cause and effect. Ding! Congratulations to the host tribe for breaking through 99.98 billion and receiving the reward, Chaos Merit Spiritual Treasure 10,000 Mothers Chi. Ding! Congratulations to the host clan for breaking through 99.99 billion and receiving the reward, the Hongmeng Ling Bao True Eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host tribe for their breakthrough. Listening to the various notification sounds that kept ringing in his ears, it meant that Shen Long had reached the Hunyuan level, otherwise his head would be blown off. Fortunately, after the sound lasted for a long time, it finally stopped, which also made Shen Long calm down a lot. Turning his gaze back to Hongmeng World, Shen Long felt his eyes hurt, but green light continued to blend into them. Soon, double pupils appeared in Shen Long's pupils. One pair of pupils could see reality clearly, while the other pair of pupils was like an intelligent machine and could easily see everyone's attribute list. Shen Long could even see through some people's hearts, which made Shen Long secretly angry. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is the changes in the Hongmeng world. The moment he turned his gaze downwards, Shen Long was stunned. Is this still the Hongmeng world? Billions of Dragon Clan members are flying in the air, and the rich spiritual energy can scare a person to death. The world tree has taken root in the entire Hongmeng world. It is no longer accurate to say that it is Hongmeng world. To be more precise, it should be called Dragon World. After all, there are endless powerful dragons living here. Once they are exposed to the ancient world, the ancient world will be occupied by the dragons in an instant. It can be said that Hongmeng World is one of Shen Long's most powerful trump cards. After all, there are endless powerful dragons. Even Shen Long himself can't help but feel numb when facing so many enemies. Once quantity reaches its extreme, it may not be worth quality. After all, this is how Pang Yu was tortured to death in the first place. So what if he was a half-step saint? Let's meet the Dragon Ancestor. As soon as Shen Long appeared, all the Dragon Clan reacted, and then bowed to Shen Long. Nodding, Shen Long was about to speak, but suddenly found that there were some great worlds surrounding Hongmeng World, which made Shen Long stunned. But it's quite interesting. Although these worlds cannot be compared with the Hongmeng World or the prehistoric world, they have reached the level of the Great Thousand Worlds. Even Shen Long will be a little curious about them! Exclamation mark dot 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 dot. Please subscribe. The third update. The author starts from an average of 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 140. Three fellow Taoists. Have you ever explored these vast worlds? Shen Long asked, then asked the three Kibao people beside him. After all, it is the Great Thousand World. Once it can swallow the origin of its world, it will be of great help to even the Hongmeng world. After hearing this, Taoist Kibao replied, we have already explored it, but the strength levels of these worlds are different. Some are high and some are low, which is quite strange. Oh, do you know the names of parts of the world? I know a little bit about it. It seems that there is a world called Zishan World, and there is a world called Eternal Life. There are also some Dominator worlds, the Western World, the Panlong World, the Zuxian World. In short, there are many, many of them. The strength of the origin of the world is also different, but according to in my opinion, I can send some dragons into these worlds, and then devour the origin of the worlds to improve the level of Hongmeng World. Taoist Kibao replied. Hearing what Taoist Kibao said, Shen Long couldn't help being slightly startled. It seems that he has really discovered a treasure. Others don't know these worlds, but Shen Long knows it better than anyone else. He never expected that the book The Fantasy World in the World really does exist, although it is only at the level of the Great Thousand World, which is much weaker than the prehistoric world or the Hongmeng world. It is already commendable enough. If we can plunder the original power of these worlds, even for Hongmen world, the help of the world is also extremely great. Thinking of this, Shen Long directly discussed with the three clones, and finally each of them led an army of dragons to enter these great worlds to plunder the origin. Looking at the countless dragons gradually leaving the Hongmen world, Shen Long couldn't help but start to look forward to it. When the three clones came back, he didn't know how much good news they would bring him. No longer caring about the Hongmen world, Shen Long quickly returned to the Longting Hall and began to pay attention to the developments in Hongwang. Taking Jin, Dichishan, brother, the third brother went too far this time. If we don't join forces again, I'm afraid all the disciples will be killed by Ji Zhao. Yuan Shai rushed to Lazy and said with a look of resentment, now the two sects of Ren and Chan must join forces, otherwise, the strength of any one of their sects will not be able to compete with the Ji sect. In addition, the Western sect was also defeated by Yuan Shai. He was pulled in. After all, the Ji cult is powerful, and the Western cult also has many strong men. With their help, the chance of winning will be higher. I know in my heart what Yuan Shi has done behind his back, although I am extremely disgusted with Yuan Shi's actions. But there is no other way. The most important thing is that Tongshan has already had murderous intentions. The death of Huang Long Master is the beginning. If they are not prepared, I am afraid that sooner or later all the disciples will die at the hands of Jijiao. Thinking of this, I sighed and replied, brother already knows about Huang Long's death, that's all. We should really make preparations early. Xuandu, I ordered you to go to Kunlun Mountain immediately and join Wang Chengsai and other junior brothers. Find a way to kill the disciples of Jijiao and send them to the list. Xuandu has been practicing with me. Originally, I wanted to keep Xuandu, but now it seems that it is impossible. Therefore, I can only let Xuandu leave chaos and return to the ancient world. The only thing that makes me feel relieved is Xuandu. They all have extraordinary strength and smart minds. I believe that even if they return to the ancient world, there should be no danger. As for the Jijiao disciples, each of them is just a ragtag group compared to Xuandu. How could they possibly hurt Xuandu? Big brother, junior brother Xuandu is just alone. If something unexpected happens to him this time when he goes to the primitive world, I'm afraid. Yuan Shai wanted to say that he was afraid that the human religion would be destroyed, but he could not curse the human religion, so he could only hesitate to speak. However, the worry in his words was very obvious. That is, how could Xuandu alone not encounter any danger? Secondly, there are so many disciples of Jijiao, and there are countless magic weapons. If I don't reward Xuandu with any magic weapons, doesn't this mean that Xuandu is going to die? Of course, Yuan Shai thought too much. I value Xuandu very much, so how could I not reward Xuandu with the spiritual treasure? It's just that Xuandu has never shown it and no one knows about it. But that's fine. When the time comes, Xuandu can kill Jijiao by surprise and let them know how powerful the Renjiao is. Seeing that I was confident, Yuan Shi thought for a moment and understood what was going on. Then he stopped talking and left Taking Realm. Yuan Shi, who left the Taking Realm, went to the Chaos Elysium again. After all, I have sent out my only disciple Xuandu. Wouldn't it be a bit outrageous if the West didn't send some disciples to come forward? Yuan Shai was not a fool, so how could he be in vain to mention the cause and effect of a saint? Naturally, they had to contribute. Otherwise, once Yuan Shai gets angry, even if he leads Zunti, there will be no benefit. Facing the arrival of Yuan Shi, Jiyin Zunti quickly understood Yuan Shi's intention, and immediately sent Jiyin to send Jin Chanzi, and Zunti sent to send Maitreya to the Great Power, and even asked 500 arhats and 3,000 monks to help explain. Teach. In an instant, Chanjiao's strength increased greatly. Even compared to Jijiao, his top-level combat power was not weaker at all. However, Tongshan is a saint no matter what. He can know the affairs of the world in a single thought. How could he not know about the conspiracy of the saints? For this reason, Tongshan snorted coldly, and then began to secretly figure out how to deal with the disciples of the saints. The only thing that makes Tong Tian somewhat gratified is that Shen Long's 3 disciples did not choose to help explain the teaching. This is also a blessing among misfortunes for Ji Zhao. At least, there was no need to offend Shen Long, which made Tong Shen relieved. Of course, the reason why Kong and Zhuan didn't help Chan Zhao was because they couldn't stand Chan Zhao's approach. In addition, they had an unpleasant battle with Chan Zhao a few years ago. Naturally, Kong Zhuan and the other 2 would not choose to join their faction. In this way, Kong Zhuan and the others formed their own faction and joined the human race. It can be said that the human race was extremely happy for the arrival of Kong Zhuan and the others. After all, Kong Zhuan and his 3 men had protected the human race for 10,000 years, and were honored as protectors by the human race. How could they not be happy that Kong Zhuan and his 3 men were guests? Faced with the enthusiastic human race, Kong Zhuan and the other 3 stayed behind, waiting for some kind of war to break out, so that they could seize the opportunity. Heaven, Yashi Fairyland. Unlike the disputes among the major sects, Hashan is extremely quiet here. Maybe it was because Hong Jun helped him breathe a sigh of relief, which made Hashan feel good, and he fell into seclusion after returning. If you don't come out now, wait until later, kill. With Hashan's loud shout, a moment later, a black-robed Taoist who looked exactly like Hashan appeared in front of Hashan. When his cultivation gradually stabilized, the black-robed Taoist saluted Hashan and respectfully said, "I have seen this deity." Hearing this, Hashan waved his hands, with a hint of joy on his face, and replied, "You and I are one, so there is no need to be polite, fellow Taoist." Great kindness. Black-robed Hashan nodded, then turned into a black light and penetrated into Hashan's body, integrating with Hashan. "Hashan, you succeeded in beheading yourself?" As soon as he entered the fairyland of Yashi, Yashi saw the scene where the black-robed Hashan and Hashan merged into one. Seeing this scene, Yashi asked excitedly. Once the self-corpse is cut off, it means that Hashan's cultivation level is about to reach at the peak of quasi-sage. At that time, even if he fights with Emperor Jun, Hashan will definitely not lose an embarrassment. Nodding, Hashan replied, "Yes, if it weren't for Dragon Ancestor who helped me breathe out a bad breath, I'm afraid I wouldn't be defeated." He couldn't kill the corpse so quickly, so he had to thank Dragon Ancestor. So it turns out that only when you have a clear mind can you realize the Tao. As expected, the Taoist ancestors will not deceive us. It seems that I have to work hard to practice. Yashi sighed. It is easy to say that it is easy to understand the state of mind, but it is extremely difficult to do. That is to say, Hashan has experienced ups and downs before he can see through it. If it were others, he would have collapsed long ago. Taking advantage of Hashan's breakthrough, Yachi has another. I told Hashan something very happy. "Hashan, I also have a happy event coming to you this time. Can you guess what it will be?" Originally Yachi wanted to tell Hashan directly, but she was in a good mood and tried to keep it secret with Hashan. After a puzzled look, Hashan looked at Yachi with curiosity on his face and asked, "A happy event? Is there any greater joy than the increase in my luck in heaven and my breakthrough in realm?" "Who said there is no such thing? You are going to have a sister soon." Yashi smiled slightly and said. Hearing this, Hashan almost fell to the ground with his head turned. What? He has a sister? Who doesn't know that he was transformed from the original Stone of Chaos, and was later inspired by Hong Jun to become the Taoist priest of Zixiao Palace? Tong. To put it bluntly, he was born of stone. How could he have a sister? When Yachi said this, Hashan certainly didn't believe it. Seeing Hashan's confused face, Yashi stopped teasing Hashan and immediately explained, "Then have you forgotten the rosemary grass that grows with you? Now, she is about to transform. Together we live together. Rosemary jelly." As Yachi's words reached Hashan's ears, Hashan also began to think about it. Soon, a long-lasting memory was awakened by Hashan. Countless years ago, when Hashan was still a raw stone of chaos, on the stone a rosemary fairy grass grew, and this fairy grass has been with Hashan for several years. And because Hashan's body is the raw stone of chaos, it helped the fairy grass to block countless chaos storms. In this way, after countless days and nights, Hashan the transformation of heaven was successful, and because of the pity that the rosemary jelly had lost its vitality after he left, He recognized her as his sister and kept the rosemary jelly with him. Now, I don't know how many years have passed, and the rosemary jelly finally got a spiritual charm, and there were signs of transformation. After discovering this, Yachi was extremely happy, and then rushed to Yachi Wonderland to find Hashin to tell him about it, and Hashin knew the rest. As for why Hashin will forget this matter, after all, so many years have passed, and Hashin has just made a breakthrough. It is normal for him to be carried away by the joy of breakthrough for a while. After the joy, Hashin suddenly realized, patted his head, and quickly he replied, Yaoji is really going to transform? Take me there quickly and take a look. I want to protect him personally. After saying that, Hashin left Yachi Wonderland without waiting for Yachi to speak, and rushed straight to the back garden where the flat peaches were planted. This is the place where the spiritual energy of heaven is the strongest, so Hashin planted the rosemary immortal grass here. It's also because there is so much spiritual energy to absorb, otherwise, rosemary immortal grass will have to wait for many more years before it wants to transform. And why Hashin doesn't care about major events in the prehistoric times at all? It's naturally because Hongjun gave Hashin a reassurance. Hongjun promised that after becoming a god, the heavenly court would grow several times bigger, and during this period, no one would cause trouble to the heavenly court. This allowed Hashin to break through with peace of mind, otherwise, Hashin would have to worry about it day and night. Watching the Hashin mirror at night, checking the great events of the ancient times. To the west, the old site of Tanmo Mountain. Although Tanmo Mountain has lost its former glory, it is Wushin's former dojo after all, so Wushin naturally moved back. Looking at the darkness in front of him, a gleam flashed in Wushin's eyes. Since he had planned to be born, he had to summon his former team back, otherwise, how could he make a comeback just by being alone? And gathering those team members, the former demons, it couldn't be easier for Wushin to create an army of clans. After all, Wushin is the chaos demon god, and the number of methods he can use is simply outrageous. But the easiest one is to directly awaken the 8 magical beasts. My fellow protectors, I have returned. It is time for you to sleep, so come out. Wushin shouted low, and instantly exuded endless demonic energy. You must know that Wushin now has Hunyu in cultivation. His strength is many times stronger than before, so he must wake up those demonic armies quickly. A lot. After a moment, the void was turbulent, and several demonic energies emerged. For ordinary monks, it might be fatal poison, but for Wushin, it was simply a panacea. Greedily absorbing these demonic energies, under Wushin's gaze, first 2 black lights flashed, and then they transformed into 2 demons. The subordinate's black robe, see the demon ancestor. The subordinate giant scorpion, see demon ancestor. The giant scorpions in black robes are Wushin's capable generals. After Wushin's death, they all closed themselves off and waited for Wushin's return. Speaking of which, their loyalty to Wushin has reached a perverted level. Even if Wushin is God wants them to die, and they won't hesitate at all. Therefore, Wutian will summon them. Of course, there must be more than just the 2 black-robed giant scorpions. In addition to them, there are also the 8 Warcraft generals under Wutian's throne. These 8 demonic beasts are not ordinary. Each of their physical bodies can reach the level of a great witch. If they are not sleeping but have been cultivating to this day, I am afraid that even if they fight alone, they will be no match for any of the 12 ancestral witches. As for the 8 great demons who have joined the heaven before, they are just transformed by a wisp of their own original demonic energy, and their strength is low, so they joined the heaven. Otherwise, if it were really the 8 magical beasts, they might be able to easily kill the former Emperor Juntai with their combined strength. After all, it is Luo. How could they be so weak? They couldn't even defeat Emperor Juntai. Within a moment, they all woke up one after another. Their terrifying bodies were huge and they were struggling under the Tanmo Mountain. It seemed that they had just woken up and were still unable to control their bodies perfectly. And their strengths and personalities are also different, but they are all intolerable to heaven and earth. If Wushin had not found a way to protect them, I am afraid that they would have been attacked by lightning as soon as they appeared. They are Sun Ni, Chang. Living in the center of the earth is the fierce rock, violent and ferocious. His whole body is as white as the scorching sun. His footprints are everywhere, cracking the ground and scorching the earth. He is burdened with boundless karma. The fox is cunning and possessive. The yellow fire can fossilize all life, and he is burdened with boundless karma. Shangzai, greedy and gluttonous, can swallow heaven and earth. Sprays corrosive purple light from his mouth, can dissolve hard minerals and gold, and bears boundless karma. Jiao Jiao, cynical, fierce, green fire, steaming clouds and fog, causing damage to the world and drought for many years. He is burdened with boundless karma. Juanao, amphibious on land and water, has a mysterious cold attribute. The deep blue light can solidify all things into ice, and he is burdened with boundless karma. Fuji, crazy and reckless, raging fire penetrates all pervasive, triggers volcanic disasters, and devastates all living beings. He is burdened with boundless karma. Kuiwei, born in darkness, hates light. The evil light of darkness eats up the light of the sun and the moon, covering the sky and the earth. He is burdened with boundless karma. He is cunning, vicious and perverse, and takes pleasure in destroying all the good things in the world. The blue fire can scorch the earth for thousands of miles, and it carries boundless karma. The 8 ferocious beasts are powerful, ferocious and cruel. It can be said that at the beginning of the Dragon Han tribulation, even the strong men of the 3 tribes were not willing to provoke them. After all, he had extraordinary magical powers and was incredibly strong physically. He was simply a pervert. But fortunately, as Wu Xin's predecessor self-destructed and died, the 8 major monsters also lost news. Originally, the saints of the prehistoric era thought that they were also dead. Unexpectedly, it turned out that they fell into deep sleep on their own initiative and had been waiting for Ra to be resurrected. They opened their eyes one after another, and the 8 magical beasts sensed Wu Xin's aura, and knew that the person in front of them was the reincarnation of Luo Hu. The 8 magical beasts then knelt down one after another and said respectfully to Wu Xin, "Congratulations to the master for his successful reincarnation and new life. Okay, everyone, get up. When I return this time, I will lead you to fight again in the wilderness. It has been so many years. It is time to find other powerful people in the demon clan. I still have important things to do. The matter of summoning the powerful demons is left to you. Can you do it well?" Luo Hu's gloomy eyes fell on the 8 magical beasts, and they all nodded quickly and responded, "Master, please rest assured, we will definitely complete the mission." "Okay, there's not much time left for you, hurry up." After saying that, Wu Xin left with the 2 giant scorpions in black robes and quickly disappeared. If the demons want to reappear in the prehistoric times, they must first find a way to obtain part of the prehistoric destiny. For the time being, it is impossible to obtain it from the east. In reality, it is impossible. After all, most of the destiny of the east is in the hands of Shen Long and the saints, and it is absolutely impossible for Wu Xin to snatch it from them. For this reason, Wu Xin thought of a way, and then took the idea to the Western Church on the head. The Western sect's luck has been increasing greatly recently. Although it is not much, it is definitely enough to help the demons reappear. In addition, the Western sect is still a local sect in the West, so it is easier to obtain luck from them. The most important thing is, Jian Zunti is very good at recruiting disciples, which gives Wu Xin an opportunity. Anyway, the East is in the midst of the tribulation of the gods recently, and no one will care about the West, so Wu Xin made a plan, and soon, in the Tanmo mountain a young monk with a Buddhist aura and a green face walked out. He crossed thousands of mountains and rivers just to worship in the Western religion, and his name will soon spread throughout the West, and everyone will call him Buddha. Kinaro, little did he know, no one knew his true identity. Infinite Four Seas, Longting Hall. Others didn't pay attention to the West, but Shen Long never let down his guard, especially when it came to Wu Xin. How could Shen Long not care? When he saw Kinaro walking out of Tanmo Mountain, Shen Long couldn't help but be stunned. Soon, a fragment of the sequel to Journey to the West was passed into Shen Long's mind, which made Shen Long couldn't help but have a meaningful smile on his lips. Kinaro, you are really smart, but I don't know if Jian Zunti will accept you as his disciple as you wish. After saying that, Shen Long no longer looked at things in the West, but continued to pay attention to Fuxi's path to enlightenment. Because Fuxi worshipped Zhao Gongming as his teacher, it was originally very easy to become the human emperor, but now it has become extremely difficult. The most important thing is, however, the disciples of Chanjiao came down the mountain one after another and caused various obstacles for Fuxi, which made Jijiao extremely angry. Soon, Jijiao's disciples also left the island in large numbers and began to invite the Golden Immortal of Chanjiao to fight. However, while watching when he saw the people sent by Chanjiao to bear the brunt, Shen Long couldn't help but be stunned. How could it be him? Please subscribe. The fourth update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 141, the deputy leader of Chanjiao lights the lamp. Logically speaking, regardless of identity, status or even mana, Randeng should not be discussed. Now that Chanjiao sends Randeng out to lead the battle, it is a bit too much. After all, Randeng is a veteran and powerful master from the past, and he is even half a master of the 12 Golden Immortals. I really don't know what they are thinking. Of course, the reason why Chan Church sent out Randeng this time was mainly because Randeng was strong enough to start the first battle. Because Guang Chengsai has the destiny of Yuanshai, he can send Chan to teach any disciples, and naturally, Randeng is included. Seeing Randeng walking out of Chanjiao with a serious look on his face, shouting at the Jijiao disciples opposite, Shen Long thought, and the system reward Eye of Truth he had received earlier also reacted, and then Randeng's attribute panel appeared on Shen Long's screen, in front of the dragon. Name, Randeng Taoist Dojo, Lingjiu Mountain, Yuanju Cave. Disciple, Li Jing, Yui's Yuan. Magical weapons, gold exquisite pagoda, purple gold alms bowl, vulture glass lamp, universe ruler, 108 rosary beads, etc. Mount, Sika deer. Identity introduction. He is the deputy leader of Chanjiao, a veteran quasi-sage. The 12 disciples of Chanjiao also call him their teacher. Speaking of this immortal, he can be said to be the leader of the immortal class and the origin of Buddha. In the future, he will be crowned as a god. At that time, he will lead the 12 golden immortals to break through the 10 absolute formations, and will not encounter the disaster of the 9 meandering yellow river formation cutting off the top 3 flowers and destroying the 5 chi in the chest. Defeated candidate, Kong Zhuan. Other achievements, will take the lead when becoming a god. The immortals broke through the 10 Ju formation of Jijiao and asked the immortals to kill the 10 heavenly lords of Jinao Island. The final outcome, after the battle of conferring gods, he led the 4 men, namely Manju Shri Guangfa Tanzun, Puxian Zenran, Sahang Taoist, and Wei Lai Jun. The famous immortal rebelled against the Chan sect and joined the Western sect. He used pearls falling into the sea to evolve into the 24 heavens and attained the Buddhahood of the Western sect. He became the Lord of 10,000 Buddhas under the guidance of the Western sect and the 2 saints of Zundi. Looking at the truth, Shen Long couldn't help but be startled by the information brought by the Eye. This was too buggy. Not only was the basic information about Lian Randeng clearly introduced, but even the future ending could be marked out. With such a treasure, it would be a great opportunity to learn more about it in the future. When meeting Hong Jun, I'm afraid Shen Long will also know more secrets. At the moment, he is just experimenting, and it seems that the effect is good, which makes Shen Long quite satisfied. And just when Shen Long is happy, Randeng has already started fighting with the Jijiao disciples and was almost going to fight. You Jijiao disciples are so shameless, trying to steal my explanation of the merits and fortunes of my teaching, and killing junior brother Huang Long without thinking of the feelings of fellow disciples. Today I must ask for an explanation from you. Old monk Randeng, don't talk nonsense. It was obviously Guang Chengsai and Huang Long Zhenren who first attacked my senior brother Gongming, and now you are still here to beat him up and spit blood on others. Let me tell you, today I, Jijiao, will undergo the great tribulation of the gods. You will be sent to the list of gods one after another. Ha ha ha, what a loud tone. In this case, there is nothing more to say. Let's fight, let's fight. Am I still afraid of you? As the words fell, Our Lady of Jinling came out from behind. Our Lady of Jinling is one of the 8 direct disciples of Tongshan Seat, ranking 2nd. Her magic power is extremely powerful, and her Taoism is far better than the 12 golden immortals of Changzhou. Taoist Yu Duobao was the leader of the female immortals. When he was conferred as a god, he killed Hashan and Princess Longjai, the daughter of Yachi, and the traitor Hong Jin in front of the 10,000 immortals formation. Later, he fought with Manchu's Ri Guang, fought Hanzun, Puxian Zenran, and Sahang Taoist faced the enemy. The book records, the 3 golden immortals were angry, and each rode a green lion, a white elephant, and a golden jade to attack. They fought against the golden spirit Holy Mother. The Holy Mother is not afraid, and the dragon, tiger, and jade are swaying left and right. You must know that the Taoist practices of the green lion, white elephant, and jinn who are not weaker than those of the 3 golden immortals, but the Holy Mother of the golden spirit is not at all inferior. It can be seen from this his strength is so strong. His disciples are extremely famous. One of them is Wenzong, the Grand Master of the Shang dynasty, and the other is Yu Yuan, a Qi immortal from Penglai Island. If nothing else, he can teach disciples like Wenzong. You can see how difficult it is to deal with the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit. Even though Randeng is a veteran and powerful person, when he saw the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit, his eyes began to become solemn. Go, Randeng took the lead, and the Qian Kun ruler hit the Golden Spirit Mother. The void shook, the spiritual energy was scattered, and a crack was made in the space. You must know that today's prehistoric world has evolved. Except for saints, there are few someone can easily break the spatial rift. The power of Randeng is so strong now, no wonder the Chan Church sent him out to take the lead. Similarly, facing the attack of Randeng, the Golden Spirit Mother did not panic at all, holding the dragon and tiger Ruai, constantly counterattacking and moving smoothly. Even the disciples of Changjiao couldn't help but secretly admire the strength of the Golden Spirit Mother when they saw this scene. But having said that, Changjiao will definitely not let others' ambitions destroy his own prestige, especially Guangzhou. When Chengxi saw how powerful the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit was, he secretly planned a sneak attack. Thinking of this, Guangcheng secretly sacrificed a spiritual treasure, and then stared at the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit calmly, waiting for only a moment. If he has the opportunity, he will suddenly attack and kill the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit. And this treasure of Guangchengsi is really the nemesis of the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit. The name of this object is the Holy Mother's nemesis, the headshot artifact Bantan Seal. It is the so-called Holy Mother of God. When encountering the Fanshan Seal, 1,000 years of Taoism will pay off. At the time of becoming a god, the Fanshan Seal was proven to be a powerful weapon specifically designed to kill the Holy Mother, and it will kill you with a headshot. When attacking the Holy Mother, it will have a critical hit effect. As for Guangchengsi, where did Fanshan Seal come from? This is really related to Yuanchai. Buzu Mountain collapsed, and Shen Long took away the 2 broken sections of Buzu Mountain, but there were still a few large pieces of small mountain-like gravel, which were secretly taken away by Yuanchai. Later Yuanchai refined it into the Fanshan Seal. Not to mention, it was really powerful. When Guangchengsi came down from the mountain, Yuanchai gave it to Guangchengsi for self-defense. It is used right now. This is a great opportunity for the spiritual treasure. A flash of light flashed in Guangchengsi's eyes, and then he shouted, "Explode! Be bold! Court death!" Shameless Guangchengsi dares to make a sneak attack? Boom! As soon as Guangchengsi took action, all the immortals of Jijiao sensed it. It's a pity that Duobao didn't come this time, otherwise, Guangchengsi's little moves would have been seen immediately, but it was too late. Fantanian, especially the headshot. Jinling Holy Mother was still entangled by the burning lamp, and she definitely couldn't escape. In the shocked eyes of Jinling Holy Mother, she was directly hit on the head by Fantanian. In an instant, her brain burst, and Jinling Holy Mother died on the spot. After death, the soul turned into a golden light and flew straight to the list of gods. It must be said that the timing and opportunity of Guangchengsi's sneak attack were too clever. And in addition, The Fanshan seal had a 100% restraint effect on the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit. The Holy Mother of Jinling deserved such a disaster. The death of Holy Mother of Jinling shocked the disciples of GGL. They were stunned for a moment and then in great pain, especially when Zong and Yu Yuan, the disciples of Holy Mother of Jinling, were even more shocked. It's crying with each other's arms. But it's sad that Our Lady of the Golden Spirit was killed. Senior sister, Mother Guiling shouted. Her eyes were full of blood, and the murderous intention in her heart was even more substantial. Our Lady Guiling is also one of the 8 disciples of Tongshan, ranking 4th, and the only one among Tongshan's direct disciples, a disciple who transformed into a tortoise. He once defeated several golden immortals under the Yuxu Palace and Kunlun in the Battle of the Gods. He has strong magic power and a straightforward nature, but he is more impulsive and impatient. Now that the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit has been killed, this makes the Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit vaguely uncontrollable. But without waiting for Our Lady of Turtle Spirit to react, Maitreya from the west threw out the human seed bag and took it towards Our Lady of Turtle Spirit. Now Our Lady of Turtle Spirit is very sad. It is a great opportunity for a sneak attack, although it is not possible to continue sneak attacks. Okay. But Ji Zhao's disciples are all very powerful. Even if they don't attack by surprise, it's impossible to defeat them. Unfortunately, they can only use various sneak attacks, so that they can suppress Ji Zhao in front of them. Buzz. The human race bag came out with endless suction, and the Holy Mother Turtle Spirit only felt a slight movement of her body, and she entered the dark space. Seeing that he had taken away the Holy Mother Turtle Spirit so easily, Maitreya was very happy. Then he took away the Holy Mother Turtle Spirit. Dizzy, he tried to kill him in front of the disciples of Ji Zhao to increase his own aura. Unfortunately, the Holy Mother Turtle Spirit appeared directly and huddled in the turtle shell. No matter how Maitreya tried his best, he could not hurt the turtle. Holy Spirit, Holy Mother. After trying for a long time, Maitreya gave up in the end. The only option was to trap Holy Mother Turtle Spirit in the human race bag and ignore it for the time being. This time the interpretation of the teaching was so successful that naturally we could not continue to wander. Otherwise, when Ji Jiaoduobao and others came, they would definitely suffer a loss. So Guang Changsai gave an order and the Chanjiao army immediately withdrew. Now it is just a small lesson for Ji Jiao. When Chanjiao comes back later, the real thing will be the battle. With the departure of Chanjiao, everyone in Jijiao also left and went back to complain. One of Tongshan's 2 direct disciples was killed and the other was captured. They could not bear this kind of responsibility and could only seek senior brother Duobao tried to get him to avenge the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit and the Holy Mother of the Turtle Spirit. After the 2 sects of Chanji left, Fuxi's side also entered normal development. After learning so many spells from Zhao Gongming, Fuxi, his cultivation level was also raised to the level of a true immortal. It took less than half a day for Fuxi to rush back to the Fengun tribe. The people of the Fengun tribe were very happy to learn that Fuxi had returned from learning Taoism. But soon, another touch of sadness was felt. They are hiding in front of his eyes. Fuxi is a true immortal, although it is nothing in the world. In the Fengun tribe with no magic power, he is simply a saint-like existence. Fuxi can easily feel their joy, anger, sorrow and joy, so he knew that they were hiding something from him. After asking around, Fuxi finally got some clues. It turned out that there was a deep pool to the west of the Fengun tribe, and all the human races within 100 miles of it relied on the pool. They lived on the water source in the lake. But one night, with strong winds and thunder and lightning, it turned out that a yellow dragon of the dragon clan with hybrid blood flew from somewhere else and got into the deep pool. This yellow dragon was very evil. It ate people and livestock, causing great harm to people. The human race in this area had no way of living and had to flee one after another. Even the Fengun tribe was affected. After hearing this, Fuxi picked up the King Long crutch that Zhao Gongming had given him without saying a word, and turned the King Long crutch into a green dragon, riding it to the deep pool in the west. After Huang Long saw the green dragon, he rushed forward and bit him. The 2 dragons fought until it was dark and the sky was dark, and they kept fighting for 80 days. The green dragon was seriously injured, and it was about to lose. Fuxi drew a spell on King Long, King Long immediately became stronger and fought with Huang Long for another 49 days. Unfortunately, King Long was killed by Huang Long and soon died. Just when Fuxi was worried, an explosion, there was a shout, and then a golden monkey descended from the sky. After glancing at the evil-doing Huang Long, the monkey just threw out a stick and severely injured Huang Long. Seeing this, Fuxi was greatly eclipsed. Then he hurried forward to salute, and said respectfully, "Human Fuxi has seen the great Immortal, and dares to ask the great Immortal's name, so that Fuxi can tell the human race to always remember the great Immortal's kindness." "I am a disciple of the ancestral dragon, a giant armed ape." Yes, the person who came was none other than a monkey who was wandering aimlessly. When he saw that a hybrid dragon was doing evil in the dragon clan, the monkey was very angry. This was simply a discredit to the dragon clan, so he couldn't hold it back, directly wounded it seriously with a stick. If Fuxi hadn't spoken, I'm afraid the Tongyubiao monkey would have killed it. This kind of scum must not be kept, otherwise, its crimes will probably be imposed on the dragon clan. I heard that the Tongyubiao monkey. Fuxi couldn't help but be startled by the answer, and quickly bent down to salute again. It turns out to be the human protector. Fuxi pays homage to the protector. The Tongbai ape has also protected the human race for thousands of years. Fuxi should be worthy of this great gift to the Tongbai. After all, he is no longer the demon saint Fuxi in his previous life, and he still needs to have the dignity he deserves. Nodding, Tonga the ape didn't say anything, but glanced at the dying Huang Long, thinking about whether to give him another blow. As if he felt the intention of the thong-armed ape, Fuxi came to Huang Long and stood in front of him. A spell was drawn on his body, and the yellow dragon suddenly turned into a big mountain. Then Fuxi turned the dead green dragon's body into a piece of blue stone and pressed it on the top of the mountain. This would prevent the yellow dragon from coming out to harm the human race again. Seeing that Huang Long had been suppressed, the ape no longer stayed, but chose to leave directly. Originally, Fuxi wanted to invite the ape to visit the human race, but it seemed that the ape didn't want to pay much attention to him, so Fuxi had no choice but to give up the idea and return to the tribe. Afterwards, because of this incident, Fuxi's reputation among the human race skyrocketed again. Countless human races admired Fuxi's contribution and then turned to Fuxi one after another to express their surrender. In this way, Fuxi's tribe grew bigger and bigger, and more humans joined him. In the end, there were almost no people in the human race who didn't know Fuxi's name, and Fuxi also made countless contributions to the human race in the past few years. One of the more prominent ones is to teach the human race to make nets, fish and hunt, which improves the human race's production capacity. At the same time, it teaches the human race to domesticate wild beasts and raise poultry, which solves the human race's problem of fullness. It also reformed marriage customs, advocated the marriage etiquette of men marrying women, and changed consanguineous marriages to exogamy, ending the long-standing primitive group marriage state in which children only knew their mothers but not their fathers. Later, as there were more and more human races and tribes became larger and larger, Fuxi divided and ruled the areas he ruled and appointed officials for unified management, which made the development of the human race a big step forward. However, these are not the most important. After Fuxi became the leader of the human race for many years, he finally made the greatest contribution to the human race. This was also a key opportunity for Fuxi to attain enlightenment. Because people know nothing about nature, the weather will change, the sun and the moon will move, people will be born, old, sick and die. No one knows what is going on with all these phenomena. When people encounter questions that cannot be answered, they ask Fuxi. When Fuxi cannot answer them, they feel at a loss. People live in fear every day because of this. Helpless, Fuxi could only look around frequently, wondering about the sun, menstruation, sky, the movement of stars, and guessing the changes in the earth's cold and heat, and the flowers blooming and falling. But in doing so, he was always like a headless fly, bumping around everywhere, which made Fuxi's enlightenment stuck at a critical point. Nuwa, who had been paying attention to Fuxi, couldn't help but feel very worried after learning about this. In desperation, Nuwa had no choice but to go to Longding and seek help from Shen Long again. Dragon Court Hall. Buzz. The void shook, spiritual energy scattered, and Nuwa's figure quickly appeared in front of Shen Long. Seeing Shen Long staring at her with a bewildered expression, Nuwa hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, I hope you will do it this time. I need to help my brother." Shen Long was stunned. What happened again? If you have something to say, you may as well speak up. If you can help me, I will naturally do so. Alas, it is still because of the affairs of the human race. Now my brother's merits are about to be completed and he can be granted the title of human emperor. However, he is stuck because the human race is confused about the future. The human race asks his brother about the good and bad luck in the future, including the future direction. The brother does not know, so he is stuck, on the edge of enlightenment. If we can solve this problem, I'm afraid it will be difficult for my brother to attain enlightenment. Nuwa quickly explained the problem to Shen Long, and Shen Long nodded slightly after hearing this. This matter can be easily solved. It's just that when Fuxi wants to create the 8 diagrams, he only needs to use the Luo Hu to let Fuxi prove it. Just say no. However, Shen Long soon discovered another problem, that is, Taiyu was still protecting Daijun. Taiyu was currently stronger than Nuwa, and with the innate treasure chaos spell, Nuwa might really he is not his opponent. If he asked for it, I believe Dijun would not give it to him. After all, it was Dijun's natal spiritual treasure. How could Dijun be so generous? Thinking of this, Shen Long understood why Nuwa would beg for him again. Go up. Seeing that Shen Long seemed to be in trouble, Nuwa grabbed Shen Long and prayed, "I hope fellow Taoist can help me. Nuwa will definitely be grateful." After saying that, Nuwa looked pitiful, which was somewhat inconsistent with the image of the Virgin Mother. But if nothing else, Nuwa, still very nice. Of course, Shen Long didn't mean anything else, he just wanted to appreciate. Well, appreciate. After all, she is the #1 Holy Mother in the 3 realms and 6 paths. No matter in terms of identity or appearance, Nuwa is the #1. Therefore, it was normal for Shen Long to be stunned for a moment. Soon, Shen Long recovered. Nuwa seemed to feel that her behavior was inappropriate, and immediately let go, but still stared at Shen Long, hoping that Shen Long could help. Looking at all the saints, only Shen Long has this ability. As for the others, they either wouldn't help or would push back. Of course, the most important thing was that the first person Nuwa thought of was Shen Long, so she rushed over directly. Maybe it was because Shen Long was the one who helped her to attain enlightenment, so there was nothing wrong with Nuwa consulting Shen Long when something happened. With a sigh, Nuwa said so, and Shen Long had to agree. After all, if he could help Fuxi obtain the Luo Hu and successfully attain enlightenment, Shen Long would also gain a lot of merit and luck. Don't look too much, but mosquito legs are still me no matter how small they are. Of course, the most important thing is that Nuwa owes him a lot of karma! Please subscribe. The first update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 142. Speaking of which, Nuwa owed Shen Long a lot of karma. If she couldn't repay it in the end, I'm afraid Nuwa could only. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, don't be anxious. This matter is easy to handle. Just give Fuxi the Emperor Jun's Luo Hu to understand and let him create the Fuxi Begwa. Shen Long replied. Although Nuwa has figured out this method, how to take Luo Hu away from Emperor Jun is a difficult problem. According to Emperor Jun's temper, I am afraid he will not hand over Luo Hu easily. Thinking of this, Nuwa said, I wonder if there is any way you can convince Dijun? Even she, a saint from the demon clan, can't do anything. What can Shen Long do? A hint of indifference appeared on his face, and Shen Long smiled. If he is willing to hand over Luo Hu obediently, everyone will be happy. If he refuses, kill him. That's it. Killed? Nuwa was stunned. With a flash of shock in her eyes, Shen Long really dared to say anything. Tai Yi finally resurrected Dijun, and now Shen Long has another disagreement and wants to kill Dijun. Isn't Shen Long afraid of Tai Yi? Revenge? Saints among them, Tai Yi's strength is definitely among the best. Even I don't want to offend Tai Yi easily. Is Shen Long's move a bit too much? But when she thought of Shen Long's strength, Nuwa felt relieved. Yes, after all, Shen Long has the Chaos Treasure Opening Sky Axe in his hand, and his strength is extremely powerful. It is normal to say such a thing. No longer worried about Fuxi's affairs, Nuwa nodded and said, "In that case, I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist. This time, I will go to the demon realm with my fellow Taoist to discuss this matter with Emperor Juntai. If they don't agree, let the fellow Taoist take action." Then, Nuwa cut through the space and planned to leave here. When Nuwa turned around, Shen Long accidentally activated the Eye of Reality again, and Nuwa's attribute list also appeared in front of Shen Long. Name: Nuwa. External manifestation: the most moving colors of the three realms. Origin: innate creature. Personality: difficult to figure out. I have a strong impression of the ancestral dragon. Identity: sect of all spirits. Holy mother of the human race. Ancestor of demons. Saint of the demon clan. Innate saint disciples. Remaining demon clan. Nuwa clan. Founded the Yu God sect. Maid and servants. Kafeng fairy. Golden feather fairy. King Luan. Fire phoenix. Ki Untonger. Bayantonger treasures. Mountain and river Sheji diagram. Red hydrangea. Demon binding rope. 7-star moonwhip. 7-mouthed Anmang god knife. 3 dazzling rings. 9-day breathing soil. 5-mouth Kyongkilegwang scissors. Nuwa stone. Heaven and earth furnace. Heaven refining furnace. Creation fairy cauldron. Empress whip. Human creation whip. Innate 5 spirit beads. Water spirit beads. Fire lingzut. Thunder lingzut. Wind lingzut. Earth lingzut. Holy spirit cloak. Heavenly snake staff. Nuwa blood jade. Wuji umbrella. Dingshan hairpin. Misty sky belt. 9 colorful clothes. Smart floating clothes. Unparalleled purple jade wheel. Thin marriage. Demon refining pot. Nuwa jade needle. Soul eating needle. Reincarnation purple jade lotus platform. Sanwa demon cult steel, etc. Mount. Yun incense cart. Bazan Young Wang bed. Xoanshan fire phoenix. Jin Ning. Related magical powers. Divine thunder of creation. God-splitting monster thunder. Divine light of creation. Dream snake. 5 spirits avenue. Xoanling 70 transformations. The way of the 5 spirits. Nuwa realized that by absorbing the 5 huge natural forces of water, fire, thunder, wind, and earth for one's own use, heaven and man are unified, and their achievements include creating all living beings in the 3 realms, educating living beings, creating humans out of clay, and nourishing human beings. God saves the world. To be honest, Shen Long just glanced at Nuwa's attribute list accidentally, but he never expected that he would gain a lot. Among them, the one who gained the most was undoubtedly Nuwa, who had a good impression of Shen Long. This made Shen Long stunned when he saw it. What does it mean? Nuwa is very fond of me, although no one restricted the saint's preferences. This really surprised Shen Long. If Nuwa could be accepted as a Taoist companion, it would not be a good choice. However, what will happen to Zai He and Chang Zai if they become a Taoist couple with Nuwa? They have a great affection for Shen Long, which Shen Long can also feel. Because of this, Shen Long felt troubled for a while. He never expected that he was so lovable. But speaking of it, Shen Long should indeed have a Taoist companion. Otherwise, it would be difficult to pass on the royal bloodline of the Dragon Clan. This incident made Shen Long a little angry. Zilong was good in other aspects, but he really had no talent when it came to giving birth. It can even be said that it is not good at all. None of the children born have the blood of the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, Zilong had always suggested that Shen Long find a wife. As for other dragon clans, except for the elite Dragon Clan, they are not very good. A dirty cow will give birth to a dragon, a dirty horse will give birth to a dragon colt, a dirty donkey will give birth to a spring dragon, A dirty sheep will give birth to a rampant dragon, and a dirty pig will give birth to a dead dragon. If you dirty a pheasant, you will be born. An egg can travel 1 foot in a year after being put into the ground, and mosquitoes will appear in 40 years. When it comes out, it can cause mountains to collapse and the ground to crack, and bring out 400,000 feet of water around it. Of course, these members of the dragon clan are not famous at the moment, but in future generations, one will be more famous than the other. After all, the dragon clan will not go to the earthly immortal realm in the future, so it is normal that no one will know how powerful the dragon clan is. After coming back to his senses, he glanced at Nuwa, who had left. Shen Long followed her and entered the demon world with her. In the demon world, there is also a demon palace, where Emperor Juntai lives. Now that the two saints were coming, Juntai sensed it immediately, then opened the door of the demon palace and invited Shen Long Nuwa in. Entering the demon palace, Dijun asked directly, "Fellow Taoist Zhulong, fellow Taoist Nuwa, I don't know what the two Taoists want to do here, but what's the matter?" Regarding the arrival of Shen Long and Nuwa, Dijun asked. Juntai was very curious. They usually have little communication with Shen Long Nuwa. In addition, there is a war between the saint sects in the prehistoric times, so they should not come to their place. How could he be so careless? Could it be that he had something to discuss with the two brothers? After hearing Dijun's inquiry, Nuwa did not hide it, but told Dijun that Fuxi needed to create Fuxi Begwa, and said softly, "Fellow Taoist Dijun, now that my brother has reached the critical moment of enlightenment, I still hope that fellow Taoist, you can part your love and borrow Hichu Luoshu for thousands of years to help your brother attain enlightenment. I will definitely be grateful." "What? Borrowing from Hichu Luoshu?" Dijuntai was all stunned, and the expression on his face was ugly for a moment. The recent period has been the critical moment for Dijun to understand the Hongmen Purple Qi and become a saint. Once the Hichu Luoshu is taken away, what will happen to the pair? Dijun's path to enlightenment will have a great impact. The most important thing is that Fuxi has been reincarnated as a human race. As demons, why should they help the human race? Just because of Nuwa's face, I'm afraid it's not enough. Thinking of it at this, Taiyi snorted coldly. "Fellow Taoist Nuwa is a bit pushy this time. You know that your brother is in the critical period of enlightening the Hongmen Purple Qi and becoming a saint, so you still come to borrow your brother's natal spiritual treasure. Is it possible that you, Taoist brother, it's important. Isn't my brother important?" As he said that, Taiyi's own aura emitted, and there were faint signs of pressing against Nuwa. However, Shen Long just snorted, and Taiyi's aura was instantly broken, which made Taiyi's face change slightly. It seems that Taiyi's expression changed slightly. Nuwa came here with bad intentions this time, and actually brought Shen Long as a helper. If Nuwa was alone, Taiyi would not be afraid, and could even drive Nuwa away directly. But with Shen Long around, Taiyi would have to be careful. Oh, who made Shen Long the strongest man in the world, the leader of all saints? No matter how rampant Taiyi was, he would not dare to act arrogantly in front of Shen Long. What does fellow Taoist Zhulong mean by this? Could it be that he wants to rob my brother's spiritual treasure? Taiyi stared at Shen Long with an ugly face, and the chaos bell was quietly sacrificed by Taiyi. Facing Shen Long, Taiyi did not dare to be careless at all, otherwise, he might not even have a chance to resist. After all, I was once Yuanqi, everyone was defeated by Shen Long. He didn't think he could be stronger than me at Yuanqi. Shaking his head, Shen Long said, "I never steal people's spiritual treasures, it's just that Taoist Nuwa is discussing with you. In addition, this matter will be of great help to Dijun's enlightenment. Maybe Dijun can take this opportunity to prove his enlightenment in one fell swoop. I really don't know why you are so stupid and want to stop Dijun from attaining enlightenment. You, second brother, don't be impatient. Let's listen to what fellow Taoist Zhulong has to say first. I hope fellow Taoist Zhulong can explain it to us in detail." Hearing that he could prove it with one fell swoop, Dijun couldn't sit still, and he quickly stood up and stopped Taiyi, who was about to get angry. And Taiyi also knew that he couldn't beat Shen Long. He was just showing off. Really let him for the time being. Taiyi does not have the courage to take action against Shen Long. Even if he did, Taiyi would not take action. After all, once Shen Long is angered, the demon clan will probably be strongly targeted by the dragon clan. In that case, the demon clan will make a comeback, extremely disadvantageous. Seeing Emperor Junti looking at him with doubtful expressions, Shen Long explained, once Fuxi becomes the human emperor, he will gain immeasurable merit and luck. At that time, Hichu Luoshu will also share part of the merit and luck. Dijun is the master of Hichu Luoshu, how could he not get any benefit at all? Relying on this ray of merit and luck, the chance of Dijun proving the truth in one fell swoop is as high as 80%. As long as he is not a fool, no one will disagree. As for the rape, even if I really want to steal the spiritual treasure, can you and your brothers stop it? At the end, Shen Long showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. If Shen Long hadn't needed to verify whether Hong Wang could advance, he would have killed Dijun Taiyi with an axe long ago. How could he have said so much nonsense? After hearing what Shen Long said, Dijun Taiyi the pair looked at each other and felt that what Shen Long said made sense, especially Taiyi. He knew very well how strong Shen Long was, so even if Shen Long really tried to rob him, the two brothers would definitely not be able to stop him. Therefore, it is better to listen to Shen Long and take the initiative to hand over Hichu Luoshu to help Fuxi achieve enlightenment. As for whether Dijun can use Fuxi's merit and luck to become a saint in one fell swoop, we will find out in time. Soon, Taiyi nodded towards Dijun, indicating that he agreed with what Shen Long said. Dijun also believed in Taiyi, and then he offered Hichu Luoshu and said, since Taoist Zhu Long said so, I believe in Tao as my friend said. Fellow Taoist Nuwa, Hichu Luoshu will be handed over to you for the time being. After that, Dijun waved his hand, and Hichu Luoshu was in the hands of Nuwa. Nuwa was very happy when she saw this. After saying thank you repeatedly, she left the demon palace with Shen Long. Watching Shen Long and Nuwa leave, looking back, Dijun said in a deep voice, I didn't expect Nuwa to find Zhu Long as her backer. The two of them are getting closer and closer. This is not a good thing for our demon clan. Hey, brother, it's better not to think about so much right now. It's a big deal to comprehend the Hongman Purple Chi, attain enlightenment and become a saint. Yes, I hope Zhu Long will not deceive us, otherwise. At the end of the sentence, Dijun lost his voice. Otherwise what could he do? I can't beat you, I don't dare to scold you, I can only be a mute who eats Coptis chinsis and can't tell me about my suffering. After getting the Hichu Luoshu, Nuwa hurriedly thanked Shen Long, then went to the human race and threw the Hichu Luoshu down. Soon, the sun and the moon changed, and Fuxi also made a new discovery while meditating on how to create Begwa. One day, Fuxi was fishing in the Weishui River and caught a strange-looking white turtle. For this reason, Fuxi dug a large pool and raised the white turtle. Not long after, when Fuxi was putting food into the white turtle pond, someone came and said that there was a monster in the Weishui River. After hearing this, Fuxi hurried to the Weishui River and saw that the monster said that the dragon was not like a dragon. It is said that horses are not like horses, walking around on the water as if walking on flat ground. Fuxi approached the water, and the monster actually came to Fuxi and stood there without moving. Fuxi looked carefully and saw that there were patterns on the monster's back, 16 on the bottom, 27 on the top, 38 on the left, 49 is on the right, 50 is in the middle. Fuxi had a sense that the pattern was quite extraordinary, so he quickly picked out a yarrow stalk and drew it on a large leaf according to the pattern on the dragon's horse's back. As soon as he finished painting, Ryuma jumped into the air with a loud cry and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the dragon and horse disappeared, the human race dared to come forward and asked Fuxi what kind of monster it was. Fuxi didn't know the name of the dragon horse, so he casually said, "It looks like a dragon and a horse, so let's call it a dragon horse." After saying that, Fuxi took the leaves and returned to the tribe. On the way back, Fuxi carefully pondered the patterns on it, but he couldn't figure out the mystery. That day, he was sitting by the white turtle pond thinking, and suddenly he heard the sound of water in the pond. When he looked closely, the white turtle swam in front of him from the bottom of the water, looked at him with bright eyes, then nodded to him 3 times, and turned its head towards him. His stomach shrank, and he lay motionless by the water. Seeing how strange the white turtle was, Fuxi couldn't help but look over. It didn't matter. Gradually, Fuxi discovered that the pattern on the white turtle cover had 5 pieces in the middle, 8 pieces around it, 12 pieces in the outer circle, and 2 in the outermost circle, 14 yuan, and suddenly I gradually began to understand. I realized that the law of change of all things in the world is only yin and yang. At this moment, the white turtle also made some movement. He opened his mouth and vomited, and 2 stone slabs from Hichu and Luo appeared in front of Fuxi's eyes. Then the white turtle dived into the bottom of the pond and disappeared. Fuxi took the Hichu Luo, carefully studied the lines on it, and gained some insights, and then he drew 8 different patterns, namely Fuxi Begua diagram. Fuxi called these 8 patterns Xianshan Begua, and named the 8 hexagrams Qian, Kun, Zhen, Dui, Zhen, Xim, Dam, and Li, which respectively symbolize heaven, earth, mountain, Zi, and wind, thunder, water, fire, etc. 3 Taoers are used as a group to form the Begua, 1 yin and 1 yang, 1 rotation and 1 movement. The yin and yang wax and wane, and the changes are endless. The Begua is composed of 64 hexagrams, plus the changes of the 6 lines. The changing laws of nature can be inferred. Come out. If you use 4 Daoer, 5 Daoer and other Daoer as a group, you can change more hexagram shapes, so as to be infinite. In this way, Fuxi Begua was successfully created by Fuxi. In the future, the good and bad luck of the human race and its future development can also be deduced by Begua. The pavilion where Fuxi created Fuxi's Begua became tainted with a touch of innate spirit and became no longer ordinary. The central pavilion was renamed Fuxi Begua Pavilion by the human race. Fuxi's innate Begua Pavilion hangs on it. There are 2 stone turtles in the Begua Pavilion, each holding a blue stone tablet outside the gate of Fuxi's Gua Pavilion. Essence. There is also a blue stone abacus on the side in front of the Fuxi Begua Pavilion. The blue stone abacus is dotted with abacus plates. It looks like both a river map and a Luo. However, if you look closely, you will see that it is neither a river map nor a Luo. Stone abacus. It's a psychic thing used by Fuxi when he was drawing hexagrams. It can also be regarded as a treasure. The reason Fuxi didn't take it away was to leave some opportunities for the human race. However, for countless years, no one, even in later generations, could fully understand it. In other words, Fuxi wasted a spiritual treasure. But everything is over. Fuxi's merits have been completed. Now as long as he finds someone who can inherit the position of the patriarch of another clan, Fuxi can complete his merits and directly attain enlightenment. Fuxi finally understood the situation, but there was movement in the Immortal Mansion that had been silent for a long time. Zenyuanzi, let's forget about this matter. Zhu Long is the strongest man in the world. How could he agree to your request? No, I have to do this. Zhu Long is not an unreasonable person. I believe he will definitely help. Having said that, is it worth it? What's not worth it? If a poor Taoist keeps his promise, how can he deceive fellow Taoists? Okay, cool breeze and bright moon, take a good look at the earthly Immortal Mansion, then go away. After saying that, Zenyuanzi cut through the space and flew straight to Longding. Speaking of which, the reason why Zenyuanzi asked Shen Long for help was first because Shen Long was strong enough and had great magical powers, and secondly because last time Shen Long sent someone to congratulate him, Zenyuanzi also felt that Shen Long could speak more easily. And the last point is related to the Earth Immortal Manual. It was because of the Earth Immortal Manual that Zenyuanzi could talk about the land, the river god, and mountain god, city god and other positions. And the position and jurisdiction of each location are also recorded in the Earth Immortal Manual, which saves Zenyuanzi no idea how much effort he has saved. In just a few years, Zenyuanzi all positions have been arranged. Of course, it is not without cost. The price is that Zenyuanzi has to permanently allocate 20% of his luck to Shen Long. However, Zenyuanzi is also willing. After all, he no longer needs to have the headache of entrusting the Earth Immortal position, and he can also make he felt much more relaxed. And Shen Long deserved that 20% luck. Buzz. The void in front of the Longding Hall cracked, and then Zhan Yuanzi appeared in Shen Long's eyes. As soon as Shen Long came back, he saw Zhan Yuanzi visiting, which made Shen Long very curious. Zhan Yuanzi, Shen Long wondered, what is he here for? Pine Dao Tao Yuanzi pays homage to fellow Taoist Zhu Long. Zhan Yuanzi had a kind face and respected Shen Long very much. As for Zhan Yuanzi's behavior, Shen Long only felt that he had something to do with him. Otherwise, Zhan Yuanzi usually stayed behind closed doors and kept watch. How could he have time to come here when he was in the earthly immortal mansion and had so many things to do? Thinking of this, Shen Long asked, fellow Taoist Zhan Yuanzi came to visit me this time, but what's the matter? Please subscribe. The second update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. Nodding, Zhan Yuanzi did not tuck it away, but said directly, yes, this is a poor Taoist here. I really have something to ask for, fellow Taoist Zhu Long, and I hope fellow Taoist Zhu Long will help. Oh? Tell me the story. I wonder if you still remember fellow Taoist Hong Yun? As he said that, an aura appeared on Zhan Yuanzi's body. When he felt this aura, Shen Long couldn't help but be startled. Interestingly, it was really Hong Yun's aura. But hadn't Hong Yun already self-destructed and died? Why was he still alive? He was confused. Glancing at Zhan Yuanzi, Shen Long asked, I remember that fellow Taoist Hong Yun died tens of thousands of years ago. I wonder if this is the case now. Pine Dao also doesn't hide it from fellow Taoists, but there is actually another hidden story behind what happened back then. As he spoke, Zhan Yuanzi told Shen Long what happened that year. Generally speaking, although Hong Yun blew himself up and died, he was still saved by him and integrated into the ginseng fruit tree. After hearing what Zhan Yuanzi said, Shen Long couldn't help but speak. Said, I never expected that my fellow Taoist could even abandon the ginseng fruit tree, but this emperor admires me. Being friends, Zhan Yuanzi has indeed reached the extreme. Now that he has sacrificed his ginseng fruit tree for Hong Yun, Shen Long can't help but look at Zhan Yuanzi. At least in the whole prehistoric era, except for Zhan Yuanzi, really no one would do such a thing. To say that Zhan Yuanzi is smart is really smart, and to say that Zhan Yuanzi is stupid is really stupid, but Zhan Yuanzi is willing, so even Shen Long can't say anything. Just be polite to Zhan Yuanzi. After a few words, Shen Long continued, did fellow Taoist come here just to inform the emperor of this matter? If you have something, fellow Taoist, please tell me directly, okay? Now that fellow Taoist Zhu Long has said this, Pine Dao no longer hesitates. It's like this. Originally, Pine Dao planned to let fellow Taoist Hong Yun transform into the world with the help of the ginseng fruit tree, but suddenly Pine Dao heard that he would be in fifth among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The matter is decided by fellow Taoist, so I came here specifically to ask for the title of human emperor for fellow Taoist Hong Yun. Once he becomes the human emperor, Hong Yun will truly be immortal. As long as there are human beings around, Hong Yun will not have to worry about his life safety. This is also the fundamental reason why Zhan Yuanzi came here this time. Otherwise, according to the with Hong Yun's character, I'm afraid that even if he changes his form, he will be killed sooner or later. Of course, Hong Yun doesn't want Zhan Yuanzi to come over to beg Shen Long. After all, the two are just friends. Although they are close friends, Zhan Yuanzi has done a great job. Now he has to beg Shen Long for him again, and his face and dignity have been put at the bottom. This makes Hong Yun feel deeply ashamed. If there is a chance, he will probably do anything to repay Zhan Yuanzi. Of course, at the moment, Hong Yun definitely has no chance. He can only keep asking for Zenuanzi. As for the rewards, we will talk about it later. Oh, fellow Taoist, are you serious? The position of human emperor is no joke. Shen Long took a deep look at Zenuanzi, and couldn't help but feel that Zenuanzi's ambitions were great. He opened his mouth to be the human emperor. It has to be said that Zenuanzi's ambitions were not small. It can be said that among all the positions in the prehistoric times, human beings, even the emperor, can be among the best. After all, there are only 3 human emperors in the human race, and once he becomes the human emperor, even the saints cannot kill him easily. This is the most powerful thing. Feeling Shen Long's gaze, Zenuanzi nodded quickly and replied, "Of course I am serious. I only hope that fellow Taoist Hong Yun can be reincarnated and reappear in the world as soon as possible. If fellow Taoist is willing to agree to this, Pine Dao is willing to donate half of the source of the ginseng fruit tree. The power is given to Taoist friends. I wonder what you think?" Anyway, Zenuanzi also begged Shen Long. How could there be no benefit at all? In addition to Shen Long's different status, Zenuanzi was full of sincerity when he opened his mouth. Although the ginseng fruit tree may not be comparable to the innate spiritual roots such as the Huangzong plum tree or the Rensui pan peach tree in the hands of Shen Long are also one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, not to mention the origin of the ginseng fruit tree. According to Shen Long's strength, they can be cultivated again. A ginseng fruit tree came out. Even if Shen Long didn't need it, it could be given to his disciples or the elites of the Dragon clan. Therefore, after hearing Zenuanzi's words, Shen Long was a little moved. Of course, even if he was a little moved, Shen Long wouldn't will show it, but smile and say, "Friend Taoist, is it worth doing this?" Even if Hong Yun is reincarnated, he may not have greater achievements. So, Shen Long's meaning was very simple. It would definitely be a loss to do this for Hong Yun, a loser. But Zenuanzi shook his head and said firmly, "Anyway, Hong Yun is also Pine Dao's only close friend. Let alone such a small price, no matter how big the price is, as long as Pine Dao can afford it, Pine Dao will be the best friend. I am also willing to do it, so I also hope that fellow Taoist friends can help make Hong Yun the next reincarnated human emperor." At the end of Zenuanzi's words, he had already handed over his hand again, which made Shen Long also admire Zenuanzi's importance. Love is important. No wonder later generations say that Immortal Zenuan is a true immortal who responds to all requests. Indeed, Zenuanzi's character is worthy of Shen Long's action. Even though Shen Long no longer has the Kongdong seal, as far as the human race is concerned, Shen Long is the Holy Father after all, and Shen Long has a big say in the choice of the human emperor. As for arranging Hong Yun to be the next reincarnated human emperor, it is also extremely easy. Who gave Shen Long the identity of the Lord of the Underworld? Needless to say, how easy it is to arrange a person's reincarnation. Under Zenuanzi's nervous gaze, Shen Long smiled calmly. "Okay, fellow Taoist attaches great importance to love and justice, so naturally I will not stop you. I have agreed to this, and you don't need to worry about anything anymore. There is no one competing for the position of human emperor. Apart from Fuxi, there are only 2 candidates left to choose randomly. In addition, Hong Yun is also a veteran powerful person. It is absolutely suitable for him to be the next human emperor. Even the saints are afraid and can't say anything. Of course, the most important thing is that the master of the next human emperor will still be GGL. Isn't Tongshan very protective of his disciples? I believe Hong Yun will not be in any danger." Hearing that Shen Long agreed, Zenuanzi was also very happy. Finally the Hong Yun matter was resolved, and he could breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Zenuanzi returned to Dixian Mansion, took out half of the ginseng fruit tree, and brought Hong Yun to Shen Long. After handing them over to Shen Long, Zenuanzi said, "Now Hong Yun will be handed over to fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist will pay more attention to it." Nodding, Shen Long didn't say anything more, but turned his attention to Hong Yun. Although Hong Yun is still in a remnant state at this time, he is much better, and his strength has returned to the level of Taiyi Golden Immortal, so he can withstand several twists and turns. After saying hello to Hong Yun, Shen Long said, "Fellow Hong Yun, you are well and well. I have met fellow Taoist Zhu Long, Oh no, he should be Saint Zhu Long. Hong Yun is still a little weak, but after all, Shen Long is Huniu and Luo Jingxian, and Hong Yun still has the respect he deserves. Indicating Hong Yun not to be too polite, Shen Long waved his hand and shot out a drop of life essence, integrating it into Hong Yun's body. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yun's injuries continued to recover, and in just a few breaths, Hong Yun actually recovered as before. Although Hong Yun in the state of soul is still not strong, he is completely different from his previous self. Of course, Shen Long's life essence, it was bred from the hollow willow tree of Taoist Wu Xin, even if it is more terrifying than the effect of the first holy medicine in the world, Sangyuan divine water. Feeling the changes in himself, Hong Yun hurriedly bent down to salute and thanked. Thank you, fellow Taoist Zhu Long. Well, fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi must have told fellow Taoist about the human emperor before, so it's time for fellow Taoist to go to the underworld and be reincarnated. Shen Long reminded that Fuxi has now completed his merits and can leave as soon as he finds someone to take his place. Therefore, if Hong Yun wants to become the next human emperor, he must hurry up. In response, Hong Yun said he understands. Watching after Hong Yun nodded in agreement, Shen Long waved his hand and the space was torn apart. In the blink of an eye, Shen Long came to the underworld, summoned Emperor Fengdu and handed Hong Yun's soul to him. Fengdu was the most familiar with the underworld. This matter leave it to Fengdu, and Shen Long can feel more at ease. At the same time, Shen Long also left a breath of his own in Hong Yun Yuanshan, which can ensure that the heavenly secrets are chaotic and the saints cannot easily deduce Hong Yun's location. The reason why Shen Long wants to by doing this, one is to protect Hong Yun from getting hurt, the other is to prevent sectarian disputes from affecting Hong Yun, and the third is to allow Hong Yun to be born smoothly and succeed to the position of emperor. Double insurance is still necessary. Who let Shen Long take the town? Yuanzi is half the original power of the ginseng and fruit tree. He uses people's money to eliminate disasters. This is Shen Long's consistent style. After doing all this, Shen Long returned to the Longding Hall. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi's face looking nervous, looking at himself sadly, Shen Long smiled and said, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, things have been arranged. We just have to wait for fellow Taoist Hong Yun to be reincarnated." "Okay, then thank you, fellow Taoist." "You're welcome." "Fellow Taoist, do you have anything else?" "There's nothing wrong. I just have some doubts about the earthly immortal mansion and I want to ask fellow Taoists for advice. So, I wonder if it would be inconvenient for you to have a discussion with me." After all, Shen Long is a saint, so there is no problem even if he disagrees with Zhen Yuanzi. But Shen Long has a good impression of Zhen Yuanzi, so he doesn't refuse. In addition, the better the earthly immortal mansion is, the more luck he will get. The more luck sharing Shen Long will get. So Shen Long nodded directly and replied, "Of course, fellow Taoist, please do it." "Great kindness." After saying that, Zhen Yuanzi conjured up a futon and sat directly on the ground. He did not go anywhere else, but directly discussed Taoism with Shen Long in the Longding Hall. At the same time, Heaven, Kong Zhuan Turtle and Brachiosaurus walked around the human race, but they really couldn't find a good way to get into trouble. In addition, the calamity tribulation has not affected them yet, so they all went to heaven one after another to take up the posts of 6 imperial guards. Hashan was naturally very happy for the arrival of Kong Zhuan and the others. After all, they are disciples of Shen Long, with noble status and extraordinary strength. If they can really contribute to the heaven, their help to Hashan will be immeasurable. Kong Zhuan and his junior sisters and brothers met Emperor Hashan. The moment he saw Hashan, Kong Zhuan bowed slightly and bowed, which made Hashan couldn't help but have a smile on his lips. He is neither humble nor arrogant, and there is good humility. Apart from anything else, Hashan is very good at teaching his disciples. I admire Shen Long. He is able to teach his disciples so well, which is far beyond what the 2 sects of Chenji can compare with. It's not like Hashan has never dealt with the disciples of the 2 sects, and each of them has a higher ambition than the sky. This makes Hashan very dissatisfied. On the other hand, the 3 Kong Zhuan people, even though they have a strong background and extraordinary strength, are still very respectful to him. This at least greatly satisfies Hashin's vanity. He nodded happily, and Hashin hurriedly he replied, "Why should the three fellow Taoists be so polite? From now on, we will all be colleagues. To strengthen the heavenly court, we have to bother these three fellow Taoists. The Emperor of Heaven is polite. After all, this matter is the Master's order. Naturally, we dare not neglect it. I don't know where the three of us are in the three imperial positions. I hope the Emperor of Heaven will give me some guidance," Kong Zhuan asked. After hearing Kong Zhuan's inquiry, Hashin had already made arrangements, and even the palace was packed up for the three of them. Kong Zhuan assumed the position of the Western Taiji Emperor, also known as Chen Shangong. The main responsibility of the Emperor of Heaven is to assist Hashin in controlling the two poles and the three talents, and to dominate the military revolution in the world. The Xuangai is the third of the 6 emperors, Zongshan Ziwei, and the Emperor of the North Pole. His main responsibility is to assist Hashin in controlling the war, the latitude and longitude of the sky and the earth, the movement of the stars, the climate of the 4 seasons, call for wind and rain, and serve the ghosts and gods. As for the last ape, it is the 4th of the 6 emperors, the Dongjimio and Qingwa Emperor, who needs to assist Hashin in controlling the wind and thunder hail, weighing with the power of thunderbolt. Those who do good will be recorded in the Qingpian, and those who do evil will be marked in the Black Book to examine all living things. It can be said that among the 6 emperors, except for the position of Emperor Hashin, the 3 best positions were given to Kong Zhuan. 3 people. After learning about this, Kong Zhuan and the others couldn't help but thank them. Of course, they also knew what Hashin was thinking. It was just to make a good deal with the 3 of them in advance, and they would be blamed for anything in the future. They can also get help. Kong Zhuan and the others can still say simple polite words. After chatting with Hashin for a long time, they each returned to their respective palaces. Looking at the direction in which Kong Zhuan and the others left, Hashin's eyes the light flickered, and I didn't know what I was pondering in my heart. Now there are 4 of the 6 imperial positions. As for the remaining 2 positions, we really need to carefully screen them. Otherwise, if those 2 positions are also owned by other forces, this will challenge Hashin's majesty in heaven. Maybe no one dares to say anything on the surface, but behind the scenes, who knows how they will ridicule Hashin. It is precisely because of knowing this that Hashin will first talk to Kong Zhuan and greet people well to avoid any conflicts. For the time being, Hashin will not offend them as long as his strength does not reach its peak for a day. But once his strength really reaches its peak and he has absolute say, Hashin will tell Kong Zhuan, "I am afraid the attitude of the 3 of them will not be like this." Crossing the river, tearing down a bridge, unloading a mill and killing a donkey is not just a matter of talk. At least, it can really be done by Hashin. I don't know what Hashin thinks. After getting to know each other well, after taking the position, Kong Zhuan and the others directly chose to leave a clone to suppress the 3 imperial positions, and their true bodies descended to earth again and entered the human race to suffer disaster. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed. During this period, Fuxi had always wanted to find someone who could succeed him as the head of the royal family, but unfortunately, there was none. For this reason, Fuxi had a headache, but he had no choice but to do so. However, things were not as bad as Fuxi imagined. At least when he was worried, a new child was born in the Zhang tribe far away by the Jiangshui River. This child was born to Rensi, the wife of Shodian, the patriarch of the Zhang tribe. He was extremely extraordinary when he was born, as if he was gifted by God. Like a child. One day, Rensi and Shodian went out to play. When the two separated, suddenly, a red light shot out from the depths of the blue waves not far away. Rensi looked up and saw a red-bearded dragon rising to in midair. Her eyes emitted 2 rays of light that met hers. The moment their eyes met, Rensi felt her heart throbbing, as if she had something. She wiped her eyes with her hands to regain her composure, and then looked intently. But seeing the twilight gradually closing, the waves were calm, the sky and the river were all dark. There was no dragon. The dragon disappeared quickly without seeing its head or tail. But Shen Long disappeared, and Rensi became pregnant. After learning about this, Renzi found Shodian and informed him of the matter. Hearing this, Shodian was stunned. He had not seen Renzi for several days since they returned from their last trip, and Renzi suddenly became pregnant. What is going on? Do you like to be a father? Of course, Shodian was only slightly skeptical, but later he was relieved after hearing the strange things Renzi told him. When Fuxi, the head of the human royal family, was born, he was quite extraordinary. Could it be that the son Renzi is pregnant with this time is also not immortal? Thinking of this, Shodian took great care of Renzi and looked forward to the birth of the child. Just like that, 10 months passed and Renzi gave birth to a son. This son was born extraordinary and could compete with Fuxi. He could talk in 3 days, walk in 5 days, had all his teeth in 7 days, and learned everything at the age of 5, knowledge of growing crops. But his appearance was ugly, with an ox's head and body, and he had a violent temper, which made Shodian a little unhappy. There is no way. He is so ugly that even if he goes out, monsters will be frightened. No wonder Shodian doesn't like him. Despite this, Shodian did not give up on the son. Instead, he named him Shennon and raised him. And just as Shennon grew up day by day, and his luck became more and more prosperous, a Taoist priest came to Jiang's tribe quietly. This person is none other than Taiyi Zhenren, one of the 12 golden immortals. As for why Taiyi Zhenren came to the Jiang tribe, it had something to do with Yuan Shi's summons. At the moment when the two sects of Chenji are fighting, Taiyi Zhenren is one of the strongest among the 12 golden immortals. Even though he is usually inconspicuous, only Yuan Shi knows how strong his real strength is. When Ji Zhao's eyes were fixed on Guang Chengsai, Yuan Shi calculated the position of Shennon, the next human emperor who had been born, and simply informed Taiyi Zhenren and asked him to pick up the leak, accept Shennon as a disciple in advance, and seize the opportunity. Take advantage of the merits and fortune of the master of the emperor. However, as the saying goes, the devil is as high as 1 foot and the road is as high as 1 foot. When Yuan Shi has already deduced it, how could Tongshan not deduce it? Therefore, even if Taiyi Zhenren is extremely fast and comes first to recruit Shennon as his disciple, it is definitely not that easy to miss him. At the very least, the disciples of Ji Zhao will definitely stop it. Of course, if Master Taiyi has deep blessings, he might be able to successfully recruit a disciple! Please subscribe. The third update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 144. But speaking of it, Taiyi Zhenren is still very impressive. He ranks 5th among the 12 golden immortals. He practices in Jingwang Cave and Kaiyuan Mountain. He is the leader of King Y and accepts Niza and Jingxia Tongcai as his disciples. In the early stage of becoming a god, he was ordered by his master to escort the rare treasure spiritual pearl down the mountain to be reincarnated. After Zhangxia came down from the mountain, Taiyi Zhenren sent Niza to rescue Huangfiu's family. It can be said that Taiyi Zhenren is the most unique and special short-term protection immortal among the 12 golden immortals in Kunlun. This is exactly the same as his master Yuan Shi. Even among the 12 golden immortals, Taiyi Zhenren was the first to commit murder. He guided his apprentices to beat people, helped his apprentices to kill people, gave advice to his apprentices to harm others, secretly taught his apprentices to commit suicide, inspired his apprentices to kill their father, and secretly invited the same disciple subdued his disciples to sharpen his character. When playing chess with Manjusri, he allowed Niza to chase Li Jing. His way of thinking is close to that of the devil, and he purely uses the means of a Taoist to overcome catastrophes to determine the cause and effect in the world. There are two means. One is to repay the cause with the effect, to kill with equal force, taking Niza's suicide as an example. The other is to destroy cause and effect means killing to stop killing, directly destroying all existence related to the cause. Naturally there will be no consequences. Take Taiyi's killing of Shiji as an example. He has extremely high personal magic power, understanding, and spiritual conduct. He has a good sense of striking first. He has a way of attacking first, arriving first, and being polite before attacking. He is good at biotechnology. The lotus incarnation of Nizza and the 3 heads and 8 arms are all his handiwork. He has many magic weapons around him. He was given to his disciple Nizza, who knew the magic of bringing the dead back to life. Although he does not appear much in fiction, he is indeed the most famous among the 12 immortals. Among the 12 golden immortals, he is also famous for protecting shortcomings and is a typical example of a good master. Even Shen Long is only interested in 2 of the 12 golden immortals. One of them is Master Tei, and the other is Master Yuding. It was the 2 of them who were not injured at all during the battle in the earthly immortal mansion. From this, we can also see the uniqueness of the 2 of them. Even Wang Changsai, the leader of the 12 golden immortals, ended up dead. Speaking of which, it is only natural for Master Tei and Master Yuding to be able to enter the eyes of Shen Long. His magical power and wisdom are far beyond ordinary people, so when Master Tei arrived at the Jiang tribe, he did not rush to recruit disciples. Instead, he first observed the surrounding situation, and after confirming that there was no ambush, Master Tei found the Jiang tribe today. Shennan's appearance was easy to recognize, and Master Tei knew Shennan's location just by making some inquiries. When he saw Shennan, Master Tei couldn't help but feel happy. He really had an extraordinary appearance and was born with a vision of a human emperor. It seemed that he had found the right person this time. Without any further hesitation, Tei Zenren showed his true body, stopped Shennan and said, "Boy, Pine Dao is Tei Zenren, a disciple of the Yuanshai sage. Now I am traveling in the world, and I see that you are quite intelligent and have a predestined relationship with Pine Dao. Are you willing to accept you as your disciple?" As Master Tei's words reached Shennan's ears, Shennan couldn't help but be surprised. Although he is not very old, he has developed wisdom very early, so he naturally knows what a saint is. Now Tei Zenren, a disciple of the saint, wants to accept him as his disciple. This is simply a great opportunity and blessing. Therefore, Shennan just thought about it for a moment and prepared to become a disciple of Master Tei. But at this moment, a golden light flashed, and then another Taoist appeared in front of Shennan. This person wears a purple gold crown on his head, a worry-free green cloak, shoes on his feet, and a ribbon tied around his waist. His body is like a boy, his face is like a beauty, with 3 beards floating under his chin, and crow feathers folding on his temples. Even if it was Tei Zenren, when he saw this person, he couldn't help but bowed and said respectfully, "Tei has met the great immortal Zhen Yuan." Yes, the person who came was none other than Zhen Yuanzi. After all, Shennan is the reincarnation of Hong Yun. Although the memory of his previous life has not been restored, his identity is there. How could Zhen Yuanzi arbitrarily accept Shennan as his disciple? At least for the time being, anyone who wants to accept Shennan as a disciple must be tested by Zhen Yuanzi. Otherwise, if Shennan could not be taught well and was unable to attain enlightenment in the end, wouldn't Zhen Yuanzi's countless efforts be in vain? Seeing Master Tei being so polite to him, Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help but be slightly startled, and his impression of Master Tei also improved a lot. It turned out to be fellow Taoist Tei. I wonder what fellow Taoist Tei wanted to do when he came here? Although Zhen Yuanzi guessed what Tei was thinking, he still asked. He felt that Zhen Yuanzi came with bad intentions, but Tei didn't show anything strange. Instead, he told Zhen Yuanzi he also told Zhen Yuanzi that he came to accept disciples. Moreover, he also conveyed these words of Yuanxi's special instructions to Zhen Yuanzi, which made Zhen Yuanzi feel a little embarrassed. It is indeed difficult to violate the order of a saint, but Tei Zenren's actual strength, whether it is suitable to teach Shennan, Zhen Yuanzi really doesn't know. Thinking of this, Zhen Yuanzi directly replied, "It turns out that fellow Taoist intends to accept Shennan as his disciple. Naturally, the poor Taoist will not refuse to agree to this, but heretofore, I had to go to the trouble of discussing Taoism with fellow Taoists." Zhen Yuanzi's purpose is very simple, that is, he wants to test Tei Zenren. If Tei Zenren is qualified, indeed has real talents and learning, and is not as weak as Duo Bao, Then Zhen Yuanzi will 100% agree to Shen Non's apprenticeship with Taiyi Zhenren, but if Master Taiyi is just a wax head with a silver gun, then we can't blame Zhen Yuanzi for wanting to stop him. With Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation level, let alone Master Taiyi alone, even with a few more gold, Immortal is not Zhen Yuanzi's opponent. Therefore, when he heard that Zhen Yuanzi wanted to discuss things with him, Taiyi was very embarrassed. It was because he knew Zhen Yuanzi very well that he showed such an ugly expression. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, Master Taiyi would have killed him long ago. Why would he talk so much nonsense to him? Seemingly seeing Master Taiyi's worries, Zhen Yuanzi took the lead in throwing out the Earth Book. Condensing, he created a barrier and said, "To be honest with you, Taoist, Shen Non was originally supposed to be a disciple of Taoist Jijiao Duobao, but Taoist friend suddenly accepted a disciple. This is really wrong, but no matter what, Taoist friend does this, the heart is naturally good. As long as Taoist friends can talk about Taoism a little better than Pine Dao, Pine Dao will help Taoist friends to recruit disciples successfully. Taoist friends can rest assured that Pine Dao's book is here. Even if the person who intercepts the teachings comes, he will not be able to do it." What do fellow Taoists think about breaking the defense? At the end of the sentence, Zhen Yuanzi had exuded the pressure of a quasi-sage peak, which made Taiyi Zhenren have to agree even if he didn't agree. Although Zhen Yuan didn't know why Zhen Yuanzi cared so much about Shen Non, Zhen Yuanzi was also reasonable. At least he did not drive him away, and he also promised to help Shen Non become a disciple. This made Taiyi Zhenren think for a moment, and then he agreed. Then, Zhen Yuanzi and Taiyi Zhenren began to discuss Taoism. The two of them, although there is a big gap in status, when it comes to Tao, each has its own merits. Zhen Yuanzi's Earth Immortal Way has been of great help to Taiyi Zhenren, and Taiyi Zhenren's Yuqing Way has also been of great help to Zhen Yuanzi. The two of them learning from each other's strengths and complementing each other's weaknesses, they came and went, and in the blink of an eye, they had been discussing Tao for 3 years. If Shen Non hadn't been there, they would have continued to discuss Tao, and Shen Non, because he listened to the two powerful men discussing Tao, gained a lot. It's not a small thing. In just 3 years, it's very difficult to achieve the cultivation level of an Earth Immortal. But the discussion of Tao will eventually come to an end. According to Zhen Yuanzi and Taiyi Zhenren's discussion of Tao, let alone 3 years, even 300 years is not enough. Helpless, Zhen Yuanzi could only stop preaching, which made Master Taiyi feel like he had a lump in his throat and was very uncomfortable. He wanted Zhen Yuanzi to continue preaching, but he also remembered that he still had there are more important things, so I can only say, I wonder if this discussion can satisfy Immortal Zhen Yuan. Although Master Taiyi is weaker than Zhen Yuanzi in terms of cultivation, he has suppressed Zhen Yuanzi several times when discussing Taoism, so Master Taiyi is very confident. He nodded slightly, and Zhen Yuanzi said Master Taiyi was satisfied with everything, and immediately replied, Taoist Taiyi has extraordinary cultivation, so a poor Taoist will naturally not stop Shen Non from becoming a disciple. How could Zhen Yuanzi, a veteran and powerful person from the beginning, fail to see the difference between Taiyi Zhenren and the other 11 golden immortals? Not to mention anything else, but in terms of Taoism, Taiyi Zhenren is so strong. Will it be inferior in other aspects? Although I don't know why Yuan Shai never mentioned Taiyi Zhenren as a disciple. In Zhen Yuanzi's view, Taiyi Zhenren's cultivation knowledge can definitely be ranked among the 12 golden immortals. Top 3, or even first. Of course, these are not what Zhen Yuanzi needs to care about. Now that he has verified the strength of Taiyi Zhenren, Shen Non should indeed become a disciple. Otherwise, once the person who intercepts the teaching finds Shen Non, even Zhen Yuanzi would be in a very embarrassing situation. In this way, under the witness of Zhen Yuanzi, Shen Non also changed his original destiny, from being a disciple of Ji Zhao to Chan Zhao. Disciple Shen Non, pay homage to the teacher. Shen Non saluted to Master Taiyi, and then the apprenticeship ceremony was completed, and the color of the world changed. Shen Non's luck was also related to the Chan religion. Knowing that Shen Non was actually accepted as a disciple by Master Taiyi, Duobao very annoyed. He then ducked over the Ying tribe and shouted loudly, Master Taiyi, get out. Buzz, the void shook, and the spiritual energy was scattered. This time, it was not just Master Taiyi who came out, but also the other golden immortals of the Chan sect, as well as the deputy leader Randang, Ren Zhuangzuandu, etc. They had already guessed that Duo Bao would come over in anger, revenge, so they all waited early, just to lure Duo Bao into the trap so that he could kill him in one fell swoop. Of course, Chan Jiao just thought about it, because it didn't take long for the interceptor army to rush over. There were dense figures appearing in the sky. The entire Jiang tribe was shrouded in darkness. No matter how courageous they were trembling with fear, but they had no idea what was happening. Shameless Taiyi, you dared to accept me as a disciple. Aren't you afraid that I will skin you and cramp you? Duo Bao shouted angrily, looking at Master Taiyi with murderous intent in his eyes. If eyes could kill, Master Taiyi would have been killed and injured 10,000 times by now. But unfortunately, Duo Bao's eyes cannot kill. Master Taiyi was not afraid of Duo Bao's angry rebuke at all, and then counterattacked. Haha, senior brother, Duo Bao's words are a bit too much. Then Fuxi was originally a disciple of my interpretation, but he was intercepted by Zhao Gongmin to be accepted as a disciple first. In this case, Zhao Gongmin should be skinned and cramped first. How could it be Pindao's turn first? Why, if there is anything wrong with me, senior brother Duo Bao can refute it. I have to say that Master Taiyi is very good at talking. He just said a few words and left Duo Bao speechless. Anyway, the enemies were extremely jealous when they met, so everyone had nothing to say, so they just started fighting. Okay. As the order for the two sides to attack was issued, countless spiritual treasures and divine passages immediately attacked each other. This was the first time that the two sects of interpretation and interpretation had a large-scale battle, and it was quite exciting. Both sides were fighting each other. Although many disciples died and entered the list of gods, they were only registered disciples and could not hurt the roots of the two parties. In the end, Duo Bao sacrificed the Kingping sword, and Guang Changsai sacrificed the Fanshan seal. They go back and forth and attack each other. As for why Guang Changsai didn't sacrifice the three treasures Jade Ruai, it's because the last time Yuan Shai fought with Shen Long, the three treasures Jade Ruai was about to be shattered. It's still being nursed. I don't know how long it will take. Only then could the war be restored to its original state. The war continued like this, and with the continuous addition of reinforcements, the two sides suddenly appeared to be evenly matched. But when the war seemed to reach a stalemate, a change occurred. On the side of Chanjiao, a sudden appearance, a very powerful foreign aid. Everyone is familiar with this person. He is none other than Shen Long's disciple, the through-armed ape. During the truce, in the Chanjiao camp, fellow Taoist Tong Arm is indeed very powerful. With the help of fellow Taoist this time, we will definitely be able to kill many more traitors from the sect. Yes, fellow Taoist Tong Arm is simply a master of the true inheritance of the ancestral dragon saint, and his strength is beyond our reach. Okay, fellow apprentices, there is no need to praise Taoist Tong Arm too much. This time, I was able to invite Taoist Tong Arm here because I agreed to something with Taoist John Arm, so I hope all fellow apprentices will remember to help. Oh, junior brother Yuding, what did you promise to fellow Taoist Zhangzi? It can be said that they are overjoyed that the ape suddenly joined the Chanjiao side. After all, the ape is Shen Long's disciple. If Shen Long can be dragged into the water, why not intercept the Jiao? Damn it, even if Tongshan came out in the end, it would be difficult for Shen Long to defeat the combined power. However, when they heard what Master Yuding said, they were very surprised as to what they had promised to allow the Tongba monkey. They are all a little tempted. This incident is also related to Master Yuding's travels in the ancient world. An unintentional treasure hunt made Master Yuding get acquainted with the Pass Arm ape. I don't know whether it was a coincidence or fate. The two have known each other since then. Although they are related, generally speaking, it can be called acquaintance. At least in front of the monkey, Yuding Zhenren could say a few words. Then, the two chatted about various things. In the end, they actually talked about the four characters of the Chaos Demon Ape, Great Bloodline, and the perverted secret of bloodlines devouring each other. It just so happened that Master Yuding knew that there was a demon monkey in the GGL, named Chijiri Horse Monkey, who was of the bloodline of the Chaos Demon Ape. When he learned about this, the Vitreous Monkey was naturally very angry, happy, and then under the persuasion of Master Yuding, they chose to temporarily join the Chanjiao to help them fight against the Jijiao army. Of course, they will also help the Tongjiao monkey to kill the red-armed horse monkey and devour the original power of its bloodline. In this way, they hit it off immediately, and what happened next happened. After learning about the needs of the monkey, Guang Changsai and others patted their chests and promised that there would be no problem, but it was just a little red-armed monkey. Even if they tied it up themselves, it's no problem to bring it to the front of the Brachiosaurus. Of course, the Bracharia will definitely not believe their lies. He only needs the person who interprets the teachings to help him pay attention to the location of the red-armed monkey during the war. At that time, he will go and kill it personally. After hearing the request of the Brachiosaurus, the Chanjiao group was also very happy, and then nodded, saying that it was no problem. After all, the Brachiosaurus belongs to the free war. How could they not use their strength? On the contrary, the more disciples of the Jijiao that the Tongba monkeys kill, the better. This allows them to better pull the Tongbiao into the water and make it unable to escape. However, there is one thing that everyone in the Chanjiao does not understand. What we know is that this time it was not they who pulled the monkeys into the water, but the monkeys who pulled them into the water, because at the same time, a powerful foreign aid was also invited to Jijiao. This person is the monkey, Brachia monkey's senior sister, Zhuan Turtle. They are both Shen Long's disciples, and their relationship is so good. Moreover, Shen Long has clearly prohibited members of the same sect from killing each other, but they still joined two opposing sects without hesitation. How could this not be allowed? Are people worthy of deep thought and suspicion? Unfortunately, for the time being, neither the interpretation teaching nor the interception teaching knows what the Black Tortoise and the Black Turtle are planning. Therefore, even if they know the identities of the Black Tortoise and the Black Tortoise, their purpose cannot be guessed, and this is a very extreme method that Kong Zhuan thought of, to seize the opportunity by risking his own life. Dragon Court Hall. Kong Zhuan, who had already left, was kneeling on one knee in front of Shen Long, and he didn't know what he said. After hearing what Kong Zhuan said, Shen Long couldn't help but secretly lamented that Kong Zhuan was worthy of being the son of Feng Zhu. Whether it was planning or the overall situation, he was really beyond the comparison of ordinary people. Just from Kong Zhuan's early plan, Shen Long already knew how brutal the subsequent battle would be. Therefore, Shen Long didn't object to anything. He just said, "Go ahead and do it. A qualified teacher will give you the answer." Kong Zhuan felt more relieved after receiving Shen Long's affirmative answer. Otherwise, plotting against so many saints at once would eventually arouse public anger and easily cause Shen Long big trouble. But Shen Long said there was no problem at all, so Kong Zhuan had nothing to worry about. In this way, Kong Zhuan thanked Shen Long, then cut through the space and left Longding. After leaving, Kong Zhuan did not go to heaven or the human race, but chose a place he had never set foot in for so many years. South, Immortal Volcano. As for what he was doing there, no one knows. Even Shen Long didn't ask a single question. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Shen Long will not interfere too much with what Kong Zhuan wants to do. However, Shen Long still said 8 words when Kong Zhuan left. There is a limit to everything, and too much is never enough. After saying that, Shen Long stopped talking and left Kong Zhuan. Even his disciples are starting to make plans here. Of course, Shen Long will not stay idle like this forever. Soon, it will be time for Fuxi to attain enlightenment. When Fuxi attains enlightenment, it will be the day when Emperor Jun becomes a saint. Once Emperor Jun becomes a saint, he will become the 10th saint in the prehistoric era. At that time, the restrictions unique to the prehistoric era will be completely broken. The future of the prehistoric times depends on how the way of heaven develops at that time. During this period, Shen Long should make preparations in advance to meet all possibilities in the future. Of course, Shen Long thinks so, and naturally there are people who think the same as Shen Long. However, this person has now gone against the grain and actually worshipped the Western religion. Kinaro, I am now your third direct disciple. I hope you will study the Dharma diligently and attain Buddhahood soon. Amitabha. Kinara pays homage to Master Jiyin and Master Zunti. Please subscribe. The fourth update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 145. The appearance of Kinara allowed Jiyin Zunti to see the future of the West again. His understanding of Buddhism was simply terrifying. Among the direct disciples accepted by Jiyin, except Ksitagarbo, even Jin Chanzi is weaker than Kinara in terms of Buddhist understanding. From this, we can see how terrifying Kinara's talent is. This is not the most important thing. It is mainly because Jiyin feels that Kinara is destined to the West. Maybe the West will become popular again because of Kinara. Of course, the idea of taking the lead is a good one, but he really took it a bit wrong. Although Kinara says that it will bring great prosperity to the West in the future, it has nothing to do with Western religion. Therefore, after knowing what will happen in the future, even if it is the introduction, I can't help but regret it. Of course, this is something for later, so don't mention it. Let Kinara study Buddhism day by day, and Jiyin teach Kinara can be regarded as careful. The main reason is that Kinara is extremely talented, which makes Jiyin happy to teach Kinara. Not long after this time passed, in order to test Kinara's learning results, Jiyin asked Kinara to go to the human race to preach. This preaching is not important, but it directly spreads half of the destiny of the West. Human race, a remote barbarian land on the western border. Kinara wanted to preach here, but he encountered obstacles at the beginning. The local Brahmin high priest asked Kinara to accomplish 3 things that ordinary people could not accomplish before allowing him to preach in the local area. Otherwise, the human race will be sent to drive away Nara. Kinara didn't want to cause trouble, so he agreed. These 3 things are not difficult at all. The first one is to tell Alu, a descendant of a local thief family, to stop stealing. The second one is that the local bully Adao who loves to fight no longer fights and bullies others. The third one is that the local prostitute Asha no longer works as a prostitute. After listening to the high priest's request, Kinara also began to take action. After all, Kinara is a god and cannot be compared to mortals. Therefore, when dealing with the 3 of them, with just a little magic, Kinara can make them change their ways. First, Alu was a habitual thief. Kinara used his wisdom and magic power to make Alu, a habitual thief, see his grandfather and father suffering in hell because of generations of stealing. Alu was very frightened when he saw it, and he suddenly woke up. He then cut off his left hand in public on the street and vowed never to steal again, which was regarded as a complete change of heart. When seeing this scene, Kinara was also very satisfied. With a burst of mana, Alu miraculously grew new hands. Alu's matter has been resolved, and he has been replaced by Adao, the bully. Then, Kinara used magic power to make the bully Adao have a nightmare, in which he dreamed that his family was all killed. When Adao woke up, he saw Kinara beside him. Kinara said to Adao that if he does evil again, the dream was his fate, so Adao repented and knelt down beside Kinara to repent. After that, Kinara went to the prostitute Asha again and asked him why he became a prostitute and cut off men's fingers every time. Asha just said that she felt desperate and had never found a man who made her tremble. After hearing this, Kinara told Asha something, that is, she was going to marry the king. Just because she refused and found a random man to lose her virginity, she is now in a state of despair. As long as Asham corrects his evil ways and leaves here, Kinara believes that with Asham's beauty, many men will want to marry Asham. It's a pity that no matter how much Kinara said, she was rejected by Asha. She only wanted to be a prostitute and find the man who made her tremble. In desperation, Kinara could only ask Ashanti to set conditions before he would leave here. But Asha's condition was simple. He only wanted to sleep with her for 1 night. Even if nothing happens, it's enough. I don't know why, but Asha just felt that he and Kinara were destined to be together, so he put forward such a condition by accident. Originally, as a monk, Kinara couldn't do this, but Kinara was too kind-hearted and couldn't bear to let Asha continue to fall like this, so he nodded in agreement. Just like this, I spent a sleepless night, and the time passed slowly while the two of them chatted. On the other hand, the struggle between the two religions is still going on. Chen Jiao invited a monkey as a foreign aid. Ji Jiao invited a black turtle as a foreign aid. Once the war begins, no matter whether it is a monkey or a black turtle, they will kill people without any mercy. It can be said that in their hands, a large number of disciples of the second sect of interpretation died, and even the list of gods continued to flash with various golden lights. Originally, the second sect of Chanji didn't notice anything wrong at first, but as the number of casualties among their disciples gradually increased, they began to react. Although the Brachiosaurus and the black turtle were sincere in helping them, their actions were too dark. If the killing continues like this, wouldn't it be true that sooner or later the Chanji sect will be destroyed in their hands? But in this situation, it is difficult to drive them away. Therefore, the two sects of Chanji are very worried about how to make the two killing gods, the monkey and the black turtle, take the initiative to leave. Because of this, the two sects of Chanji strangely started a short truce. When he learned about this, the Viper was very angry. He hadn't found the red-armed monkey yet, so he called a truce. It was really not satisfying. As for the real person Yuding, he persuaded the Brachiosaurus, saying that there was still more time, and sooner or later he would find the red-armed monkey one day. Here in the human race, because there is no fighting, it can officially develop, but the population of the human race is too large. Even every day, hundreds of millions of people come. Even though some people will die, the average lifespan of the human race in the prehistoric world is about 1,000 years old, which has brought the development of the human race to its peak. But soon another problem came before everyone, and that was the food problem. The population increased, but there was not enough food, so a large number of humans starved to death. After learning about this, Shen, who was above the heaven, suddenly noticed something. Of course, he also wanted to take the opportunity to gain some merit and luck. Shen ordered the heavenly soldiers and generals to turn the rain into rice and the snow into white flour every few days. Wouldn't this solve the human race's food problem? Just do what you say, and within a month, all the rain and snow falling from the sky will be rice and white flour. Logically speaking, this will indeed satisfy the human race's hunger. But because there was too much food, the human race actually started to waste food, and even gave the made bread to livestock to eat. After learning about this, Shen was furious. The human race is indeed ungrateful. He helped the human race so much and got this result. In anger, Shen stopped helping the human race, and instead made the rain and snow dropped by the heavenly soldiers and generals turn into real rain and snow. As a result, the human race began to worry about food problems again. Fortunately, Shen Long appeared at this time. One day, a red bird was flying in the sky, carrying a colorful nine-eared grain in its mouth. When it passed over Shen Long's head, the nine-eared grain fell to the ground. Shen Long saw it and picked it up. It was buried in the soil and later grew into a piece. He rubbed the ears of grain in his hands and put them in his mouth. They felt delicious. Inspired by this, Shen Long taught people to cut down trees and weeds, and use axes, hoes, grass and other production tools to reclaim land and plant seeds. The millet has risen. The use of grass and growing grain solved a major problem of people's livelihood, promoted the development of human race, and created conditions for the transformation of human race from primitive nomadic life to agricultural civilization. Because of this, Shen Long's fame quickly spread to the ears of the Emperor Fuxi. Fuxi had been secretly observing Shen Long for a long time. After confirming that Shen Long was indeed qualified to succeed him as the emperor, Fuxi passed on the position, gave it to Shen Long, and helped Shen Long gain the trust of countless human beings. After explaining everything, Fuxi began to prepare for the ceremony of passing the throne. Although Shen Long was already very famous, without a ceremony to pass on the throne, Shen Long would not be worthy of his name even if he inherited the position of the next human emperor. Therefore, it took several days to successfully build a high platform for the passing of the throne. Once the succession is over, heaven will send down merit and reward Fuxi. At that time, Fuxi will completely attain enlightenment and restore his past life memories. After learning that Fuxi was going to pass on the throne of Shen Long, Countless human races came to attend the ceremony of passing the throne upon hearing the news. After glancing at the countless human races under the high platform, Fuxi was also very satisfied. After all, when Fuxi first became the human emperor, the human race had not developed so well. Now that there are more and more human races, Fuxi is also sincerely happy for the human race. On the high platform, there were 3 people standing together. Besides Fuxi Shenan, the third person is Zhao Gongming. After all, Zhao Gongming is Fuxi's master, so he needs to witness the scene. However, for some reason, Zhao Gongming suddenly sighed, as if he was very sad. To be honest, Zhao Gongming did have mixed feelings in his heart at this time. As for the reason, it is related to Fuxi's recovery of past life memories after his enlightenment. Once Fuxi recovers his past life memories, the master-disciple friendship between him and Zhao Gongming will disappear. In any case, Fuxi was Nuwa's brother in his previous life, and he was also a demon saint of the demon clan. He had a noble status. He was infinitely superior to him. Zhao Gongming, how could he always condescend to be his disciple? Let's not talk about his virtues and abilities. Even if Fuxi is willing, Nuwa and the Yaozu will not be willing. Thinking of this, Zhao Gongming sighed again. There is no such thing as a feast that never ends, and there is no other way. I just hope that Fuxi can remember the master-disciple relationship they had in the future, and when he asks Fuxi for something, Fuxi will not shirk it. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye it was the auspicious time to pass the throne. I saw Fuxi walking out first, looking up to the sky, praying, and delivering messages to the saints. The succession of human emperors is a major event for the human race, and the saints believe that it will definitely happen. With the saints as witnesses, the matter of passing the throne can be much simpler. Soon, a huge pressure came from the void. Spiritual energy dispersed, the heaven and earth shook. Thousands of auspicious clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Thousands of auspicious energy, strange fragrances attacked. The power of the avenue came with great force, and the entire world could not help but fight at this moment. But it was because of the appearance of the saints that they responded. When the saint came, the sky was filled with flowers. Golden lotuses surged from the ground. Purple energy came from the east, and mysterious dharma sounds emerged, reaching the ears of all living beings. When they heard the saint's voice, even Fuxi and Shenan were extremely excited. After a while, the figures of the saints slowly emerged. The first one to take the lead is naturally Sanqing, followed by Nuwa, Demon Clan Emperor Juntai, and finally the second saint of the west who slowly came over. Unlike the previous saints who arrived directly, the second saint from the west actually recited 2 poems before appearing in front of everyone. The great immortal's bare feet smell like jujube and pears, and the details of the clouds under his feet are even more unusual. The magic weapon is performed on the 12 lotus platforms, and white light appears beside the Bade Pond. Shao is the same as heaven and earth. It is not Liao. How can it be crazy to say Hongbo's words in the blessing scripture? The relics are cultivated and named feet to see. Leisure and bliss are the west. At the time of great enlightenment, the golden immortal is not dual body, the patriarch of the Western wonderful Dharma. The 3 elements of immortality and immortality, full energy and infinite compassion. The emptiness and stillness will naturally change, just like the original nature allows it to happen. He lives the same life as heaven and has a solemn body. The great master Mingxin who has endured many calamities. The voice fell, and Ji Yinzundi appeared as if he was the grand finale. But soon, Dijun taunted, "Come as you are, 2 saints. Why are you still reciting poems? I'm afraid it's not good to flatter the crowd like this, right?" Now that Emperor Jun is about to become a saint, he will naturally not be very polite when he speaks to Yinzundi. Similarly, Tei on the side echoed, "Yes, as a saint, you should abandon all distracting thoughts, especially the Western Buddha, who is not particular about are your 6 sense organs pure. You are not afraid of being embarrassed by showing off your magical powers like this." Dijun sang the harmony one by one, which made Ji Yinzundi's face look very ugly. But when he thought that Dijun possessed the Hongmen purple chi, and his tone was so arrogant, it was very likely that he was about to become a saint. Ji Yinzundi could bear it. However, Zundi still retorted, HMPH. The two fellow Taoists can also use their words to show their strength. Don't forget how the demon tribe was suppressed by me in the West. You, a few fellow Taoists, we are here to watch the ceremony of passing on the throne of the human emperor, not to see you bickering and fighting. Yes, fellow Taoists, it is better not to quarrel, otherwise it will affect the ceremony of passing on the throne of the human emperor, and it will not be of any benefit to us. As soon as I finished speaking, Nuwa continued, after all, this is the critical moment when her brother is about to attain enlightenment, and Nuwa will not allow anyone to disturb him. After hearing what I and Nuwa said, Emperor Juntai also shut up. Her thoughts at this time were similar to those of Nuwa. Once Fuxi became enlightened, it was very likely that Emperor Jun would become a saint. In that case, the demon clan could also change the status quo and even dominate the ancient world. Although it was unlikely, there was still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, they stopped arguing with Ji Yinzunti. When the saints stopped talking, Fuxi took a step forward, bent down and saluted. Fuxi, the co-lord of the human race and the emperor, pays homage to the taking saint, Sage Yuking, Sage Sanqing, Sage Nuwa, Sage Taiyi, Sage Guiding, Sage Zunti. Today all the saints can come to watch the ceremony of passing on the throne of the human race, which really brings glory to our race. Fuxi is here to pay tribute to all the saints. Say thank you. Thank the saint for coming. Well, get up. All the saints nodded and responded to Fuxi. After saluting the saints, Fuxi turned around again and saluted other powerful people present. This time for the human emperor's passing ceremony, not only the saints came, but also even many veteran powerful figures from the prehistoric times came to watch the ceremony. For example, Dixian Fu Zhen Yuanzi, West Kunlun Queen Mother, Blood Sea Styx, Demon Master Kun, Kinky Patriarch, and many other powerful figures. They were also quite curious. In addition, all the saints were here, so they came to join in the fun. After bowing to all the powerful officials, Fuxi began to pass on the official business. He glanced at Shen Long beside him, who immediately understood and took a step forward at the same time as Fuxi, ready to look up to the sky and swear an oath. But at this moment, Zhen Yuanzi was confused, his eyes full of curiosity. To be honest, he didn't care at all about the succession of the human emperor, and didn't even want to come. But after all, the matter concerns Hong Yun, so Zhen Yuanzi came here in person. But what makes Zhen Yuanzi confused is that Hong Yun has been reincarnated. Why didn't he see any sign of Hong Yun's soul in Shenan? Could it be that Hong Yun was not reincarnated as Shenan? Or is it that Shen Long broke his promise and lied to him? Of course, this kind of thought just passed by Zhen Yuanzi for a moment. Who is Shen Long? Zhen Yuanzi still knows who Shen Long is, and he dare not say anything about Shen Long's identity. Will definitely not deceive him. In addition, Shen Long went to the underworld in front of him before, and there will definitely be no mistakes. Therefore, Zhen Yuanzi suppressed his doubts and did not show it. Anyway, things are already like this. There is no way to change it. After the inheritance of the human emperor is over, he can just ask Shen Long. Otherwise, if any misunderstanding occurs, they will all be very embarrassed, especially Zhen Yuanzi. After all, he was the one who asked for Shen Long's head. Moreover, Shen Long has also agreed to this matter. Maybe Shen Long has some other plans, but he can't reveal this. But this time, Zhen Yuanzi is indeed overthinking. Shen Long really doesn't have any plans. When Yuanzi was wondering that there was no trace of Hong Yun's Yuan Shen, Shen Long was also wondering. Hong Yun's Yuan Shen was given to Fengdu personally by Shen Long, and asked him to arrange reincarnation and become the next human emperor. During this period, there may be any mistakes, and Fengdu Shen Long is 100% assured. But a more critical issue right now is, where did Hong Yun go? For the time being, Shen Long can only put this issue aside. After the passing ceremony is over, he can make further deductions and find Hong Yun's whereabouts. With his cultivation level, he can easily find Hong Yun even if he runs into chaos. Buzz. At this moment, the void buzzed again, but it was the third ancestor of the human race who arrived. After all, he is the third ancestor of the human race, and his identity is there. If they don't come to watch the ceremony, it would be a bit shameful. Secondly, Fuxi's they still recognize the position of co-leader of the human emperor, so they naturally needed to come to support him. After arriving, the three ancestors of the human race greeted the saints and expressed their respect. The Suiran family, the Zhao family, and the Zhenyi family pay homage to all the saints. I wish the saints will never be destroyed and realize the great truth as soon as possible. Okay, take your seats. The ceremony is about to begin. Yes. Hearing what the listener said in the sanctuary, Suiran and his family hurriedly found their seats, and then waited quietly for Fuxi to pass on the throne of Shen Long and achieve enlightenment successfully! Please subscribe. The first update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 146. By the Way of Heaven. I am Fuzai, the co-leader of the human emperor and the human race. Today, I feel that the human race is developing rapidly. Although I have served as the co-master of the human emperor for 100 years, I am still full of ambition but not strong enough. I have hereby found the great sage Shen Long. Today, among the saints witnessing this, I hereby pass on the position of co-master of the human emperor to Shen Long, and look to heaven to learn from it. As Fuzai finished speaking, I also hurriedly took out the Kongdong seal, and then separated a piece of human destiny and drove it into Fuxi's body. Because the Kongdong seal has been in Shen Long's hands for many years, it has been contaminated by many Dragon Clan members. The moment I released the human luck, another dragon chief flew out, entangled with the human luck, and was finally absorbed by Fuxi. Roar! The terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout the world, and the coercion belonging to the Dragon Clan spread throughout the entire human race. This made the human race respect Fuxi even more. They fell to their knees one after another, not daring to raise their heads to look at Fuxi. At the same time, the void was shaking, but Heavenly Tao sensed it and sent down boundless merits to reward Fuxi. The merits that belong to the human emperor alone are so great that even the saints could not help but shrink their pupils when they saw the power of merits. With so many merits, the power is probably enough for Fuxi to become a saint, right? No wonder Hong Jun once said that the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are extremely important to the human race. Now it seems that Hong Jun may have expected this scene. Soon, the boundless power of merit turned into auspicious clouds of merit, fell from the sky, and then divided into 4. The largest share was given to Fuxi, the second largest share was given to Zhao Gongming, the third share was given to Dijun with the Hichu Luo Hu, and the smallest share was distributed to countless human beings who came to watch the ceremony. The immeasurable merits were absorbed into the body. In an instant, a majestic momentum burst out from Fuxi's body. In the blink of an eye, Fuxi restored his previous life cultivation and memory, and a ray of light flashed from Fuxi's eyes, only to hear Fuxi looking up to the sky and shouting, "My name is Fuxi." After saying that, Fuxi soared into the sky, and his cultivation level directly reached the peak of the quasi-sage. His whole person gave people an attitude of not being angry and intimidating. Even the human race felt a little confused about Fuxi at this moment. This was not the Fuxi before. Why does he look like he has suddenly changed? Different from the fear in the hearts of the human race, the saints are very calm because they know that the former demon saint Fuxi is back. Brother, Nuwa shouted excitedly. It can be said that Fuzai's memory is restored, and the one who has the highest memory is Nuwa. Of course, Nuwa quickly suppressed her emotions. After all, the occasion here is not a place to reminisce about the past, so Nuwa couldn't say too much, but Nuwa's eyes were still full of congratulations. Now Fuxi had successfully achieved enlightenment. Even though Fuxi couldn't have the ability to open up the world with his wave of hands like a saint, at least Fuxi already had immortality. As long as the human race is still alive, no one can kill Fuxi, including the saints. But then again, Everything has advantages and disadvantages. Even if Fuxi can have an immortal body, the prerequisite is that Fuxi abandons it. The identity of the demon saint of the demon clan, even if Fuxi is very reluctant, it can no longer be changed. Even Fuxi can only accept this reality. In addition to Fuxi's great gains, Dao Gongming's realm has also improved a lot. After all, there is with so much power to absorb, Dao Gongming reached the quasi-sage stage in the blink of an eye, and could kill corpses at any time. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have any good corpse-killing spiritual treasures in his hands, Dao Gongming would have been able to kill evil corpses in an instant. Carefully feeling the surge in power, Dao Gongming was vaguely addicted to it, but Tongshan coughed lightly, and Dao Gongming recovered. Naturally, Tongshan could clearly feel the changes in Dao Gongming. His disciple's cultivation level had greatly increased, and Tongshan was also very unhappy. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Tongshan would directly reward Dao Gongming with the corpse-slaying spiritual treasure. But don't worry, it won't be too late to reward Dao Gongming with the spiritual treasure when you return to Baiyu Palace. In addition to Fuxi and Dao Gongming, who benefited a lot, among the three, Emperor Jun is the one. Emperor Jun himself is the master of the demon clan, and he has gathered immeasurable luck in his body. Now he has gained a lot of heavenly merit. This makes the Hongmen purple chi in Emperor Jun's soul instantly appear. Dongjing, with the help of heavenly virtues, successfully merged with Daijun Yuanshan. In an instant, Daijun burst out with infinite momentum, but Daijun also successfully entered the saint level. Boom! The wind and clouds changed, lightning and thunder thundered, and the sound of heaven resounded throughout the ancient land. Then the coercive momentum unique to the saints burst out from Emperor Jun's body. Even the saints couldn't help but take a few steps back at this moment. And just when all the saints were shocked that Emperor Jun suddenly became a saint, the ancient world began to tremble violently, the earth tore apart, and thunder and calamity surged, as if the heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Even the saints were a little confused about this unexpected situation. Come on. Shen Long is the only one who is staring at the sky in the Longting Hall, as if waiting for someone to come. Yes, Shen Long is waiting for Hong Jun. Hong Jun is the spokesperson of Heavenly Tao after all. He is the incarnation of Heavenly Tao. Now that the prehistoric saints have reached the 10th place, the prehistoric world is about to collapse, but he has not come out. Is this a bit wrong, or is it all false? In fact, the prehistoric world will not collapse, but will ... evolution? Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive roars of thunder rolled low, and as the strong wind raged and disturbed the vegetation all over the mountains and plains, thunder shot out quickly from the depths of the vast sky, exploding in the ears of all living beings, and the yellow mist that filled the air had already mixed with the sound. The dark clouds merged into one, covering the sky and exuding a ferocious aura. The saints looked up in shock and saw that the endless thunder calamity was about to condense successfully. As long as it fell, it could destroy the ancient world in an instant. But at this moment, Hong Jun's figure slowly emerged, and with a wave of his hand, the thunder calamity disappeared, and the prehistoric world gradually grew larger. In this moment, the entire prehistoric world increased tenfold in the blink of an eye, occupying a large corner even in the midst of chaos. At the same time, a burst of poetry sounded far and near, directly reaching the ears of the saints. The heaven and earth first sounded the sound of Hunyu and Xing, and Wuji felt that Hunyu and Xun was in full consciousness. At the beginning of time, the original 3000 appeared, and the mysterious song of the world of mortals revealed the way. See you now in the empty sky, and the stars in the sky stop in front of the royal holy road. 13 chapters of the 9 chronicles of the Tao canon, and the biography of the holy Dharma of the 9 mysterious chapters. The stars of heaven and earth are shining with all things, and the name of the forbidden Tao is the original law. 3000 saints have returned to their hiding places, and Kang Zhuan Moming's heart is filled with joy. One piece of music is worth 1,000 yuan. One piece of music is 1,000 yuan. The sky and the earth become empty naturally, and the boundaries are free and empty. Zhuan Yangsun appears at the beginning and holds the ballad, and all the gods are shining in the sky. The sun rises and the moon sets. The purple light appears, The ancient name of the holy star Zhuan is around. When the song ended, a man descended from the sky and appeared in the eyes of the saints. This person has a pair of eyes that are as beautiful as heaven and earth, clear but bottomless, with a tall and graceful figure. When he steps into the void, he has an indescribable sense of elegance and elegance. When they saw this man, no one recognized him except Hong Jun. Even Shen Long was constantly thinking about the identity of this man. He always felt like he had seen this man's information somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. Similarly, all the saints were extremely confused at this time. They didn't know who this man who suddenly appeared was and what was his purpose here. Soon, the man arrived in front of the saints. Seeing that this man was majestic and not weaker than himself and the others, "I was the first to open the attack." He said, "I am Pain Zhengzong, one of the three pure ones. I have met a Taoist friend. I don't know how to call him. They say that you don't hit the smiling person. I am polite enough. I believe this man will not take action rashly." Indeed, as I expected, the man nodded and replied directly, "I am Chen Zhuan Dao Lord." "What, Mr. Chen Zhuan Dao?" Shen Long was stunned and immediately thought of something in his mind. Dao Jun Chen Qilin, also known as Master Chen Qilin, is the protector of Xuanmen. He is in charge of rewards and punishments and is the guardian of the ancient world. Its full name is Puniuan Wuji Xuanmen's most holy protector of rewards and punishments. Chen Qilin Dao Jun. His body was conceived from the origin of the Taiku, one of the five innate gods. He existed during the chaos. He was able to take form at the beginning of the creation of the world. Later, he became the protector of the prehistoric era. He made an oath of reward and punishment, performed the post of prehistoric punishment, and obtained the certification of chaos. The Yuan Shangbite established a Taoist temple in Huxun Shengzhuanzu Island Taiku Palace. There are 9 disciples under the sect, all of whom are people of superb strength and great fortune. Speaking of which, the identity of Chen Qilin Dao Jun is somewhat similar to Hong Jun, but he is different from Hong Jun. Jun is different. Generally speaking, Dao Lord Chen Qilin only exists in chaos and never appears, but this time he suddenly appeared in the wild world, which made Shen Long feel a little shocked. What is the purpose of his coming? Or is it to talk about the ancient world? Is it related to evolution? Thinking of this, Shen Long's thoughts moved, and the eye of truth instantly swept over Dao Jun Chen Qilin, and then the attribute list of Dao Jun Chen Qilin also appeared in front of Shen Long. Name: Dao Jun Chen Qilin. Nicknames: Master Chen Qilin Taoist, Hung Qilin Taoist. Honorary title, honorific title, Puniuan Wuji Tanmiao Xin Xu, Huanhuang Division, Zushan Wuai, Taoist Supreme Saint Immortal Luo Yanming, Chen Qilin Taoist, Puniuan Wuji, Taiku Holy Valley Immortal Emperor Taoist, Wuji Hun the Emperor of the True Court of Xuanshan Cave. The Supreme Heavenly Miao Hung Qilin Edict Pardon Bingaling Saint, the first Yuan Huiheng Taoist Lord of Hung Qilin in the heavens, the great Emperor of Hung Qilin Cave Heaven. Chong Yuan died and returned to God. External manifestation: the character of a young silver-haired man, indifferent and ruthless, as cold as ice, with a heart as dead as water, protecting shortcomings. Origin: Taiku of Chaos. Identity: Lord of Huxuantian. Skills: Punyuan Taiyu Golden Book, Hongman Gaizan Jade Book, Punyuan Daoxuan Jing, Disciple Inheritance, Fairy Xuanxi, Fairy Xuanji, Fairy Xuanguang, Fairy Xuan Miao, Taoist Xuanzan, Fairy Xuanke, Fairy Xuan Ruo, Fairy Xuanhua, Fairy Xuanxu. Treasures: Hung Qilin Wan Dao, Taiku Xuanshan Tanjian, Xuanxu Ji Zushan Sword, Yin and Yang Ancient Talisman Qian Kun, King Qilin Whisk, First Life Zhuan Seal, Qiyuan Gui Ming Cauldron, Tian Zhuan Yan Seal, Qianzan Bead, Feng Luan Gold Hairpin, King Feather Whisk, Su Huaru Ai, Dragon and Tiger Sword Plate, 9 Swords Ziapan, Lingzu King Wang Sword, Jai Yuxuan Sword, Xuanyi Sword, Xuanguang Sword, Xuanhua Sword, Xuanzan Sword, Xuanming Sword, Xuanren Sword, Xuanzai Sword, Xuanli Sword, Xuantai Sword plus array picture, can be used to post the 9 Zhuan sword formation diagram, 9 Zhuan sword disc, Xoanian Dharma clothes, King Luan immortal clothes, fetus training cauldron, Teku divine talisman, Teku divine seal, Jiayuku Zhuangyuang fan, floating and sinking fan, and dragon fetus speeds, Fushan wonderful immortal talisman, traceless Shangyuan hairpin, void divine boat, Tei holding conchime, heaven and earth mixed Zhuan treasure seal, immortal language piano, holy source piano, Washangqin, blue blood cloud pattern gel, Dongshan purple extreme gel, Duan the sacred platform, the casting immortal pond, the flying soul banner, the Wopo flag, the lost soul stone, the yin and yang endowment ruai, the golden palace of the heaven and earth locking Dao, the true book of the Hungsu Nuan, the book of the immortal remaining, and the divine sword of killing Duan, related magical powers, Teku Xoanji thunder, Teku Dao destroying divine light, Teku 9 transformations, Teku sword way, and Teku Wuji heavenly way, waiters, boy Luan king, male, fairy Wanu, female, achievements, founded Hun Xoanshan and educated all living beings. Just casually glancing at Chen Zhuan Daojun's attributes, Shen Long couldn't help but secretly clicked his tongue. Horrible. This Taoist Lord Chengxun is really terrifying. Whether he is a cultivation spirit treasure or even a Taoist boy, he is comparable to the Hongjun of the past. Even if it's bad, it's not too bad. In terms of single-round cultivation, among all the saints present, except for Shen Long, almost no one could completely suppress Dao Lord Chengxun. Therefore, this made Shen Long relieved. At least for the time being, he was in no danger. Of course, Shen Long is not in danger, but others will have a hard time. Mr. Chen Xoan Dao. Why has Pine Dao never heard of this name? It looks like this person came from chaos. His identity is so weird. Humphrey, just pretend to drive him away from the wilderness. Maybe he is the helper of those chaos demon gods in the past. Yes, it's possible. Let's drive him away first to avoid long nights and dreams, and what problems may arise. Okay, Pine Dao agrees. The saints just said a few words and planned to drive away Taoist Master Chengxun. Because they did not know the strength of Taoist Chengxun, the saints did not act rashly. Tei walked out first and said, "Fellow Taoist Chengxun, this is my ancient and important land. I don't know what my friend wants to do when he comes here." Tai Yi didn't take action directly. If Dao Lord Chen Zhuan was willing to leave on his own initiative, it would save him the trouble of taking action. If he doesn't, then you can't blame Tai Yi for being ruthless. Kill. Chengxun Daojun just said 2 words lightly, then waved his hand and went straight to Tai Yi's chest to grab it. As the guardian of the ancient world, Chengxun Daojun should not have appeared in the ancient world. But as the ancient world, the strengthening of the world has increased the power of heaven's Dao many times. Although both Hongjun and Chengxun Daojun have gained a lot of benefits, it has also made the two of them more firmly controlled by heaven's Dao. Originally, they could escape from heaven's Dao, under their control, but now because of Dijun's sanctification, their plan has been ruined. It is also why Lord Chen Zhuan is so angry and wants to come and kill several saints in the prehistoric world so that they can seize their saints. The fruit position is given to his disciples. As for Hongjun, maybe Hongjun had the same idea as Taoist Master Chengxun in the early stage, but later, for some reason, Hongjun suddenly changed his temper and did not break away from the way of heaven. As for the reason, no one knows. Court death. Facing the sudden attack of Dao Lord Chengxun, Tei directly threw the Chaos Bell and smashed it at Daojun Chengxun. But unfortunately, even the innate treasure could not break Daojun Chengxun's defense. On the contrary, Daojun Chengxun, a palm shot out, and it hit Tei hard. Puff. All the internal organs were shattered. With just one move, Tei was seriously injured by Master Chen Zhuan. When the other saints saw this, they did not continue to sit idly by and ignore it. Instead, they shouted loudly and rushed forward. "You are hurting my second brother. How dare this little unknown person be so presumptuous? I will kill you today and put you in the wilderness." My fellow Taoists have gone too far, and they all have one trick. All the saints took action together and began to attack Dao Lord Chengxun. However, Their attacks not only had no effect, they even seemed to be incapable of hurting Daojun Qilin. Seeing this, Shen Long couldn't help but shook his head and sighed in his heart. These fools, don't they know how to use spiritual treasures to attack? Now in the ancient world, we can use the power of heaven. Knowing that their cultivation is so different from that of Qilin and Daojun, they still go to death. It is really speechless. And in this days, Zunti's head was punched by Tao Lord Chen Zhuan. A moment later, a ball of light flew over Zunti's body and was held by Tao Lord Chen Zhuan. Others may not recognize it, but the saints are very familiar with it. It is Zunti's sainthood status, which represents the saintly aura of Zunti's identity. Staring at this scene in front of them, the saints couldn't believe it. Saint Zunti died like this, and he was killed instantly by them, in front of them. This made all the saints feel terrified. Then they all sacrificed their life treasures to protect their whole bodies, for fear that Lord Qilin's next target would be them. What did Lord Qilin use to kill an immortal saint instantly? Means, when he saw Zunti being killed, Ji Ying's eyes turned red. He instantly picked up the 7 treasures tree left behind by Zunti and swiped it at Taoist Master Qilin. If it doesn't work in 1 try, hit it 10 times. If it doesn't work in 10 hits, hit it 100 times. If 100 blows don't work, then 1,000. In short, Ji Yin attacked Tao Lord Chen Zhuan as if he was crazy. No matter how strong Tao Lord Chen Zhuan was, under Ji Yin's lifeless attack, Tao Lord Chen Zhuan's protective spirit, there is also a crack in Bao. It turns out that there is a spiritual treasure protecting you. Seeing this scene, all the saints also realized, no wonder they have been unable to hurt Daojun Qilin. They really thought he was very strong. It turned out that he was just protected by spiritual treasures. Thinking of this, all the saints no longer held back. I threw out Tai Kai diagrams. Yuan Shi offered Panyu flags, laid out the immortal killing sword formation all over the sky, and the 3 of them, Emperor Jun, Taiyi and Nuwa, all tried their best to attack Chen Zhuan Tao Lord. After feeling the madness of the saints, even Chen Mr. Xuan Dao couldn't help but frown slightly. He originally thought that the ancient saints were all weak and not worth mentioning, but now it seems that there is something puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Daojun Qilин's mouth. Daojun Qilin glanced at Daijun Taiyi, who was closest to him, and then struck back at them. Clang! The chaos bell rang. The color of the sky and the earth changed, and the power of time and space converged, directly resisting Daojun Qilин's arm. Of course, Daojun Qilin soon grabbed hold of the newly sanctified Emperor Jun, and with a slight exertion in his hand, only hearing the sound of bang, another saint fell. This person was none other than Jun. Not long after he became a saint, he was completely killed like this. I have to say that Jun was really pitiful. But just because Jun was killed killing, but it also triggered Taiyi's crazy revenge exclamation mark dot 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 dot. Please subscribe. The second update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 147. 2 great saints were killed. 2 holy thrones were taken away. And it's still in front of all the saints. It can be said that this is truly a great shame and humiliation, not only an insult to the ancient world, but also an insult to their saints. Even Sanqing, at this moment, put aside distracting thoughts and wholeheartedly helped lead Taiyi to deal with Tao Lord Qilin. Go! The Tai Kai diagram turned into a jade bridge to anchor the 4-dimensional space, protecting and guiding Taiyi to prevent them from being hurt by Chen Zhuan Tao Lord's spiritual treasures. The Panyu flag was constantly shaken by Yuan Shi, and a stream of chaotic sword energy went straight towards Chen Zhuan Tao Lord to shoot go. Even if Master Chen Zhuan is proficient in the laws of space, he can't escape from thousands of sword energies. As for the Heaven Tongue Shinzuxian sword formation, it isolates a space to prevent the prehistoric from being attacked. Similarly, Nuwa is not willing to give in. Showing weakness, She continued to throw the mountains and rivers of the country and the red hydrangeas, which had a great impact on Taoist Master Chen Qilin. Moreover, because Nuwa was proficient in the laws of creation, she was able to heal their injuries before the two of them were seriously injured. Recovery. This allows Taiyi to be able to attack Shen Long Daojun with all his strength with greater confidence. You are nothing more than a saint from ancient times, and you are no less than an ant in front of me. With that said, Master Chen Zhuan threw out the Jiuxun sword, the best innate spiritual treasure, to counterattack the saints. The 9 Zhuan swords are composed of Xuanyi sword, Xuanguang sword, Xuanhua sword, Xuanzhen sword, Xuanming sword, Xuanren sword, and Xuanzai is composed of 9 swords including sword, Xuanli sword, Xuantai sword, etc. Once the formation diagram is added, the 9 Zhuan sword formation can be deployed. The power of this sword formation is only slightly weaker than the Zuxian sword formation. Therefore, when the infinite sword energy sweeps across, even if the saints don't dare to be careless, especially Chen Zhuan Daojun has the ability to kill them, which makes all the saints still have a trace of doubt when they are afraid. Hong Jun once said that the saints are immortal. Why Chen Zhuan Dao can you kill a saint? Also, why did Hong Jun not come out when Chen Qilin Taoist Lord killed the saints of the prehistoric era so violently? Of course, this is not to blame Hong Jun, but the sudden increase in the power of heaven, and Hong Jun was completely control. Even if Hong Jun wants to help them, he can't do anything. The most important thing is that Daojun Chen Qilin is in charge of rewards and punishments in the ancient world and belongs to the supervisor. In terms of status, Daojun Chen Qilin is completely equal to Hong Jun, so even if Hong Jun comes forward, it may not be possible to stop Daojun Chen Qilin. And why Daojun Chen Qilin can kill saints? This is the ability given to Daojun Chen Qilin by heaven. It seems that Daojun Chen Qilin easily killed the 2 saints Zunti Daijun. In fact, this is not the case. Chen Qilin Daojun first destroyed their physical bodies, then sealed their souls, and then obtained their saintly auras. Speaking of which, Emperor Zunti was not completely dead. At least in the eyes of heaven there is still a ray of their soul in the long river of fate. But the saints don't know about it, and they think Zunti and Dijun are really dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy was vertical and horizontal, directly tearing apart the surrounding space. No matter how fast Nuwa recovered from her injuries, she could not keep up with the speed at which the saints were injured. It can be said that if Shen Long does not take action, the saints will also fall, defeated in the hands of Taoist Master Chen Qilin. They looked in the direction of Shen Long with expectant eyes. The saints hoped that Shen Long could take action directly and kill Taoist Master Chen Qilin on the spot. However, they were disappointed and Shen Long took no action at all. They have no meaning at all. Even facing their requests, Shen Long will remain indifferent. It's not that Shen Long is cold-blooded and doesn't care about old feelings. It's that Shen Long is investigating one thing now, that is, the changes in the prehistoric times. A little dust Lord Zhuan Dao is not worthy of Shen Long's attention, but Shen Long cannot help but care about the changes in the ancient world. After all, for the time being, Shen Long has not reached the realm of heavenly Dao and will live in the ancient world for a long time. As for letting Lord Chen Zhuan Dao be so rampant, it is also it's unrealistic. He casually glanced at the situation of the saints. When he saw the extremely pessimistic situation of the saints, Shen Long shook his head helplessly. There were so many people who couldn't defeat even one of them. It was too bad. The strength of the saints should not be exceeded. Great improvement. Thinking of this, Shen Long thought, a green light flashed, and Taoist Wuxin appeared next to Shen Long. I've seen this person. Wuxin Taoist saluted to Shen Long. The aura around his body continued to spread, and it seemed that this space could not withstand Wuxin Taoist's fighting power. Helpless, Wuxin Taoist could only lightly draw under his feet, and the void instantly split open. Wuxin Taoist was like this standing in the chaos. At present, Shen Long's 3 clones have surpassed Shen Long and reached the half-step heavenly realm. Although the strength may not be stronger than Shen Long, the realm does crush Shen Long. This is indisputable. Facts. Nodding slightly, Shen Long said, fellow Taoist, You don't have to be polite. There is something I need to trouble you about right now. That's my order, fellow Taoist. Please take a look. The saints seem to be in some trouble, and I hope fellow Taoist can help. Shen Long pointed at another space not far away and said, nodding. Taoist Wuxin also felt the battle that broke out in that space. The aura it exuded exceeded the ordinary battle between saints, which made Taoist Wuxin they couldn't help but be a little curious. What kind of person could make all the saints join forces to deal with him? And it seemed that all the saints were helpless against him. In response, Taoist Wuxin replied, this matter is all on Pine Dao. I just don't know whether I want to die or live. If nothing else, Taoist Wuxin is really confident. Taoist Chen Qilin, whom all the saints could do nothing about, Taoist Wuxin actually asked whether he wanted to die or live. Even Shen Long couldn't help but be stunned after hearing what Taoist Wuxin asked. This is a bit too crazy. Although Shen Long knew how powerful Taoist Wuxin was, Taoist Chen Zhuan was not that easy to deal with. So, smiling helplessly, Shen Long said, it's better to be half dead. Clear. With that said, Taoist Wuxin disappeared directly from the spot and got into the Zuxian sword formation. Taoist Wuxin's body is a hollow willow tree, and his control over the laws of space can be said to be the ultimate. Even many powerful people understand the laws of space, but compared with Taoist Wuxin, they are nothing compared to Taoist Wuxin. Therefore, Taoist Wuxin can come and go anywhere at will, including the Zuxian sword formation, and cannot stop Taoist Wuxin in the slightest. Ding, you successfully absorbed my essence and blood, and your evolution points are plus 5 trillion. Ding, you successfully absorbed the Yuan Shao essence and blood, and your evolution points plus 5 trillion. Ding, you successfully absorbed the essence and blood of Tongshan, and your evolution points plus 5 trillion. Ding, you successfully absorbed the blood essence and blood, and your evolution points plus 5 trillion. Ding, you successfully absorbed the essence and blood of Taiyi, and your evolution points plus 5 trillion. Ding, you successfully absorbed it. As soon as he joined the battlefield, Taoist Wuxin couldn't help but start absorbing the essence and blood of saints. This is a good thing for Taoist Wuxin, so naturally it cannot be wasted. The moment they saw Taoist Wuxin appear, all the saints were stunned for a moment, and then all looked overjoyed. Who doesn't know that Taoist Wuxin is Shen Long's clone? Now it seems that Shen Long should be ready to take action, otherwise, he wouldn't send his clone here. I, Taoist Wuxin, have met all of you fellow Taoists. Taoist Wuxin did not rush to take action, but said hello to the saints first. Facing Taoist Wuxin's question, all the saints attacked Taoist Chen Qilin while responding to Taoist Wuxin. After the greetings were finished, Wuxin the Taoist did not stay any longer, but took out half a dry willow branch from his arms. Although the willow branch was dry, its hardness reached the level of the best innate spiritual treasure, and he gently pulled it in the direction of Tao Lord Chen Qilin. With just a pop sound, the Jiuxuan sword formation was shattered on the spot. You must know that this was the sword formation that the saints had been besieging for a long time. They were not broken, but they were broken by Taoist Wuxin's casual blow. This made the saints deeply shocked when they saw this scene. They thought that only Shen Long's body would be very powerful, but they never expected that Shen Long's clone also had such strength. Originally, the saints were a little bit repelled and were unintentionally the Taoist absorbs essence and blood, but now, all of them want to stick the willow branches of Wuxin Taoist's body on their bodies and let him absorb it to their heart's content. Of course, the premise is that Wuxin Taoist will help them subdue Taoist Master Chen Qilin, especially the two of them, Ji and Taiyi. Now it can be said that they hate Daojun Chen Qilin to the extreme. After all, their brothers died in the hands of Daojun Chen Qilin. As long as there is a chance, they will not spare Daojun Chen Qilin and insist on crushing his bones and scattering his ashes. To take revenge. Snapped. There was another crisp sound like a sonic explosion. The void was torn, and the chaotic earth, water, fire and wind came out. Although it had no effect on the saints, it also made the battle more chaotic. At this time, Daojun Chen Zhuan seemed to feel now comes the difference between Taoist Wuxin and the saints. Even though Taoist Master Chen Zhuan can show no concern for the saints, in front of Taoist Wuxin, He really doesn't have the courage, or in other words, he doesn't dare at all. Who let Wu Xin the Taoist has already broken through to the half-step heavenly Tao realm, and has crushed Taoist Chen Xuan in terms of cultivation. In addition, Taoist Wu Xin still controls the ultimate space. If he offends these people, Taoist Chen Xuan will not be able to escape death even if he escapes to the ends of the earth. This is the terrifying thing about mastering the power of the ultimate space. No one dares to provoke it. Why was Yang Mai so powerful in the past and could come and go freely in the wilderness? It was because Yang Mai also mastered the power of the ultimate space. Hong Jun was not willing to do anything for it. He provoked such a powerful enemy, so he allowed Yang Mai to be so presumptuous. As for saying that Hong Jun couldn't defeat Yang Mai, that may be true before Hong Jun joined the Tao, but after Hong Jun joined the Tao, he suppressed Yang Mai. It's so easy. But it's only limited to suppression. If he could really kill Yang Mai, I'm afraid Hong Jun would have done so already. Ding! You successfully absorbed the essence and blood of Tao Lord Chen Xuan, and your evolution points plus 500 billion. Soon, Dao Jun Chen Xuan was seriously injured under Wu Xin Taoist's ultimate space law. A large amount of golden blood spilled out, but it was not wasted, but was absorbed by the willow tree transformed by Wu Xin Taoist. Everything is happening. Taoist Wu Xin didn't give Tao Lord Chen Xuan a chance to breathe. The power of his supernatural powers continued to surge, and countless black hole spaces appeared next to Tao Lord Chen Xuan. As long as he was accidentally sucked into it, even if he was a saint, he would live forever, imprisoned inside. And because this move is a group attack, not only Chen Xuan Dao Jun is in pain, but also other saints. The black hole is endless, which makes them dare not approach at all, and they can only try to control their bodies, trying to escape from the battlefield. As for Chen Xuan Dao Jun, his eyes were focused, and he chose to fight head-on, fist against fist, magical power against magical power. Taiko Xuanji thunder disasters from the Taiko period were brewing one after another, and then struck fiercely. In those black holes, they were destroyed one by one. It has to be said that Dao Jun Chen Xuan is very powerful. Even Taoist Wu Xin, this is the first time he has encountered such a powerful Dao Jun Chen Xuan since he was beheaded by Shen Long. Character, at least for the time being. Taoist Wu Xin dare not say that he can take down Tao Lord Chen Xuan immediately, but if time goes by, that is not necessarily the case. After all, Taoist Wu Xin has thousands of top-level magical powers, all of which are obtained by using evolution points. In exchange, the endless moves gave Dao Jun Chen Xuan a headache. In addition, Dao Jun Chen Xuan's mana gradually consumed about half, which made Dao Jun Chen Xuan's eyes begin to flash with solemnity. And at this moment, let Hong Jun, whom Shen Long had been waiting for a long time, finally appeared. He no longer had the messy aura that he had before, but some was just thick and majestic. This was the complete aura of heaven, infinitely mysterious, and no one could easily resist it. This ray of coercion randomly exuded. Even Shen Long couldn't help but sigh secretly when he saw Hong Jun. I really don't know if what he did this time was correct, but without evolution in the prehistoric times, the Dragon Clan would not be able to become stronger. The improvement of luck will also reach the extreme. For the development of the Dragon Clan, Shen Long must play such a big game of chess. This is what he and Wu Xin planned before. What Shen Long did, everything must be based on the Dragon Clan. After all, Shen Long is the leader of the Dragon Clan, and the system relies on the development of the Dragon Clan to give him more rewards. Thinking of this, Shen Long no longer hesitated. While his eyes were firm, he also glanced at the current Han Jun attributes with his true eyes. After a moment, a transparent attribute panel that only Shen Long could see appeared in front of Shen Long. Name, Hong Jun. Appearance, formless personality, no living beings and private thoughts. Identity, Supreme Way, Teacher of Saints. Disciple. Inheritance, lazy, Yuan Shai Tenzun, Tongshan Leader, Nuwa, Jiyan, Zundi. The technique he created, the method of killing 3 corpses to attain enlightenment, proving that the original is not something that cannot be achieved by great magic power, is just that people in the world are inevitably selfish. There are always actions that go against the will of heaven, so there must be disaster. After beheading the 3 corpses, Tao Xing entered the incredible realm, the situation, not controlled by emotions and desires at all. Only respect the number of days. Follow the way of nature. Therefore, you can seek good luck and avoid disasters. Follow the number of days in your heart. Natural disasters cannot come, and you can accumulate magic power over countless kalpas and finally achieve success. Punyu and Wuji Te Shang Dao. This is the method of killing 3 corpses. Treasures. Fen Bao Rock. The magic weapons on Fen Bao Rock were distributed to the 6 saints. Related magical powers. The creation of the world. The essence of creation. The 3 red pills, which are the privileged magical power of the Tao. It contains the prohibitions of the Tao. The saint and the Tao are integrated into one, and he is a heavenly Tao, so he can have no birth and no death, and regard non-sages as ants. This technique can separate the saint from the body of the Tao and no longer be in harmony with the truth. If you are not a saint, you can naturally no longer regard non-sages as ants, and you will be in danger of destruction. Therefore, if a saint does not go against heaven, he will not be a saint if he goes against heaven. Achievements. A basic introduction to the effects of the growth and decline of yin and yang, and the birth and death of reincarnation. Hongjun is the manifest identity of heavenly Tao, and is the guidance supervisor of the Hunyu and Aoyuo golden immortals such as the 3 pure ones, the 2 Buddhas of the West, and Nuwa, who are representatives of heavenly Tao. There are the effects of the growth and decline of yin and yang, and the birth and death of reincarnation. Therefore, every 5.6 billion years, there will be a killing catastrophe to eliminate cause and effect and redefine the universe. Hongjun is not a living being. Saints and ants are disillusioned with life and death, and have no distinction between right and wrong, cause and effect, birth and death, good and evil, and do not talk about justice or private principles. Seeing the personal attributes that uniquely belong to Hongjun, Shen Long was very surprised. There is actually no other complicated information, just some simple basic introductions. But just this point made Shen Long speechless. The simpler the road is, the more worried Shen Long is. Fortunately, Shen Long is now strong enough to deal with any emergencies. Otherwise, facing Hongjun, who was countless times stronger than himself, Shen Long really didn't know how to deal with it. At least, don't think about talking back. Just stop it. Hongjun opened his mouth and shouted softly. In an instant, the Sanskrit sound of the great Tao was transmitted to the ears of all the saints. Even Taoist Wuxin and Taoist Chenxun, who were fighting fiercely, couldn't help but stop and look up after hearing Hongjun's voice. Although Wuxin this time Taoist failed to fulfill his agreement with Shen Long, leaving Taoist Master Chenxun half dead. However, Taoist Wuxin also absorbed an unknown amount of Taojun Chenxun's essence and blood. After returning, he might be promoted again, which made Taoist Wuxin very worried. I'm happy. Once you break through to the heavenly Tao realm, it will be a great help to Wuxin Taoist and Shen Long. This is why Wuxin Taoist has always been keen on absorbing the essence and blood of others. If it weren't for the huge benefits, who would go everywhere to absorb blood essence? Snort. Taoist Wu Xin snorted softly, then left the Zuxian sword formation and came to Shen Long's side in an instant. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoist. Shen Long smiled lightly and said, nodding. Taoist Wu Xin didn't say anything, but turned into a ray of light and penetrated into Shen Long's body. Just when Taoist Wu Xin disappeared, Hongjun spoke again. All of you are welcome. Come to Zixiao Palace. I have something important to announce. After saying that, Hongjun disappeared from the place. All the saints were left looking at each other in confusion, not knowing why. On the contrary, it was Chenxun Daojun who was the first to go to Zixiao Palace. His familiar appearance made all the saints wonder about Chenxun Dao. What is your identity? As for the two of you, Tei and I don't know when they got together. It seems that they are determined to seek revenge from Chenxun Daojun! Please subscribe. The third update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 148. As for Shen Long, who was the last to leave, he glanced meaningfully at Hong Jun's disappearing back. Logically speaking, Hong Jun was originally the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God, but now, fortunately, he has completely gotten rid of his identity as the Chaos Demon God and has become a true spokesperson for heaven, also known as the manifest identity of the Way of Heaven. Although only the identity has been changed, the difference is not small. Just like pure dragon blood and hybrid dragon blood, they are both dragons, but their status, treatment, and even strength are completely different. The current Hong Jun made Shen Long more fearful and pay more attention to him. However, there must be something to gain. Although Hong Jun has changed his identity and increased his strength several times, he has lost so many emotions. To put it bluntly, he is just a real puppet. This makes Shen Long nothing to envy. Buzz, seeing that all of the saints had entered the chaos, Shen Long no longer stayed in the primeval world, but followed them to the Chaos Zixiao Palace. Even though Shen Long was the last to leave, he was the fastest. Even Dao Lord Chen Zhuan arrived at Zixiao Palace one step later than Shen Long. He sat comfortably on the first futon. As Shen Long, no one had any objections to sitting here, and Taoist Master Chen Zhuan sat next to Shen Long, did not speak, but kept staring at Hong Jun, as if waiting for Hong Jun to announce some important event. It didn't take long for all of the saints to enter Zixiao Palace one after another, and then took their seats one after another. Only the receptionist Ta Yin, when one or two people saw Dao Lord Chen Xuan, murderous intent was still in their eyes, as if their hatred for Dao Jun Chen Xuan was engraved in their bones. There was no way. After all, the person who died was their brother, and the murderer was still sitting there, with them around. How could they swallow this breath? If Hong Jun hadn't been here, I'm afraid another war was about to break out. His eyes slightly glanced at the saints, and Hong Jun said, "The difference between you and others, the grudges will be resolved on their own after returning home. There is no room for excess in Zixiao Palace." After saying that, Hong Jun's own pressure burst out instantly. Except for Shen Long and Dao Jun Chen Xuan, none of the saints present could get up. At this moment, all the saints were shocked by Hong Jun's terror. They had also experienced it thousands of years ago. Hong Jun's pressure is definitely not that strong, and it will not reach the point where he can crush them. But now, Hong Jun's strength has increased so much. What is going on? The doubts in the hearts of the saints have been filled. In my heart, for the time being, I can only remain silent and agree again and again. We will follow the teachings of our teacher, Teozu. All the saints said in unison. Nodding with satisfaction, Hong Jun continued, "During the last gathering at Zixiao Palace, I said that the human race was greatly prosperous and that it would experience 3 emperors and 5 emperors. However, due to the conferment of gods and calamities, all major sects fight with each other, and the human race is also affected. This is a sin for you. You should teach your disciples well and never harm innocent creatures." Yes. Hearing Hong Jun's rebuke, all the saints also responded and expressed their understanding. They are aware of the fact that their disciples are fighting each other. As for the impact on human race members, this is inevitable. In the future, they can only pay a little more attention. But if the human race will not be injured by this is definitely impossible. They just promised Hong Jun in words, but in their hearts, they had different ideas. They didn't care whether the saints were being unfaithful to themselves. Hong Jun said again, "After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are over, some creatures from the human race should move into the earthly immortal realm to seek a second place for survival for the human race." Earthly immortal realm? Hong Jun's words left all the saints at a loss for Monk Zhong-er. Only Shen Long seemed thoughtful and understood something. Sooner or later, the earthly immortal realm will appear. At present, the prehistoric world is developing so rapidly, so Hong Jun simply can't. By creating the earthly immortal realm in advance, we can place more humans and develop faster. This move will definitely have many benefits for the human race, and it can also prevent the human race from being affected by the Great War and causing countless casualties. To put it simply, it can be regarded as a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But where is the Earth Immortal Realm now? Is it possible that Hong Jun wants to open up another world? The original Earth Immortal realm was created by the Great War of Saints. After the Great Desolation was shattered, a large fragment of the prehistoric world was transformed. But now the prehistoric world has changed. It is getting stronger and stronger. If you want to break the prehistoric world, let alone the saints, it will be difficult for even Shen Long to do it. Therefore, Shen Long is very curious about where Hong Jun can find the immortal world for the human race to survive. When Shen Long was confused, Dao Jun Qingxuan suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist Hong Jun, I wonder if the reward for kindness in the earthly immortal realm requires me to go there." Compared to all the saints, Dao Jun Qingxuan quickly guessed the importance of the earthly immortal realm, so he asked specifically. But unfortunately, Hong Jun didn't pay attention to Dao Jun Qingxuan at all. He just shook his head and said that he didn't need it. For Dao Jun Qingxuan, Hong Jun was not very happy about the sudden killing of the two great saints of the prehistoric era. Although Dao Jun Qingxuan had this ability, he was not even informed. It was really too little to take him seriously. If it were the original Hong Jun, will inevitably rebuke Mr. Chen Xuan Dao and ask for an explanation. But Hong Jun now does not have so many emotions. The only ones he has are basic joy and anger. This is what heaven has given to Hong Jun. Otherwise, Hong Jun is afraid that he will really be like a robot, allowed to be controlled by heaven. Of course, all this is temporary. Just like when Hong Jun joined the Tao, he was also controlled in this way. Even Hong Jun is used to it, and there is nothing wrong with it. I don't care, as long as time continues to pass and the prehistoric era continues to develop, Hong Jun will have the opportunity sooner or later to break away from the way of heaven and counter-control it. Although this time will be very long, for Hong Jun, no matter how long it takes, you can wait. Just like the journey of cultivating Taoism, it's like pushing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Nothing is easy, not to mention that Hong Jun still wants to counter-control the way of heaven. It is a huge project. Seeing that Hong Jun is not in spite of himself, Dao Jun Qingxuan said nothing more, but continued to sit on the futon and listen to Hong Jun speak. Then, Hong Jun offered a spiritual treasure. This spiritual treasure looked weird, just a blue star. The ball looks somewhat similar to the earth, but it is also somewhat different. In the constant questioning of the saints, Hong Jun told the saints that this is the earthly fairy world, and it is also the place where human beings will live in the future. After speaking, Hong Jun with a flick of his finger, a barrier surrounded the ball, but Hong Jun banned it. Anyone with cultivation level above Earth Immortal could not enter. This also restricted monsters or saints from doing evil inside and harming the human race. After explaining everything, Hong Jun gave the ball to Lazy and asked me to guard it carefully and not allow any mistakes. As for why he didn't give it to anyone else, it was because of his identity. I was the first disciple of Xuanmen, and Hong Jun. As for the other people, even if Hong Jun could give it to him, the others would not be willing to take it. How can the ball be just an ordinary luck treasure without any attack or defense capabilities? Even if it is given to them, it is of no use. The matter is almost said. Hong Jun quickly dismissed all the saints, leaving only Shen Long and Qingxuan Dao Jun. Of course, Hong Jun did not say much to them. What he said was just a warning to the two of them, telling them not to interfere in the affairs of the prehistoric era. In response, Shen Long just sneered. It seems that with the evolution of the prehistoric era, Hong Jun is becoming more and more courageous. However, let Hong Jun be rampant for a while first, and when the Dragon Clan develops again, that's when Shen Long will really start to challenge Hong Jun. After leaving Zixiao Palace, before Shen Long could break through the space and enter the ancient world, he was defeated by the two of them. The cry stopped. Fellow Taoist Zhulong, wait. Fellow Taoist Zhulong, wait. Hearing these two voices, Shen Long looked back and saw that they were flying from a distance to Li Taiyi. Looking at them doubtfully, Shen Long said, "Is there something wrong with you two fellow Taoists?" Nodding, Jian Taiyi did not hide anything, but directly told Shen Long what he wanted. His eyes were full of determination. Jian said, "Fellow Taoist Zhulong." This time the two poor Taoists stopped him. For nothing else, I just hope that I can borrow the sky axe from my fellow Taoist, and I also hope that my fellow Taoist can part with it and lend it to these two poor Taoists. Yes, I am willing to give half of the demon clan's luck to fellow Taoists. I hope fellow Taoists can borrow the spirit treasures for use. Taiyi also echoed, his tone full of sincerity. When hearing Taiyi's request, Shen Long pondered for a moment, and soon understood their intention. Intercept Lord Chengxun Dao. After all, it is Chengxun Dao Jun killed Zundi and Di Jun, and it is natural for the two of them to want revenge. However, with the strength of the two of them, can they really defeat Dao Jun Chengxun? In any case, Dao Jun Chengxun is also with Hanjun people of his generation. This made Shen Long couldn't help but doubt the possibility of winning Taiyi. Thinking of this, Shen Long said bluntly, "It's not impossible to lend the Pangyu axe to the two fellow Taoists, but it requires a huge amount of effort every time to activate the Pangyu axe. Regarding mana, it's not that I look down on these two Taoist friends, but based on their current strength, they really can't exert the true power of Pangyu axe, let alone take revenge. But that's it." "But what?" "I hope fellow Taoists can speak out." "It's nothing, but I happen to have 2 Hunyuan pills in my hand. Once swallowed, the mana will be increased 100 times. By then, the strength of the two Taoists will also be greatly improved, and the possibility of revenge will be greater. But I wonder what the two fellow Taoists can exchange for it." Shen Long never does a loss-making business. If he can't come up with something that makes him excited, then Shen Long will definitely not help lead Taiyi. After all, the person who died was not his brother. Why should he help clean up this kind of mess? Faced with this, Shen Long's question caused Taiyi to look at each other with a hint of bitterness in their eyes. Yes, what did they exchange for? It seems that they are indeed a bit pitiful. They don't even have anything in their hands that makes Shen Long's heart move. Eh? An idea flashed in Taiyi's mind, and he quickly thought of something. Taiyi waved his hand, and a bronze-colored golden brass bell appeared in Taiyi's hand. He shook it gently a few times, and the bronze bell instantly made a crisp sound. The power of time and space converged and went straight to attack the chaotic rough stone somewhere. With a bang, the chaotic rough stone shattered. Then Taiyi cast his eyes on Shen Long and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, I don't know about this. Can Ling Bao be exchanged for Hunyuan Dan with fellow Taoists? Are you serious about using the chaos clock to exchange it with me?" Shen Long was slightly surprised. "You must know that the chaos bell is Taiyi's natal spiritual treasure, and you just take it out like this. It's somewhat unrealistic. Secondly, is it really worth doing this? Dao Jun Chengxun is extremely powerful. If he is killed, what should I do if I can't help him? Not only will the revenge not be avenged, but the life treasure will also be lost. Taiyi will be at a huge loss." Unfortunately, Taiyi has already made up his mind. In order to avenge Emperor Jun, Taiyi can no longer care about so much. "Don't worry, it was said that it was the chaos clock. As long as it could help Emperor Jun avenge, Taiyi could even hand over his life." When seeing Taiyi resolutely hand the chaos clock to him, Shen Long smiled slightly. This ancient world is really getting more and more interesting. First, Zhan Yuanzi sacrificed the ginseng fruit tree for Hong Yun, and now Taiyi did not hesitate to abandon the chaos bell just to avenge Emperor Jun. Brotherhood? Is it really that important? For a moment, Shen Long began to think deeply. When he got up, he was wondering if he would do this for Zilong one day, or if Zilong would do this for himself one day. Gently shaking away the countless thoughts in his mind, Shen Long no longer made it difficult to attract Taiyi, and he said, "I will take half of the demon clan's luck. As for the West, I will establish a Mahayana Buddhism in the future. As long as you agree to this matter, I will give the Hunyuan pill to you." After saying that, Shen Long looked at Ji Yin, waiting for Ji Yin's answer. As long as Ji Yin agrees, then an agreement will be reached. If he doesn't agree, Shen Long will directly return to the prehistoric era, Mahayana Buddhism. What is that? Ji Yin was puzzled, not knowing what other sects could be established in the West besides Western religions. However, Shen Long said so, and there was no way for Ji Yin to refuse to agree. He could only nod his head in agreement. "Okay. In that case, Two Taoist friends, let's swear to the Taoist heart. While saying this, Shen Long sacrificed the Pang X, and the terrifying pressure of the chaos treasure came instantly, which made Ji and Tae very happy. With such a treasure in hand, there will no longer be any problem in killing Dao Lord Shenxuan. Then, the two of them swore an oath to Dao Xin. When they finished swearing, Shen Long handed over the Pang X to them, and at the same time, gave them 2 Hunyuan pills. The Hunyuan pill can indeed increase their strength 100 times, but it was only effective for an hour, so Shen Long also specifically asked the two of them to pick up Tae and tell them the pros and cons, but the two were eager for revenge and left without even listening to what Shen Long said. Anyway, basically Shen Long has said everything that should be said, and the rest depends on the fate of the two of them. At the same time, in the prehistoric world, Mount Sumeru in the West. On the surface, it seems that the West teaches everyone to love each other, and they are great. A kind heart will not cause jealousy. But in fact, this is not the case. Qinara's talent and intelligence have caused many resources of Western religions to be tilted towards him, which makes some other disciples very dissatisfied. Among them, Maitreya is the most dissatisfied. He relied on being a great disciple of Zunti and did not want to practice hard, but he always wanted to make Qinara look bad and discredit him. It was indeed a bit excessive, but most of the people in Mount Sumeru had good relations with Maitreya, and they all followed him. Together we hated Qinara. This also caused Qinara to suffer a lot of unequal treatment after he returned from preaching. It was these unequal treatments that pushed Western religion to the forefront again. Let's talk about Qinara here. After Qinara talked with Asha all night long, he finally influenced Asha to become a good person. Although the process was so easy that Qinara was a little surprised, but in any case, he had completed the task assigned by the high priest. As for Asha, apart from being moved by Qinara's kindness and integrity, the main reason why she became a good person was because Asha found the man who made her tremble. This person is none other than Qinara, but for the time being, Qinara didn't know about it. After completing the 3 problems of the high priest, Qinara was focused on preaching, so he quickly found the high priest and planned to make the high priest fulfill his promise. But the high priest went back on his word and said that Luo was going to be burned at the stake because he was deceiving the public with his evil words. In the end, the high priest let Qinara go after Asham agreed to stay with the high priest for 1 night. In order to prove his integrity, Asha committed suicide and died to clarify his ambition. Later, Qinara revealed everything to the human leaders there, and the human leaders allowed him to preach there. The preaching was going on normally, and just when Qinara was about to complete his preaching mission and return to Mount Sumeru, the story of Asham was known to Maitreya and others. Taking this opportunity, Maitreya said that Asham's death was due to Qinara's 6 impure roots and removed him from Mount Sumeru. This made Qinara very excited. Once he had an epiphany and endured thousands of years of practice, he hugged the dead body of Asha and whispered in a low voice, "Asham, you use your death to prove your innocence. You use your death to prove to the heavens. The empty gods and Buddhas are so filthy. You used your death to wake me up from my lost way. Shame. May your soul rest in peace. I will devote myself to practice. One day when I get to the 3 realms, I will come to pick you up." After saying that, Qinara, who was originally dressed in white and extremely holy, suddenly turned into a long-haired black robe, and his appearance was exactly the same as Wushan of Tenmo Mountain. Yanzhao glanced at Mount Sumeru in the distance. Qinara looked up to the sky and swore, "The way of heaven is above. From now on, Qinara will not exist and Wushan will be reborn. I will let the gods and Buddhas know that if I become Buddha, there are no demons in the world. If I become a demon, what will Buddha do to me? Demonic religion, come out." In an instant, with Wushan's loud roar, the wind and clouds changed in the sky, lightning flashed and thundered, and soon, there was another big and incomparably huge auspicious cloud of merit flew straight to Wushan, penetrated into Wushan's body, and continuously improved its cultivation. At the same time that Wushan succeeded in founding the demon sect, the luck of the West was rapidly passing away. The golden dragon of luck in the West, which was originally relatively majestic, suddenly withered, but a full 20% of the source of the luck of the West was taken away. And it's permanent. It has to be said that Wu Shen's plan was ruthless. He first created the demon clan, and now he created the demon sect, making the demon sect truly return to its prehistoric times. This set of operations alone will directly destroy all the hard work of the West for countless years. If the recruitment and guidance are in the West, it is possible to prevent such a thing from happening. But alas, they are not here. Especially Zunti, who is now dead, has greatly increased the luck of the demon sect, and the luck of the West has also begun to continue to lose to the demon sect. As for Junian, who was far away in the chaos and was planning to seek revenge from Taoist Lord Chengxuan, his face changed drastically in an instant, and he roared angrily, "Who has touched Pindao's luck in the West? When Pindao comes back, you will be killed." Crushed bones and ashes, revenge. Please subscribe. The fourth update. The average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 149. Wu Shen successfully brought the demon cults to the West, which can be said to have cut off the way to lead Zunti, and split the fate of the West into two. Even Maitreya and others in Mount Sumeru were powerless after knowing about this. In his heart, he was looking forward to taking Zunti back as soon as possible, but Maitreya couldn't help but regret it very much. If he had known that what he did would bring such serious consequences to the Western religion, how could he target Kinara? Now Kinara has become Wu Shen, and the luck of the West is still passing by continuously. This makes Maitreya feel powerless and also blames himself very much. After pondering for a long time, Maitreya finally decided to go to the underworld to seek help from Ksitagarbha. Ksitagarbha is the eldest disciple with extraordinary strength and infinite wisdom. I believe Ksitagarbha should be able to find a way to stop the flow of luck in the West. Although Maitreya is not sure whether Ksitagarbha will have any solution, this is his only life-saving straw, so he still has to hold on tightly. Thinking of this, Maitreya hurriedly left the West on the clouds and rushed straight to the underworld. As Maitreya left, Wu Shen appeared at the bottom of Mount Sumeru at some unknown time. At the moment, the only person left who can take charge of the overall situation is Jin Chanzi, and this time Wu Shen's target is also Jin Chanzi. After briefly chatting with Jin Chanzi, Wu Shen left with satisfaction. Jin Chanzi was left alone, and he began to have doubts about the Buddhist teachings he had learned. He even had a little doubt about me, the Buddha. Just because of Wu Shen's conversation, Jin Chanzi laid the foundation for his future reincarnation. As the saying goes, if there is a cause, there must be an effect. Although Wu Shen cannot directly destroy the Western sect, he can still murder a few Western disciples. But the most important thing is that Western Buddhism is too hypocritical. Otherwise, how could Wu Shen find an opportunity? As for Jin Chanzi, Wu Shen didn't use any magic power to suppress him. He just asked a few questions. Buddha, not greedy for money? Why should we accept offerings from the world? Buddha, not evil? Why can't we tolerate the world's disrespect for it? The Buddha said that all living beings are equal. Why are there 3, 6 or 9 levels of Bodhisattva, Bhikkhu and Dharma protector? All living beings pay their respects and offer incense to pray for the disaster to go away. The Buddha said that people in the world have many lives. They are destined to live in destiny, and God's will cannot be violated. Regarding these ridiculous claims, Wu Shen directly asked, "Ask your Buddha, do you remember Fiwa back then? Ask your Buddha, can you go to the 9th floor of purgatory? Ask your Buddha, what is engraved on the Sanqing stone? You ask your Buddha, if he can survive the hardships, why not save me?" A bad person can become a Buddha immediately by just putting down his butcher knife. A good person needs to go through 99 and 81 hardships, and practice for thousands of years, but he may not become a Buddha. As these questions appeared in Jin Chanzi's mind, Jin Chanzi began to question me Buddha constantly. After Wu Shen left, Jin Chanzi kept repeating Wu Shen's question to him. Dare you ask me, Buddha? Do you remember the flying flowers? Dare you ask me, Buddha, if you have been to the 9th level of purgatory? Dare you ask me, Buddha, what is engraved on the Sanqing stone? Dare to ask me if Buddha can overcome hardships? Why not help me? These problems have become demonic obstacles and are taking root in Jin Chanzi's heart. Unless Ji Yin can come back now to help Jin Chanzi break through the demonic obstacles, otherwise, with Jin Chanzi's current situation, he may have to go through disasters in order to break through the demonic obstacles, back to good health. On the other hand, the development of the human race here is getting better and better. With Fuxi's departure, Shen Long did not disappoint Fuxi. Instead, he worked conscientiously and worked hard to help the human race develop in various ways. As for Fuxi, he entered the fire cloud cave under the arrangement of the saints. Although the saints partly wanted to imprison Fuxi, they also wanted Fuxi to suppress the fate of the human race and prevent the destabilization of the fate of the human race. Originally Nuwa refused to this, but she could not withstand the rigid demands of the saints, and there was nothing she could do. The only thing that comforted Nuwa was that Huoyang Cave was Hong Yun's former residence and belonged to the innate blessed land. Letting Fuxi go there to practice would not be considered injustice to him. Let's talk about Shen Long. Over the years, Shen Long can be said to have made 6 outstanding contributions to the human race, which has directly changed the original status quo and achieved a leap forward. 1. Making grass and growing grains laid the foundation for agriculture and industry. 2. Establish a store and open up the first market. Shen Long established a market at noon, bringing together the people of the world, gathering the goods of the world, trading and retreating, and everyone got his own place. 3. Curing hemp into cloth and making the people wear clothes. Originally, the human race had no clothes and only used leaves and animal skins to cover their bodies. After Shen Long taught people to use hemp mulberry as cloth, people had clothes. 4. Make a 5-stringed harp to entertain the people. Shen Long invented the musical instrument. He cut tung trees into a kin and knotted silk to make strings. This kin was later called the Shen Long kin. The Shen Long kin is 3 feet, 6 inches, and 6 minutes long, with 5 strings on it. Yu, Gong, Shang, Jiao, Jing, and Yu. The sound produced by this kind of harp can tell the virtues of heaven and earth, express the harmony of Shen Long, and entertain people. 5. Cut wood into a bow and use it to command the world. Shen Long invented the bow and arrow, which effectively prevented the attacks of wild beasts, effectively combated the invasion of foreign tribes, and protected people's lives and the fruits of their labor. 6. Make pottery and improve your life. Before the invention of pottery, humans could only use fire to grill food. With pottery, people could steam and cook food, store items, make wine, and sterilize. The use of pottery improved the living conditions of the human race and had a profound impact on the diet and future development of the human race. In order to encourage people to live a regular life and cultivate crops according to the seasons, Shen Long also established a calendar, set up stars, divided day and night, fixed the sun and the month. The month was 30 days, and November was the winter solstice. Doing this has greatly increased the food harvest of the human race. At least because of this, the human race can guarantee that they will no longer starve. As a result, Shen Long's fame grew, and in the end, he was almost surpassing Fuxi. Master Taiyi was naturally very happy about Shen Long's actions. He never expected that his disciple would be so outstanding, but it made Master Taiyi worry a lot. But having said that, Master Taiyi still can't let down his guard. After all, Ji Zhao has been watching from the side. If they really find any opportunity, even Master Taiyi will have a headache. Hey, someone died again. I didn't expect that. It was just a mushroom, but it poisoned so many people. What is this? Thousands of people in the Big Bear tribe died just because of a piece of grass. Is there no way we can avoid these poisonous things? We can't bear to see the tragic death of our kind. Okay, Patriarch, don't be too sad. Things don't go as planned. We are just ordinary people. What can we do? It would be great if someone could gather these poisonous insects and poisonous weeds together and record them, so that we can avoid being poisoned again. Huh, who can have such a great ability? Unless the Emperor himself does it. In today's prehistoric times, grains and weeds grow together, and medicines and flowers bloom together. No one can tell which foods are edible and which herbs can cure diseases. In order to avoid being poisoned again, many tribes do not use the method of growing food, but choose to live by hunting. But as time goes by, the number of birds in the sky becomes less and less, and the animals in the ground become less and less common, so people have to go hungry. But even so, whoever gets sores, illnesses, headaches, and brain fevers will have no cure, even if they are lucky enough to survive. To peel off the skin. Shen Long saw the suffering of the human race and felt pain in his heart. How to treat people's diseases. This problem made Shen Long think about it for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he came up with a way. That is to travel all over the ancient world, taste all kinds of herbs, test the poison with one's own body, and write the ancient herbal classic. In this way, Shen Long led a group of subjects, starting from the holy land of the human race and heading towards the northwest mountains. Time passed slowly, their legs became swollen and their feet became calloused, but they kept walking. After walking for 7 or 79 days, they arrived at a place. I saw one peak after another and one canyon after another. The mountains were covered with exotic flowers and plants, and the fragrance could be smelled from afar. As Shen Long and the others were walking forward, a group of wolves, tigers, and leopards suddenly emerged from the canyon and surrounded them. Shen Long immediately asked his subjects to wave their magic whips and beat the beasts. But one group was driven away, and another group came back. They fought for 7 days and 7 nights before all the wild beasts were driven away. The tigers, leopards and pythons had scars on their bodies from the divine whip, which later turned into markings on their skin. Speaking of which, the ancestor of the tattoo world is Shen Long. Anything that comes from the West is all nonsense. In front of Shen Long, he can create any pattern for you. Look at tigers and leopards. Not only do they have tattoos on their arms, but they also have tattoos all over their backs. Of course, although Shen Long can persevere, others really can't persevere. After all, the environment here is too dangerous and the situation is too dangerous, so they all advised Shen Long to go back. This matter needs long-term consideration, but he had already left. How could Shen Long go back in such despair? Shen Long would not give up halfway, so Shen Long shook his head and resolutely led the way into the canyon and arrived at the foot of a vast mountain. Half of the mountain is inserted into the clouds, and is surrounded by knife-cut cliffs. There are waterfalls hanging on the cliffs, which are covered with moss and are smooth and slippery. It seems that there is no way to go up without a ladder to the sky. For this reason, others advised Shen Long to forget it and go back early. Maybe he could have a hot meal. Unfortunately, Shen Long was as stubborn as an ox, so he still shook his head and would rather die than leave. In this way, Shen Long stood on a small rocky hill, facing the mountain, thinking of a way. At this moment, Shen Long saw several golden monkeys crawling along the ancient vines and rotten trees lying on the cliff. An idea came to Shen Long. He immediately called his subjects and asked them to cut wood poles and canes, build a shelf against the cliff, build 1 layer a day, and build it like this. Then, Shen Long led the people to build the boats from spring to summer, and from autumn to winter. No matter it was windy, rainy, snowy or icy, they never stopped working. It took a whole year and 360 floors to reach the top of the mountain. It can be said that the scaffolding used by people to build buildings later was based on Shen Long's method. Soon, Shen Long led his subjects to climb the wooden frame and reach the top of the mountain. The mountain was really a world of flowers and plants, red, green, white, yellow, all kinds of colors, densely covered with flowers. Shen Long was very happy to see this. He told his subjects to beware of wolves, worms, tigers and leopards. He personally picked flowers and plants and put them in his mouth to taste. In order to taste herbs and find medicine here, Shen Long asked his subjects to plant rows of firs on the mountain as a city wall to protect against wild animals, and to build thatched huts inside the wall to live in. Later, people called the place where Shen Long lived Wood City. During the day, he led his subjects to the mountains to taste herbs. At night, he asked his subjects to light a bonfire. He used the firelight to record in detail the experience of tasting herbs during the day, which herbs were bitter, which were hot, which were cool, which ones could satisfy hunger, and which ones could heal. Diseases are all clearly written down. Dragon Court Hall. Buzz. The void shook, and Zhen Yuanzi's anxious figure appeared in front of Shen Long again. Looking at Shen Long in front of him, Zhang Yuanzi asked. Dare you ask where your friend Hong Yun is now? Last time at the human race ceremony, Zhang Yuanzi didn't see any trace of Hong Yun, so he was very confused. In order to prevent Hong Yun from being in any danger, Zhang Yuanzi came over to ask. Of course, Shen Long was also more concerned about this matter. After all, he promised Zhang Yuanzi, and he would definitely not let Hong Yun disappear. But where Hong Yun is now, Shen Long has to deduce it. Let Zhang Yuanzi not be anxious first. Shen Long sacrifices his fate. After looking inside for a while, I couldn't help but be stunned. How is this possible? Hong Yun has never left the underworld. But didn't Shen Long leave this matter to Feng Du? What did Feng Du mean? When he came back to his senses, Shen Long informed Zhang Yuanzi about Hong Yun's whereabouts. After hearing this, Zhang Yuanzi was curious. Why did Hong Yun stay in the underworld? Or did Hong Yun not want to leave the underworld at all? The things involved were too complicated, and Zhang Yuanzi didn't know either what to do. In the end, Zhang Yuanzi could only leave the matter to Shen Long. Anyway, Shen Long had promised him, so he would definitely not break his promise. Zhang Yuanzi felt relieved, and Shen Long said that he would definitely give him an answer later. After saying that, Shen Long cut through the space and disappeared. Instead, he appeared at the door of Feng Du Hall in the underworld. Meet the master. Feeling Shen Long's arrival, Feng Du's figure quickly walked out. Nodding, Shen Long said bluntly, Feng Du, why didn't you arrange for the reincarnation of the Hong Yuan that my master gave you last time? This, Feng Du hesitated in response to Shen Long's question, then took out a booklet, opened it and handed it to Shen Long. When seeing what was recorded above, Shen Long couldn't help but nod his head. I didn't expect such changes. It seems that Feng Du did everything right. As for why Feng didn't have time to tell himself, Shen Long didn't care either. After understanding what happened, Shen Long left the underworld. Tell Zhang Yuanzi to go back and wait slowly. Shen Long said that he will definitely give him a satisfactory answer. After saying that, Shen Long called Zilong and others again, but he planned to discuss a major matter with them. Meet the big brother, Longzu. Zhulong and others soon appeared in front of Shen Long and said respectfully. Nodding, Shen Long replied, now that the prehistoric period has advanced, the status of saint has doubled. Do you want to become a saint? One word stirred up 1,000 waves. It can be said that Shen Long's words shocked everyone present. Soon, everyone was full of joy, and their eyes were full of longing. Who doesn't want to become a saint? Once he becomes a saint, he can immortal, free from the identity of ants. Naturally, they also long to become saints, but they have never had the chance, which is a pity for everyone. But as long as they follow Shen Long, they will always be the top of the ancient world. This made them feel a lot more comfortable. But now, Shen Long suddenly asked them if they wanted to become saints, which aroused the desire in their hearts. Nodding, the 4 dragon kings behind Zilong responded in unison said, think. Okay, I like your frankness, and I hope you are more ambitious. I can reward you with these 4 Hongmen purple chi, but there is one condition. It all depends on Dragon Ancestor's orders. Once you become saints, I want you to conquer heaven and seize control of the stars in the sky. What? Longzu is not afraid of Hong Jun. Hearing Shen Long's conditions, the 4 dragon kings were startled, and then their pupils shrank, somewhat in disbelief. You must know that the Lord of Heaven is Hashan, and the person behind him is Hong Jun. Now Shen Long wants to fight for heaven, which is no less than an open challenge to Hong Jun, and no less an open challenge to heaven. Is this really okay, or is it that Shen Long is already as strong as Tan Tao? Looking at Shen Long with fiery eyes, the 4 dragon kings were extremely excited. It's not that they are afraid, but they are expecting that the dragon clan has not experienced a war for many years. Now they are about to suddenly attack Sanqing and declare war on Hong Jun. This makes the 4 dragon kings unable to accept it for a while and unable to digest this information. When they gradually regain their senses, Shen Long said again, I am free to follow my plans. This is my only request for you. Don't let me down. We will follow the Dragon Ancestor to the death. Okay. Go down. As he said that, Shen Long injected 4 rays of Hongmeng purple qi into the bodies of the 4 dragon kings. These 4 rays of Hongmeng purple qi, like the Hongmeng purple qi given to Zilong, will not be controlled by heaven. So even if the 4 dragon kings become, there is no need for heavenly saints to worry about heavenly suppression. When the 4 dragon kings left, Zilong asked, "Brother, I gave them 4 Hongmeng purple qi like this. Aren't you worried that they will rebel? Once the strength becomes stronger, the ambition will become bigger." So Zilong is also a little worried. However, will Shen Long care about this kind of thing? Not to mention that the products produced by the system must be high-quality products. Hongmeng Ziki has his aura. Even the 4 dragon kings, if you want to rebel, you must have that strength. In addition, the 4 dragon kings are loyal, so there is no need for Zilong to worry about such things. If they all rebel, then there will be few trustworthy people in the dragon clan. Faces with a hint of indifference, Shen Long smiled and said, "Brother, I will naturally have the means to restrain them. There is no need to worry. It's you. It's time to become a saint. Please subscribe. The first update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Chapter 150. Logically speaking, Zilong should have become a saint long ago. But Shen Long was worried about what problems would arise after Han Wang advanced, so he asked Zilong not to become a saint for the time being. Now that the prehistoric advancement is completed, there will be no danger for Zilong to become a saint. Naturally, Shen Long will not continue to block it. Hearing what Shen Long said, Zilong was very excited. Once he can become a saint, the dragon clan will have 2 saints. In that case, wouldn't the success rate of attacking heaven be as high as 100%? As for why Shen Long suddenly decided to attack heaven and seize heaven's resources, the main reason is still related to the advancement of the prehistoric world. Today's prehistoric world is so huge that even the human race, which reproduces the fastest, cannot keep up with the speed of the prehistoric world. Because of this, Shen Long wants to occupy the blessed land of heaven, and for Hongjun, who is once again controlled by heaven. To be honest, Shen Long was not afraid at all. After all, Shen Long is about to break through to the half-step of the heavenly Tao realm, and there are 3 clones that are about to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Even if the heavenly Tao comes in person, what can it do to him? Brother, is this true? Can I really break through? Zilong was overjoyed, somewhat disbelieving what Shen Long said. Nodding, Shen Long replied, "Of course it's true. When you become a saint, my brother will also give you a big gift." "Thank you, bro." Zhulong grinned so happily that he almost went behind his ears, and then said goodbye to Shen Long, but went back to start a breakthrough. Looking at Zhulong's leaving back, Shen Long said softly, "Prime Minister Turtle, the old minister is here. Go and summon Zilong Jiuzi. I have important matters to tell them." "Yes." Chaos. Within the Xuanchen, Jiying Taiyi confidently came to seek revenge from Daojun Changxuan. Although the 2 of them knew that Daojun Changxuan was extremely powerful, they had no choice but to do it for Zunti and Daijun. If the Saint Sora cannot be recaptured, then Emperor Zunti will really be dead and will never be resurrected. So no matter what, Daojun Changxuan must die. Buzz. The void shook, spiritual energy dispersed, and the pressure belonging to the saint swept the entire Xuanchen. Soon, several figures appeared around Ji and Taiyi. These people are the saints in Xuanchen, and they are also Changxuan Tao Lord. They may be a little weaker than Ji and Taiyi, but they are saints after all, and they are blessed by the small power of heaven and Hengxuantian. Once they fight, it is hard to say who will win. "Hey, why do you prehistoric saints trespass on my Xuanchen? Why don't you leave quickly?" "Senior brother Xuanji, they look like they are here with bad intentions. They seem to be here to seek revenge." "Yes, I have always heard Master say that there are powerful people everywhere in the ancient world. If I have the opportunity today, I should ask for advice. Junior brother Xuanhua, don't cause trouble. Drive them away as soon as possible, otherwise master will find out, and we will also be punished. What are you rushing for? Didn't you see the murderous intent in their eyes? What are you waiting for? Take action. Buzz, a streak of sword energy and thunder light went straight towards Ji Yi and Tai Yi, but their strength was still not enough. Both Ji Yi and Tai Yi were top powerhouses who had experienced hundreds of battles and experienced countless battles. Their minds or their strength can be said to be at the top of the prehistoric world. I may not dare to say that they are ranked in the top 3, but they are also among the best. In addition, the prehistoric world itself is countless times stronger than Huoxuanshan. As soon as they fought, several disciples of Dao Junchengxuan were at a disadvantage. A monk Lang, the chaos bell rang, and the sky and the earth changed color. Compared with Ji Yin, the attack power of Tai Yi's chaos spell was much stronger. Originally, the chaos spell should have been given to Shen Long, but Shen Long temporarily confiscated it, so it was returned to Tai Yi to continue to use. It's a good thing that Shen Long didn't take away the chaos spell, otherwise, it would definitely be a disaster for the two of them to deal with these 9 saints just by leading Tai Yi. The 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit appears. The 12th grade Reincarnation Golden Lotus appears. The 2 innate lotus platforms were sacrificed one after another by Ji Yin. The Golden Lotus of Merit and Virtue stood at Ji Yin's feet, while the Samsara Golden Lotus flew to Tai Yi's feet to prevent Tai Yi from being attacked. Now the two are already ants tied on a rope. Grasshoppers, only by trusting each other can they complete their revenge. Boom. After all, Tai Yi was more skilled and found the right time. Tai Yi directly used the chaos spell to smash the weakest Saint Xuanxu among the 9 saints. With the fall of Saint Xuanxu, the other 8 saints were extremely angry, and their hands were even more spiritual. When Baoqi comes out, he attacks Ji Yi and Tai Yi's fatal position with all his moves. Thanks to the many spiritual treasures in Ji Yi and Tai Yi's hand, he won't be at a disadvantage in a melee with them. Taoist fellow Taoist, poor Taoist will sacrifice the Buddha kingdom and his palm and imprison half of the saints in it. Please trouble fellow Taoist to deal with the other saints. Ji Yin suddenly sent a message to Tai Yi, expressing his willingness to fight for opportunities for Tai Yi. Naturally, Tai Yi would not refuse. With so many saints united, it would be difficult for him to find an opportunity. But if there are only 4 saints left, it would be much easier. At least I'm very confident in killing 2 of them, Tai Yi, in an instant. Not to mention Tai Yi also has the killer Pangu axe. If it's not possible, just use the Pangu axe in advance and kill these saints who are getting in the way. Of course, unless it is a last resort, I will definitely lead Tai Yi. They are unwilling to show their trump cards early, otherwise, once Dao Junchengxuan is prepared, wouldn't their revenge plan fall short? A 6-foot-long golden body holds the Buddha's kingdom in the palm of your hand. As Ji Yin's full power exploded, a 1-foot 6-foot golden body appeared in front of the saints. He waved his hand and slapped it out. Suddenly, the 4 saints were trapped in the Buddha's kingdom in his palm. Countless bodhisattvas, arhats, bhikshus, and Jyalin Nyan recite Buddhism and firmly hold the Buddha's light in your palm. No matter how the 4 saints attack, it cannot be broken within a short period of time. Similarly, Tai Yi on the side also seizes the opportunity and activates the chaos clock to the extreme. The sun, moon, stars, earth, water, fire and wind surround it. The mountains, rivers, land, and all the races in the prehistoric world gradually appeared, and the 5-colored light illuminated the heavens, and the holy power of chaos shocked the world. Under the horrified eyes of Saint Xuanruo and Saint Xuanhua, the chaos clock distorted the space, reversed the yin and yang, and directly enveloped the 2 of them, and then there was only a bang, the flesh shattered, and their souls were also absorbed into the chaos spell. Then 2 figures appeared on the appearance in the chaos. Looking carefully, they were Xuanruo and Xuanruo, the 2 great saints of Hu. Perhaps because of absorbing the power of the 2 great saints, the power of the chaos spell has once again doubled. It originally had the power to suppress the Hongming world and reverse the time and space of the heavens. The power, the ability to evolve the mysterious secrets of heaven, and the ability to refine earth, water, fire and wind have all increased. This made the two saints Xuanzan and Xuankai extremely uncomfortable. Every time they faced the attack of the chaos spell, they could only do various things. Dodge, for fear of being hit by the chaos clock and killed on the spot. Junior brother Xuankai quickly sacrificed the spiritual treasure. Sage Xuanzan shouted, his eyes full of fear, if they hide anymore, both of them will be killed by Tei, so they can't hold back. And what Saint Xuanzan thinks is exactly what Saint Xuankai thinks, and the people looked at each other, sacrificed their life treasures one after another, and started to fight with Tai. Co-leader Shenan, please leave with us. If you continue like this, you will die. Yes, co-owner, we have learned about the effects of hundreds of herbs over the past few days. That's enough. Let's return to our ancestral land. The members of the human race are waiting for you. I pray that the co-owner will listen to my advice and don't try it again. God bless you. May everything go well for you. Seeing Shen Non's return day by day, the human ministers couldn't bear to eat flowers and plants during the sun's food, and hoped that Shen Non could take care of his health. After all, Shen Non was not an immortal saint, so he could really ignore so many poisonous herbs. At best, Shen Non is just an ordinary earth immortal. Earth immortals are not immortal, so naturally they cannot be so unscrupulous. But Shen Non didn't take their words seriously at all. Instead, he insisted on going his own way and continued to taste flowers and plants. There were more than 10,000 kinds of flowers and plants here. If he didn't taste them all and know their effects, wouldn't it be possible for human beings to be poisoned to death in the future? Therefore, Shenan also made up his mind and would never leave no matter what. Faced with Shenan's insistence, the ministers were helpless and could only accompany Shenan and wait for the end of Shenan's taste of Wang-Kao. One day, Shenan suddenly found a vine-like plant climbing on the tree, with small yellow flowers blooming, and the leaves would open and shrink. Shenan was so surprised that he picked some leaves and put them in his mouth to chew. Knowing that it was a highly toxic herb, Shenan felt as if his intestines had been broken into countless sections, and then he passed out. Maybe no one in the prehistoric world knows the name of this grass now, but in later generations, it was famous, and its name was broken heart grass. Even with the most advanced medical treatment in later generations, there is still no antidote, which shows how powerful the heartbroken grass is. Now that Shen Non has eaten the heartbroken grass, if no one helps him, even Shen Non may not be able to escape. Of course, how could Tei Zenren, who had been paying attention to Shenan, let Shenan die? Just when Shenan fainted, Tei Zenren appeared in front of Shenan and fed him a fairy medicine, and Shenan soon came back to life. In order to prevent Shenan from being poisoned and died again, Tei Zenren gave Shenan an ochre whip. As long as you use this whip to whip hundreds of herbs, you will know its properties of calming poison, cold and warming. With this treasure, Shenan could know in detail whether plants and trees were poisonous or non-toxic, and whether they were cool or warm. After Tei Zenren left, Shenan became more diligent and faster. After tasting the flowers and plants on one mountain, he went to another mountain to taste them. He still used wooden poles to build a frame and climbed up. He tasted them for 7 or 49 days. He traveled all over the mountains here and tasted a total of. He collected 365 kinds of herbal medicine and wrote it into the Shen Non's Materia Medica, and asked his subjects to take it back to cure diseases for the people of the world. After Shen Non tasted the herbs, he also planned to return to the human race. After all, he had been gone for so long, and it was time to go back. On his way back, he passed by Huisheng village and was about to go down the mountain, but when he looked around, he saw that the wooden frames erected all over the mountain were gone. It turned out that those wooden poles took root when they fell to the ground, and sprouted after being exposed to the rain. Over the years, they actually grew into a vast forest. Shenan was in trouble when suddenly a group of white cranes flew from the sky and took him and several of his protecting subjects back to the ancestral land of the human race. From then on, Huisheng village is filled with fragrance all year round. Later generations of humans named this vast forest Shenangjia in order to commemorate Shenan's achievements in tasting hundreds of herbs and benefiting the world. The Huishan village where Shen Long ascended to heaven was renamed Liuxian village. The Witch Clan, in the Pangwu Temple. Father God, since you have returned, why don't you lead us to fight for hegemony and regain control of the ancient world? Yes, now that only Hashan and others are left in the court, they are simply vulnerable. Do we still have to endure it? Fourth and fifth brothers, please do not disrespect Father God. Have you forgotten the big disaster you caused last time? Dare you make a mistake? What the eldest brother said makes sense. The fourth and fifth brothers should not be impulsive and just listen to Father God's orders. If you are afraid of your hands and feet, you will never be able to achieve great things. Gong Gong Zerong shouted in unison, but they are very dissatisfied with the current situation of the Wu clan. Pangwu has been resurrected, and Han Wang has now been advanced. Logically speaking, it is a good time to snatch resources, but now is better. The Wu clan stayed behind closed doors, and even missed this opportunity. They didn't know what Pangwu was thinking, but after all, Pangwu was their father god, so no matter how dissatisfied they were, Gong Gong Zerong, I can't say anything more. The only thing I can do is to be patient. But one thing is that among the 12 ancestral witches, they are the only ones with the most violent tempers. It's okay once or twice, but how can it be possible after a long time, unless it is necessary to kill them? Otherwise, according to the characters of these two people, it is really impossible not to cause some trouble. I have my own plan for this matter. Heaven will be in the hands of the Witch Clan sooner or later. There is no need to be too anxious. On the contrary, you guys have too much strength. Having said this, Pangwu frowned. The strength of the 12 ancestral witches was so weak that he couldn't bear to look at it. That's it. Without strength, how can we talk about fighting for hegemony? Therefore, the top priority now is to let them break through the realm of Hunyuan. However, it is definitely impossible to achieve a breakthrough by relying on their own cultivation. The only way is to make a blood contract with Pangwu. The effect of the blood contract is equivalent to being permanently bound to Pangwu. Once Pangwu dies, they will also die, but the advantage is that Pangwu can pass on his cultivation experience and even part of his strength to the 12 ancestral witches, which gives the 12 ancestral witches a way to break through the realm of Hunyuan. In addition, the Witch Clan also captured a beam of Hongmen Purple Qi last time, which can completely destroy this beam of Hongmen Purple Qi. It can be divided into 12, allowing the 12 ancestral witches to better understand the power of heaven. In this way, it will be easier for them to step into the realm of Hunyuan and become Hunyuan Alua Golden Immortal. Regarding Pangwu's proposal, the 12 ancestral witches were stunned at first, and then hesitated. Seeing this, Pangwu directly stated that he would not harm them, which gradually made the 12 ancestral witches feel relieved and agreed to Pangwu's conditions. Of course, it would be nice if things were that simple. Although Pangwu said that he would not harm them, the inevitable calculation is still necessary. As Pangwu signed blood contracts one by one, in the blink of an eye, the contract between the 12 ancestral witches and Pangwu was completed. A soaring evil energy soared into the sky from the Pangwu temple, and even Sanqing and others were shocked. Then, as if there was a feeling, everyone felt severe pain in their hearts, as if they were affected by something. You know, I have never felt this way since Sanqing transformed. Therefore, it is easy to know that this matter is related to Pangwu without even thinking about it. To be honest, Sanqing was also quite scared. After all, they were transformed by Pangwu Yuanshan. What if Pangwu wants to take them back and turn them into their original souls? Because of this, Sanqing originally had no idea about Pangwu. But now, a murderous intention gradually spread in Sanqing's heart. As the saying goes, if a person does not protect himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth, let alone a saint. It is not easy for Sanqing to become an immortal saint, and he certainly does not want to be taken back by Pangwu and become a soul. Even though they respected Pangwu as Father God, there were some things they really couldn't give, especially now that there are so many changes in the prehistoric times. The three king dynasties took the initiative to gather together for the first time and began to discuss how to deal with Pangwu. Taking Jin, within the great red sky. Brother, have you sensed Father God's call? Naturally, I sensed it, But I wonder if the second and third brothers have any thoughts on this matter. Father God's return is both a good thing and a bad thing for us. If Father God really intends to restore his original body, I'm afraid What does second brother mean? Kill. What? Second brother? Are you crazy? Do you want to kill God the Father? A flash of shock flashed in Tongshen's eyes, and he couldn't believe Yuanchai's words. They are the incarnations of Pang Yuanshan. If they really kill Pang Yu, wouldn't they be ridiculed for the rest of their lives? In addition, Pang Yu is so strong, just relying on them could the three of them kill Pang Yu? Not caring about Tongshen's surprise at all, Yuanchai looked calmly and said slowly, if Father God doesn't die, we will never be at peace. If you don't agree, treat it like I never said it. What does Big Brother mean? Tongtian was speechless for a moment, and turned his gaze to the silent Lao Tzu. An imperceptible light flashed in his eyes, and I responded, kill. Don't blame them for being cruel. It's true what Yuanchi said, if Pang Yu doesn't die, they will have trouble sleeping and eating. It just so happens that they and the Wu clan still have a bloody feud, so why not solve it together and completely destroy the Wu clan? Of course, the three of them alone will. Humans definitely can't do this. So, we have to find a helper. Soon, a figure appeared in my mind. Please subscribe. The second update, the average author starts from 20,000 words per day. I hope you can support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.